Su Mingyuan has become a villain in the world of urban novels. As long as he plays well according to the villain's setting and completes the plot, he can get villain points, and he can return to Earth if he saves enough 100,000. Unexpectedly, Su Mingyuan, who had saved enough money, unfortunately, encountered a turbulent flow in time and space when he crossed back to Earth, and the time went back to his first day as a villain. Everything has to start again. It's merely a matter of starting over. The required villain value is less than half what it was the last time, and my acting abilities have improved significantly since the last time. I'm able to deliver stronger performances and am able to acquire a greater number of villain values more quickly. Su Mingyuan is optimistic and confident. Let's see, I will do my best to taunt the male and female protagonists to hate me and then be punched in the face by them. See if I don't do my best to ridicule, make the male and female protagonists hate me, and then hit me crazily in the face and step on me. When it comes to acting as a villain, I'm a professional. To begin, the first step is to attempt to harass the male protagonist's sister, so that the two create an intense dislike for me. Hey, what's wrong with you, heroine? Not only do you not resist, why do you seem to enjoy it? Can you be serious? I'm a villain. Wait. Why, apart from you, the way other female protagonists look at me seems to be wrong. They came up one by one as if they were going to eat me. Chapter 1. My acting skills are very professional. Su Mingyuan, this is the result of your schemes. Guess what? You are now surrounded by my people. Isn't it hard to taste your betrayal? You're the one who's conspiring against me, you despicable character. Su Mingyuan had a knife buried in his chest, and the man who planted it was his most trusted aide. Gazing at him indifferently, the man who was in front of him was the male protagonist of this world, Xiao Ran, surrounded by numerous female leads. Some of those women showed joy in their eyes, and some had the same cold and sarcastic smile as Xiao Ran at the corners of their lips. Su Shuilin, Su Mingyuan's sister, walked aside and turned her face away as if she couldn't endure looking at him, but she remained silent. Su Mingyuan, I overlooked you again and again for Shuilin's sake, but you were too conceited. It's too late for you to be guilty now. This is what you get for going up against me. Slash. The knife was pulled out, and blood poured out uncontrollably from his chest. Su Mingyuan fell to the ground, his face contorted in pain and resentment as he gazed at Xiao Ran. But in his heart, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I kept on fighting Xiao Ran and was beaten and humiliated by him, enough that I ended up like this in the end. Can I be regarded as a qualified villain? Finally, I have accumulated enough villain value of 100,000 to return to Earth. After being transmigrated as the villain in Dragon Proud Sky Urban Supremacy Emperor, Su Mingyuan obtained the villain system. He was told that as long as he successfully acted as a villain and executed each scene according to the original novel's plot script, he would be able to obtain a large amount of villain points. Long Aocean, Dragon Proud Sky, is a denigrating term for male protagonist of a light novel who is impossibly handsome and cocky, yet seems to get everything he wants. The better he acted, the more ridiculous he appeared, the more hits he got, the more villain points he would get each time. He could only return to Earth if he obtained 100,000 villain points. As a result, Su Mingyuan worked hard to finish his role as the villain. According to the plot of the original novel, he kept causing trouble for Xiao Ran, the protagonist of this world, and then would repeatedly pretend to be punched in the face, let him berate and humiliate him. Up to this point, he finally saved enough points to cover the cost of his return home. System, send me home. Beep. Consuming 100,000 villain values, in the process of transmigrating. His life seemed to be fading slowly, and his body seemed to have no consciousness. Su Mingyuan felt that there was darkness in front of him, and his soul seemed to be floating in a chaotic and boundless space. He is finally able to return to Earth, to his hometown. Lying on the ground was his cold corpse. Xiao Ran embraced the beautiful heroines, and his mood lifted. He had no idea that Su Mingyuan's death, and the fact that his soul had forcibly broken through the world barrier with the system's assistance, had harmed the origin of his own world. A mysterious aura that had been endowed on him had dissipated invisibly. At the same time, Su Mingyuan, whose soul had broken through the world's barrier and was trying to cross, heard a system alarm sound in his ear. Beep. Tick. Tick. Warning. Warning. Encounter a sudden turbulence in time and space. Encounter a sudden turbulence in time and space. Closing square bracket. The transmigration has been forcefully terminated. The transmigration has been forcefully terminated. Boom. It was as if disorder had only recently begun and the world had been reset. Su Mingyuan opened his eyes and suddenly woke up from the spring mattress bed in the villa. System, what's going on? Host, I'm sorry to inform you that, as a result of the sudden turbulence in time and space encountered during the transmigrating, all of us who are involved in the turbulence in time and space have returned to the world of urban supremacy Emperor, and were rewinded to the first day you arrived in this world. In other words, if you want to return to Earth, you must play the villain role once more in order to accumulate villain points. Again, do it all over again. Su Mingyuan's heart suddenly fell into the abyss. The only good news is that, while the process of returning to Earth has been halted, the 100,000 villain points value you have accumulated have been reduced to 50,000, and this time, you only need to save 50,000 villain points to return to Earth. 50,000. This time, it only takes 50,000. Su Mingyuan's fists clenched, and his mood improved. It's merely a matter of acting again. The required villain value is half of what it was the last time, and my acting abilities have improved significantly since the last time. I'm able to deliver stronger performances and am able to acquire a greater number of villain points more quickly. After 2 years of playing the villain role, Su Mingyuan learned to find joy in the sorrows a long time ago. For the first time, as the villain, he took the initiative to visit the protagonist Xiao Ran and pretentiously punched his face. If he didn't have a sufficiently optimistic attitude, Su Mingyuan's mentality would have collapsed long ago. Think of it as acting in a full-length drama. This time, he will complete the script faster and better. It took him 2 years to complete his villain's fate, and he managed to scrape together 100,000 points. This time, he vowed to do better, and perhaps finish in a year. No, in less than a year, he must accumulate the 50,000 villain points in half a year. He would taunt more in front of the male and female protagonists, attract their hatred, and then be punched in the face by them. Anyway, this was just an act. After sorting out his mentality, Su Mingyuan sat up from the bed, quickly changed his clothes, and prepared to leave the villa and start his first performance. Su Mingyuan, the Su family's eldest child and one of the 4 well-known dudes in Ming City, loves wine, luxury cars, dandy jade, and great women. Unprofessional, ignorant, reliant on the family's power, he established a second-tier entertainment company solely for him to help achieve his desire for women and conveniently pursued the big celebrity, Lu Mengning. Because Lu Mengning was not only a well-known actress in the country, but also because her appearance seems to be flawless, her temperament was indeed perfect, and her true identity was the eldest miss of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families. Whether appearance or identity, there was an unbounded point of interest for Su Mingyuan, a lascivious man. Recently, the movie Peerless Beauty starring Lu Mengning was in the preparatory stage, and it was just looking for investors. Su Mingyuan naturally wanted to get involved, thinking that as a film investor, Lu Mengning would have to give face to have a meal with him. At that time, he would find a private room, and then he could. Su Mingyuan went to the company today to arrange this matter. His Mingyuan Entertainment Company must become one of the investors in Peerless Beauty. Then he would meet the new intern in the company, Xiao Ruro, the younger sister of the male protagonist, Xiao Ran, who was attracted by her astonishing beauty. Just as he was about to create a small move, he was stopped by Xiao Ran. The male protagonist rushed to the scene, and the 2 sides got into trouble for the first time. This was the first time in the original novel he made a feud with the male protagonist as a villain. The above were all the fate trajectories that the original dandy Su Mingyuan should have: shameless, lascivious, ignorant, and the like, and it had nothing to do with the current Su Mingyuan. He had always been a good and upright young man, but he had to perform like this in order to get enough money for the trip home. And from now on, not only would he have to play such a shameless and ugly villain, but he would also be, and he will be better than the Su Mingyuan in the original novel. After being naturalized again, he can now proudly proclaim, "Acting as a villain, I am professional." Chapter 2, the first performance has begun. Master Su, we have reached the company. All right. Su Mingyuan answered coldly. On the other side, his bodyguard took the initiative to step out of the car and open the door for him. Displayed in front of this high-rise building was the name of his company, Mingyuan Entertainment Company. He owned this building. Despite the fact that land prices in Ming capital were expensive, as the only son of the Su family, one of the 4 major families, why should he rent someone else's land for the foundation of his company? Why not buy instead of renting? As he entered the company, 2 bodyguards surrounded him, and the employees they passed kept their heads lowered to welcome him, showing their respect for him. The majority of the employees at this company were women. Not just women, but beautiful women. Because Su Mingyuan liked beautiful women, his company should obviously have beautiful women. When it came to employment at this company, skill was not the most important factor, rather, it was a person's outward appearance. Unfortunately, because his sister Su Shuilin couldn't handle his excessive behavior anymore, she intervened. She had hired a group of skilled staff to come over and inspect him on a regular basis, barring him from messing around in the company. This company only existed as his harem. After all, he was an ignorant and unskilled guy who had repeatedly disappointed his father. Su Shuilin, his sister, was in charge of the family company and several other affairs. If he offended his sister, Su Shuilin would reveal not just his actions to their father, but would also expose his reason for founding a company, to pursue women. Once he returned home, he, the Su family's young master, would almost undoubtedly be beaten and have his financial resources seized. As a result, Su Mingyuan was cautious and only acted on a tiny idea occasionally. He could only harass female employees in the company in a frivolous manner. He did not dare to commit truly lascivious acts during the day. Young Master Su, everyone is in the conference room waiting for your instructions. The general manager of the company came over with an obsequious smile. She was a plain-looking middle-aged woman who possessed not only great management ability, but also the ability to adapt to his expectations. Each time Su Mingyuan went to the conference room, he needed to be accompanied by a fair and lovely intern secretary who could serve him warm tea. Su Mingyuan would naturally avoid placing a flower vase someone who is pretty but useless in such a prominent position in consideration of Su Shuilin's warning. This middle-aged woman, Su Mei, was specifically chosen to deal with Su Shuilin, and she was quite adept at evaluating a person's character, to the point that even Su Mingyuan felt pleased. As a matter of fact, when Su Mingyuan entered the building, she introduced him to a girl with attractive features and a slim figure. Young Master Su, this is Xiao Ruro, our new intern who will be working as a secretary. Ruro, please greet our company's President Su. Hello, President Su. Xiao Ruro greeted Su Mingyuan timidly. Seeing Xiao Ruro, Su Mingyuan's eyes suddenly narrowed in focus. At the same time, he heard a system message. Ding. Scene activated. The host needs to perform this act according to the novel plot and character developments. Depending on the performance and outcome, you can obtain 1,000 villain points and strengthening points. This is wonderful. The plot finally begins. It's time for me to harvest those villain points. In his previous life, because it was the first time he acted as villain, he was unskilled, and as a result, he received only 300 villain points for this scene. Given my acting ability now, even if I don't obtain the full 1,000 points, I should at least get 900 easily, right? Su Mingyuan was full of confidence. As for the strengthening points, he could use them to enhance his physical fitness, exchange them for skills and treasures, and increase his strength. Strengthening points may be obtained based on his villain point given in each plot performance. After all, Su Mingyuan would be repeatedly beaten and possibly assassinated by the protagonist Xiao Ran. As a major villain in the novel's early and middle stages, the system wouldn't want him to die before the novel's finale. Just like with Su Mingyuan in the previous life, he wanted to push his strength to its maximum. After all, who didn't desire a powerful body? If he hadn't been a villain who was meant to be beaten by the protagonist, Xiao Ran might not have even been able to win against him. Additionally, he obtained a set of skills based on his interests, including mastery of chess, mastery of medical skills, master of calligraphy, master of piano, and much more. However, those skills should only be used solely for his own entertainment and should not be presented to anyone else. He felt like he had been reborn at this point. Despite the fact that his strength was no longer in effect, the great master-level skills that he acquired still remained with him. He, on the other hand, was particularly concerned. He wanted to have as many strengthening skills as he could right now in order to enhance his physical strength. He didn't feel like doing music, calligraphy, medicine, chess, or anything else because he could anyways purchase them at the Master S level. He only cared about getting enough villain points so that he could get back to Earth quickly. Young Master Su, young Master Su. Su Mei secretly rejoiced when she saw Su Mingyuan was stunned after seeing Xiao Ruro, knowing she had made the right decision to bring this woman over. Nevertheless, there was an important person waiting for him in the conference room. In a low voice, she called him twice. Su Mingyuan regained his composure. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "I will not attend the meeting. I came here to arrange tasks for you. Isn't Lu Mengning's upcoming film Peerless Beauty already in production? Our company also wants to be one of the investors in her new film. You can notify them about that later. #pleaseredfishapterachichapef.com. Let Secretary Xiao escort me to my office first. I'd like to get a clear grasp of the company's present problems from her lips." When Su Mingyuan said this, his smile and tone of voice didn't seem to indicate that he wanted to learn about the company's affairs from Xiao Rurio's lips, but rather that he wanted to learn about other things from her exquisite lips. Su Mei understood the meaning behind his words, so she quietly withdrew. As for Su Mingyuan, he ordered a group of senior corporate executives to go to the conference room early and wait for him to hold a meeting, but he wouldn't show up. That's my style, and I've paid them enough to handle this type of situation. Secretary Xiao Ruro, right. I will call you Ruro. You lead the way ahead. Yes, President Su. In response, Xiao Ruro nodded nervously. Su Mingyuan glanced at her lovely curves and walking manner with impudent eyes as she led the way uneasily. There was nothing that could be done. He had been a decent gentleman in his previous life, where he used to look at beautiful women with admiring and subtle eyes. But now, as a villain, he stared at Xiao Ruro with such an unrestrained and audacious evil look that said he couldn't wait to strip her down. He, too, did not want to. As if she perceived his sight, the tip of her ear turned a little red. Su Mingyuan noticed that her right hand was tightly clutching the corner of her clothes as she walked to his office door. She was obviously nervous. "I'm sorry, but for my villain points, you must bear the consequences of what I'll do later." However, it was all because of the damn author of this novel, who wrote such a scene, that she was destined to suffer in this world. 2 guards came and stood at the door of the office to prevent anyone from intruding or eavesdropping. And Su Mingyuan, who had already closed the door, sat in his chair and ordered Xiao Ruro, who was feeling extremely nervous and uneasy. "Come here." Chapter 3, My bed is very big and soft. Su Mingyuan's office was large. It was lavishly decorated, with expensive carpet on the floor, desks made of fine wood, and 2 rows of sideboards on either side, one for various famous wines and the other for exquisite jade. This office had a secret door that led to a beautiful bedroom with a bathroom. Su Mingyuan seemed to have a liking for good wine and exquisite jade and wore a piece of dragon chalcedony jade around his waist all year. It was said that the jade was made from natural materials and gems, which could be traced back to the Qi refining period of the pre-Qin dynasty. It was more precious and it was rarer than the Hachan jade that the public often hears. It was said that it was made from natural materials and gems, which could be traced back to the Qi refining period of the pre-Qin dynasty. It was more precious and it was rarer than the Hachan jade that the public often hears. In his previous life, Su Mingyuan would be in this office, hiding in the bedroom, toying with precious jades, drinking great wine, indulging in pleasure, and embracing the beauties. As one would say, fine jade is beauty, delicious wine drunk beauty. And Xiao Ruro was one of the most beautiful women that Su Mingyuan had ever seen. After all, she is one of the female protagonists. "Come here." Hearing his order, Xiao Ruro approached him timidly. As she drew near, her look became even more stunning. Her face was like an autumn moon, her eyebrows were beautiful. Her beauty demeanor was like a lotus flower in a river garden. She was still attending school, and had not been exposed to the dirty society. The way she looked at things with those clear eyes made it hard for people not to be drawn in. "President Su, I only came to the company for an internship yesterday. I don't know much about the company's affairs and the specific situation." Her voice was also gentle and timid, which made people want to bully her in some way. Su Mingyuan smiled as he carefully picked up a report off the table. "Am I here to ask you to report company affairs to me? Ruro, the moment you enter this office, you should be ready by heart, right? #pleaseredfishapterachichapef.com. The smile on Su Mingyuan's face at this moment made Xiao Ruro a little scared. President Su, I don't understand what you're talking about." She clearly didn't understand because her character in the novel was a good nor a bad person. In this world, she was indeed like this. Although her family had an unforeseen event and older brother Shaoran fell to the orphanage to survive, she had always maintained a pure and beautiful heart while growing up. Ronobes. She did not know that she had been chosen as an intern secretary because Su Mei saw her outstanding appearance and thought that it was good luck that the general manager chose her from a group of competing classmates. However, she would soon understand. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Don't understand. Su Mingyuan chuckled as he stared at her. Didn't Su Mei tell you? What happened to the woman who became my intern secretary and entered this office? What happens? Su Mingyuan abruptly rose from his boss chair, his towering frame standing across Xiao Ruoro like a lion. The sunlight behind him cast a long shadow along his body, like a starving falcon swooping down on its prey. He lifted Xiao Ruoro's chin frivolously, caressed his fingers across her silky white and fragile skin, and whispered in her ear, "What will happen? Even if you're naive, shouldn't you have guessed it by now? You know, this office also has a hidden bedroom that was designed exclusively for me to have fun with the women. Inside, there is a very big and soft bed. You will later lie on it obediently. You should never have slept in such a comfortable and luxurious bed, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Ruoro still didn't understand Su Mingyuan's meaning. "No, don't. President Su, I'm just an intern secretary. It's not suitable for me." She slapped Su Mingyuan's hand away in panic and turned to leave. However, the office door was already closed when Su Mingyuan came in. And it was locked. Furthermore, there had been 2 devoted bodyguards at the door, guarding side by side. She seems to have no means of escape. After being slapped by Xiao Ruoro, Su Mingyuan was not annoyed, and turned back to his desk. He enjoyed seeing beautiful women display such fear. Moreover, he needed to give the male protagonist, Xiao Ran, enough time to get here and stop him. After all, as a villain, how could he touch the main protagonist woman? Touching her hands and her face was already at the top of the sky. As for wanting to go further, he doesn't even think about it. Urban Supremacy Emperor is a cool novel that is perfect for reading without a brain, but it's not a novel that describes giving men the authority to go beyond. He was free to assault, abduct, and physically ridicule the female protagonists, but he was not allowed to excessively attack their bodies. However, this female protagonist is a part of Xiao Ran's harem. How can I, as a villain, dare to make a move on her? What if I dared? My villain value will be lessened. Su Mingyuan couldn't understand why that was the case. Wouldn't things be fair for a villain if they could act boldly against a female protagonist? Why should his villain points be reduced? However, this was what the system incessantly warned him about, the system that didn't dare let him transmigrate into a cool online novel like Condor Heroes or The Sentimental Swordsman. Su Mingyuan once had a dumb idea and asked the system, although I can't take the initiative to sexually assault women, what if one day these women's nerves flare up and shove me back? The system replied like this. As long as it is not the host's initiative, your villain value will not be deducted. However, the host should avoid being pretentious. Unless the world's origin gets severely damaged, the world will go dormant, and the aura of the male protagonist ceases to exist. This kind of thing will never happen. Haha, I'm just kidding. Su Mingyuan had laughed at the time, and never had such a ridiculous idea in his heart again. Su Mingyuan did not make direct contact with Xiao Ruoro at this time, instead he picked up the report on the table. It was a report that recorded Xiao Ruoro's personal information. Meanwhile, Xia Xueqi, the newly appointed president of Xuanmei Company and Su Mingyuan's fiancé, had appointed the male protagonist, Xiao Ran, as her bodyguard. Currently, he was chatting with another colleague in their security company. A few days ago, Xia Xueqi, the president of a cosmetics company, accidentally encountered a thief while shopping. Fortunately, she was rescued by Xiao Ran, who had just returned to the capital. Seeing that he was very capable, Xia Xueqi offered him a high salary and asked him to be her assistant. His main duty was to guard her safety. Ming City's law and order had always been excellent. No one knew why a thief appeared that day, and the robber just stole Xia Xueqi's belongings. Nonetheless, the thief had collided with Xiao Ran, prompting him to stage the hero saves the beauty. At this moment, while Xia Xueqi was working in the office, Xiao Ran and his colleagues were chatting in a low voice outside the office. I didn't expect that Brother Yang was originally the runner-up in the national mixed martial arts competition. Forgive me. My skill is simply subpar. You worked as a bodyguard in another country and learned some shooting skills. You must be much stronger than me. There is no way. Unfortunately, my sister is not in good health, and she needs money to treat her illness. You have a younger sister. Yes, she went to school at Ming City Film Academy and is currently working as an intern for an entertainment company. I think the name of the company is Mingyuan Entertainment Company. Mingyuan Entertainment Company. What's the matter, Brother Yang? Su Mingyuan, the boss of Mingyuan Entertainment Company, is one of the 4 great devils in Ming City, who seem to have a liking for good wine, fine jade and beautiful women. It is said that he has to change his secretary every month. He needs an intern secretary, but you can probably guess what it really is. Xiao Ran, your sister, she will not simply. Suddenly his face darkened. Brother Yang, please request a leave of absence from President Xia for me. I'm very worried. I have to go and see my sister. Chapter 4. Something is wrong with this female protagonist. With no way out, Xiao Ruro turned around and begged Su Mingyuan. President Su, I'm still studying. I'm not going to tell anyone what's going on here. Please let me go, I don't want a penny of your pay. You want me to let you go? Ruro, you really are quite naive. Su Mingyuan sneered at her. Did you think I'd let you go that easily after you enter my office? Su Mingyuan smiled as he flipped through the report in his hand. You know what these are. These files contain information about your personal life, background, and social circle. He leaned on his elbows against the table and looked at Xiao Ruro with eagle-sharp eyes. He was clearly seated, and Xiao Ruro stood in front of him, but Xiao Ruro's head was lowered, and it appeared as though he was looking down at her pretentiously. Do you know what it means to offend me? Xiao Ruro did not respond, but her pursed lips and clenched fists showed her uneasiness. The man in front of her was not rude, but his words felt as if a big invisible hand had enclosed around her waist and was holding her tightly. Seeing that Xiao Ruro did not answer, Su Mingyuan continued. Although my company is only a second-tier entertainment company, I have a lot of contacts in the entertainment industry, not to mention my status as the young master of the Su family. Moreover, you are just a college student with no background, and are just a student studying at the Ming City Film Academy. Ruro, your college entrance examination results were excellent, and you could have attended a top-tier university. Instead you chose Ming City Film Academy. The reason is because you dream of becoming a star, correct? You are just a novice without fame. As long as I say just one word, and ban you, no one in the entertainment world would spare any effort to give me some face. No one will want you for any entertainment-related work. Your peers and professors will avoid you and hate you because you have offended me. Your studies and efforts are equivalent to just being wasted. Your dreams will fade and end, and your future outlook will be cut off. Su Mingyuan raised a finger. Ruro, this is just one of the consequences you will face if you offend me. You are so shameless. Xiao Ruro was trembling with anger. Perhaps, she was indeed naive. She had no idea that such a wicked and shameless person such as Su Mingyuan existed in this world. Su Mingyuan didn't care about her rebuke and added, Ruro, I read about your experiences in life. You are so kind and caring. Although you grew up in an orphanage, you don't feel aggrieved. You frequently use the money you earned from your hard work and part-time job to buy items for the orphanage. You have an outstanding appearance, are kind-hearted, and have such bright dreams. But you are short of money. I'm not sure you've seen how much compensation is included in the internship contract you signed with my company for breach of contract. The corners of his mouth turned up as he raised 2 fingers. It's $500,000. Ruro, this is the second consequence if you are going to offend me. $500,000. Xiao Ruro's pretty face turned pale in an instant, and a trace of despair flashed in her eyes. Looking at the beauty's desperate appearance, Su Mingyuan's eyes showed a trace of undisguised joy and the corners of his mouth shifted into an evil smile. With this acting, I am afraid that no one would not be able to believe that he is not a villain. In order to play such a disgusting villain, I put so much effort into this role. Ruro, there is more. Despite the fact that Ming City has always been a safe place, you've probably heard stories of the city's red light district. They are the rats in the gutter, hiding in the fetid night and quietly attacking innocent passers-by. They do all kinds of evil, they rape and loot, they are full of bad people, bad assholes. Ruro, after offending me, I can't guarantee that you will encounter these hateful bastards when you walk down the street one day. Su Mingyuan smiled, as if just telling some trivial facts. Then, at the end, the real motive was revealed and an option was given. So, Xiao Ruro, have you thought about it? Would you choose to climb into my bed obediently, or choose to take the risk to offend me? The smile on his face faded, and his cold gaze was like a tall mountain pressing onto Xiao Rurio's head, and those sharp words were like a stinging cool breeze. It pierced her will like a sharp knife. He seemed to be asking, but he had blocked any possible excuse Xiao Ruro could give to refuse. Dreams, future, money, life, safety. That invisible big hand had completely clenched her firmly, causing her misery, suffocating her, and cutting her right to refuse. It left her with no choice but to yield. Would she choose to surrender? Of course it is impossible. Su Mingyuan was waiting for Xiao Rurio's outburst. She was one of the novel's female protagonists and a part of Xiao Ran's harem. Although she is pure and kind, and appears weak and frightened, nonetheless, her disposition is soft on the outside and firm inside, but she'll never surrender to this villain. Su Mingyuan is now in a good mood. For the first time, he felt that his performance had been perfect. Such control, such a manner, would undoubtedly make Xiao Ruro despise him. When the time comes, Xiao Ran will be filled with rage and will ridicule him in front of Xiao Ruro for being despicable. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. This time, I will undoubtedly earn an A+. Come on, Xiao Ruro. Show me your rage, your furious scolding. Su Mingyuan looked at Xiao Ruro with excitement, and noticed that she had lowered her head in silence in front of him, and had clenched her fist tightly. He could see her trembling with anger, and her chest was shivering as she inhaled. In the next moment, he saw that she was looking at him without fear. Her lower back was ramrod straight, her clear eyes were burning with flames, and her beautiful face was flushed with rage. Although desperate beauty is appealing, furious beauty has an even more unique quality. Su Mingyuan smirked and waited for Xiao Rurio's outburst. He watched her approach. She stood still in front of him and bent down. President Su, I do not wish to lose any future possibilities in my dreams, nor do I. I cannot afford a breach of contract, and I am also afraid of dying, so I. Her head was lowered. I know I was wrong. She surrendered. She surrendered. How can it be? Su Mingyuan was shocked. In his previous life, before he succeeded, he was severely reprimanded by Xiao Ruro. She had pointed at his face and vowed that she would never surrender to a shameless and disgusting bastard like him. But now, she gave in. Is this the same Xiao Ruro as before? It is so contradictory to her character. No, it's impossible. She must be deceiving me. Perhaps she pretended to be weak and is choosing to hold me down in the meantime in order to find a chance to counterattack. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Yes, it must be like this. Su Mingyuan got up abruptly, turned his back to Xiao Ruro to hide the consternation in his eyes, and went to get the wine in the cupboard. Regardless of whether Xiao Ruro was pretending or not, he must continue with his acting. His personality cannot collapse, and his performance must not collapse. He is Su Mingyuan, a despicable villain who coerced Xiao Ruro to sleep with him. It's not over yet. As the wine seal was opened, the rich red wine oozed into the glass like hot desire. Xiao Ruro, I like delicious wine, and I also like beauties. Su Mingyuan went over to Xiao Ruro with a glass of wine in hand and said, since you've chosen to give in. Drink a glass of wine before we get started. Chapter 5. I'm a villain but the female protagonist kisses me. President Su, I don't know how to drink. Well, now you will know, said Su Mingyuan, shoving the edge of the cup firmly towards her lips. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Also, you don't have to address me as President Su when we are alone. You must address me as Master. Do you understand? Now, open your mouth. The crystal clear edge of the glass was pressed against Xiao Rurio's lips. The wine swishing in the glass reflected Su Mingyuan's attractive and sinister face, that was like a vicious dragon that had opened its gigantic mouth in a blatant attempt to eat the people in front of him. She could not resist. Xiao Ruro was forced to open her mouth. Her quite attractive and moist lips gently brushed against the edge of the glass, tempting him to kiss. Under Su Mingyuan's heated gaze, the red wine slid down her lips, showing off her pearly white teeth behind those red lips, and a slightly discernible pinkish tongue in the deepest area. Xiao Ruro drank the red wine, savoring every sip. This experience is truly astounding. It's no wonder that people prefer to play villains. Cough cough. Xiao Ruro coughed uncomfortably after drinking a glass of wine all at once. She clutched her chest as if she had been choked. After drinking the wine, she felt as if a fire had been abruptly lit in her stomach, leaving her with a burning sensation and a peculiar blush forming on her supple face. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. She doesn't drink alcohol and doesn't like to drink alcohol. Even if a glass of wine in front of her was worth $1,000 or a mouthful of wine was equal to a month's wage for the average person like her, she felt wine was truly a bad thing to drink. However, Su Mingyuan had already poured her another glass of wine. "Ruro, I like to see a beauty like you drunk in my arms, so come and have another glass of wine." With another glass of wine in his hand, Su Mingyuan listened to her speak again in a calm way, but her eyes were filled with unwillingness. "President Su, I'm really not a drinker." "President Su. You still call me President Su." Su Mingyuan's eyes sank. He reached out with his hand and pinched her chin. "Xiao Ruro, you said you will do what I order, but your actions don't match your words." He was still whispering softly a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, his face was filled with ruthlessness and his two fingers gripped Xiao Rurio's cheek, causing her pain. "It looks like I must enlighten you of the consequences of offending me. One is to whip you, so you understand that you have no right to refuse in front of me. You will learn how to crawl under my feet in order to become an obedient lamb Raos." Xiao Rurio's eyes trembled under his fierce assault, as if she were facing a terrible and violent terrifying beast from the depths of hell. She couldn't muster the slightest courage to resist. She bit her lip and admitted her mistake. I know I am wrong. I'll drink." Only then did Su Mingyuan let go of her chin, stuffed the glass of wine into Xiao Rurio's hand, and sat back in his boss's chair with a big grin. He watched her raise the wine glass, open her mouth, and then forcibly drink the red wine slowly. Cough cough. She really felt uncomfortable, as if she were intolerant to alcohol. She coughed violently, her skin flushed from alcohol, and the corners of her eyes teared up. Su Mingyuan did not care about her discomfort, but instead he was satisfied with her behavior and even clapped his palms and said, very good, very good. As long as you are obedient to me, I will not hesitate to reward you. Aren't you dreaming of becoming a bright star? Perhaps you have heard about the new movie that Lu Mengning is working on. I will become her investor soon, and there will be no problem putting you into the movie as a third supporting actress or fourth, as long as you. He stood up and gently stroked Xiao Rurio's face. Listen to me obediently. I got it. I thank Master. In order to express my sincere gratitude to Master, I would like to offer a toast to Master. Xiao Ruro took the initiative to pour a glass of wine and hand it to Su Mingyuan. I don't mind if you give me toasts, but. Su Mingyuan did not take the wine glass, but instead held her chin softly with his hand. The wine in the glass has lost its taste. What I want to drink is the fine wine that was fed from the mouth of a beautiful woman like you. Su Mingyuan looked down at Xiao Rurio's beautiful face, and slowly showed a desperate smile. This time, no matter how patient Xiao Ruro is, she would not be able to bear it, right? Will she really obey his orders and feed him mouth to mouth the wine? Of course not. She is not a weak little white rabbit. She has been tough since she grew up in an orphanage. Even if she pretended to be a little white rabbit, her acting is not that great. She couldn't even address him as master properly. Sure enough, Su Mingyuan, who looked at her closely, noticed a hint of rage in Xiao Rurio's trembling eyes. Sure enough, she didn't submit. How could she submit to such a shameless villain as himself? Su Mingyuan noticed that the wine glass she was holding was slightly swaying, causing the wine to ripple in a circle. What will she do? Will she furiously splash the wine to his face? Or break the wine glass and use the sharp fragments of glass as a weapon to protect herself or threaten me? In any case, he had been mentally prepared. He is the villain who is used to being slapped in the face by the protagonist, and to show the protagonist's perseverance. So, Xiao Ruro, what will you do? Seeing the flames burning in Xiao Rurio's eyes getting stronger and stronger, Su Mingyuan decided to put out the fire. He asked, Xiao Ruro, don't you want to give me the toast? Why don't you come and feed the wine to me? Xiao Rurio's hand on the wine glass tightened. She raised the glass and stared at Su Mingyuan without blinking. Her expression was full of anger and seemed to be mixed with more complex emotions. She said, okay. The scarlet wine flowed through her honey-sweet lips and pearl-like pure white teeth. She raised her head, stood on tiptoe and kissed Su Mingyuan fiercely with an unbelievable expression. Su Mingyuan wanted to drink a fine wine that was more fragrant and delicious than those precious wines, so she delivered it to him. Su Mingyuan asked her to feed it with her mouth, so she fed it to him with her mouth. She is not a weak little white rabbit, not a weak woman who can be blackmailed by others with a few words. She never was. She opened her eyes wide and was delighted to see Su Mingyuan's wide-eyed eyes, the look of surprise on his face. She slowly poured the wine from her mouth down into his mouth. At this moment, she was now looking down at Su Mingyuan. The mellow wine was excellent, but Su Mingyuan didn't have time to enjoy it. His body stiffened, his mind went blank, and only incomprehensible screams could be heard within. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Xiao Ruro I know, the Xiao Ruro I knew, would never have been able to do such an act. How could she have been so stubborn as to kiss a villain? Meanwhile, there was a loud banging outside the door, followed by the sound of someone pounding the door hard. Bang, bang. Ruro, are you okay? I will come to save you right away. There was an anxious shout from a man outside the door. Xiao Ran, the male protagonist of this world, has finally come. Chapter 6. Get down on your knees and admit your mistakes to me. Why? How could this be? Obviously, he should have humiliated Xiao Ruro and forced her to submit to him for being stubborn, and then she would have thrown the wine onto his face. Why? Why did it become like this? Once, Su Mingyuan had thought about how interesting a sight it would be if one day the female protagonists of this world would collapse and suddenly like him back. But he didn't expect that on the first day he played the villain again, Xiao Ruro, one of the female protagonists, would stubbornly kiss him on the lips. Xiao Ruro, you should hate me, hate me. How come you obey my commands and kiss me? And the way you did it was no different to a deep, passionate kiss. This is simply not funny at all. If things continue in this manner, his first act will certainly not receive good reviews. How will he be able to accumulate enough villain points quickly? Bang, bang, bang. Outside the door of the office, Xiao Ran smashed the door open. When Xiao Ruro heard her brother shouting and the loud banging of the door, she had already backed away and distanced herself from Su Mingyuan. This time, Xiao Ran had broken the door and was anxiously searching for his sister. Ruro, are you okay? Xiao Ruro was standing 2 meters away from Su Mingyuan, unharmed, and nothing seemed to have happened between them. Hearing Xiao Ran at this moment, she raised her head to see the 2 bodyguards that had been assigned to guard the door had been knocked to the ground by Xiao Ran and the door had been smashed. She was taken aback. Brother, what are you doing here? Why are you here? Ruro, are you alright? Xiao Ran frowned. I'm okay. How could I possibly not be alright? At this moment, Su Mingyuan came back to his senses. For whatever reason that Xiao Rurio's attitude changed, now that the male protagonist has arrived, he must grasp the opportunity to taunt him fiercely, arouse his hatred, arouse his anger, and make a big profit. And the simplest and most effective way to ridicule him is to say directly that he had kissed Xiao Ruro. Even though he forced Xiao Ruro into kissing him, he still had managed to obtain Xiao Rurio's first kiss. Xiao Ran would definitely go crazy, once this matter is said. Even if Xiao Ruro has something wrong, it seems that while she despises me, she does not appear to loathe me that much, but Xiao Ran will definitely hate me to the death. Therefore, my performance evaluation will definitely be high again and the villain points I accumulated will be much more at the end of this novel. You are Xiao Ran, right? Xiao Rurio's brother. Facing Xiao Ran, Su Mingyuan's face was filled with contempt and a bit of sarcasm. You know, your sisters first. Ding. Warning. Requesting the host to follow an unwritten rule that the villain must not touch the female protagonist, and must not tell the male protagonist Xiao Ran about obtaining Xiao Rurio's first kiss, otherwise a large amount of villain points will be deducted. But it was Xiao Ruro who took the initiative to kiss me. Regardless of whether you take the initiative or the other way round, the truth is that you made a move, but the passive behavior system has helped you cover it up. And once you let the male protagonist know, it is the equivalent of letting the overlord perceive, a huge amount of your villain points will be deducted. Alright. Su Mingyuan could only look at Xiao Ran and change his words. Today is your sister's first day at her internship. She has not yet gained even a little work experience and her future may be affected by such a reckless older brother. What do you mean? Xiao Ran clenched his fists as he looked at Su Mingyuan, his eyebrows knitting in confusion. Somehow, when he looked at Su Mingyuan's aloof face, and remembered the rumors he had heard from Brother Yang, a bad mood settled over him and an unknown fire raged in his heart. What do you mean? Su Mingyuan pointed to the 2 bodyguards on the floor and the broken door, and said with a sneer, you forcibly entered my company, injured my bodyguards, and broke my office door. Do you really believe I will forgive you without reservation? Forcibly enter. Su Mingyuan, do you think I don't know who you are? If I hadn't arrived in time, you filthy beast, you might have done something dirty to Ruro, Xiao Ran shouted angrily. Su Mingyuan chuckled as he shook the wine glass and said, I've just asked my new secretary if she'd like to have 2 drinks in the office with me. How could that be considered dirty? Xiao Ran looked at his younger sister. She looked fine and her clothes showed no signs of being ripped off, but she was looking a little red as if she was drunk. It seemed that nothing really had happened between the two of them. But he knew that his sister never drank alcohol because she didn't know how to drink alcohol and also didn't like to drink. Su Mingyuan must have forced her to drink. Since Su Mingyuan had forced her to drink, it was unlikely that it would have taken long for this beast to get Ruro intoxicated from wine and then pass out. If he had arrived a few minutes later. At the thought of the horrible consequences of what might have been, an anger burned from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Su Mingyuan's background and the fact that it was now daytime, he would have rushed in under the watchful eye and punched Su Mingyuan in the face right now. Ruro, let's go. He took Xiao Rurio's hand and was prepared to leave. There was no point in entangling with Su Mingyuan right now, he would just wait a few days, until the younger brother buddy he had met while traveling abroad arrived in Mingjing, and he'd go look for Su Mingyuan and settle this account properly. Stop. Did I ask you to leave? Su Mingyuan's icy voice came from behind him. Xiao Ran turned around, shameless. What else do you have to say? Xiao Ran, you hurt my people, broke my door, and think you can just walk away. Su Mingyuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, like a knife stabbing Xiao Ran in the face. It appears that you didn't take what I had just said seriously. A cold smile slowly appeared on his face, like a poisonous snake that slowly spits out venom. Your sister Xiao Ruro is studying at the Ming City Film Academy, right? She grew up in the welfare center, but she has such a pure and beautiful heart. Her dream is to be a big star and she hopes to make people laugh and be touched by her performances. But it's a pity that her dream won't come true. Because you have offended me. Because I can ban her in the entertainment industry with just one word. With a single word, I can cut off her future and cut off her dreams. And all this because of you, Xiao Ran. Because of your recklessness, because of your arrogance, your disrespect for me. So, I'm going to teach her a lesson, and I'm going to teach you a lesson as well. Su Mingyuan raised his wine glass, drank the remaining wine slowly, sat at his desk, and raised his feet. However, I, Su Mingyuan, will never do anything. Therefore, I am giving you, Xiao Ran, a chance. A chance to get down on your knees and beg me for forgiveness, to admit your mistake to me while weeping loudly under my feet, and maybe my heart will soften and let you go with great compassion. Chapter 7. What went wrong? As Su Mingyuan's words fell, it appeared as though a big invisible hand was coming towards him. The sense of being besieged and oppressed that Xiao Ruro had previously felt because of Su Mingyuan's remarks, this feeling was now clearly obvious on Xiao Ran. Deep, oppressive, with no way out. A cage made of money and power. Xiao Ran smiled. This made him burst out laughing as he looked at Su Mingyuan, like he was some sort of hilarious clown. Ha 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 ha. Su Mingyuan, you want me to get down on my knees and admit my mistake? Weeping loudly under your feet, begging for forgiveness. I'll tell you, I was born to kneel before heaven, earth, and my parents, but I will never kneel to such a shameless bastard. A monster like you. Given the fact that he had lived abroad for so many years and had experienced multiple incidents of blood and fire, Xiao Ran considered Su Mingyuan's threat to be, at the very least, ridiculous. He once caused a turbulent storm in the Sea of Somalia, and once assassinated an important minister of the United States. He had endured many hardships of life and death, and his unparalleled reputation earned him the title King of Assassins in the world's most feared assassins ranking. So why would he be intimidated by Su Mingyuan's threat? He couldn't care less if Su Mingyuan used money and power to oppress him. If he really dared to do this to him, he, Xiao Ran, would break this so-called cage with both hands. Su Mingyuan, I don't believe you're capable of covering the sky in the entertainment industry, and my sister's dream will not be destroyed just because of your words. Trying to use this ridiculous threat to force me and my sister to submit. In your dreams. Xiao Ran appeared tall and handsome in Xiao Rurio's eyes at this moment. In Su Mingyuan's eyes, Xiao Ran appeared to be conceited and arrogant. Good. Very good. Very energetic. That's how he should be. Seeing Xiao Ran's appearance, Su Mingyuan was sincerely happy and couldn't help but applaud him in his heart. Although I don't know what went wrong with Xiao Ruro, Xiao Ran fortunately hadn't changed at all. Well, You arrogant jerk. Settle your damages for breaking into my company, harming my people, and destroying my property before you make any more shameless remarks. Because if you don't, you won't be able to leave today." He pointed at the surveillance camera above his head as he lifted his hand. With a triumphant smile on his face, Su Mingyuan said, "Everything you did just now was monitored and recorded. It will be as simple as a palm if I use this as proof to contact the police and have you locked up for a month or two. Either you immediately compensate me for my losses, or you can go to jail and reflect on it. But you don't have to worry." Su Mingyuan looked at Xiao Ran, still smiling. "After you are detained, I'll take care of your sister, Xiao Ruro. I promise to look after her diligently, lovingly, and carefully in all respects." Su Mingyuan's smile appeared so shameless in Xiao Ran's eyes that it was just a villain's face that had become too hateful to be hateful. "Or, you can choose to compensate me for my losses." Su Mingyuan pointed at his 2 bodyguards lying on the ground. "Their medical expenses will be 500,000 yuan each." Then he pointed at the door that was broken by Xiao Ran. "This door was made of high-grade wood and was carefully designed by a well-known foreign designer, so it'll be 1 million. "Oh, that's right. Your sister's signed contract with us entitles you 500,000 in breach of the contract, giving you a grand total of 2.5 million yuan. Xiao Ran, if you can come up with so much money, I'll let you go for the time being. Otherwise." Su Mingyuan walked towards him, smiling coldly like a poisonous snake. "Otherwise you can stay in prison obediently and watch how I take care of Ruro." "Su Mingyuan, you're going too far." Xiao Ran was furious. 2.5 million yuan. Su Mingyuan made it clear that his conditions were difficult to meet, and he even insulted him by using numbers such as 2.5 million yuan to show this. He clenched his hands with his kai rushing into his fists like fire and his blue veins were about to burst out. He couldn't help but want to hit him. Su Mingyuan looked at his angry appearance and sneered at him. "Xiao Ran, everyone is watching the surveillance. Want to hit me? Go on. Believe it or not, if you punch me, half of you and your sister's lives will be lost." This was an example of the significance of authority. As the young master of the Su family, it was too easy for Su Mingyuan to ruin the rest of a person's life with conclusive evidence. Even though Xiao Ran had been successful abroad, he had only returned recently to China and had no footing, so he could only suppress his rage and endure Su Mingyuan's humiliation for the time being. Even so, his heart was already full of rage, and his hatred for Su Mingyuan was very compelling. In other words, if not for Xiao Rurio's unusual circumstances, Su Mingyuan's performance would have been even more outstanding. Under Su Mingyuan's mocking gaze, Xiao Ran clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, I will pay 2.5 million yuan." This was the only time he was embarrassed in front of Su Mingyuan, and it also laid the groundwork for him to seize the Su family foundation in the future, constantly hitting Su Mingyuan in the face and killing him. In this part, the plot should progress, and everything should generally be consistent with the overall setting of the original novel. But at this moment, Xiao Ruro, who had been protected behind Xiao Ran, suddenly popped out and said, "President Su, if I am willing to stay and continue to be your intern secretary, can you kindly forgive my brother's rudeness just this once?" As soon as these words came out, Su Mingyuan and Xiao Ran were both shocked. "Ruro, what are you talking about?" Xiao Ran hurriedly took Xiao Rurio's hand and persuaded her, "How can you submit to this monster for me? 2.5 million I've worked hard abroad over the years, I can still get the money. You don't need to do this at all." Compared with Xiao Ran, Su Mingyuan was even more shocked in his heart and felt a tinge of panic. Something is wrong, everything is wrong. This Xiao Ruro was indeed a significant problem. Obviously, everything was going according to the novel's plot, but then she showed up and ruined my performance. How can I go on with this? Anyway, I could only continue to perform according to my villain character. Thus, Su Mingyuan appeared to have been astonished and proudly smiled at Xiao Ran. "Ha ha ha ha. If Ruro is willing to stay and be my obedient little secretary, how about I forget your brother's impulsive confrontation today?" On the other side, Xiao Ran was still anxiously persuading Xiao Ruro, but when she heard Su Mingyuan's words, she seemed to have completely firmed up her determination and agreed. Then I am thankful to President Su." Hearing this, Xiao Ran's face suddenly changed drastically, like he had eaten shit. Suddenly, it seemed that he was wearing a green hat on top of his head. "Ruro, what were you thinking? I will never allow you to work under this monster." Xiao Ruro smiled lightly, President Su, could you give me a little time to persuade my brother? Su Mingyuan waved his hand, yes. So Xiao Ruro pulled Xiao Ran out of the office, and the two of them talked in a low voice in the corner of the company corridor. As soon as Xiao Ruro left, Su Mingyuan, whose face was full of triumph, suddenly changed his expression, as if he had eaten shit. It should have ended successfully, but Xiao Ruro suddenly popped out of nowhere and said that she was willing to continue to be my secretary. This is not in line with the plot of the original novel. Why would the pure and kind Xiao Ruro, the uncompromising Xiao Ruro, do such a thing? In the end, what went wrong? What's the problem with her? Chapter 8, He Will Not Disappoint Me. Su Mingyuan had a serious expression on his face. This isn't right. Furthermore, Xiao Ruro dragged Xiao Ran out of the office. Was this to persuade him? Fortunately, Xiao Ran would definitely disagree with her idea. Xiao Ruro, on the other hand, was his sole and entire possession. So, it's hard to believe that he would agree to Xiao Rurio's request to stay by my side. Especially after having just seen my expression. Fortunately, Xiao Ran looked completely fine. As long as he was the one with whom I was familiar, the final results should remain the same. Xiao Ran would put up with his rage and pay me back 2.5 million, after which he would take Xiao Ruro away and viciously retaliate against him. Remember, life is full of ups and downs. Just wait and see, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. And with that, the first half of our encounter had come to an end. With Xiao Rurio's situation in mind, I was certain that Xiao Ran would meet my expectations. Because I knew him so well, he would not disappoint me. In the corridor, Xiao Ran tried his best to persuade Xiao Ruro. Ruro, I know how much you're upset that I have to pay that bastard Su Mingyuan with such a large sum of money, but trust me, these 2.5 million yuan are nothing compared to your innocence. Big brother, I know what you're capable of. Obviously, you worked extremely hard abroad and earned a lot of money, but 2.5 million yuan is still a big chunk of money for you. I don't want your hard-earned money to go to waste because of my actions, Xiao Ruro expressed, dejected. 2.5 million wasn't much to Xiao Ran, but Xiao Ruro didn't know what he went through when he had been outside the country. She was moved by what he said, but she also didn't want to give Xiao Ran's hard-earned money away for nothing. And also, big brother, Su Mingyuan, he's the young master of the Su family and one of the 4 major families in China, we can't risk offending him. What about the 4 major families? I invested a lot of time and effort to grow and earn money. With that, Su Mingyuan is absolutely nothing. But, big brother, you also said that you needed time to establish, and your relative status is still not enough to face Su Mingyuan, isn't that right? Xiao Ruro looked up at him. Xiao Ran fell silent. Besides, big brother, you also know that I was born with yin water. As long as I do not want to, no one can tarnish my innocence, she continued. Xiao Ruro was right. His real name was Xiao Ran, and his parents were descendants of the ancient martial clan of the Xiao family. When the side branches of the Xiao family reached the age of 6, the patriarch of the family would engrave them with life and death marks and become his slaves. Since then, the life and death of the slaves would depend on the thoughts of the patriarch. Ra Epsilon S. To avoid this tragedy, his parents sent him and his sister to a remote town when he was 6 years old. Besides, they furtively took the unique skill of the Xiao family heavenly creation of pure jade divine skill and told them not to seek revenge until they had mastered studying the skill, then they were killed by the Xiao family. Since then, he and his sister had lived in a welfare home, in which he had changed his name from Xiao Ran, which means free, to Xiao Ran, which means desolate. While taking care of his sick younger sister, he was also mastering the divine skill. In order to cultivate the Xiao family's secret skill, the heavenly creation of pure jade divine skill, not only did it require the cultivator to possess extraordinary talent, but it also required the cultivator to select a precious jade as the keystone of cultivation and practice with it. This jade served as the foundation of that person's cultivation. Once chosen, it could not be modified. In this way, the cultivator's talent and the jade that would be selected determine the pace with which the cultivator's cultivation progresses, the strength of the foundation, and the absolute limit of the cultivator's cultivation. At the time, Xiao Ran lacked both the skill and the precious jade. As a result, when he began practicing, his cultivation pace was naturally slow, and vengeance for his parents seemed a long way off. However, when he was 10 years old, he met an old Taoist priest. This old Taoist claimed that his life was limited, but a son of luck with such a strong destiny before his deathbed unexpectedly met Xiao Ran. The old Taoist stayed. Not only did he help Xiao Ran to improve and perfect his heavenly creation of pure jade divine skill, but also discovered at a glance the reason why Xiao Ruro was frail and sick. The old Taoist said that her body was innate yin water, but she was born with deficiencies and her physique was imperfect, so he prescribed as long as Xiao Ruro took the medicine once a week for 12 years, she will be able to improve her constitution and no longer suffer from complications. And the pure jade divine skill, which had been improved by the old Taoist priest, was even more different from the Xiao family's divine skill. The Xiao family's divine skill required a piece of precious jade as the keystone for cultivation, and the cultivators also needed to hold jade to cultivate, and once the jade was chosen, it cannot be replaced for life. The improved pure jade divine skill not only could replace jade, but also continuously evolve by absorbing the spiritual energy of a precious jade. With the pure jade divine skill, the cultivator's true kai was more pure and wonderful, and the foundation was more solid. In fact, the old Taoist's version of pure jade divine skill had an endless capacity for improvement as well as a terrifying potential that would exceed even more. Compared to this, the Xiao family's heavenly creation of pure jade divine skill could only be described as the beggar version, whereas this was the genuine heavenly creation of pure jade divine skill. 10 days later, the old Taoist passed away unexpectedly. In such an instant, he witnessed the cold body of the old Taoist dissolve into a white rainbow and vanish in front of his eyes like mist. Only he realized he had met a Taoist immortal. And what he obtained was big luck. A few years after that, he went abroad to work hard and collected all kinds of precious jade to continue to evolve his true kai, and his strength skyrocketed until he became the king of assassins. The reason why he returned to China this time was because he had already run a huge network of influences and relationships abroad, and it was time to come back to seek revenge for the Xiao family. Another reason was that the precious jade he had collected abroad no longer improved his pure jade divine skill. Although those precious jades were definitely precious, he knew that the true rare treasures, the kind of heavenly treasures that were said to have intercepted a trace of ancient spiritual energy, could be found in his main country. For example, that dragon essence jade Su Mingyuan wears all year round around his waist. And the reason why he was at ease to go abroad was that the old Taoist priest told him before he died. Although Xiao Rurio's innate decoction of yin water was a high-quality furnace used for double cultivation, if she isn't willing, then those who futilely attempt to her body would all be frozen in the last step. The breath of yin freezes that person's body and soul. Now Xiao Ruro suddenly mentioned this matter, apparently to make Xiao Ran feel at ease. However, as long as the last step was not reached, this defense mechanism will not be triggered, but who knows whether Su Mingyuan's beast would take advantage of Ruro. This was also the reason why he came here immediately after he learned the news from Brother Yang, even if he knew that her sister was impossible to be completely violated. Ruro, even so, I still don't agree. Brother, I will protect myself. Didn't Su Mingyuan threaten you with surveillance cameras just now? If I also learn this trick, as long as he wants to do something wrong to me, I will take out my phone and gather evidence. No matter how arrogant and domineering Su Mingyuan is, he has to act according to the rules and the law, right? And I'm not one of those women who are blinded by his money. As long as I don't obey him and have evidence in my hands, he can't do anything to me. And in this way, my liquidated damages and your compensation, brother, don't have to be paid. This explanation was not very acceptable to Xiao Ran, but Xiao Rurio's next sentence made him completely confused. Su Mingyuan is a villain. Bullying my brother like that just now, I must find an opportunity to get revenge on him. Also, brother, if Su Mingyuan will scheme against you in the future, I can secretly report to you. By the way, don't you need a top-quality precious jade to practice your divine skill? If I secretly snatch the jade on his waist for you in the last few days of my internship, it will definitely make him very angry, right? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Ran fell into complete silence. The dragon essence jade on Su Mingyuan's waist, if my sister gave it to me, I don't know how much more skill it could make me grow. And if Ruro was by his side, she could always tip me off. He felt confused and emotional at the same time. He didn't notice that his tangled appearance completely fell into Xiao Rurio's eyes. Seeing his heart-wrenching look, Xiao Ruro lowered her head in disappointment and whispered in her heart. I knew it would be like this, brother, you and I were deceived by Su Mingyuan in my past life. Although he was a complete villain, you would always spoil me. Hee, turns out I was wrong, everything is just fate and the ending is determined by the Overlord. Fortunately, God has mercy on me and let me be reborn. Now I am not the heroine in this novel, I have my own will and soul. So brother, this time, I won't hurt him again. Please forgive me, I won't be on your side anymore. Chapter 9. Everything is a mess. Soon later, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Su Mingyuan regained his composure as he waited for Xiao Ran and Xiao Ruro to enter. Even if I didn't understand why Xiao Ruro suddenly changed her attitude, I was sure that Xiao Ran would not let me down. The first encounter would remain unchanged from the original plot. I believe in Xiao Ran. Soon upon seeing them enter through the door, he put on his arrogant face, lifted his glass to taste the wine gracefully, and gazed at Xiao Ran with scorn. How are the two of you going? Have you decided? Yes, Xiao Ran replied in a loud voice. Su Mingyuan became more confident upon hearing Xiao Ran's firm tone. This is what I expected. Besides, how could Xiao Ran agree to let his sister submit to a scumbag? Then you take the 2.5 million. Before he could say the word out, Su Mingyuan heard Xiao Ran say. Su Mingyuan, Ruro will stay at your company and continue to be your intern secretary during the contract period. You will have to follow the previous agreement on compensation since this is a write-off. What? What did he say? Su Mingyuan's eyes widened as he couldn't believe what Xiao Ran had said. You, Xiao Ran, the king of assassins, the male protagonist of a genreless feel-good online novel, actually agreed to put your sister under a scumbag villain like me. Did I hear you right or have you just simply given up? Su Mingyuan had no idea that, following Xiao Rurio's disruptive behavior, Xiao Ran would have problems as well. He's in a state of panic at the moment. If nothing follows the original plot, how does he expect to play as a villain in every plot and earn the required villain points? This was a world that evolved from a novel. His villain role-playing system, according to the plot of the novel, the role-playing tasks are released and the villain points are rewarded. Therefore, he must follow the plot of the novel and appear every time he should appear and be hit in the face by the protagonist. It's okay if some minor parts change, but the main plot must stay unchanged no matter what happens. That means everything must be in line with the novel plot. Only in this way can he get the villain points. If the plot changes, the text in which he was supposed to appear will disintegrate, same as the system's role-playing tasks, and he might no longer have any villain points to earn. Moreover, how the fuck can he save enough points to return home without the villain's points? Even last week, the plot's development had a few problems, so he had to correct them personally, but overall, everything was progressing according to the plot. However, it was not like now, the first scene was completely messed up. At this point, Su Mingyuan's heart was in knots. But in the scene, Xiao Ran was still warning vigorously in a tone full of disgust for Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan, pay attention to what I'm saying. Even though Xiao Ruro is your intern secretary, she is not one of those ladies who would be lured by your power and will stand by and let you harass them. She only does the work that a secretary should do, and other than that, don't even think about it. If you bully her, she will use her cell phone to take pictures and gather proof any time. So keep your wishful thinking, it will never come true. When he finished speaking, he stared at Su Mingyuan's stunned expression, certain that his threat had been effective. At this time, he was still oblivious that what he had done was a stupid decision. He would probably have noticed something was wrong if he had seen Su Mingyuan and Xiao Ruro kissing before breaking into Su Mingyuan's office at that very moment. However, he didn't see it. Because the moment Xiao Ruro heard the sound of someone knocking on the door, she took the initiative to retreat and distance herself a few meters away from Su Mingyuan. At this point, Xiao Ran was still extremely pleased with himself for thinking carefully. Look at how dumbfounded you are, Su Mingyuan. Did you think that you can bully Ruro? In your dreams, of course. But, you didn't expect your abacus to also fail, did you? And I'm sure you're aware Ruro can also act as my spy and inform me at any time. At the end of her internship period, Ruro will steal your jade pendant so that I can improve my pure jade divine skill. A sneer appeared on Xiao Ran's lips. Hee, Su Mingyuan, you tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice you used to lure it. You definitely didn't expect such a result, did you? Looking at Su Mingyuan's still somewhat sluggish appearance, he turned and left against the light, leaving Su Mingyuan with a silent and handsome back. Bang! Only then did Su Mingyuan come back to his senses and put the raised glass down on the table. At the same time, an unpleasant sound from the system came to my ears. Ding! At the end of the performance, a comprehensive evaluation of the host, results are being made. Your evaluation for this performance is, pass. Based on the passing evaluation, you finally get 200 reinforcement points that are equal to the villain points. Passing evaluation, 200 villain points. Before the performance, Su Mingyuan vowed not to get a perfect evaluation to get 1000 villain points, and with his invincible acting skills, he would definitely be able to get at least 900 points. Unexpectedly, he felt that he performed very well, even extraordinary, but Xiao Ruro and Xiao Ran. They didn't follow the script. The plot was messed up. It was supposed to be a perfect wave to attract the huge hatred of both the brother and the sister, but now it seemed like it only attracted the hatred of Xiao Ran alone. He looked at Xiao Ruro, who was left behind, and sighed. He waved his hand and commanded her. Go to Su Mei and ask her to find someone to change the door. Also, send those two useless garbage to the hospital. Xiao Ruro raised her head and looked at him with a tired expression, something faintly flashing in her eyes. But she didn't say anything in the end and just responded with a smile. Yes, President Su. After Xiao Ruro left, Su Mingyuan immediately questioned the system in his heart. Go system, come out and explain. Why did Xiao Ruro and Xiao Ran become like this? Especially Xiao Ruro, is this really her personality? Is this how she should behave? You have to give me an explanation. Host, perhaps because of the reversal of time, the origin of the world and the Overlord have been affected again, resulting in a deviation in the established fate, so Xiao Rurio's character design varies from the original novel setting. Just like the host you transmigrated into this world last week, it also damages the Overlord. In addition to the plot of the novel, there are also some changes outside, which also need to be fixed by the host. Last week, you delivered the villain role while completing the plot. Didn't you also save enough for 100,000 villain points? I'm sure you can do it this time. Last week, because of the butterfly effect caused by his time travel, Su Mingyuan not only had to play the villain, but also had to deal with some unexpected changes outside the plot. For example, the other villains who were going to target Xiao Ran suddenly got a headache and went to kidnap his woman. Another example, when Xiao Ran was supposed to play a key role to save the heroine and win her heart, Xiao Ran was busy with other things and didn't go to rescue her at all, etc. Of course, these things have nothing to do with the villain Su Mingyuan, and should not be his responsibility. But if the plot gets messed up, the development of the world would change, and the plot that he should play as a villain would also be gone because of the plot chaos. Then, he can no longer continue to get villain points. So when these similar accidents happened, he had no choice but to pretend to be Xiao Ran's subordinate and rescued this female protagonist who was in danger because of him, just to let the plot continue in the original trajectory. This time, what fuck went wrong? In order for the plot to continue according to the original trajectory, the most important thing was to make the plot that he appeared in continue to appear according to the script. He didn't know how much effort he would have to do to make it up. And the house leak happened to rain overnight. The result of his first performance was actually only a passing evaluation, a mere 200 villain points. He looked at the sky outside the window, letting out a long sigh, and then asked. System, didn't I act well enough today? It was perfect. Host, your performance today completely grasped the essence of the villain, that arrogant, domineering, and disgusting villain looks even I can't find a trace of mistake. Then why the fuck do I only have a passing evaluation? Host, that I can't be blamed for that. Chapter 10. The Diary, the Origin of Everything. Space-time turbulence is to blame. At the end of the day, Su Mingyuan could only blame the space-time disturbance that had caused him to return to the current. He sat down, drank the expensive wine that did not taste good at all. Then he reached into the drawer and pulled out a notebook. He just took a peek and put back the notebook. He murmured with a wry smile. What else should I write in my diary? I penned something last week, but it's not worth reading at all. The reason why he kept a diary was because he had no one to talk about his inner distress of acting as a villain last week, so he had to write it in a diary to vent. On the other hand, he also thought of the possibility of someone finding his diary after his death and making the contents public, which would bring trouble to Xiao Ran. After all, he was only the middle boss of Urban Supremacy Emperor, a toolman used to promote the feelings of the male and female protagonists and set off the protagonist's great loftiness. Su Mingyuan, who played the villain, died in the middle of the novel. If his diary could bring Xiao Ran a lot of trouble after his death, it could be that he had to always act as a villain to pretend to force him to face slapping. At that time, he also asked the system if it could do this, and the system's answer was, as long as the existence of the system was not exposed, and the diary was not discovered until the end of his villain role, it was not a problem. But he realized it won't have much effect. Xiao Ran had the aura of the protagonist, who would believe a diary written by a villain. He thought so to himself at the time. Even though this was just for relaxation, Su Mingyuan had kept writing a diary for the last week, writing down everything he did as villain. He still remembered what he wrote at the beginning of the diary. August 5th, sunny weather. For more than 20 years in this novel world, I have been living in a false mask. I am good by nature and do not want to do evil things, but I still generally follow the growth trajectory that the villain Su Mingyuan should have, and grew up into a well-known playboy. From the moment I was born, there seemed to be a voice in my ear. I had to play this life that was destined to be face-slapped by the protagonist according to the character of Su Mingyuan, otherwise my family and I would die in various accidents, just like the Grim Reaper who comes in the movie. In this regard, I have always had a deep trepidation and uneasiness in my heart. And this feeling reached its peak the moment I saw Xiao Ruro appear today. The plot started. The invisible existence that had warned me from when I was born has reached the peak of existence at this moment too. For the first time, I felt his deep malice towards me, a smuggled transmigrator from another world. It was precisely because of my unexpected appearance that the originally written novel had a slight deviation from the fixed fate. And I have to play my villain role to make up for this deviation, and also to remedy all unexpected situations and situations that arise beyond the script. This is the mission he gave me. And I also guessed who he really is. He may be the Overlord, the mandate of heaven. He set the fate of all people according to the plot of the novel, and all people will live this life step by step under his setting, if it were not for my unexpected appearance. Although the final ending of Su Mingyuan is also at the hands of the protagonist Xiao Ran, if I play this role well, at least I can live for 2 more years, and I will not die immediately. Moreover, Su Mingyuan's family, my parents and sister in this life have been good to me, and I don't want them to die because of me. Therefore, I must obey his will. I, Su Mingyuan, have to become a loathsome villain. During that time, when he was writing this diary entry, Su Mingyuan couldn't help thinking in his mind what the expressions of those people would have been like if they had seen his entries. Imagine their shock, panic and regret if they found out the truth. Although the diary's contents differed from his present situation. He didn't transmigrate as soon as Su Mingyuan was born, but only transmigrated when the plot was about to start, but when the plot started. He was not forced by the Overlord to act as villain in order to save the life of his family, but simply needed to earn to cover the cost of returning home. But it didn't matter, the Overlord would take the blame. He wrote this diary for pleasure. Was he a decent person who writes a diary? However, it was a villain's diary. I was afraid those who saw the diary would only regard it as his crazy raving. But now, in the face of a catastrophic accident in which the plot changed dramatically as soon as he appeared, he not only lost the desire to write a diary, but also felt a deep sense of helplessness. In order to correct the plot back to the original storyline and put everything on the right track, he did not know how much work it would take. It was too hard. The moment Xiao Ruro turned her back to Su Mingyuan and walked out of the office door, she could no longer hide the sadness in her eyes. After returning from rebirth and once again facing Su Mingyuan's unreasonable difficulties, she only felt a pang of sadness. Su Mingyuan's diary, which had been hidden at home, was discovered by his sister Su Shuilin shortly after his death in the previous life. And it was from that diary that Su Shuilin learned a shocking and terrifying fact. Soon, the diary was secretly used by Su Shuilin to show all the harem members to Xiao Ran. After reading all the contents of the diary, they all felt extremely shocked, terrified, and even regretful. Because from there, they learned that all of Su Mingyuan's actions were forced by the Overlord. For the sake of his family, he had to play a loathsome villain. Even when the plot went wrong and an accident occurred, he had to pretend to be Xiao Ran's subordinate to save them. And all of them knew that person, after all everyone was saved by him. He wore a white trench coat and covered half of his face with an elegant white mask. His eyes were beautiful, without a trace of evil, and shone as bright as the stars. He said that he was Xiao Ran's subordinate, and the reason why several of the female protagonists were full of affection for Xiao Ran at the beginning was because his subordinate appeared in time to save them when they were either in danger or in despair. The reason why the remaining female protagonists quickly fell in love with Xiao Ran, in addition to being affected by Overlord, was also because they had been saved by Xiao Ran's subordinate, and this grateful and loving feeling was transferred to Xiao Ran. However, now that the truth had come out, the person who saved them was not Xiao Ran's subordinate. It was Su Mingyuan, whom they regarded as loathsome in their eyes. They and Xiao Ran personally killed the villain. And the reason why they fell in love with Xiao Ran was also because the Overlord had set them to like him. They must follow the plot of the novel, according to the set fate, become his women, become his harem. It's really how ridiculous. Yes, they were all the proud women of heaven with a beautiful appearance. If it was not for the influence of the Overlord, how could they fall in love with Xiao Ran, or even submit themselves to become his harem? Even if they liked it, they should like Su Mingyuan, who saved them. And Xiao Ran's misfortune transformed into a blessing, and his unbeatable disadvantage turned out that it was only because he was the main character and the Overlord pet, and the destined son of heaven. They felt some unseen shackles being broken as they read the diary, and their hearts were shattered tremendously. Their souls truly awoke after that. In fact, this diary alone was not enough to make them completely sober. The most important reason was that in order to return to the earth with Su Mingyuan's soul, the system forcibly broke through the world barrier, causing the Overlord to be seriously injured. Because of the damage, the aura of the protagonist which belonged to Xiao Ran was shattered. Although he still had a tremendous heaven's chi-lucky body, he was no longer an invincible and unkillable being. So at the moment of their awakening, the hints exerted by the Overlord and the influence of the protagonist's aura could no longer blind their hearts and eyes. From that moment on, they were no longer characters written in the novel. They were no longer machines that have been set up for everything, they were living people with their own thoughts and wills. Therefore, they would never become Xiao Ran's women and follow the so-called fate. Except for Xiao Ruro, all the female protagonists secretly united and made an amazing decision. Kill Xiao Ran. Since you were the protagonist of the world and the husband that the Overlord had arranged for us, then we would kill him and completely end this arranged fate. At the same time, this fate aimed to kill Su Mingyuan and push him to remorse. However, Xiao Ruro was excluded from the plan and did not participate in it because of the brother-sister relationship with Xiao Ran she had since childhood. After all, Xiao Ran was her brother, who had always been very good to her, and had never harmed her. Although after awakening from her rebirth, Xiao Ruro realized that her previous feelings for her brother Xiao Ran were not the love between lovers. Rather, it was because of the influence of the Overlord, which alienated her simple sister's longing and admiration for her brother into such a false emotion. But he was her brother too, and she did not want him to die. To this end, she interceded with a group of heroines for him, and secretly tried many times to block the heroines' plans against Xiao Ran. However, she would never forget that day. At that time, Xiao Ran's heavenly creation of pure jade divine skill not only achieved great success, but also comprehended the profound realm of jade beauty. After comprehending this mystery, beauty in his eyes was also a kind of fine jade. The best quality could also help him evolve his divine skills and soar his skills. However, in his original harem, those female protagonists had been estranged from him since they read Su Mingyuan's diary and covertly conspired to kill him, so that by then, Xiao Ran was still a virgin. But he couldn't hold back. Especially after secretly finding a few beautiful women to test the waters and prove their feasibility. He finally chose to reach out to Xiao Ruro. His younger sister, Xiao Rurio's body innate with yin water, and was high-quality furnace was useful for double cultivation, and he had already vaguely noticed Rurio's love for him. She would never refuse him. That night, Xiao Ran broke into Xiao Rurio's room, and the rippling smile on his face was so obscene and ugly in Xiao Rurio's eyes. Ruro, I already understand your intentions. So tonight, let the two of us truly connect with each other and become one. He tried to climb on the bed to pick up Xiao Rurio's clothes, but was kicked off the bed by the frightened Xiao Ruro, who looked at him in shock and said, brother, what are you talking about? We are siblings. Ruro, in fact, I have never told you a secret, you are an abandoned baby. Our parents picked you up in the snowy night, and we are actually not related by blood. Even if we are not related by blood, our relationship is still brother and sister. I've always regarded you as my brother. You can't do something that goes against the law. However, Xiao Ran still climbed into her bed without hesitation. At present, Xiao Ruro was so delicate and touching, as well as strikingly beautiful. After having the taste of women, Xiao Rurio's such a superb product made Xiao Ran's heart itch even more, and he was eager to taste it immediately. Ruro, I know that you just said that you didn't want to, but in fact, you already wanted to do it with me, and you always liked me, didn't you? Don't brother don't. Xiao Ruro tried her best to resist, but he ignored her resistance and was ready to force her way. I know, women say no just for modesty. If you are assured, I will let you know in no time how comfortable and wonderful it is to do this kind of thing. Fortunately, Su Shuilin and Sha Xueqi arrived in time to save Xiao Ruro from the wolf's mouth, thus she preserved her innocence from being defiled by Xiao Ran. Her clothes were completely worn on her body, without letting Xiao Ran see a trace of spring. But whenever she thought about it, she still felt a wave of fear in her heart. She would never forget that night, when Xiao Ran showed in front of her the obscene ugliness, like a beast wanting to eat people. It turned out that this was his nature. Since then, she no longer opposed or stopped the plan of the rest of the female protagonists in killing Xiao Ran. Just like Su Shuilin, who was once extremely disappointed in Su Mingyuan and finally silently watched Su Mingyuan die at the hands of Xiao Ran. She silently watched the scene of Xiao Ran's tragic death as the female protagonists joined forces to go down step by step. Then, there was a rebirth. And this time, she would no longer be on Xiao Ran's side. The boy who was dressed in white like snow, had good eyes, and had saved her many times, was now being coerced by the overlord and had to play the loathsome villain. Perhaps even because of the influence of her own rebirth, the oppression of the overlord may have become more intense. Because he played the villain so hard this time, he acted even more loathsome and hateful than when she first met him in his previous life. Therefore, when she witnessed him acting like this, she was so angry. And in order to cooperate with his performance, she would force herself to drink wine that she never liked to drink. She couldn't help it and kissed him painfully. At that moment, the stunned and surprised expression on his face was very cute. That was his real emotion, right? At that moment, that's who he really was, right? Xiao Ruro wanted to continue to stay by Su Mingyuan's side, she wanted to accompany him silently, and wanted to see more of the real him. Therefore, she made up a reason in front of Xiao Ran that was not very good to investigate in detail. And then, as she expected, Xiao Ran agreed. Because in a sense, she was the one who knew him best. Xiao Ruro found Su Mei, who had just come out of the conference room after the meeting. After informing her of what Su Mingyuan had told her, she got up and returned to prepare to report to Su Mingyuan. After all, on the surface, she was still Su Mingyuan's intern secretary. However, as soon as she reached the door, she saw a woman who she had not expected. Chapter 11. I don't want a sister who is so gentle. Su Shuilin. How did she end up here? Xiao Ruro clearly remembered all the contents of Su Mingyuan's diary from her past life, so she knew that in the original plot, Su Shuilin would not appear at this point in time at all. At the same time, Su Shuilin, who had just arrived, also shrank sharply when she saw Xiao Ruro. But then she ignored Xiao Ruro and anxiously entered the office through the broken door. Mingyuan, I heard you had a conflict with someone. Are you alright? Also, who is the girl outside your door? Su Mingyuan looked upset when he raised his head. When Su Shuilin came into his office, his already depressed mood got even worse. He was totally confused. He went into the same state of confusion that he had when he first observed Xiao Rurio's change. What's going on? At this point in time, Su Shuilin should not appear in the plot at all. Overlord, what exactly are you planning on doing to me? He uncomfortably poured himself a glass of wine, gulped it down, and then said, a blind bastard broke into my office, destroyed my door and beat my people, but I was fine. Oh, the girl outside the door is my newly recruited intern secretary, Xiao Ruro, and the one who caused the trouble was her brother. A little bastard can hurt even your bodyguard. These people are useless. Although you've provided them with money, they've taken no action. Su Shuilin frowned and continued, after the medical expenses are paid, dismiss them, and I will find you a professional bodyguard. Also, she looked at Xiao Ruro, who had a beautiful appearance, and said coldly, since the little bastard who caused trouble is Xiao Rurio's brother, you give her some money, and send her away. We have no idea whether or not that troublemaker will appear again. After hearing this, Su Mingyuan was not happy. Replacing those two bodyguards would never work, instead, he was willing to send Xiao Ruro away. Because in the following plot, Xiao Ran would pay one of the two bodyguards named Li Cheng to go undercover. Then, Every time Su Mingyuan would secretly scheme against Xiao Ran, the bodyguard would accurately report back to Xiao Ran. Moreover, no one would reveal Sui Mingyuan's plot to Xiao Ran if the undercover person were changed. No, she must not replace his bodyguards. Big sister, you claimed that you were looking for a professional bodyguard for me, but the truth is you were looking for someone to keep an eye on me. Sorry, but your plan will never work. Ra Nu Bi. Su Mingyuan immediately expressed his firm opposition. At the same time, Xiao Ruro also bravely stood up and said, Su President Su's sister. President Su and my brother have already talked about this. It's just a misunderstanding and I need this internship experience very much, so please don't let President Su fire me. When she said this, her eyes were slightly red, and the corners of her mouth pouted a little in grievance. It was hard to resist her pitiful face. Su Shuilin supported her forehead, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. Not only Su Mingyuan opposed her, he also held Xiao Rurio's words in high regard. Originally, when she saw Xiao Ruro earlier, she still had some doubts in her mind. But seeing her performance at this time, she immediately confirmed the speculation she had in mind. Sure enough, she is too. Ignoring Xiao Ruro, she looked at Su Mingyuan, and said in a gentle tone like the elder sister caring for her younger brother. Alright, if you don't want the bodyguard I want to give you. But Mingyuan, you have to remember that you are the only seedling of our Su family and the younger brother of mine, Su Shuilin, so you must pay attention to your own safety and take precautions. Not only must you guard against the knife from the front, but also be careful of the knife attacking from the back. When she said this, she looked at Xiao Ruro vaguely and continued, beautiful women are everywhere, but there are very few handsome and rich men like you. Don't be deceived by others because of their beauty tricks. Su Mingyuan looked at Su Shuilin in astonishment, not expecting such words would come out of her mouth. He didn't expect her to speak to him in such a gentle tone. He had known that she had always been dissatisfied with his unlearned and unruly behavior, and then gradually was disappointed, but the tone of her voice now was sympathetic and caring. Not only did it make him feel uncomfortable, but it also made goosebumps rise within him. Sister, can you stop talking to me like that? What's wrong with me talking like this? You don't usually speak to me so gently. You are my brother, if I am not gentle with you, then who should I be gentle with? Su Shuilin picked up a strand of broken hair around her ear and smiled slightly. No, not right. Another person has a problem. Su Mingyuan looked at her gentle smile, but his heart was trembling. Su Shuilin appeared when she shouldn't have appeared, and was so gentle to him, so concerned and compromised. According to her previous personality, as soon as she comes in, she should criticize him violently and blame him for causing trouble, and wouldn't care if he was hurt or not. Not to mention that as soon as he objected to her placing a bodyguard, she compromised and agreed. Where did that same strong look that she had shown me last week go? Facing such an odd Su Shuilin, Su Mingyuan felt a panic and nervousness in his heart. Sister, it's not early in the morning, or you should go back and rest first. Okay. As long as you're not hurt, I'm relieved, Su Shuilin replied with a smile, glancing at his uneasy expression. Then, in Su Mingyuan's stunned expression, she reached out her hand and gently stroked his cheek, and her watery eyes looked at him with great tenderness and she said, Mingyuan, you don't actually have to be so afraid of me. My previous harshness towards you was just a kind of my frustration against you for failing my expectations. But you have to understand that I am your sister, your blood relative, I care about you, I love you. In the past few days, I have also reflected on the reason for the tension between us, which is that I was too harsh on you before. But in the future I will not be like this. Mingyuan, you are my brother, if I am not gentle with you, then who can I be gentle with? Her slender and warm fingers gently rubbed Su Mingyuan's face, her eyes showed infinite love, but Su Mingyuan's heart suddenly turned upside down because of this. Su Shuilin, did you know what you were talking about? Was this what my supposed older sister who silently watched me die in my previous life should say? You should be disappointed in me, feel hopeless, how could you care so much about me, and be so gentle? I didn't want such a sister who cared about me and was gentle with me. Return the Su Shuilin who didn't like me even a little bit from before. Mingyuan, I am your sister, and I was born with the responsibility of protecting you and shielding you from the wind and rain. Su Shuilin looked at him affectionately and continued, you can rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will be able to hurt you in the future. After saying this, she gracefully got up and walked towards Xiao Ruro. You are Mingyuan's new intern secretary, right? You come with me. I have something to talk to you about. When Su Shuilin and Xiao Ruro left Su Mingyuan's office, Su Mingyuan sat slumped in his chair with a weary expression and kept repeating two words in his mouth. Wrong, wrong. Chapter 12. Big Sister's Selfishness. The moment Su Shuilin and Xiao Ruro walked out of the office and was out of Su Mingyuan's sight, the gentle expression on Su Shuilin's face suddenly turned into coldness. But Xiao Ruro kept her pitiful appearance and didn't notice anything different. In a secluded area, Su Shuilin and Xiao Ruro stood face to face. At this moment, both of them had their own inner guesses. Su President Su's sister, what's the matter with calling me out? Xiao Ruro asked timidly. Seeing that she still feigned a nervous demeanor, Su Shuilin felt an inexplicable heat emerge in her heart. She knitted her brows, suppressed the anger in her heart, sighed, and said, Xiao Ruro, I really didn't expect that after so many years, you are still so naive. Why didn't you follow the original script today? Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiao Ruro's eyes widened innocently. Xiao Ruro, don't pretend, you're a born again, right? Otherwise why would you be willing to stay and be Mingyuan's intern secretary? Su Shuilin didn't want to make any twists and turns, and had a straight showdown with her. After being exposed like this, Xiao Ruro couldn't continue to pretend, so she smiled shyly. Big Sister Lan, I just saw him again and was a little excited. Are you sure you're excited? Su Shuilin sneered and looked at Xiao Ruro, as if she could see through all her thoughts. Xiao Ruro was silent for a moment. Ruro, how do you want me to greet you? Do you know that you almost killed Mingyuan? Yes, I know, after you see Mingyuan, you can't help but want to stay by his side, after all, he once saved you. But have you ever thought about what's going on with Mingyuan? He is oppressed by the hateful overlord and has to play the villain according to the plot of the novel, but you destroyed his appearance in the first act as soon as you show up. Do you think about the dangerous consequences this will bring to him? Mingyuan was forced in every plot he was supposed to appear in. He had to complete his role according to the villain's character, or he would die. But you made his first performance so imperfect that what if the plot that should have appeared in the future was lost because of your nonsense? Will Mingyuan be able to bear the torture of the overlord? Have you ever thought about any of this? The more Su Shuilin said, the more angry she became. Although Xiao Ruro had her own careful thoughts, she was also a pure and kind child in general, so it was so easy to empathize with Su Mingyuan's experience. But she was not smart enough, or not wise enough, so that when she did one thing, she couldn't think far enough. In Su Shuilin's view, Xiao Ruro's reckless behavior almost killed Su Mingyuan. How could she not be angry? She owed Mingyuan too much in her previous life, and even watched him die under Xiao Ran's schemes. Although she was influenced by the overlord, she still could not forgive herself at that time. When she returned from her past life, she had to protect Mingyuan well and never let him suffer any more harm. It was no wonder that she was so angry at Xiao Ruro at this moment. I'm sorry, Big Sister Lan, I didn't think about it that much. After listening to Su Shuilin's words, Xiao Ruro also knew what a huge mistake she had made, so she obediently admitted her mistake. But Big Sister Lan, since you know that the plot can't be changed, why do you want to replace Su Mingyuan's bodyguard? Xiao Ruro, who remembered each of Su Mingyuan's diaries, knew that one of the two bodyguards would become Xiao Ran's undercover agent. As a matter of fact, did Sister Lan want to change the plot? Rs. Of course I knew that Li Cheng would become Xiao Ran's undercover agent according to the plot, so I handed it over to one of Mingyuan's bodyguards, and then under my instigation, he would pretend to be Xiao Ran's undercover agent at my behest to ensure that the plot of the story about Mingyuan would not change later. I don't want to see anyone really betray Mingyuan, so I want Xiao Ran's undercover to become my person and control the progress of the plot in my hands. That's where I differ from you. I do things with consequences in mind and think more deeply. And if everything goes according to the plot, do you want Mingyuan to die according to the ending of the story? Big Sister Lan, I kind of don't understand. Hearing this, Xiao Ruro was a little confused. Big Sister Lan was indeed a woman who could fight against her brother and kill him. She was much smarter than her, but if she couldn't destroy the plot, Su Mingyuan would die again. What should she do with this? She looked up, hoping that Su Shuilin, who was full of wisdom, could give her an answer. Afraid of Xiao Ruro to ruin things, Su Shuilin had to explain to her patiently. Ruro, the plot that we can't destroy refers to the plot related to Mingyuan and his appearance in the novel, because this is a task that he must complete under the pressure of the Overlord, otherwise he will die. But this does not mean that those who have nothing to do with Mingyuan, that is us, cannot interfere with the plot of Xiao Ran's story. Mingyuan is different from us, perhaps because he was just a visitor from another world, so he was targeted by the Overlord, and he would die if he did not play the villain. But we are different, probably because we are native beings, we will not suffer from the threat of death from the Overlord. Have you forgotten that no matter how we targeted Xiao Ran in our past lives, we are all right now? So, what we have to do is to ensure that all the plots related to Mingyuan that he should appear can be generally maintained. On the other hand, we must target Xiao Ran, cut his wings, weaken his strength, and completely kill Xiao Ran before Mingyuan's playing mission reaches the time of his death. When the protagonist dies, the script naturally cannot go on, and this death has nothing to do with Mingyuan, and there is no reason for the Overlord to force Mingyuan to continue to play the villain, right? At that time, Mingyuan can put down his mask and truly usher in happiness. Su Shuilin breathed a long sigh of relief, depicting her final plan. Although, it would definitely be a hard and difficult battle to kill Xiao Ran, but for Mingyuan, she must win the victory. She recalled that in her previous life, in order to kill Xiao Ran, the power and strength of the female protagonist in these novels were even greater than Xiao Ran himself. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. But no matter how sophisticated they made plans and how they targeted him, Xiao Ran, who was blessed by heaven's Wei Qi luck body, always had inexplicable good luck to help him, and he always became stronger after the crisis. It was a very tough fight, but luckily they won. Su Shuilin seemed to have foreseen that this time when she targeted Xiao Ran, there would definitely be all kinds of inexplicable good luck at that time, and the noble people from heaven would help him. But since she had won once in her previous life and successfully killed him, she would not lose again this time. So, Ruro, do you understand, we have a way to save Mingyuan. Because of him we sobered up and owed him too much, and this time, it is our turn to change the fate of Mingyuan's death. Then Big Sister Lan, what should I do? Xiao Ruro asked. Of course, according to the development of the plot, leave Mingyuan's side, return to your school, and wait until the next plot you should appear in. Ruro, for Mingyuan, we must not try to make any changes in the plot related to him. Su Shuilin said sternly. After listening to her words, Ruro should obediently leave Mingyuan, right? She was so kind, she certainly did not want Mingyuan to be in any possible danger. In all fairness, Su Shuilin did consider this for the safety of Su Mingyuan's life. But it was undeniable that she also had a slight selfishness about this plan. If all the stories and plots related to Mingyuan were performed according to the script in the novel, please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. In the plot of the novel, all the female protagonists extremely loathed Mingyuan. After all, how could the female protagonists have a good impression of the villain? As long as they conflicted with Mingyuan according to the plot of the novel and showed disgust towards him, how could Mingyuan like them? Since she and Ruro were both reborn, there was no guarantee that the other female protagonists would not. Su Shuilin knew that it was actually very wrong of her to do so. As a sister, she should sincerely hope that her brother could get happiness, and when she found that there were excellent and beautiful women who would fall in love with him, she should be even more happy about it. But, when she thought that Mingyuan would marry other women in the future, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. And later she also learned a secret about her own life. Just like the relationship between Xiao Ruro and Xiao Ran. She was not Su Mingyuan's biological sister either. Chapter 13. Ruro is not stupid. Ruro, do you see what I mean? Su Shuilin asked and looked at Xiao Ruro. In her mind, Xiao Ruro would definitely obey her and leave Mingyuan's side for Mingyuan's sake. Xiao Ruro, on the other hand, raised her head and smiled at her. Big Sister Lan, I know that for President Sasake, we should have kept the show going with him, but I still choose to continue to be President Sus' intern secretary. Not only did she not choose to leave, but she directly started calling herself his secretary. Ruro you. Su Shuilin opened her mouth in surprise. Big Sister Lan, there is actually a loophole in what you just said. Xiao Ruro smiled and said, for the safety of President Sus' life, we must ensure that all the plot that he's supposed to be in, they're supposed to be in at the right time. So, just make sure those things happen, and the rest of the details don't matter. For example, the next time there will be a scene in the plot, President Su and I will appear and frame me and my brother. President Su will go to my school to pester me and order someone to take fake photos to create a scandal to ruin my reputation and anger my brother. Then, I just have to make sure it happens at that point in time, right? On that day, I will take the initiative to take President Su to my school and cooperate with his performance to complete the plot, right? Thus, serving as his intern secretary does not cause him to be delayed. Xiao Rurio's remark made Su Shuilin unable to find any reason to refute her. Yes, as long as you ensured that the plot in which Su Mingyuan appeared could still exist and appear, that was enough. Right, she might be Mingyuan's secretary as he secretly photographed Xiao Ruro on campus in order to fabricate photos and create a scandal. What would happen to this situation that was completely illogical? It didn't matter. Big Sister Lan, despite the fact that I don't always think as deeply and as long-term as you, I'm not stupid. Xiao Ruro smiled triumphantly at Su Shuilin as she shook her head, as if she had pointed up her non-existent little tail. This was the first time she had won over Big Sister Lan. Facing Xiao Rurio's cute and somewhat provocative look, Su Shuilin was speechless. She also felt that it was difficult to find any flaws in her words, but she didn't expect that even the most naive Xiao Ruro noticed it. Then Big Sister Lan, as President Su's secretary, I will continue to perform my duties, goodbye. Sister Lan, everyone was not static, everyone will grow. Especially after going through those things. If someone thought that Ruro was still the innocent and kind-hearted cute little girl with a silly appearance, then she would tell you, you are mistaken. ANO circumflex. Xiao Ruro smiled, waved her hand to say goodbye to Su Shuilin in a provocative manner, and walked towards the office. Inside the office, shortly after Xiao Ruro and Su Shuilin left, Su Mingyuan, who was slumped on the chair, seemed to have completely lost his vitality. The sky outside the window was as blue as the sea, and the sun was so bright and beautiful, but his eyes had lost all their radiance. It's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. System, this is the collapse of the plot. The characters of the two female protagonists have changed drastically. How do I act on this? I can't play it. Why am I so unlucky? I saved enough money to travel, but in the end, I encountered space-time turbulence and everything had to be redone from the beginning. After all, who am I to be overly optimistic? The major problem is that I have to do it all over again. As a result, you said that the space-time turbulence not only made me have to start over, but also damaged the origin of the world, causing the originally written plot to collapse even more, and even the female's character have changed. Did you see it? Xiao Ruro actually took the initiative to stay as my intern secretary. It's not like she doesn't know what it means to be my secretary. And Su Shuilin, that sister who hated me, is so gentle and considerate to me. Although the plot of last week's scene has changed a little bit, it's the later stage. At least the characters of these female protagonists haven't changed. They took the initiative to fall in love with Xiao Ran after being guided by me a little bit. But now it's a mess. How do I clean it up? I'm not as good as I was last week, relying on unparalleled strength to correct the plot by the reinforcement of strengthening points. Although the knowledge I acquired is still in my mind, the most important weapon is gone. In last week's episode, Su Mingyuan not only acquired various skills and knowledge that he was interested in, but also chess, medicine, music, painting and so on. He also purchased Xiao Ran's heavenly creation of pure jade divine skill, and directly exchanged the strengthening points for the pure jade divine skill equivalent to 60 years of hard work. But now, although knowledge-related things still remained in his mind, his magical power had completely disappeared because of time travel. Although the villain value was left at 50,000 due to the suspension of time travel, his strengthening points were all used up in the last week. He had no supreme force. He only had 200 strengthening points from his first performance, so how could he correct the plot? When it rained, it poured, all kinds of blows came down. No matter how optimistic he was, it was hard for him to continue. He was no longer the sort of person who had a zest for life and a drive to succeed. System, I can't help it. What can I do if heaven has beaten me to death and refused to let me go home? Host, you have to cheer up. You have to be optimistic. Believe me, nothing can bring you down. Take it down. This time not only the plot collapsed, but even the female protagonist setting has changed. How can you be optimistic? Why don't you give me a solution, system? So what if the character of the heroine has changed? I believe that you can do it, host. Come on, you will only provide me with high levels of motivation, and asking you to provide me with a solution appears to be an impossible task. Su Mingyuan sprung from his chair, a smile spread across his face. He wasn't really desperate just now, just trying to see if the system could really help him come up with a solution. But he didn't expect there was still hope. Although the sky was falling apart now, he did not feel that he had no hope of saving enough points for his travel. He had always been an optimistic guy, and falling into a brief time of despair, he was able to quickly recover. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a very good way. System, why do you think Xiao Ruro is willing to take the initiative to stay as my trainee secretary? Without a systematic answer, he asked himself and answered, according to the original, although Xiao Ruro is pure and kind with a little weakness, she has an unyielding heart and will never yield to evil. But if we think differently, what happens to an ordinary person who encounters such a situation? Chapter 14. Kneel before me, Xiao Ruro. Faced with a powerful and wealthy man demanding compensation of up to 2.5 million yuan, and the dire consequences of offending him, it's only logical that an average person would give in. Like Xiao Ruro, even though her personality had changed and her character's persistence was no longer present, she would choose to stay even when she knew the risk of being violated by him. Because paying 2.5 million yuan was impossible for her. In addition, if she offended him, she would be afraid that I would truly ban her in the entertainment industry and her dream would never come true. So, she will choose to give in. The more Su Mingyuan spoke, the brighter his eyes became, and the more he said, the more he thought his plan was reasonable. Even though she submitted under his power once, she has to force herself to give in the second time and so on. This meant, I have the ability to control, subvert, and order her. I can order her to do whatever I need her to do. For example, in the following plot regarding me and her, that plot of the campus scandal. I can order her to cooperate to finish that plot. Right, I need to ensure that part of the plot happens. I need Xiao Ruro to follow the depiction in the original plot to allow me to perform. But what if her personality changes again? Then I will use her changed personality, the character that yields to my power, to persecute her and order her. He will order her in the same manner as the plot, the scene, the location, and order her to act with him on the plot in the novel, so that he could get the best rating, get the highest villain bonus, and complete with a perfect performance. Su Mingyuan waved his fist excitedly in the air and said, System, I found a way to break this play. As expected of you, host. I knew you would not let me down. Closing square bracket. And Su Shuilin, my good sister, I also know how to use her. After solving Xiao Rurio's problem, Su Mingyuan's mind suddenly came up with another solution. Since she cares so much about me and feels sorry for me because I am her brother, I'll take advantage of her kindness and care to let her accompany me in the plot where she should appear, which will not be too difficult, will it? What if I use my younger brother status to get her to help you? A younger brother tearfully asks his sister for help, and the sister who loves her brother dearly should not refuse fiercely, right? Thinking of it this way, it is not impossible to make up the remaining 50,000 villain points. Su Mingyuan's fighting spirit suddenly rose and he felt that he could do it again. As long as I pinch their weaknesses and let them cooperate with me to act, maybe soon, in less than half a year, I will be able to save enough money for my travel. Rano Beta S. He was full of optimism about this. This world was easy for those who were inclined to do everything. There was nothing that could bring him down, and there was no problem that couldn't be solved at all. As long as he stays optimistic and doesn't lose hope, he can always make a bright future for him. As he twirled the wine glass, the wine inside danced as lightly, indicating his good mood. He raised the glass to the distant sun. To the sun, to his heart, which was really happy and bright like the sun. Su Mingyuan sorted out his mood and decided that he must come up with the best state of mind tomorrow to meet the next scene, which should be his second conflict with Xiao Ran. According to the plot of the novel, after Xiao Ran loses his money and leaves, because the beauty did not succeed, he would still feel very unhappy. He remembered that the uniform worn by Xiao Ran was a little familiar. It looked like the uniform of Xuanmei Cosmetics Company opened by his fiancée Xia Xueqi. He went there the next day to humiliate Xiao Ran and asked Xia Xueqi to fire Xiao Ran on the spot. That was Xiao Ran's first face slapping. His fiancée Xia Xueqi not only did not give him face, but also resolutely defended Xiao Ran, asking Su Mingyuan to quickly get out of her company. What Xia Xueqi, as his fiancée, did, not only did not side with him, but she also defended another man, not to mention his enemy, in front of him. Since Xiao Rurio's softness had altered his plans, it appeared that there was no need for him to pursue Xiao Ran once more. After all, she was too irresistible for any man to resist. But he didn't care, he was the villain, and he was going to target Xiao Ran. Not targeting Xiao Ran, how could he earn villain points and save enough points to travel home after completing the plot? Although in the previous performance, he only received a passing evaluation, in the next performance, he will attract the audience and complete a perfect performance. He will be rewarded with the highest villain points. There is a way that the world is impermanent, but it is impossible to repeat it. He did not believe that this time, Sha Shuiqi's personality had also changed. God couldn't have done this to him, could he? President Su. At this moment, Xiao Rurio's soft and waxy voice sounded behind him. Su Mingyuan turned around and asked, "What did my big sister talk with you about just now?" Big sister Lan didn't say anything to me, just chatted with me about family affairs. Big sister Lan, how long had it been since they met, and they have already become so affectionate? Su Mingyuan didn't give it a second thought as he stared warily at Xiao Ruro. Let's put Xiao Ruro to the test right now, and see if she bowed down to his strength. Ruro, come here, he made an order hastily. Xiao Ruro came over obediently. President Su, do you have any instructions? Su Mingyuan rubbed the smooth edge of the glass as if stroking his beauty's lips. Ruro, do you know what the main job of being my intern secretary is? What is it? The glass illuminated by the sun was crystal clear and the golden light and shadow were projected on the mahogany tabletop, and half of Su Mingyuan's side profile looked more and more handsome in this light and shadow, while the other half of his face looked a little evil in the shadow. A beautiful girl like you must also be extremely intelligent. You know the women who were my intern secretaries and their fate. Since you chose to stay, you are also prepared in your heart, right? He put down the crystal clear wine glass and pulled up Xiao Rurio's slender and beautiful hand. And Xiao Ruro really didn't refuse. Compared with the cold glass, this was the real gem of crystal beauty. Firm and smooth skin, fair complexion, slender fingers and soft palms. And such a treasure, such a work of art, was in his hands, and it was up to the king to do anything with it. Seeing Xiao Rurio's reaction, Su Mingyuan was very happy. She was as easy to give in as he had guessed. Great, his plan could go smoothly. If you are very good, I will take you as a woman who knows current affairs. And I will never treat those who serve me faithfully bad. Su Mingyuan was ready to strike the iron while it was hot, and at this moment, he would completely establish the master-slave relationship between Xiao Ruro and him. His hand climbed up to Xiao Rurio's cheek and stroked it gently. His tone was gentle and his eyes were gentle too. He was sitting and Xiao Ruro was standing, but he looked at her from above her head and said, "If you need money, I have it. If you want to be a dazzling star, then I will use my relationship to push you to the shining stage. Your future, your dreams, everything you desire, I can help you make it happen." The hand that gently caressed Xiao Rurio's face suddenly exerted force, and those eyes, which were filled with tenderness just now, were also filled with icy majesty in an instant. Xiao Ruro, I can give you everything you want. And all you need to do is to give in to me whatever I want completely and obey all my commands, okay? Xiao Ruro grabbed his hand and suddenly smiled. President Su, I don't understand. Chapter 15. I am helpless, I can't do it. No, don't understand. Su Mingyuan's expression instantly changed. In his opinion, Xiao Ruro had not resisted his frivolous behavior of touching her hands and face, which meant that she was mentally prepared to succumb to his advances. This time, striking while the iron was hot, it was obvious that he was about to succeed. But at this moment, while establishing a master-slave relationship, she said that she didn't understand. How could she not understand? If she didn't understand, how would I order her in the future? How would I make her obediently cooperate with me according to my arrangements? It wasn't easy for me to get my optimism and cheer up. I made a plan in high spirits, but in the end. Just what did go wrong? Could it be that my deduction was wrong from the beginning? This is impossible. Su Mingyuan raised his head and looked at Xiao Rurio's smiling face, somewhat at a loss. Xiao Ruro, you said you don't understand. As soon as these words came out, the majestic temperament he had built up step by step manipulating the changes in his demeanor and tone, the heavy sense of oppression was completely shattered. #pleaser@thishapter8wondernovels.com Previously, he had been sitting on a chair, and relying on the power of authority, he confidently looked down on the standing Xiao Ruro. But now, the one being overlooked and held, seemed to be him. Xiao Ruro smiled mysteriously at him. President Su, you might not be able to give me what I want. Su Mingyuan was confused. With my identity as the young master of the Su family, there's still something that I can't give you. There are some things that can't be bought with money and power. Xiao Ruro took his hand and gently placed her fingers between his fingers, then clasped them tightly without leaving any gaps. It's like now, even though I hold your hand tightly, I still feel that there's a huge bottomless gap between you and I. President Su, you have worked hard. Her tone carried infinite tenderness and pity. She looked down at him with eyes that were also full of heartache and tenderness. Su Mingyuan, in my previous life, I never had the opportunity to say this to you, because by the time I woke up, it was too late. Fortunately, in this life, I can start over. However, in the face of such a gaze, Su Mingyuan felt that Xiao Ruro was unfamiliar and his scalp went numb. He felt that his head was completely insufficient to comprehend what Xiao Ruro was saying. Xiao Ruro, just tell me what you want me to give you so that you can submit. What kind of riddle are you pretending to be? Why is there a deep and bottomless chasm between us? Do I have to work hard? As the young master of the Su family, I only need to stretch out my hand and open my mouth for food. I have money and power, where have I worked so hard? Right now, I only feel tired. Su Mingyuan was annoyed, angry, and confused. Things had once again broken away from his expectations and exceeded his control, causing his mentality to suffer another heavy blow. He could not understand why Xiao Ruro would look at him with such a pained gaze. What was her heart aching for? Shouldn't she feel sorry for herself, who was being pressed down by me with money and power? Being stared at by Xiao Ruro with such a gaze, Su Mingyuan felt his entire body turn cold. He felt that the world before him was filled with a strange feeling. Xiao Ruro, I don't need your heartache. The tenderness in your eyes shouldn't be released to me. Your tenderness should be released to your brother, Xiao Ran. I just met you for the first time today. Su Mingyuan's current mood was exceptionally bad. It was clear that the changes in Xiao Ruro's personality were not as he had guessed. If she didn't want to use her money to oppress her, she was clearly not a weak little white rabbit that could be easily intimidated. As a result, he did not know how to make Xiao Ruro cooperate with him in his performance. It's over. Fortunately, at this moment, the development of the matter suddenly changed. He heard Xiao Ruro say to him, President Su, I might have said some strange things, but you don't have to worry about it. I know you want me to listen to your orders and instructions in the future. I can do this, but the reward for doing so if I don't need money, I do indeed need you to help me realize my dream. What? Su Mingyuan immediately raised his head. Xiao Rurio's words meant that she was willing to follow my orders, as long as I could pay a certain price. That's great. My plan can continue. Su Mingyuan waved his fist in excitement. I knew that a person couldn't always be depressed and be optimistic. There was no obstacle. Sometimes, as long as he persevered and waited, the situation would change. His bad mood seemed to be illuminated by the warm sunlight, and it immediately became brilliant. He impatiently asked Xiao Ruro, what reward do you want? If I want the reward, of course it's something you can't give me with your money and power, President Su. Xiao Ruro smiled mysteriously. The sunlight shone through her flowing eyes and slightly red cheeks. At this moment, she seemed to be charming. She leaned close to Su Mingyuan's body and said softly, the reward I want is every time I complete one of your orders or requests, you will give it to me. A kiss. A kiss. Wasn't a kiss simple? Su Mingyuan almost laughed. Ha ha ha, I'll do it now. Chapter 16. I actually made a lot of money. Seeing that Su Mingyuan did not respond for a long time, Xiao Ruro tilted her head and asked curiously. President Su, why don't you agree? Could it be as there's something unspeakable? I really have something to hide, I didn't expect you to discover this. Su Mingyuan felt bitter in his heart. Xiao Ruro, what kind of person have you become? Why can't I see through you at all? Seeing that Su Mingyuan still didn't answer, Xiao Ruro was silent for a while and asked. Could it be President Su, you don't like being active, you prefer being passive? You want me to kiss you proactively? Facing Xiao Rurio's inquiring gaze, Su Mingyuan roared loudly in his heart. Who likes being passive? What the hell? We are real men, we always want to take the initiative and be on top. You're just humiliating me, you know. But in order for his grand plan to proceed smoothly, in order to save enough money to travel home, he had no choice but to nod his head in humiliation, endure the helplessness and resentment, and let out a trembling voice. You're right. President Su, you are handsome, rich, and suave. I thought you would be a very strong and domineering type in that regard, but I didn't expect you to be passive. Xiao Ruro covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. She, who was familiar with Su Mingyuan's diary, of course knew that Su Mingyuan had rules and restrictions that he couldn't violate the heroine, but for some reason, she just wanted to tease and bully him in such a small way. Seeing him show such an expression, she felt a little happy in her heart. Strange, if I had never done such a thing before, when did I become so wicked? Ruro wanted to be an angel, not a little devil. Xiao Ruro patted her hot cheeks, looked down at Su Mingyuan's face as black as the bottom of a pot, and couldn't help but smile slightly. She saw Su Mingyuan's face even more ugly as she wished. Obviously, as a real man, he had to admit that he liked to be passive in front of such a beautiful girl. For Su Mingyuan, it was really a shame. She suppressed her smile and continued, President Su, if the reward is for Ruro to take the initiative, then one is not enough. She raised 2 fingers, I want 2. Okay, it's up to you, just 2. Su Mingyuan's tone was a little impatient. He was now in that state of tired, hurry up and destroy it, everything is up to you. He just wanted to quickly finalize this agreement, then leave this office and find a remote place to be alone. Then, that's it. Xiao Ruro stretched out her little thumb. Also, I will still call you President Su in front of people, but in private, I want to call you Brother Mingyuan, okay? As you please, as you please. Su Mingyuan and her pulled the hook, which was a deal. Immediately after that, he made an excuse and ran to the toilet to be alone. Like passive or something. God, he really didn't know how to face Xiao Ruro now, especially seeing her half-smiling eyes. In the office, after Su Mingyuan left, Xiao Ruro stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the vast and high sky outside the window, smiling contentedly and happily. She finally got what she wanted. Moreover, she had already gone ahead than everyone. Sister Lan, I'm afraid you don't know, you did not drive me away from Brother Mingyuan. And soon, I'll be able to get more kisses from him. As long as Brother Mingyuan still needs me, and needs me as the heroine in the story to perform necessary plots, then I will rely on this in the future. What will I fail to ask for from him? His kisses, his touch, his care, his tenderness, and his love. If I wasn't the innocent little girl I used to be, I wouldn't be fooled away by a few words. I will work hard for my own happiness and be with the people I love. I am not stupid, I have never been stupid. Next to the washbasin in the toilet, Su Mingyuan poured cold water on his face several times before he let out a sigh of relief. Don't you just like being passive? What a shame. As long as the plan goes smoothly, I can get a lot of villain points, save enough travel expenses to go home. Whether I like being active or passive, does it matter? It's not important. He looked at himself in the mirror, his face soaked in water was a little blurry in the mirror. Please read fishapter8wondernovels.com. Through that blurred face, he seemed to see blurred figures, which were his parents, grandparents, friends and brothers from childhood to adulthood. Yes, this kind of thing really doesn't matter, as long as I can go home, back to Earth. Su Mingyuan wiped the water off his face and smiled at the mirror. Optimism returned to his face. Thinking about it again, the current situation was actually not too bad for him, even a good one. Although there was a problem with the plan to use money and power to force Xiao Ruro to surrender, the result was good, and he succeeded in the end, didn't he? Although Xiao Ruro would force to kiss her passively and forcefully in the future, if you think about it from another angle, doesn't this mean that the beauty has come forward to serve me and let me taste her lips? What was wrong with me being there just now? I actually earned it. Earned big. Last week, when he saw Xiao Ran hugging from side to side, when he thought that he was destined to have those heroines who were like gods, but he could only be a villain who was beaten in the face, a deep feeling appeared in his heart, unhappy. That's why he asked the system a ridiculous question, although I can't violate the heroine, what if one day they take the initiative to violate me? At that time, the system also commented that he was simply delusional, and he also felt that he was simply daydreaming. Unexpectedly, now this absurd idea seems to be really coming true. The woman who touched Xiao Ran. Although passive, But why do you always feel a little excited? When Su Mingyuan returned to the office, he had no negative emotions at all. Although he still couldn't see through Xiao Ruro, in his eyes, since Xiao Rurio's personality changed drastically, her body was full of mystery, weirdness, and even making him a little scared. But since she took the initiative to come up and give herself sugar-coated cannonballs, she only needed to respond to all changes, eat the sugar-coated candy he gave, and give her back the cannonballs. There will not be any more problems. Ruro, I'm going to get off work. You can decide the time to get off work, depending on the situation. Although it was noon now, it was still very early to get off work, and some people only go to work at this time. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. But he was the boss, and he gets off work when he returned. The first act had already ended, Xiao Rurio's problems had been dealt with, and he had no reason to stay here. Wouldn't it be nice to go home and relax? No need to think about how to maintain the plot, no need to be forced to pretend to be arrogant and be forced to slap in the face by Xiao Ran. He can be free to do whatever he wants, and continue his playful life. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. However, as soon as he left the company, Xiao Ruro chased him out. Brother Mingyuan, if you go home, won't you take me with you? Chapter 17. Rurio's Temptation. Isn't the secretary's responsibility to help the boss not only in his work but also in his life? Xiao Rurio's smile was as beautiful as a clear water hibiscus. However, a trace of vigilance rose in Su Mingyuan's heart. The agreement you made with me before is already beyond understanding, and now you are still taking the initiative to go home with me. Xiao Ruro, what are you thinking about? Why can't I see through you at all? Still, he wasn't about to refuse. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. It was the same sentence. When the sugar coating was done and the cannonballs were fired, he, Su Mingyuan, was not afraid at all. Okay, get in the car. He nodded. Xiao Ruro opened the car door and sat beside him. The car that Su Mingyuan sat in was specially customized by Rolls-Royce, the only top luxury car in the world. Su Mingyuan was named Wind God. Young Master Su liked famous cars and wines, beautiful women and jade, so his car must be different. The model of this car was very cool. The gold label of Rolls-Royce reflected its brilliance under the sun. When the streamlined body was rushing, it felt as if it was hovering in the air, as if it was really the wind god, leaving behind chaotic streams of wind. The car's cabin was also large, with roomy and comfortable rear seats that folded down to form a large bed that was big enough for 3 people to roll around at will. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Moreover, in such a spacious back row, Xiao Ruro didn't choose to sit by the window after getting in the car, but instead sat directly next to Su Mingyuan. The buttocks outlined by the short skirt were close to his body, the overlapping thighs are plump and round, and the calves are straight, slender, and well proportioned. The hip skirt outlined by the attractive curve of the buttocks was close to his body, overlapping thighs which looked plump and round. Her calves were straight and slender, proportionate and beautiful. While her long legs swayed slowly in the air, and occasionally brushed or rubbed against Su Mingyuan's legs. Every curve drawn up and down was like Su Mingyuan's chaotic heartbeat. At this moment, she seemed to have shed her innocence, seductive but dangerous. Su Mingyuan's breathing couldn't help being a little short. A peerless beauty was by your side, and she provoked you so intentionally or unintentionally, not to mention that her identity was still the sister of your enemy Xiao Ran, this who could resist? An oubs. Su Mingyuan really held back. The temptation of a woman and the temptation to go home. Between the two, the temptation to go home was a little bigger to him. He was not a man controlled by his lower body. At this moment, Xiao Ruro leaned towards his ear and breathed out, Brother Mingyuan, if you are tired, you can rest on my lap for a while. Need pillow. Is there such a good thing? Ruro, since this is your initiative, then I won't be shy. Su Mingyuan immediately lay on her lap without any hesitation. No matter how much sugar-coated bombs like this, I, Su Mingyuan, will take it all. The first feeling when he lay down was that it was very soft, fragrant, and white, but this was not the kind of flabby soft, but had a slightly stretched elasticity. It could only be described with one word. Incredible. President Su, you must be very tired from work on weekdays. Let me give you a massage. Xiao Rurio's hands lightly stroked his forehead and scalp, and began to massage him. Very tired. As a playboy, Su Mingyuan, who never cared about company affairs, how could he be tired? But if you could lie on the beauty's lap and feel the plumpness of her thigh, enjoying her massage service, why bother to expose it? At this moment, this double comfort made Su Mingyuan feel great enjoyment. I'm afraid that Guy Xiaoran can't imagine that I'm lying on his most precious sister's thigh right now while enjoying her massage, right? Maybe even he had never enjoyed Xiao Rurio's service. Thinking of this, Su Mingyuan couldn't help laughing proudly. President Su, what are you laughing at? Xiao Ruro asked in a low voice. Nothing. By the way, don't you need to tell your brother about you and I going home? Su Mingyuan asked. I will tell him later. Xiao Ruro replied after a pause. Su Mingyuan didn't ask any further, because at this time he was already engrossed in Xiao Rurio's superb massage skills, and he closed his eyes so comfortably that he was about to fall asleep. So he didn't notice that from the moment he lay on Xiao Rurio's lap, her cheeks had been hot and crimson like the gorgeous sunset in the sky. In the past, Xiao Ruro could not have been so bold, and even took the initiative to tease the opposite sex. And today, she couldn't resist forcibly kissing Su Mingyuan, and clasping her fingers tightly with him. So, she even made such a ridiculous agreement, and teased him in the car to let him rest on her lap. In fact, during the process of doing these things, she was so nervous and flustered that her heartbeat was thumping up and down, but this feeling was not bad. Looking at Su Mingyuan lying on her lap smiling and sleeping, Xiao Ruro gently stroked his cheek, showing a shy and sweet smile. Brother Mingyuan, we will definitely experience more of this sweet time in the future. Half an hour later, Rolls-Royce Wind God stopped at the door of the villa. Su Mingyuan only felt that he had a good night's sleep and got out of the car refreshed. After finding a servant to set up Xiao Rurio's room, he went up to the second floor of the villa and opened a room that only he could enter. Monitoring room. In this villa, large and small cameras were arranged in both light and dark places, and all the pictures recorded and monitored by these cameras could only be viewed in this room. Su Mingyuan clicked on one of the pictures. That was Xiao Rurio's room. Yes, although he just finished enjoying Xiao Rurio's lap pillow and massage, he always kept a vigilance towards Xiao Ruro in his heart. A little pleasure of beauty could make him lose his mind and sink into a trance. That was so underestimating him. He, Su Mingyuan, was not a man controlled by his lower body, and never had been. So even though he just enjoyed Xiao Rurio's benefits, as soon as he entered the villa, he immediately abandoned her and came to the monitoring room, trying to find out something. Because today's Xiao Ruro was too unfamiliar, too mysterious, and too unpredictable for him. Why did she have so many abnormal and strange behaviors, and what was she thinking in her heart? At this moment, he might be able to find out. In the room. Xiao Ruro remembered what Su Mingyuan asked in the car just now, and after thinking about it, she decided to call Xiao Ran to explain. If she took the initiative to explain, but Xiao Ran would not be suspicious again. But if Xiao Ran later found out that she didn't go home at night and was staying in Su Mingyuan's villa, then it would be difficult to explain it clearly before convincing him. Beep beep beep. After a few rings, the phone was connected. Hey, Ruro, what's the matter with the call? Brother, I probably won't go home for the internship these days. I'm going to live in Su Mingyuan's villa temporarily. Hearing this, Xiao Ran suddenly burst into anger. What Ruro, did that bastard Su Mingyuan force you? Are you all right? I'll save you right away. No, brother, don't worry, just listen to me. In order to reassure Xiao Ran, Xiao Ruro began to make up excuses. Although I live in his villa, I won't be liked by him, because Su Mingyuan he is suave and can conquer many women, but in fact he can't do it at all. Yes, is that so? That's it. And brother, only if I live with him, I will have a better chance to help you steal his jade pendant and inform you in time when he arranges a plan against you. Chapter 18, Because I Love You. After hanging up, Xiao Ran already believed Xiao Rurio's words. After all, this was the younger sister who grew up with him, and if he didn't believe her, there was no one in this world that could be trusted by him. At the same time, all the content of this conversation was perfectly conveyed to Su Mingyuan's ears in the monitoring room through monitoring. So that's it. To steal my jade pendant and be Xiao Ran's undercover agent to secretly pass on information to him. It turns out that Xiao Ruro has such a motive. Su Mingyuan waved his fist excitedly. Through this secret monitoring, he finally understood what kind of wishful thinking Xiao Ruro had. He finally got a glimpse of Xiao Rurio's intentions. But he wasn't happy for long, and calmed down immediately. But there are a lot of things that don't make sense. Su Mingyuan thought of a series of sugar-coated bombs delivered to his door by Xiao Ruro, held his chin, and fell into deep thought. If you are an undercover agent, do you need to sacrifice yourself like this? Kissing me, make such an outrageous agreement with myself, and give me a knee pillow massage. Also, in the conversation just now, Xiao Ruro lied to Xiao Ran that I was impotent to reassure him. This is why. Could it be that this wasn't her true intention? Or she would rather sacrifice her beauty in order to target me, Xiao Ran's enemy, and to pass on information to Xiao Ran? And she clearly knew that Xiao Ran definitely didn't want her to sacrifice herself, so she lied about me being impotent, so that Xiao Ran could feel at ease. Even so, Su Mingyuan was still a little confused. To say that Xiao Ruro sacrificed herself in order to be Xiao Ran's undercover agent, he always felt that this reason was a bit far-fetched. But other than that, he really couldn't think of any other reason. It doesn't matter, if you can't figure it out, try again. Just in time, I'm going to Xuanmei Company tomorrow to target Xiao Ran and start my second performance. Then I'll tell her the news later to see if she will secretly remind Xiao Ran. At that time, it would be clear at a glance whether Xiao Ruro was Xiao Ran's undercover agent. After making a plan, Su Mingyuan immediately prepared to execute it. He was such a resolute man. He first asked the servants in the villa to prepare lunch, and then came to Xiao Ruro's room and knocked on the door. Ruro, would you like to have lunch with me? The door opened, revealing Xiao Ruro's pretty smiling face. Okay. In the luxuriously decorated restaurant, the long table was full of exquisite meals. Each dish on the table was made of top-quality ingredients, carefully cooked and placed by the most professional chef, and made into fragrant and decorative dishes. They looked exquisite. They were both delicious and artistic, like pieces of art in a museum, waiting for people to appreciate and taste. The luxury and connotation of a wealthy family could also be seen in this small place. However, Su Mingyuan's intention to ask Xiao Ruro to have lunch was obviously not to show her how rich and meaningful his family was. The whole long table was large enough to accommodate 20 people, but Xiao Ruro chose to sit beside Su Mingyuan alone. Brother Mingyuan, do you need me to serve you a meal? She smiled brightly. Su Mingyuan shook his head and refused. No need. By the way, Ruro, there's something I've always wondered about, can you help me answer it? What's up? Su Mingyuan turned to face her, looked into her eyes and asked, why are you so enthusiastic about me? You are my boss and I am your secretary, shouldn't I be warm to you? Xiao Ruro asked back with a smile. You know what I want to hear, not this vague answer, Xiao Ruro. Su Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at her with a scrutiny, and began to put pressure on her. I have checked your information. You are very beautiful, but you never thought to exchange your beauty for anything. Even though life was very difficult since you were a child, you have always kept yourself clean and not tempted by money. But today, you didn't show any struggle to throw yourself into my arms, kiss me actively, and provide me with knee pillow and massage services when I'm tired. It's abnormal, it's very different from your usual behavior. Xiao Ruro, can you tell me why? In the face of Su Mingyuan's questioning and his stern appearance, Xiao Ruro smiled and stared at his face affectionately, with strange sparkles in his eyes. Why? Because I like you, brother Mingyuan. She said this in a soft voice, without trembling, but it took a lifetime of courage. At this moment, Su Mingyuan suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Ruro, I never thought you would give such a reason. I believe it, I really believe it. He said that he believed it, but the smile in his tone and the corners of his mouth raised undoubtedly proved that in his eyes, Xiao Ruro's words were such a clumsy and ridiculous excuse. Xiao Ruro, did you say you like me? Ha ha ha, this is literally the funniest joke I've heard today. You are the female protagonist in Urban Supremacy Emperor. You are Xiao Ran's most trusted and closest sister. You grew up with him, respected him and admired him. As a result, you now come to me, meet me for the first time today, and say, you like me. Saying that you fell in love with the villain you hate at first sight. Ha ha ha, how is this possible? Xiao Ruro, you think I'm a fool, so easy to deceive. Seeing Su Mingyuan smiling so happily, Xiao Ruro lowered her head, the smile on the corner of her mouth faded bitterly, and her eyes suddenly dimmed. Knowing that she said such a thing at this time, it was very likely that she would be misunderstood by brother Mingyuan and regarded as a joke by him. But she still couldn't help but muster the courage to speak. She was clearly prepared to be laughed at, but when she really saw that he felt that her confession to him was just a ridiculous excuse and laughed because of it. My heart, why are you so sad? How many sincere words were said inadvertently, but they were ignored as a joke. She wiped the corners of her eyes, raised her head, and smiled at Su Mingyuan. Brother Mingyuan, I was really joking. Su Mingyuan immediately put away his smile, looked at her and asked, then what is your real purpose? My real purpose? Brother Mingyuan, everyone has some little secrets. As long as you know, I definitely didn't stay by your side to harm you, that's fine. Xiao Ruro didn't dare to tell him all the truth. In the previous life, Big Sister Lan and the others speculated that the so-called will of the world might be like a robot with a programmed program. It would only execute commands strictly according to the program. Otherwise, when he awakened these female protagonists, the heavens descended and killed them. How could he just sit back and watch them unite against Xiaoran? He might not be able to obliterate the native creatures of this world at will, and could only use various means of interference with luck to affect the operation of the world. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Because in the future, he just blindly strengthened Xiao Ran's luck to try to keep him alive, without letting Xiao Ran's strength suddenly skyrocket to the level of a god, and he didn't kill them backhand as punishment after they killed Xiao Ran. Even at the moment of killing Xiao Ran, they felt the shadow of that will shrouding their heads, and the damned will of the world was also destroyed because of Xiao Ran's death. The so-called will of the world might be in a symbiosis with Xiao Ran, trying to make the whole world evolve and develop with Xiao Ran as the protagonist. So he needed Brother Mingyuan to play the villain to continue the development of the plot. Then as long as Brother Mingyuan was still acting according to his will, he would not kill Brother Mingyuan. But if Brother Mingyuan were to know the identity of her rebirth and the truth of everything, in the eyes of Worldwell, he would become an accomplice trying to kill Xiao Ran. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. As the main culprits, because of the identity of the native creatures and the heroine of the novel, the will of the world couldn't kill her. But Brother Mingyuan, an unprotected visitor from another world, would surely be mercilessly obliterated by it. Therefore, Brother Mingyuan must not be allowed to know the truth of everything and that he was reborn. In the face of Su Mingyuan's questioning, Xiao Ruro could only choose to avoid talking about it. She really couldn't tell him the reason for everything. But her silence and concealment left a deep rift in Su Mingyuan's heart. Chapter 19. Won't you feel sorry for him? Looking at Xiao Ruro's passive demeanor, Su Mingyuan felt that his prior suspicions about Xiao Ruro being the undercover agent was not entirely incorrect. The reason why she refused to confess to him was because she was the undercover agent Xiao Ran had placed on his side. So of course, she wouldn't tell what she was up to. Thinking of this, Su Mingyuan took a deep breath. Sigh. Xiao Ruro's lips' taste made him feel nostalgic. He rested his head on her thighs, which felt rather comfortable. Her massage was also excellent. But, even though there is something wrong with Xiao Ruro's character, she is still Xiao Ran's younger sister who will think of him. Besides, she is one of the female protagonists in this world. As a member of Xiao Ran's future harem, she has her heart set on the novel's protagonist, Xiao Ran. That's right. It's impossible for her to say she liked him. This really made him. It really made him feel great. This is simply great. Since Xiao Ruro still had Xiao Ran in her heart, the world may not have collapsed completely and it would be easier for him to bring the chaotic plot back to the right track. Su Mingyuan feared that each female protagonist character had changed drastically, making them dislike Xiao Ran. Knowing there's a lot behind the plot for the conflict between him, Xiao Ran and Xiao Ran's harem. If these female protagonists didn't like Xiao Ran and wouldn't fall in love with Xiao Ran, he wouldn't know how to correct the plot. The system didn't sell love potions either. But it's okay, although the female protagonist's attitude had changed, as long as there was no major ruination, there would still be a solution. And it had to be said, Xiao Ruro thought about Xiao Ran like this, but for him, she had to sacrifice her beauty to him. How come? Sounds a bit disgusting. Anyhow, Su Mingyuan got a little excited. Brother Mingyuan, don't be angry, I really have a reason why I can't say it. Seeing Su Mingyuan's gloomy face for a moment, Xiao Ruro felt slightly uncomfortable. Tugging at the sleeve of his coat, she said, anyway, I really won't hurt you, Brother Mingyuan. Will not harm me. Su Mingyuan instinctively held her hand and caressed it in his palm. While stroking her hand, he said, so, you still care for my own good. When confronted with Su Mingyuan's finger stroking, Xiao Ruro reddened abnormally. Ruro, since you're doing it for my own good, Then if one day your brother Xiao Ran and I have a conflict at the same time, who would you help? A fatal question. Xiao Ruro was suddenly stunned. Of course she would choose to help Su Mingyuan, but how could she justify at this time, her personality and her identity, that she was not helping Xiao Ran? Moreover, even within the two parties, Su Mingyuan and Xiao Ran, if she said she would choose to help brother Mingyuan, will brother Mingyuan believe her? He would just think that her confession was playing him like a fool, and now she said such an answer. She was afraid that she would become a bad woman who was full of lies in his mind. She didn't want to leave such an image in the heart of brother Mingyuan. So, Xiao Ruro remained silent for a long time. I don't know. She lowered her head and gave such an indecisive answer. However, in Su Mingyuan's eyes, this hesitant answer was an answer in itself. In other words, when he had the idea that Xiao Ruro was most likely Xiao Ran's undercover agent, he became more and more certain of this idea. No matter what Xiao Ruro answered, his brain would automatically deduce the result to the side he wants. Forget it if you don't know, but Ruro, here I want to tell you something. Su Mingyuan said slowly in her ear, I just suddenly remembered the clothes your brother was wearing. It is the special uniform of the cosmetics company my fiancé owns. Although you chose to stay and be my secretary for him, I'm not going to let him go. Tomorrow, I'm going to go to Zanmei and have my fiancé fire him in front of everyone. But you don't have to worry. He put Xiao Rurio's small palm in his palm, warm and forceful. Because of your good behavior, as long as he accepts, if he doesn't come down and mess with me, then I won't bother to touch him again. I'll just let him lose his job. Do you feel bad? After he finished speaking, he suddenly released Xiao Rurio's hand, got up aggressively and walked away, disappearing at the door, leaving Xiao Ruro ruthlessly in the restaurant alone. 1 second he was threatening in a gentle voice, and the next second he left her coldly and ruthlessly. The sudden turn of events, so fast that Xiao Ruro was a bit caught off guard. Meanwhile, Su Mingyuan had already dashed up to the second floor, entered the monitoring room and opened the monitoring screen. This was another one of his trials. To test whether Xiao Ruro would convey this information to Xiao Ran. In the restaurant, the temperature in the palm of her hand was fleeting. Xiao Ruro sat silently for a while, then suddenly got up and went back to the room. Please read this chapter 800novels.com. Brother Mingyuan gave her a strong sense of oppression just now. Not only was he holding her hand with force, but also in his words and eyes, there was an unusual sharpness piercing at her. Like forcing her to make a choice right away. She knew when she came here that brother Mingyuan would definitely be suspicious of her because of her different behavior, but it doesn't matter. As long as Xiao Ran was dead and the truth was revealed, then brother Mingyuan would understand that her love for him was all true. He would know that everything she did was really for his own good. How profound the misunderstanding was at the moment determined how profound the emotion would be in the subsequent time. And she, as the woman who was with him from the very beginning and had been with him ever since, certainly would thus win his ultimate love. Besides, whether it was brother Mingyuan who was sternly interrogating her and showing his domineering attitude or the brother Mingyuan who showed a shocked expression because of her abnormal behavior, she liked it very much. Strong and domineering, stunned and panic, both of which made her fascinated. And now, she was going to go back to the room to contact her real brother Xiao Ran and tell him what Su Mingyuan was going to the company for tomorrow. After all, the reason she offered to convince Xiao Ran was that she volunteered to be his undercover agent. Please read this chapter 800novels.com. And this type of information, which would be destined to happen but has no effect on brother Mingyuan, could be utilized to consolidate Xiao Ran's trust. This way, Xiao Ran would be more at ease with her, trust her more wholeheartedly. In case something happened in the future, he would not hide it from her. If Xiao Ran secretly arranged a plan for brother Mingyuan in the future, she would know it as soon as possible. She would notify Big Sister Lan, so that brother Mingyuan can eliminate the danger in advance before he could even realize that the danger was coming. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruro picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Ran's number. Chapter 20. What an exciting scene that would be. Fire me. Don't worry, Ruro, President Xia won't listen to that dude. She has always disliked him. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Ran smiled confidently. Xiao Ruro also had a false smile on her face and said, Big brother, since that's the case, then I'm relieved. She hung up. However, the fake smile on Xiao Rurio's face disappeared instantly. Hearing the upturned tone of Xiao Ran just now, it was obvious that he was very happy to be informed about this matter as his undercover agent. Plan accomplished. She joyfully waved her small fist in celebration of her accomplishment. And her traitorous smug look was caught by Su Mingyuan's eyes. His probe was indeed correct that Xiao Ruro would tip off Xiao Ran as soon as she returned to her room. All the conversations between the two of them were heard in the monitoring room, as clear as they were talking in his ear. And now, he was finally sure of it. Xiao Ruro really wanted to be an undercover agent. Although some details were unclear and some of her abnormal behaviors still could not be reasonably explained. But the truth was right in front of his own eyes, and also 2 times in a row. So, there was no doubt that Xiao Ruro was an undercover agent. Strong undercover. This was what he saw with his own eyes. What about Brother Mingyuan, Brother Mingyuan? She called him Brother Mingyuan, but she was still thinking of his brother Xiao Ran. He's your real brother, your lover, right? At this point, Su Mingyuan was 100% sure of what he figured. The next, Su Mingyuan clapped his hands with excitement. Perfect. Great. It's perfect. As the plot proceeded, there would have been several undercover agents from Xiao Ran by his side. He also worried about how to make these undercover agents appear smoothly according to the plot in case the plot changed. And now there's one that's already made. In the future, when he planned to deal with Xiao Ran in private according to the plot, he didn't need to prepare Xiao Ran in advance to inform him, it was enough for Xiao Ruro to be by his side. Ruro, you are really a treasure. You can give me benefits again. You are also working undercover for Xiao Ran for free to help me correct the plot. I really like you. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow, there would be a scene where Xiao Ran will be humiliated, but on the other hand, he would be slapped on the face, so why not bring her along? Just think of that exciting scene. What happened was, he, as the fiancé of Xiao Ran's immediate boss, arrogantly ordered his fiancé to fire Xiao Ran in front of all the company's staff. Behind Xiao Ran was his younger sister, who stayed overnight at his house tonight. However, at the moment of Xiao Ran's extreme humiliation, Sha Xueqi would suddenly rebuke, not Xiao Ran, but Su Mingyuan. In front of all Xuanmei employees, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sha Xueqi, the fiancé of dignified Su family's younger master, Su Mingyuan, even reprimanded him for another man, especially that person he wanted to humiliate. More importantly, he thought he had grasped Xiao Ran's younger sister and brought her to Xiao Ran to show off and humiliate her. However, in reality, Xiao Ruro was Xiao Ran's undercover agent, and she had already told Xiao Ran everything. Everything he did today had been anticipated by Xiao Ran before it happened. And he, Su Mingyuan, was an impotence in Xiao Ran's eyes, a piece of trash who relied on women to show off and prove he was not infertile. He brought Xiao Ruro to humiliate Xiao Ran, but he didn't know that he was the one who would be completely humiliated. Such a story, such a development. From Xiao Ran's point of view, wasn't it cool enough for such a classic desire to be promoted first to be suppressed, a huge reversal, and the contrast between the bright and the dark? Had he, Su Mingyuan, been hit in the face by 2 women? Whether it was his fiancée Sha Xueqi, whom he thought would listen to him, or Xiao Ruro, who was secretly in fact Xiao Ran's undercover agent. Before Xiao Ran could make a move, the existence and performance of the 2 of them have completely made Xiao Ran pretend to be a big guy, and compared with him, Su Mingyuan was a clown-like existence. Please read this chapter at wondernovel.com. OMG. It's perfect. Thinking of this, Su Mingyuan couldn't imagine how amazing he would get villain points from the system after completing such a performance. He didn't expect that Xiao Rurio's change would not only not spoil his business, but also cooperate with Xiao Ran and play a big role, making his performance more dramatic and impactful. Nice job, Xiao Ruro. Tomorrow I will definitely take you with me. Without you, my excellent performance would have lost a lot of color. Su Mingyuan beautifully opened his computer, clicked on a mysterious software and browsed the beauty portraits inside. This was a software that only the rich and young in China were qualified to log in. Every girl in it was said to be beautiful, the face value of at least 90 or more. Their photos and their own faces were exactly the same, not Photoshop or beautified faces. And the family was clean, no bad habits, no medical history. This software was used by the rich and powerful young men to choose a concubine. Su Mingyuan wanted to experience the feeling of using it for a long time. He, Su Mingyuan, was a well-known dude in the Ming capital. How can he not even play with a woman after he crossed over, right? He should also be in line with his character, exchange life with a few beauties, and experience different landscapes, right? Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Tomorrow. After tomorrow's performance, he will ask one of the girls to come out to chat and enjoy the moon. The next morning, they woke up together in the same bed bathed in the sun. Su Mingyuan was full of expectations. When it was time for dinner, Xiao Ruro noticed that Su Mingyuan had a much better mood than he did at noon. He skillfully grabbed her hand and asked, "Ruro, how about I take you with me when I go to humiliate your brother Xiao Ran tomorrow?" Huh, Xiao Ruro was a little surprised. Su Mingyuan didn't wait for her answer, and patted her palm. He said to her with a smile, "When that moment comes, you must behave well. Do not disappoint me." "Brother Mingyuan, what are you talking about?" Xiao Ruro opened her eyes wide and looked at him suspiciously. Su Mingyuan had already hummed a small tune, put Xiao Ruro to the side, and was also enjoying the food. With the prospect of earning a huge number of villain points and strengthening the progress toward going home, he was in a fantastic mood. At night, he forgot to continue testing Xiao Ruro to see how much she could sacrifice to be Xiao Ran's undercover agent. But the days were long, and he had time to explore this. No hurry, he could play with her slowly. Su Mingyuan fell asleep with anticipation and joy. As the moon slowly rolled over to the other side of the earth, the sun gently woke him up. It was the second day. Let him, Su Mingyuan, take the center stage again for the villain's second performance. Let the show start. Chapter 21. He is so kind, but had to act so evil and arrogant. Wow, is that a Rolls-Royce? Does Rolls-Royce have such an eye-catching look? Gosh, how I wish the owner of this car would glance at me and invite me to have a cup of coffee. Come on, look at the secretary who opened the door for him. That appearance alone is enough to be immortal, and how can you, this small hoof, be compared to her? At the entrance of Xuanmei Company, Su Mingyuan got down from his specially customized Rolls-Royce. With a relaxed gaze, the wind god looked at the high-rise building in front of him. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Once I enter this door, the plot will begin. He will play a qualified and terrific villain in order to complete the play in a spectacular way. Before entering the company's lobby, Su Mingyuan asked Xiao Ruro, "Ruro, do you know why I want to bring you with me today?" "I don't know." Xiao Ruro shook her head. She really didn't know why Su Mingyuan brought her along here. According to the original plot, she should not have appeared in this scene. Now, her mere presence in this scene was a face-slapping to Xiao Ran, implying that she had committed a betrayal in secret. With this, the original scene would be considerably less dramatic and significant than it would have been. But Brother Mingyuan had hoped that every performance could restore the plot and even surpass the plot. "I don't think bringing me here would be a good idea at all. Why did he bring me with him?" Xiao Ruro couldn't figure it out. She really didn't know the reason. "You really don't know?" Su Mingyuan smiled mysteriously. "It's all right. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Later, you just need to stand by my side and don't have to do anything, or just do what you want." I don't care if Xiao Ruro doesn't understand why he's bringing her, because her presence will provide novelty value to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ruro also did not dwell on what Su Mingyuan said. Since Brother Mingyuan thinks it's not important, then it's not important. Anyway, I'll just do what he said. But, Xiao Ruro raised her stunning face and asked, "Brother Mingyuan, is this an order?" The summer wind was blowing in her ear. However, the fine strands of hair were like the ripples floating in the pond, and the sunlight reflected in each of her eyes. Her clear eyes were like talking stars, sparkling and glittering. Su Mingyuan even breathed lightly, like he was afraid of destroying the amazing scenery in front of him. After a long while, he finally calmed himself and said, "Yes, this is my order." Since Xiao Ruro took the initiative to send herself to door, how could Su Mingyuan be stupid enough to refuse? When he was forcibly kissed by her in the office yesterday, he was too shocked at the time. When he came back to his senses, he only tasted a glimpse of the fleeting beauty. This time he wouldn't be submissive, shocked and flustered. Anyway, it was the female protagonist who took the initiative, so he didn't have to take the blame. When the time comes, he must kiss Xiao Ruro until the sky is dark, kiss her until the sun and moon are gone, and let her experience my kissing abilities. It's better to kiss her till she suffocates, kiss her until she can't stand it any longer, and afterwards she would start pleading with him for mercy. Alright, since Xiao Ruro wanted to be Xiao Ran's undercover agent, don't hold it against him because he will eat you and harass you. He was sure he would receive a lot more villain points later on for his outstanding performance. Then, following the scene, a female protagonist will personally kiss him, and he will meet a young girl from a distinguished family who will join him in bed at night to talk about anything under the sun. He now had the impression that everything was going perfectly and that today would be especially auspicious. Let's go Ruro, let's go in. Su Mingyuan led Xiao Ruro into Xuanmei Company. As soon as he entered the company, Su Mingyuan could hear the system sound. Ding! Entering the plot. Please ask the host to complete the role-playing task according to the villain's character. After the role is completed, you will be able to obtain 102,000 villain points according to the level of the assessment evaluation. Great. This time he'll get more than 1800 villain points, okay. Su Mingyuan thought optimistically. He was very sure of himself. His villain's arrogant and wicked demeanor was imprinted into his face instantly. Where is Sha Shuiqi's office? Take me there, he asked fearsomely as he approached a passing female employee. The female employee was a little irritated when she was abruptly stopped by a stranger, and even more enraged when she heard the stranger address her company's president by her first name, which she thought was quite insulting. Sir, do you have an appointment? If not, do you have a visitor's pass? If you do not have any, our company does not welcome unauthorized personnel to enter. Oh, you're a crazy little girl, aren't you? Do you have any idea who I am? Su Mingyuan sneered. He stretched out his hand and slapped the female staff in the face as if no one else was there, and while hitting he spoke. Ruro, give her my business card. He didn't hit hard, but what he did was definitely full of humiliation and disgrace. As a villain, he should be arrogant and aggressive, but it was only less than a moment after he entered this company that he performed it perfectly. When the surrounding employees saw this scene, they were already a little resentful and wanted to rush up to help their fellow coworker. The female employee had been humiliated to the point that her rage raced to her heart in an instant. She wanted to slap this bastard in the face with her backhand. However, when she saw Xiao Ruro hand over his business card, her anger was instantly quenched by a large basin of cold water, and a chill rose in her heart. Su Mingyuan. Frightened emotions suddenly flooded into her heart. The resentment on her face suddenly turned into nervousness and panic. She bowed her head and apologized respectfully. Young Master Su, please forgive my offense. I know where the office of President Sha is, I will take you there. Alright. Go ahead and lead the way, Su Mingyuan instructed her in a tone like instructing a dog. This arrogant approach caused everyone in the vicinity who witnessed this scenario to grit their teeth in secret. But they were helpless in awe of his prestige. Right. How can ordinary people have the courage to offend the young master of the Su family, Su Mingyuan, one of the four major families? Su Mingyuan strode haughtily and was led by the female employee to the VIP elevator. During the whole process, no one dared to speak, and everyone automatically made a way for him, making him look like an evil devil. If it weren't for the fact that she now knew the truth about everything, Xiao Ruro would most likely feel a strong dislike for Su Mingyuan seeing what was going on in front of her. But she clearly remembered the contents of every page of his diary. Although Brother Mingyuan will act more annoying in the future, even if the female employee led him to the president office, he would still threaten Sha Shuiqi to let her fire because of what she did in the lobby. But it was all an act. But according to the plot, the female employee will not be fired. Even if she was really fired, Brother Mingyuan had secretly made preparations to compensate her, and will secretly send someone to introduce her to work in a new cosmetics company in the name of Xiao Ran, and compensate her for a lot of money. He was so kind, but had to act so evil and arrogant. Brother Mingyuan is truly pitiful. The three took the special elevator to the 27th floor and arrived at Sha Shuiqi's office. Outside the office door, Xiao Ran was guarding the door like a soldier. Yet, Sha Shuiqi was not inside, because she was in a meeting at the time with another bodyguard surnamed Yang standing by the door of the conference room. Seeing the appearance of the three, Xiao Ran's face appeared clearly surprised. The female staff member who led the way here asked tremblingly. Su Young Master Su, this is President Sha's office. If you have nothing to order, can I leave? Nothing to order, a sneer slowly appeared on Su Mingyuan's face. Do you think I'll forgive you for the offense just now? Little girl, I'm telling you, not only will you be fired from this company soon, but as the price of offending me, no company in the Ming capital will want you in the future. No, please don't. The female employee revealed a desperate look. At this point, Xiao Ran, who was next to her, finally couldn't look away. He stepped forward and shouted righteously. Su Mingyuan, do you think this is a company owned by you and you can fire whoever you want? Let me tell you, this is the company of one of the 4 big families, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, President Xia Xueqi, not a place where you can behave atrociously. Chapter 22. Cherish your time as a dog, Xiao Ran. Ruro, how can I? Su Mingyuan ignored Xiao Ran's righteous questioning and reached out his hand beside Xiao Rurio's ear to make a trumpet shape. He smiled and asked her, I think I heard a dog barking beside me. He really tried to appear like a villain for the other villain to see. Faced with his question, Xiao Ruro momentarily didn't know how to reply. Because she couldn't figure out why Su Mingyuan brought her here. She didn't even know how she should cooperate with Su Mingyuan. Should she pretend to be scared or should she pretend to be respectful and agreeable to him? Forget it. In any case, Big Brother Mingyuan said that I only needed to stand beside him and do nothing or act according to my heart. Then, I won't do anything right now. Thus, Xiao Ruro stood aside and lowered her head, falling into silence. Su Mingyuan didn't need an answer from Xiao Ruro, because just the scene before his eyes was enough to provoke him. Su Mingyuan, let me repeat this once again. This is President Xia's company, not a place for a hedonistic son like you to behave atrociously. Su Mingyuan smiled as he listened to Xiao Ran's angry roar. He nodded slightly and said to Xiao Ruro, look, Ruro, this dog is barking even harder when we ignore him. Anger instantly flooded Xiao Ran like a tide, reddening his face. He, Xiao Ran, had roamed overseas. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, at this moment, his expression sank. The anger lurked in his heart, and his eyes were filled with silent and cold killing intent. He didn't shout but clenched his fists, and sneered at Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan, young Master Su, if there's anything you need to do in President Xia's office, please make an appointment before coming to visit us. Our company doesn't welcome idle people. So, if you don't leave, as President Xia's assistant, I feel like I need to chase away a wild dog who's bullying her. Bullying, wild dog. At this moment, Su Mingyuan finally turned around and looked at him disdainfully. Xiao Ran, you seem to have made a mistake. I, Su Mingyuan, am the eldest young master of the Su family. I don't need to rely on anyone's strength, because my existence itself is a great power, Arha Enbies. On the contrary, you're just an ordinary assistant. To put it bluntly, you're just a security guard shielding the door. The reason you have the courage to bark at me like a dog here is because you're the Xia family's daughter, Xia Xueqi's security guard, right? Xiao Ran, the wild dog that used Xia Xueqi's power to bark at me. It's clearly you. Su Mingyuan, you. Xiao Ran's fist was clenched tightly. Also, let me tell you something else, Xiao Ran. Su Mingyuan was unforgiving and continuously made remarks after Xiao Ran. The power you rely on, the person you rely on, Xia Xueqi. He is my Su Mingyuan. Married. Wife. Ha 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 ha. You didn't expect that, did you? In your heart, the person you rely on is destined to be Su Mingyuan's woman. Did you just tell me that unless I make an appointment in advance, I am not allowed to enter? This company will be mine after I accept Xia Xueqi. Su Mingyuan arrogantly opened the office door and walked towards Xia Xueqi's seat like he was barging in his own home. Soon, he found himself a seat. He looked around and waved his fingers in the air. Then, he clenched his fists as if he was holding onto everything. Xiao Ran, very soon, this company will be my, Su Mingyuan's business. This office will be my, Su Mingyuan's office, and this seat will become my throne. When the time comes, Xia Xueqi will only be able to make a pleasant connection with me. Everything about her belongs to me. As for you, Xiao Ran, you're just a guard guarding the door, a dog that Xia Xueqi raised, and something that's not even as good as a dog. What right do you have to bark in front of me? At this moment, his arrogance, his imposing power and his insurmountable dignity left everyone dumbfounded. Xiao Rurio's eyes widened and her heart beat wildly. Xiao Ran clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. The killing intent in his eyes was about to become material. Even though he had already obtained the information from Ruro in advance, when he saw Su Mingyuan's current performance, he almost lost control of his anger and wanted to rush out for blood. #pleasereadthishapter8wondernovels.com The female employee outside the door almost peed in fear. Su Mingyuan looked at the scene in front of him and was very satisfied with his performance. He looked at Xiao Rurio's shocked expression, and at Xiao Ran's eagerness to kill. This is the true desire to become the best, and this is the perfect performance suiting a villain like me. At this moment, he had used his identity as Xia Shuiqi's fiancé to act so arrogantly in front of Xiao Ran. It made Xiao Ran feel so aggrieved and depressed. When the plot reversed and Su Mingyuan slapped him in the face, the feeling of joy that seeped out of his brain was very intense. Even he could not help but praise himself. My acting skills are really amazing. Hey, girl, where's Xia Shuiqi? Why aren't you in the office? Su Mingyuan asked the female employee who was scared silly. President Xia should she's probably in a meeting. The female staff member was so frightened that she could not say a single word. Meeting. Very good, very good. You, lead the way. Su Mingyuan got up from his seat and asked the female staff to take him to the meeting room. She was scared silly and did not dare to disobey Su Mingyuan's orders. When he walked by Xiao Ran's side, he slightly paused in his steps and said words that easily angered Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, do you know how your sister begged me to let you go yesterday? Unfortunately, you wasted your sister's good intentions. Because you provoked me today. Su Mingyuan pointed at Xiao Ran's eyes and sneered. Didn't you like to curse me, and order me to leave this company with Xia Shuiqi's power? Then I'll let her in the meeting room, in front of all the higher-ups, and even everyone in the company, dismiss you, this wild dog. Dismissal. Su Ming, you're going too far. Don't think you can succeed, Xiao Ran snarled. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ran, cherish this period of time when you can still be Xia Shuiqi's dog. Continue to roar, bark, and scream to your heart's content. #pleaser at thechapter8wondernovels.com. Su Mingyuan walked towards the meeting room with a big smile, as if he didn't care at all about Xiao Ran's angry roar. After all, he was just a wild dog that was about to be ordered to leave the company. Xiao Ran grinded his teeth and clenched his fist so tightly that his body trembled. Only then did he suppress the flames in his heart. Su Mingyuan, don't think that just by saying these words, you can completely infuriate me and make me look ugly. I'm well aware of your impotence. You can't do anything to Ruro. Moreover, I contacted President Xia yesterday after I received Rurio's message. She said that she would never listen to a threat from you. You think you can fire me? Make me lose face in front of everyone. Ridiculous. A delusion. When he saw Su Mingyuan walking towards the meeting room, he hurriedly followed him. Looking at Su Mingyuan's arrogant back, he sneered in his heart. Su Mingyuan, you should show your arrogant face right now. You should be as proud as you want and as wild as you want. I'll see if you can still smile later. Chapter 23. You are the dog, Su Mingyuan. So, the focus of our next product will shift to. Bang. In the meeting room, Xia Shuiqi was talking about the company's layout in front of the company's top management. However, the door of the meeting room was suddenly and violently pushed open. Yang Yi, didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to disturb us during the meeting? What if it's me who wants to come in? At the door of the conference room, Su Mingyuan walked in with an unconcealed pace. Behind him was the silent Xiao Ruro and the angry Xiao Ran, who was waiting for a good show. As for the female employee who was leading the way, she was standing at the door. If it weren't for the bodyguard at the door, Yang Yi, who was supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground long ago. The company's higher-ups weren't happy that the meeting had been interrupted. Some of them even raised their butts slightly and were about to scold the staff members who had barged in. But when they saw who it was, they immediately extinguished their anger. This was not someone they could afford to offend. Xia Shuiqi's beautiful face was originally full of anger towards Su Mingyuan, who suddenly barged in. But when she saw Xiao Ruro following behind him, her beautiful eyes suddenly froze. Then, she quickly snapped back to her senses and mocked Su Mingyuan with a cold face. You came in. I don't know when my company allowed a dog to enter. Hearing this familiar mockery, Su Mingyuan looked unhappy. However, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was so touched that he wanted to cry. I knew that there wouldn't be repeated incidents in this world. The changes between Xiao Ruro and Su Shuilan are already enough to give me a headache. How could such a troublesome situation happen for the third time? Before he broke into the meeting room, he was still a little worried. However, when he saw Xia Shuiqi's cold face and heard those words, it made him feel extremely familiar. His hanging heart could finally relax. Finally, I finally met a normal female protagonist. Thank God, thank Sha Shueqi. Fortunately, you did not disappoint me. You are still such a venomous woman. You haven't changed. This is very important. If I can get a perfect evaluation for this performance, I will definitely give you a great merit. At this moment, Sha Shueqi had only used one look, one expression, and one sentence, but Su Mingyuan was already in a good mood and felt relaxed. He felt that he had stabilized this time. The kind that could never falter. The preparations for the show were in place, and the important male and female protagonists in the show were normal. They were completely in line with the original plot of the novel. Then, everything would be as he had planned, ushering in Xiao Ran's reversal, making this show completely perfect. Tell me, how could I fail? I couldn't lose. But right now, it is still important to continue performing. Su Mingyuan immediately smiled. Sha Shueqi, the dog you're talking about doesn't mean me, but Xiao Ran, right? After all, only a security guard like him has the same status as the dog you're talking about. No es. There is no distinction between high and low jobs. Whether people are equal or not is not determined by their status. However, humans and dogs were very different. Dogs didn't know how to be polite and liked to pee and bark everywhere, while humans knew how to be polite and shameless. Do you understand? It's rude not to knock on the door, sir. Good scolding. Just like that. Su Mingyuan was very happy. The more Sha Shueqi ridiculed him and insulted him, the more normal she was and the more she did not deviate from her plot. In his heart, he happily clapped for her words, but his expression was one of anger. Sha Shueqi, can I understand, are you mocking me for Xiao Ran? Su Mingyuan's expression turned hostile, and his eyes burned with anger. He arrogantly walked in, thinking of giving Xiao Ran a huge humiliation, but in the end, he was insulted by his fiancée. Previously, he was still in Sha Shueqi's office, arrogantly scolding Xiao Ran as a dog, but now, he was ridiculed as the same animal by Sha Shueqi. It was still the type with no dirty words. It was as if a basin of cold water had suddenly splashed onto his forehead. Sha Shueqi didn't stop there, and continued her scolding. Taunting you for Xiao Ran. No, it has nothing to do with Xiao Ran. I just suddenly felt sad because the person I was engaged to is a beast that doesn't know how to respect and be polite. I also feel stupid because I'm trying to reason with a dog that doesn't understand human language. Good. Lethal scolding. This time, even Xiao Ran couldn't help clapping loudly for Sha Shueqi. The anger and humiliation from being scolded by Su Mingyuan had all been recovered. Well done, Chairman Sha. Xiao Ran cast a sidelong glance in Su Mingyuan's direction and couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw the undisguised anger on his face. Su Mingyuan, what about your arrogance just now? Didn't you say that you would let President Sha expel me in front of all the staff in the company and make me suffer humiliation and lose face? Why was it that person who had been insulted and couldn't hold back seems to be you? At this moment, all the higher-ups of Xuanmei Company lowered their heads and looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The young master of the Su family and the young miss of the Sha family were bickering with each other. They didn't dare to get involved and didn't even dare to raise their heads. They were afraid that Su Mingyuan would see their faces, and attract his hatred. Please read fishapter8wondernovels.com. However, only one of these people did not smile. Instead, he looked at Sha Shueqi with a serious expression. He was Sha Shueqi's third uncle and had quite the status in the Sha family. The reason why Sha Shueqi's company had grown so large was because of the Sha family's help. As a matter of course, there was a seat for the Sha family. As for this third uncle of the Sha family, not only did he have a great authority in the family, he was also one of the Sha family members who had approved of the marriage between the Sha family and the Su family. So at this moment, he stood up abruptly and criticized Sha Shueqi with dissatisfaction. Shueqi, is there anyone who talks to her fiancé like that? Why don't you apologize to little Su? Sha Shueqi's face, which didn't look very happy at all, turned sour when she heard this. She didn't seem like she was willing to apologize to Su Mingyuan. When third Uncle Sha saw her expression, he was infuriated and continued to oppress her. What? Shueqi, you've started a big company and earned a lot of money, and now your wings soared so much that you can ignore an elder's words, not taking me seriously, right? He's here for the classic old age plot. At this moment, it was as if the situation had changed. With the help of the third uncle of the Sha family, Su Mingyuan found a bit momentum again. Shui Qi, if you listen to third Uncle Sha's words now and obediently apologize to me, then listen to my orders and let this dog like Xiao Ran leave in front of the entire company. I, Su Mingyuan, can forgive you for saying something wrong. #pleaser@thechapter8wondernovels.com. He looked at Sha Xueqi with a smile and said that he wanted to forgive her, but there was a wicked smile on his face. He and third Uncle Sha, who was trying to sell her off, used words to pressure her to submit. He really looked like a villain who had achieved his ambition. Xiao Ran clenched his fists nervously and looked worriedly at Sha Xueqi as he watched the scene before him. President Sha, could she withstand this pressure? At the same time, Su Mingyuan looked at Sha Xueqi, his eyes filled with anticipation. If he wanted to raise his voice, he would first suppress it. In the classic case, before Gao Chao, he would once again suppress the main character's side, so that the subsequent Gao Chao reversal would bring a greater sense of joy. So, Sha Xueqi, based on the development of the plot, your outburst should be here, right? Chapter 24. After you marry into my house, let's see what I do. Sha Xueqi was beautiful. If he wanted to use one word to describe her, she would be an iceberg beauty. If he had to add a prefix to this word, then she was an iceberg beauty with a venomous tongue. Though, she had a devilish figure. It was a perfect S-shaped figure. The fabric that proudly supported her full chest narrowed down to her slender waist. Finally, it drew out an alluring arc where it was as round and plump as a peach. #pleaser@thechapter8wondernovels.com. She was also very tall, and had a pair of extremely seductive and slender long legs. The pair of slender legs were wrapped in tight, elastic black silk, and a pair of artistic lotus were imprinted on her high heels. Every time the crisp sound of high heels hammering the ground echoed, it shook the heartstrings of countless men. It immediately triggered the reverie and desire to conquer deep in his heart. This body was so tempting, it was definitely not excessive to describe her as a peerless beauty. However, what was different from this charming figure which could cause nosebleeds, that she had a cold and inviolable temperament all year round, a cold and aloof aura. Her skin was as white as the swirling snow in the sky. Her eyes were clear and cold, which reminded people of the snow lotus on the sky mountain. On her beautiful face, there was always a cold and proud expression. #pleaser@thechapter8wondernovels.com. Under this kind of aura, people would subconsciously ignore her alluring figure, and beyond her stern gaze, they felt an ice-cold purity that they did not dare to invade. Moreover, when she taunted you with her venomous tongue, it would make you subconsciously feel a trace of shame in your heart. It felt like you had done something wrong and stained a pure snow lotus. But at this moment, this icy beauty, the noble snow lotus, had fallen into an awkward situation under the pressure of third Uncle Sha and Su Mingyuan's words. Unknowingly, a faint blush of anger rose on that elegant and cold face. Xiao Ran was nervous and Su Mingyuan was looking forward to it. Xiao Ruro was quietly observing the changes. But third Uncle Sha could no longer sit still. He felt that his elder's dignity had been provoked. Not only did Sha Xueqi not listen to his elder's advice, but Su Mingyuan had taken a step back and she still remained silent. Third Uncle Sha was annoyed. Sha Xueqi, if you don't listen to what I'm saying, and if you don't listen to what Xiao Su has given you, what are you thinking for the sake of a mere outsider? You rejected little sus face and refused to listen to my advice. I'd like to ask you if you don't know your surname, Sha. Shut up. Sha Xueqi suddenly exploded. She stood straight and looked at third Uncle Sha with a bone-chilling cold gaze. Sha Chengchen, this is not the Sha family. This is my company. I have the final say here. What status do you have? A mere administrative director dares to point fingers at me here, Rao S. Sha Xueqi, you. Third Uncle Sha didn't expect Sha Xueqi to dare to call him by his name in front of so many people and insult him as an elder. He was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifice. He pointed at Sha Xueqi's stern and dignified face and wanted to say something, but his throat was choked with anger. Bang! Sha Xueqi slammed the table and looked at him coldly, ordering him word by word. Director Sha, I order you to sit down immediately. Third Uncle Sha jumped in fright. The finger that was pointing at Sha Xueqi was trembling slightly. As an elder, he actually felt a trace of anger in front of Sha Xueqi's stern and angry eyes and also fear. Sha Xueqi looked at him and spoke in a cold and intimidating tone. Sha Chengchen, I never give anyone a second chance. Third Uncle Sha wanted to say something to save the situation before him and change everyone's opinion of him. He didn't want to be rejected by a junior and become a joke. But the moment he met Sha Shuiqi's cold gaze, his eyes flinched. He pointed at Sha Shuiqi's finger and put it down, trembling. Then, this middle-aged man, who had been using his seniority to scold Sha Shuiqi, covered his old face. Silence. B-starred. She returned to her seat. Sha Shuiqi, you are too good. No, it should be said that you did a great job. You did a great job. Su Mingyuan and Xiao Ran cheered for Sha Shuiqi's performance. However, of course, the matter would not end here because ordering third Uncle Sha to sit down was just an appetizer. What Xiao Ran really needed was for him, Su Mingyuan, to be slapped in the face by Sha Shuiqi. Therefore, even if Sha Shuiqi's aura was fully unleashed and she ruled the place, looking so dignified and inviolable. However, Su Mingyuan wanted to light a fire at this critical moment. Pa, pa, pa. He actually clapped his hands at this moment. The clapping sound suddenly echoed exceptionally clear and loud in the silent meeting room. One by one, it was like slapping someone. Su Mingyuan clapped and sneered at Sha Shuiqi. Sha Shuiqi, you've really grown up now. You dare to show off your attitude to your elders. It's just as third Uncle Sha said. You don't know how high the sky is when you grow up, do you? By the way, who said that the biggest difference between humans and dogs was that humans knew how to be polite, righteous, and shameless? If you don't respect your elders, it looks like tisk tisk, it seems like you don't know much about manners either. This worries me a little. It looks like when you get married to my house, I'll have to work hard on my bed to play with you and teach you how to be obedient. Mother, dog. Su Mingyuan did not say the last two words. However, he appeared provocative towards Sha Shuiqi. Taunting. The ultimate mockery. This wave, he had completely won the battle of debate. At this moment, he dared to say that his acting as a villain was simply impeccable. He was also very satisfied to see that Sha Shui's delicate and beautiful face was instantly dyed red with anger because of his piercing ridicule. It was like a sunset, beautiful and gorgeous. A bright flower suddenly bloomed on the snow-covered white iceberg, giving it a kind of breathtaking beauty. In any case, they would have to endure a storm of insults and cursing. It would be better to take the opportunity to appreciate the beauty's angry face, right? Sha Shuiqi turned her head as expected and her cold eyes met with his gaze. Su Mingyuan, I have to say that you don't have any other skills. But your shamelessness and ability to mock and ridicule others is first rate. A cold smile appeared on Sha Shuiqi's face. Do you think I will be angered by you? Chapter 25. What a perfect performance. The blush on her face at this moment quickly faded, but the iceberg-like cold and arrogant majesty that had engulfed her continued to grow. Su Mingyuan, you're free to make nasty and abusive remarks to me as much as you like. But I won't get angry at all. You know why? Because they are nothing more than vain cries. Because no one cares about a dog's barking, also no one cares about a scoundrel like you. Su Mingyuan's face flushed with obvious anger. Sha Shuiqi, once or twice is enough, but in front of so many people today, you repeatedly compared me to a dog and a scoundrel. You are really so bold. How dare you insult me, the young master of the Su family? Yeah, I was really wrong. I even compared you, the young master of the Su family, to a dog, compared to the existence of flies. Su Mingyuan, I really made a big mistake, and now I feel very regretful. Because I just found out that you're not even as good as them. Dogs at least know loyalty, flies exist as pests and cause a lot of trouble to humans, and you. As the young master of the Su family, you were born with a golden spoon, what value has your existence created? 5 years ago, you opened a film and television company in order to pursue Lu Mengning. I also happened to have founded Zanmei at that time. Then what? Then you never cared about things, you just wanted to play with women. Not only do you not care about things, but also want to use this company as a platform for you to lie down. If it weren't for your sister Su Shuilin sent to help you from time to time, you would even make ends meet. Can't do it. And me, while you were playing with women, I was working on the company. When you were taking women for a drive in your Rolls-Royce, I was thinking about how to make the company bigger and stronger. While you and your friends are drinking famous wine and showing off what good jade you have bought, my company has become famous in the circle and has a place. 5 years have passed. Your company has the huge resources of the Su family and the help of Su Shuilin, but it is still a second-rate company in the film and television industry. You thought you could have a chance to collide with Lu Mengning by opening a film company, but she didn't even bother to look at you. My Xuanmei has now expanded to a scale of 10 billion. It is now a well-known quasi-first-line cosmetics company in China. Countless celebrities are eager to become the spokesperson of our company. Lu Mengning, whom you are pursuing, signed a 2-year spokesperson contract with us 6 months ago, and I can call her with a phone call if I want to ask her out for a meal. This kind of thing, Su Mingyuan, can't you do it? Because you only know how to play and have fun by yourself since you were a child. You have never done something that is really successful. You started your own company, but in 5 years you only made this virtue. You pursued Lu Mengning, but until now you haven't even held her hand. Do you know why you are the head of the 4 gangsters in the Ming capital? Do you know why your parents are now gradually letting Su Shuilin take care of most of the Su family's business? Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Because everyone in the capital of Ming capital knows that you are a waste, a scumbag. Even your parents know this clearly in their hearts. Do you know why the Shaw family wants me to marry you? Because I'm strong, I'm so much stronger than you punk. They are afraid I'll take away my brother's future position as head of the family, and they want to drive me away because I scare them. Su Mingyuan, you are just lucky that you came from a wealthy family. I can still rely on my wisdom and knowledge to succeed even if my identity and background changes, while you will only forever sink to the bottom, die in some unknown garbage dump. So now you see why I said you were worse than a dog, worse than a fly. Since you were born, your existence has been creating negative values for this society. You are nothing but a worthless man, an uneducated waste, and a hollow and empty good for nothing. Ronobes. Now, please get out of my company immediately, because my company doesn't accept trash like you, and doesn't welcome arrogant scumbags like you. Hiss. Everyone present was breathless. At this moment, Xiao Ran raised the corner of his mouth, his heart surged with infinite pleasure. At this moment, Su Mingyuan was very ecstatic. Good scolding, Sha Xueqi. Exactly. That's how you should scold him and humiliate him. The more you belittled him like this and slapped him in the face, the more elated and hopped with happiness he was. Because in this show, I would be scolded by you and leave in disgrace in the end. That should be the ending of the villain in the novel's plot. Wonderful. Fantastic. This is simply perfect. I never imagined that this performance would be so smooth. No, it can even be said to be an extraordinary performance. Whether it's the foreshadowing that I brought Ruro here, my excellent performance as the villain, or Sha Xueqi's increasingly wonderful performance because of my performance, all of which made this performance reach perfection. On the surface, Su Mingyuan looked extremely angry because he was stung by Sha Xueqi's words. After all, Sha Xueqi was literally tearing open his glorious appearance in front of everyone, showing his incompetent waste self completely. His heart was so happy, he was almost happy. This time, if the system didn't give him a perfect score and gave him 2,000 villain points, it would be a little unreasonable, right? After all, this was the end of the story and this time, he's been slapped in the face. Sha Xueqi came forward for Xiao Ran, and with Rurio's existence, Su Mingyuan's face was beaten to the point of disappearing. Xiao Ran pretended to be a big force invisibly. What a perfect performance. Hold back, can't laugh. At the end of this last moment, I must refrain from laughing. Right now, he was trying to suppress his unbearable mood, and dutifully play the final ending. Inside the meeting room, Sha Xueqi looked at Su Mingyuan's gloomy expression and issued an ultimatum. Su Mingyuan, if you don't get out, I'll let my bodyguards show you out. Su Mingyuan's 2 bodyguards were beaten by Xiao Ran and admitted to the hospital yesterday, and so he came here today with no bodyguards. So at this moment, faced with this great humiliation, he had no choice but to leave. At this moment, Xiao Ran finally couldn't hold back the smile on the corner of his mouth and stood up. President Shaw, let me send this straw bag away. No, you don't need to send it. Sha Xueqi said coldly. Why? Xiao Ran asked in surprise. He really wanted to escort Su Mingyuan out of the company. By the way, quietly admire his embarrassed expression on the way. Because you are fired. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Sha Xueqi looked at Xiao Ran and said indifferently. Chapter 26. My mental state collapsed. He was expelled. Xiao Ran opened his mouth in shock and stared blankly at Sha Xueqi. President Shaw, are you kidding me? At the same time, Su Mingyuan, who had been suppressing the joy in his heart and pretending to be embarrassed, was also shocked. What did Sha Xueqi just say? She said Xiao Ran is fired by her. Was there a mistake? Sha Xueqi, you're joking, right? Just like Xiao Ran said, are you joking on purpose? Quickly say yes. At this moment, Su Mingyuan didn't have to suppress the joy and tried his best to disguise it. This was because his expression was like he had eaten shit. He turned his head stiffly, just like Xiao Ran, hoping to hear these words from Sha Xueqi. However, this was obviously not a joke. Sha Xueqi, who had always been as clear and cold as an iceberg, obviously didn't know how to joke. Therefore, what she said was true. She really wanted to fire Xiao Ran. This made Xiao Ran feel betrayed. Why? Why did you fire me? He looked at Sha Xueqi and asked in confusion, his eyes flashing with anger. When she had called him yesterday, she said that she would take care of everything so that he would not have to worry. She had promised. However, at this moment, after insulting Su Mingyuan, she slapped his face in front of everyone. Why? Sha Xueqi furrowed her moth-like brows and crossed her arms over her chest. She looked at Xiao Ran and spoke in an icy tone. Xiao Ran, don't tell me you think I'm acting on your behalf. No, I just simply hate Su Mingyuan. And I just said that my company doesn't raise trash. However, as my assistant and bodyguard, you didn't do your duty as a bodyguard to stop Su Mingyuan in advance. You even let him barge in and disturb me during such an important meeting. Please read thechaptertondernovels.com. Sha Xueqi's voice was as cold as ice. When she said this, her gaze had shifted to something else, as if she did not place Xiao Ran in her eyes at all. You failed your duty, so I fired you. It's that simple. Do you still have any questions? However, her cold expression, which did not put him in his eyes, and such cold words, caused an invisible flame to burn in Xiao Ran's heart. Just like that easy. It's because of this reason that you're going to fire me. Xiao Ran's emotions became chaotic, and he clenched his fists. His expression was a little lost. He had saved her from a young hooligan, and he was the king of assassins from abroad, yet he was willing to stay with her as a bodyguard. But, that's how you treat me, Sha Xueqi. Using this a ridiculous reason. Wait, if you're saying that I haven't done my duty as a bodyguard, why don't you Rano Epsilon S? Xiao Ran. Sha Xueqi suddenly interrupted him. Her ice-cold eyes were looking at him coldly. I don't want to explain it again. Being stared at like this by a pair of eyes, Xiao Ran was stunned speechless for a moment. He was clearly extremely powerful and his subordinates had been stained with a lot of blood. When his name was mentioned abroad, it would make countless people tremble. But at this moment, he actually froze by the gaze of a woman. Xiao Ran, wait in my office to go through the exit procedures. And Su Mingyuan, how long are you going to stay here? Do you want me to find someone to ask you to leave? Sha Xueqi gave the order and the burly bodyguard, Yang Yi, glanced at Xiao Ran with a complicated expression. Then he walked to Su Mingyuan, who had been shocked to the point of being at a loss, and pointed at the door. Sha Xueqi's female secretary walked up to Xiao Ran with a professional smile on her face. Xiao Ran, I'll take you to President Sha's office. This farce was finally over. Sha Xueqi had completely established her dignity in front of all the company's higher-ups and had slapped Sha Chengchen, Su Mingyuan and Xiao Ran in the face. Xiao Ran, who felt that he had been betrayed and was burning with anger, followed his secretary to Sha Xueqi's office. He wanted to question Sha Xueqi as to why she had betrayed him. Su Mingyuan, who had been watching the entire process, was gently pulled away by Xiao Ruro. His face was lifeless throughout the entire process. He was so dazed that he did not even know how he walked out of the Zanmei building. He sat in his Rolls-Royce in a daze, his face blank as he muttered, why is it like this? Why is it like this? By the time Sha Xueqi had finished talking about him, he had thought that it was the end of the show. He reminded himself in his heart that he had to hold back his laughter and finish it off. He couldn't help but look forward to the perfect evaluation of the system and the 2,000 billion points. But at the last moment, Sha Xueqi used her true actions to tell him what a shocking reversal was. What a real surprise. He thought that everything had been settled. Sha Xueqi told him no, not yet. During the performance, he kept applauding for Sha Xueqi, cheering for her, and sighing that he had finally met the female lead. He never thought that she would give him a backstab at the last second. At this moment, Su Mingyuan's mentality collapsed. He was clearly an optimistic person, but even if he was optimistic, he really couldn't be optimistic when faced with such a huge advantage and being defeated in the end. Why is it like this? He could not understand such a result. He could not accept it. However, the second scene based on his appearance in the novel had ended. His second performance, had come to an end the moment he left the Zanmei building. The system's voice rang in his ears. Beep. After the performance was completed, the evaluation of the host's performance is in progress. Under settlement. Your evaluation this time was, fail. Based on your evaluation results, you've obtained 200 villain points and the same number of strengthening points. Host, please don't lose heart and cheer up. Don't forget the initial hard work, strive to get a higher evaluation in the next performance. At this moment, Su Mingyuan only felt his vision turn black, as if someone had violently hit his brain with a hammer. Those 3 words sounded so harsh, like a knife, piercing through his heart. No. And, the evaluation. Clearly he had been so hard-working, and tried his best, to play his villain set performance to the extreme, making it perfect. But he was rated as fail. Then his first performance got a passing grade. This time, it was even worse. Su Mingyuan could not accept it. He couldn't accept it. How could he pull himself together after giving such desperate efforts? How to not forget his initial dream to earn villain points and continue to work hard? System, come out. I want you to give me an explanation. Chapter 27. He was about to give up. Host, I'm here. Let me ask you, is there something wrong with my performance this time? Su Mingyuan angrily asked. In today's drama performance, he acted so seriously and so forcefully. He felt that his performance this time was even better than last time. In the end, the evaluation he received was even worse than last time. Fail. Even though he hadn't had any acting skills in the past week, he had never received such an evaluation. Host, your performance can only be described in 2 words, impeccable. Impeccable. The system's reply made Su Mingyuan even more angry. Then why did I get a fail evaluation? Host, the evaluation of your performance is based on 3 aspects. First, in this performance, did the host successfully draw a large amount of hatred from the main character? Today, I humiliated Xiao Ran to such an extreme extent. I scolded him as a dog and brought Xiao Ruro in front of him to provoke him. I performed so well today, didn't I crack the first one? Su Mingyuan was unhappy. According to the regulations, the specific details are not available. No, tell me. Su Mingyuan frowned. The system continued. Second, whether this performance succeeded in making the male protagonist Xiao Ran pretend to be normal. The more exciting the success of the face slap, the higher the evaluation. In addition, this one evaluation has the highest weighting in the overall evaluation. So, just because I didn't succeed in insulting Xiao Ran, but he also got slapped in the face along with me by Xia Xueqi, so I got a low score for this performance, right? No, system, although Xiao Ran was hit in the face by Xia Xueqi, but it was not as bad as I was hit in the face. I was bloody torn apart from the inside out by Xia Xueqi, completely losing all face. And who said Xiao Ran didn't pretend to be normal? I brought Ruro over. Although Xiao Ran was enraged, at least in this aspect of Ruro, he should have successfully pretended. According to the regulations, the specific details are not available. You can't tell me again. Su Mingyuan clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were clearly revealing displeasure. If you don't tell me what I didn't do well, how can I improve? According to the regulations, the specific details are not available. The system ignored Su Mingyuan's dissatisfaction and continued. Third, did this performance bring Xiao Ran any benefits? Based on the above 3 aspects, the host's evaluation for this performance was, fail. Host, your performance is already perfect. I think it's not your fault that the performance failed. As long as you pull yourself together and find the key points to solve the problem, I believe you will definitely get a perfect evaluation next time. What's the point of believing in me? If you want to tell me the reason for the problem, you'll just say something. This makes me cheer up. Su Mingyuan angrily punched the Rolls-Royce's seat. He then exhaled and collapsed on the chair. Please read this chapter 800novels.com. Actually, he could tell the crux of the problem without the system telling him. Everything today was so perfect, so consistent with the plot, and even more so, except for one person. Xia Xueqi. It was this bad woman whom he had high hopes for, and in the end, she had ruined everything. Her last sentence of expulsion did not only completely stop Xiao Ran from pretending, it also caused the subsequent plot to become a mess. According to the plot, after this encounter, Xia Xueqi would hate the marriage imposed on her by the family and appreciate Xiao Ran even more. Not long after, Xiao Ran's foreign brothers would come to Ming City to start a security company. During this period of time, Xia Xueqi would bring Xiao Ran to attend all sorts of high-class banquets to help him get to know people and make his security company the first choice for the various aristocratic families. It could be said that according to the development of the plot, it was with Xia Xueqi's help that Xiao Ran was able to quickly enter the circle of upper-class society. He also used his security company to make friends with many bigwigs in the Ming capital and initially formed a network of influence. But now that Xia Xueqi had closed Xiao Ran's door, how could he smoothly integrate into the upper-class society and form his own network of influence? It could be said that the performance this time not only caused Xia Xueqi to slap Xiao Ran in the face, but it also did not bring any benefits to Xiao Ran. It made Xiao Ran suffer a huge loss. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. No wonder the system had given him a failed evaluation. However, thinking through this point made Su Mingyuan feel even worse. This was because he was not the main culprit. He had clearly worked so hard, but he had done nothing wrong. Most importantly, many of the conflicts between him and Xiao Ran would be affected or even disappear due to this change. For example, there would be a plot where he would go to Lu Mengning's investment meeting. In the plot, Xia Xueqi would also bring Xiao Ran to the banquet, followed by a face-smacking scene that belonged to Xiao Ran. But, now that Xiao Ran had been fired, how could Xia Xueqi bring him to the banquet? That was why Su Mingyuan was so angry and dejected. This was because Xia Xueqi's action could be said to have completely eliminated the main thread of the early stages of the novel. He didn't know how to remedy it even if he wanted to. Thinking of her, Su Mingyuan couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. He had praised Xia Xueqi before, but now he hated this woman. Xia Xueqi, you're such a bad woman. Su Mingyuan roared in his heart. He had never thought that such a normal female lead would cause such huge trouble for him. No, how was her personality normal? It was clearly abnormal. Iceberg beauty, venomous tongue, strong personality, strong control, a strong rebellious mentality towards the arrangements that were imposed on her, and a liking for Xiao Ran. The first part was so coincidental, so why was it that she didn't have the slightest bit of original performance? Xia Xueqi, what are you doing? Without Xiao Ran's help, how can you break free from the restrictions imposed on you by the Xia family? Can you not suddenly make a backstab at this critical moment of fate? Su Mingyuan was tired. At this moment, he really wanted to give up on himself. There is no need to act as a villain. How could I still have the chance to spend enough money on my way home after Xia Xueqi's plot? However, when he thought of the hard work he had done last week and the counter-assignment of 50,000 yuan in his account, he was still a little unwilling and reluctant. He had already given so much. Brother Mingyuan, if you're in a bad mood, just lie on my lap and rest for a while. I'll give you a massage. The pure and beautiful voice of a young girl sounded beside his ears. Su Mingyuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Ruro, who was filled with concern for him. The grievance and hatred in his heart instantly found an opening to vent. Ruro, you executed my orders perfectly today. Very good. He pulled Xiao Ruro into his embrace and held her shoulder. He lowered his head and stared into her deer-like shocked eyes, revealing a crazed expression. I think it's time for me to pay you. So, come and kiss me. Remember, twice. Chapter 28. I did it for you. There was originally a 500-word-long plot of Su Mingyuan and Xiao Ruro kissing in the car. Unfortunately, they were locked in a small dark room. In order to ensure a smooth plot, I could only delete this part and reissue it. Everyone, please be more understanding. Thank you. Xia Xueqi's office, 27th floor, Xuanmei building. Xia Xueqi stood at the door with her hand on the doorknob. When she thought about how she would have to face the ugly man who had been killed by her once, and how she had no choice but to show him a kind attitude in order to win him over, she felt disgusted. Just like Xiao Ruro and Su Mingyuan, she had just returned from her rebirth a few days ago. After being reborn, she quickly decided on the same plan as Mingyuan. While trying her best to maintain the plot where Su Mingyuan appeared, she would try her best to kill the protagonist of this world, Xiao Ran, before he faced his death. But this was very difficult, because in her previous life, Su Mingyuan had already died. At that time, she and the other female leads no longer had any worries. However, they still used all their strength to plot and kill Xiao Ran. In this life, she wanted to ensure that Su Mingyuan's storyline would not go wrong and that she would not require help of the other female leads. At this moment, she had not yet completely taken control of the Shaw family and did not have much power to use. Trying to kill the protagonist of the world, Xiao Ran, under such conditions was simply impossible. However, she did not intend to give up. She would never accept the fate of this arrangement. Since she had already killed Xiao Ran once, she could do it a second time. At that time, she thought that she was the only one who had been reborn. Until today, she saw an unexpected person appear beside Su Mingyuan. Xiao Ruro. At that moment, she was shocked. What followed was a little relief and more pressure. The relief came from the fact that if her guess was correct, in this life, she could continue to work with the other female leads to kill Xiao Ran. The burden on her shoulders was much lighter. R&O Epsilon. The pressure came from, in her previous life, because Su Mingyuan was already dead, the two of them were closely united. Everyone was struggling to kill Xiao Ran. But now that everything had started over again, it meant that everything had a chance to be remedied. They had a chance to make up for the debt and regret they had owed Su Mingyuan, and even become his lifelong partner. Xia Xueqi had thought that after she killed Xiao Ran, as her fiancé, she would be able to marry Su Mingyuan and love him for the rest of her life. But now, if they were reborn, thinking of the fierce competition that was highly likely to occur in the future, especially when she saw Xiao Ruro appear beside Su Mingyuan, she even thought what advantage had she taken. Xia Xueqi's mood was abnormally bad. At that time, her murderous gaze was not directed at Su Mingyuan but at Xiao Ruro, who was standing behind him silently watching the show. No, I have to find an opportunity to go to Su Mingyuan's house to see if that girl Xiao Ruro really took advantage of him. I can't let her run away by herself. But everything had to be done before Xiao Ran's problem was solved. Although she knew that according to the plot, she shouldn't have fired Xiao Ran. She should have kept him by her side. Otherwise, she would have destroyed the next series of plots related to Su Mingyuan. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. But she really didn't want to see this damned man appear in front of her for a second. In order for today's plot to appear, she had been suppressing her disgust for the past 2 days, letting Xiao Ran wander by her side. However, she couldn't stand the fact that this man would be her bodyguard for the next few months. So, at the end of the plot, she fired him without hesitation. Of course, she had already thought of a way to remedy it. However, the moment she thought of the fake performance that was about to be performed in front of Xiao Ran, the feeling of disgust grew stronger. At this moment, she stood at the door of her office and took a deep breath. She suppressed the disgust in her heart and opened the door. Xiao Ran had been waiting inside for a long time. When he saw her enter, he could not help but ask her. Why did she go back on her word and betray him? Xiao Ran, I've let you down today. However, the first sentence she said when she walked in had extinguished most of the anger in Xiao Ran's heart. He had never thought that Xia Xueqi would have such an attitude. He did not expect her ice-cold face to show an apology for him. Seeing the apologetic and submissive attitude on her face, Xiao Ran suddenly felt that perhaps Xia Xueqi had fired him due to some unknown reason. Xia Xueqi sat down on her chair and took a sip of the hot tea the secretary handed to her. Her expression relaxed a little and her cold eyes were gentle as she spoke to him. I didn't mean to fire you, but I didn't expect Xia Chengchen to suddenly step forward to speak for Su Mingyuan. This way, I've fended both him and Su Mingyuan at the same time to protect you. Protect me. The anger in Xiao Ran's heart completely disappeared at this moment. He looked at Xia Xueqi's gentle eyes and knew that he seemed to have misjudged her. The anger on his face also disappeared and he quietly waited for her explanation. Because if I didn't fire you, Xia Chengchen will hold a grudge against you because of this. He will think that I hit him in the face just to stand up for you and he will put the blame on you. I fired you in front of everyone and mocked you for thinking that I was standing up for you because I wanted him to know that the slap on his face had nothing to do with you. I didn't want to stand up for you, but to suppress him. That's why I made him lose all his face in front of everyone. In this way, he will only hold a grudge against me and will not use the Shaw family's power to find someone to hurt you in private. Xia Xueqi spoke calmly. Her expression was still cold, but her eyes were a little gentler. After hearing her explanation, Xiao Ran raised his head and looked at her. It was as if he could see through her cold face, and see a soft and tender heart. He was both excited and touched. So you're saying that,
Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com.
Yes, what I said back then was a lie. I specifically stood up for you and hit their faces in front of everyone. When he heard this, he felt a deep passion from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Sha Shuiqi's beautiful and cold face, a faint and very shallow smile evoked on his face. His heart, which had never been warmed by anyone after spending so many years abroad, was beating wildly at this moment. Chapter 29. She was not like this. Disgusting. How disgusting. It was simply disgusting. Sha Shuiqi held the teacup in one hand and clenched her fist under the table with her other hand. Her nails were deeply embedded in her flesh. If she didn't do this, she would have to suffer and stay awake. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold on to her current disguise, and pour the teacup in her hand onto Xiaoran's face. Fortunately, Xiaoran had been deceived by her disguise and was even mesmerized. President Sha, call me Shuiqi. Sha Shuiqi cut him off coldly. Ah, so disgusting. I'm about to puke. Sha Shuiqi's nails sunk into the flesh, almost drawing out blood. However, when Xiaoran heard this, joy suddenly flashed across his face. His heartbeat unconsciously increased a little. Shuiqi, actually, you don't have to be so worried about me. He immediately shouted her name, and confidently said, you might think that I'm just an ordinary person with extraordinary skills, but my skills are far beyond what ordinary people can understand. Besides, I'm not alone. My brother who is abroad will come to help me in a few days. If Sha Chengchen really dares to touch me, I will let him know that he has offended someone he can't afford to offend. As he spoke, he broke the armrest of the chair in front of Sha Shuiqi. Under Sha Shuiqi's surprised gaze, the metal armrest in Xiaoran's hand turned into powder in an instant. It shouldn't be a magic trick, right? Seeing Sha Shuiqi's doubtful gaze, Xiaoran looked like a boy eager to prove himself in front of the girl he loved. Shuiqi, really, believe me. I'm not boasting. I wonder if you've ever heard of the name Viper. He's one of my brothers, and I've had a life and death relationship with him. Viper. Sha Shuiqi furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before asking, the one in the 70th rank on the world assassin rankings. Yes, it's him. Sha Shuiqi looked at Xiaoran with different light. Xiaoran, I didn't expect you to bring me such a surprise. Xiaoran felt that Sha Shuiqi was paying more attention to him. He didn't know why. There had been many women abroad who had seduced him, but he was unmoved and thought about returning to China to avenge his parents. Ra knew OBS. But at this moment, Sha Shuiqi's frown and smile easily moved his heart. In the past, he had never believed that love at first sight existed. But ever since he had saved Sha Shuiqi from a hooligan a few days ago, the moment he first saw her. Her exceptional beauty and unique temperament attracted his attention. Now, he believed. He felt that there was a fate between him and Sha Shuiqi, that fate was destined for them to come together. Shuiqi, don't worry. If Sha Chengchen does target me, I will let my brother teach him a lesson. Xiaoran's address was becoming more and more friendly. He did not know that a trace of blood had been formed on Sha Shuiqi's tightly clenched fist under the table as she spoke to herself. Who told him to jump out today and defy your reputation? You've come out today for me, so I'll stand up for you too. Xiaoran, thank you. I'm sure you've seen my predicament in the Sha family today. Although I'm the eldest daughter of the head of the family, I'm too outstanding and have been suppressed by the family. The family has always wanted to marry me off with that trash Su Mingyuan. I want to fight. I refuse to accept the arrangement of the family and accept this fate. So I chose to start my own business, trying to create another world. But as you can see, even this company that I started, they wanted someone like Sha Chengchen to come and make things difficult for me. Sha Shuiqi's voice was low as she spoke, and her eyes revealed a kind of softness that no one had ever seen before. This trace of weakness was so heart-wrenching and intoxicating to Xiaoran. Sha Shuiqi, who had an imposing aura in the conference room that made everyone quiet, had actually revealed her feelings in front of him and revealed such a weak posture. Does this mean? An unimaginable surprise suddenly washed over his head. He clearly knew that he shouldn't be too happy at this time, but he still felt like his heart was about to flutter out. He quickly made a decision without thinking and said, Shuiqi, since the Sha family wants to oppress you and grasp your fate, I will help you overthrow it and control it. At that time, you don't have to marry a piece of trash like Su Mingyuan. You can decide your own fate. Xiaoran, it would be great if you could help me. Sha Xueqi was a little touched, but she quickly calmed down and her face returned to its usual cold calm. But I don't know if you're telling the truth. Xiao Ran's blood boiled and he shouted, Xueqi, I'll prove it to you. In 3 days, I'll teach Sha Chengchen a lesson. I'm looking forward to it, said Sha Xueqi calmly. Just as Xiao Ran was a little disappointed with her reaction, he suddenly heard Sha Xueqi say, Xiao Ran, if you really prove that you have such an ability in the future, for some banquets in this industry, I hope. At this point, she paused, causing Xiao Ran's words to be filled with anticipation. I hope you can be my boyfriend. Boyfriend. Sha Xueqi's male companion. As soon as Sha Xueqi finished speaking, Xiao Ran's breathing suddenly became hurried and excitement could not be suppressed on his face. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Okay. Xueqi, just wait and see how I perform, he patted his chest and promised. He left Sha Xueqi and disappeared at the end of the corridor. He urgently hoped that his friends and brothers would rush to Mingjing to help him as soon as possible because he could not wait to see Sha Xueqi's surprised and moved expression. By the time he left the office, Sha Xueqi's expression and emotions were completely out of control. Pa. The teacup in her hand was smashed to the ground by her, and the tea mixed along with the broken porcelain cup scattered to the ground. And the palm of her left hand was already dripping with blood. The female secretary, who was waiting at the door, suddenly heard the commotion and cautiously walked in. When she saw the wound on her hand, she was shocked. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. President Sha, your hand. It's fine. I accidentally broke the teacup and cut my hand. You can go out first. We'll find someone to clean up later. Sha Xueqi spoke calmly. The secretary stopped halfway and turned around. Chairman Sha, the wound, don't you need to bandage it? Get out. Yes. The secretary left. Sha Shui clenched her teeth and looked at the bleeding wound on her hand. She could not calm down for a long time. Although this was a plan that she had already planned, when she was performing, she was still so disgusted that she almost couldn't control her expression. With her plan, although Xiao Ran had been fired by her, in order to ensure that the plot of Su Mingyuan's line would proceed normally, she could not be hostile towards Xiao Ran. So, she decided to use a little trick. In this way, not only would she have a reason to bring Xiao Ran to the banquet as the plot of the novel, but she would also allow him to fight against the stubborn members of the Sha family who opposed her for her sake. She would let him help her take control of the Sha family in advance without losing any manpower. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. The only ones who would lose would be the Sha family's opposition and Xiao Ran's power. She could sit on the sidelines and watch the battle. She could use Xiao Ran's power to help her control the Sha family and then turn it around to deal with Xiao Ran, who had lost some power. She didn't need to feel sick because Xiao Ran appeared in front of her as a bodyguard all day long. She just needed to bring him out when the plot demanded. And to complete these plans, she only needed to use a little beauty. Using her beauty. Bang! Sha Xueqi couldn't help punching the table and the wound on her left hand began to bleed again. Yes, she only needed to use her beauty to seduce Xiao Ran, even though she knew that this was the right thing to do. But when she truly acted, she finally felt that she was acting like that disgusting. It was so disgusting that she wanted to vomit. She actually deliberately displayed such a weak posture in front of Xiao Ran. She felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't help but injure herself out of disgrace. In the past, she was not like this. In the past, she wouldn't have suffered a violent emotional disturbance so easily just because she had given Xiao Ran a little temptation that couldn't even be considered ambiguous. She would have never hurt herself over this. She was originally a cold and lonely iceberg, a dignified and awe-inspiring queen. However, ever since she learned the truth from the diary of her previous life, her heart had been burning with flames that wanted to burn everything. Not only for Xiao Ran, but also for herself. This kind of enticement towards Xiao Ran would only remind her of the person in her previous life who was controlled by the will of the world like a marionette, the person who liked Xiao Ran. Even though she had only occasionally given Xiao Ran a hint of ambiguity, she still maintained her innocence. But she still felt incomparably disgusted. She wanted to burn everything, destroy everything. No, she really couldn't stand acting like this in front of Xiao Ran. This ball of flame couldn't be flourished. Today, she had to find Su Mingyuan to do something. However, there was one more important thing that had not been resolved. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the frustration in her heart. When she opened her eyes again, her cool and cold aura returned to her. She found the medical kit in her office and wrapped it in gauze before taking out her phone and calling Rurio's personal number. If she hadn't been reborn, she and her wouldn't have crossed paths for the time being. She wouldn't be able to find out the personal number no matter what. However, from the moment she saw Xiao Ruro, there was no need to hide it. This was because the shrewd and cunning Xiao Ruro must have found out about this before her. This woman didn't even contact me when she was reborn. She knew that I would find something wrong after seeing Xiao Ruro, so she took the initiative to wait for me to call her. Do. The call was answered, but no one said anything. Silence. The two women chose to be silent at the same time. The air was so quiet that they could only hear each other's breathing. They were all waiting for him to speak first. In the end, Xiao Ruro sighed and spoke first. Xueqi, today's Mingyuan's role, is there a problem? Chapter 30. She is indeed my good sister. Problem. How could there be a problem with Xia Xueqi's plan? Although she had made some small changes at the last minute, she didn't feel that it had caused much of an impact. She expelled Xiao Ran, so that she would no longer have to face that disgusting face of his. Although she was extremely unwilling to scold Su Mingyuan, she didn't let Xiao Ran hit Su Mingyuan's face because she immediately fired him. She had also promised that the plot would not change too much. She had even driven Xiao Ran to fight with the Xia family to destroy each other. From the looks of it, her planning was simply too perfect. Every time she thought of Su Mingyuan being threatened and oppressed by the world will, she could only accept the fate of being slapped in the face by Xiao Ran. She felt indignant. She could completely imagine how hard Su Mingyuan felt when he was slapped in the face by Xiao Ran. So, as long as there was a scene of her appearing, she would never let Su Mingyuan be insulted by Xiao Ran. She could not let him suffer the slightest grievance from Xiao Ran. In any case, he was seriously playing the villain according to the world will's orders. It had nothing to do with Xiao Ran's failure. He had already performed impeccably and exceptionally perfectly. As a cold process, the world will needed him to continue playing the villain and deduce the plot of fate. It had no reason to punish him for it. Therefore, Xia Xueqi felt that she was doing the right thing. She was even thinking that the moment she expelled Xiao Ran and insulted the world's main character, Su Mingyuan should have been shocked and happy, right? As a villain who had to be insulted by the main character according to the plot, he must have some resentment towards Xiao Ran. If he couldn't do anything, then I'd help him find his place. Although he and I were enemies in the plot, the moment he saw Xiao Ran being slapped in the face, Su Mingyuan must have felt a sense of satisfaction. He would have a good impression of me, right? Xia Xueqi thought this way. In short, she felt that her performance today was the same as Su Mingyuan's villain act. It was impeccable, exceptionally perfect. So, how could there be a problem with Su Mingyuan's role and hers? Moreover, she knew that Su Shuilin wasn't worried that something would go wrong with this performance. Because they knew each other too well, they knew and believed that the other party would never go wrong in such a matter. Su Shuilin only used these words as a tacit introduction. I know you're reborn. Looks like you also know I'm reborn, so let's talk about the future. This was the meaning behind her words. Xia Xueqi spoke up. What do you think about the plan after rebirth? She was very direct because she knew that Su Shuilin was as smart as she was. It was just a waste of time for the two of them to beat around the bush. So, Su Shuilin repeated what she had said in front of Xiao Ruro. In order to ensure Su Mingyuan's safety, we have to absolutely follow the storyline of the novel in every plot that involves him. Su Shuilin, you're good at changing concepts. Xia Xueqi sneered, if we follow your plan, then I, the female protagonist, who has been going against Su Mingyuan in the plot, and who has been madly insulting him with Xiao Ran, will only be hated by him. I will never be able to win his favor or even get him to like me, Rayabs. It's a pity that you can only deceive that little idiot Xiao Ruro, not me. I fired Xiao Ran in front of Su Mingyuan today and I didn't see what the world will did to him. Su Shuilin sighed. Actually, I haven't even lied to Ruro about this plan. I didn't expect her to be so stupid. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Haha, not that stupid. So you deliberately let her stay by Su Mingyuan's side. Xia Xueqi seemed to have seen through something and laughed coldly again. That's right. After all, her identity is there. Only she, Xiao Ran's sister, can gain Xiao Ran's complete trust. If we want to kill Xiao Ran, we must rely on her help. So, although I was unwilling, in order for her to cooperate with us in the future, I could only endure the pain and give her a taste of the sweetness. Su Shuilin spoke as if she was unwilling, but her tone carried a smile. That's right, she can only benefit from it. After all, no matter how hard she tried to improve Su Mingyuan's impression of her, her identity as Xiao Ran's sister would always be a thorn in his heart. She would never be able to make Su Mingyuan truly fall in love with her. Su Shuilin, you've already figured this out, right? Sha Xueqi ruthlessly and coldly revealed Su Shuilin's thoughts. Yes, no one knew her better than she did. They were once close comrades. However, this time, Xueqi, my good sister, you always know me as well as I know you. Su Shuilin's spring breeze-like voice came from the other end of the phone. It looks like we can continue to fight side by side this time and try our best to make up for the regret of our previous life. This time, I will protect Mingyuan and not let him be harmed by anyone. Protect Su Mingyuan from being harmed by anyone. Sha Xueqi sneered silently. She probably wanted to protect Su Mingyuan. It meant she couldn't let him be seduced by other women like us and fall into the trap of love, right? How could she not guess Su Shuilin's thoughts? As for Su Mingyuan's brother, who was not related by blood, what she was thinking and longing for, please read this chapter at turbulent.com. Hee. It was still the same crucial point as Xiao Ruro. Identity. Even though she, Su Shuilin, had tried her best to develop a relationship with Su Mingyuan, she was still Su Mingyuan's sister. She would never be able to do anything. While her identity as Sha Xueqi was Su Mingyuan's fiancé. Su Shuilin, this hypocritical woman, has a nice mouth. She called me a good sister and said that she wanted to work together with me, but in her heart, she must be thinking how to guard against me. Unfortunately, as Su Mingyuan's fiancé, I have too much space to control. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. The corners of Sha Xueqi's mouth subconsciously curved upwards at the thought of this. What do you plan to do about dealing with Xiao Ran? She asked. We don't have enough strength and power right now. Of course, we need to accumulate strength and weaken his wings at the same time. We need to find a chance to launch a fatal attack on him. As soon as she talked about Xiao Ran, Su Shuilin's tone changed from gentle to stern. At this moment, my parents have left most of the family's assets to me to manage. I'm already preparing to reduce Xiao Ran's wings. As a branch disciple of the Xiao family, Xiao Ran's parents made many connections when they went down the mountain to help the Xiao family. They also helped promote many people. Some of these people are currently in a high position, and they were also concerned about Xiao Ran's parents. Once Xiao Ran secretly revealed his identity, he would definitely receive their help. So, before Xiao Ran finds them, I'm going to take them down in advance so that he doesn't have a chance to form a network of influence. Sha Xueqi nodded slightly. She knew Su Shuilin would not disappoint her. Then, she told the other party her current plan. Then, there was silence. After a while, Sha Xueqi suddenly asked, have you practiced Su Mingyuan's heaven-clearing jade divine technique? Yes, at that time, Su Mingyuan, who only wanted to have a good time after his death, even crazily wrote down Xiao Ran's most important cultivation technique as the main character, the heaven-clearing jade divine technique, in his diary. This was also one of the most important reasons why the female lead joined forces to kill Xiao Ran. I've practiced, of course I've practiced. However, I've only been reborn a few days ago, and I've only just developed a sense of qi. Fortunately, this divine technique can improve and purify the true qi by absorbing the jade essence of the top-grade good jade. Oh right, do you need jade? I don't need it, because a truly top-grade good jade is equivalent to an extremely rare and precious spirit jade that is like a heavenly treasure. It's impossible to buy in the market, but we all know where it is, right? Sha Xueqi suddenly chuckled. Su Shuilin also smiled. Because they all knew where the other party was talking about. As the main character, Xiao Ran, of course, didn't have to face Su Mingyuan at all times. There was only one thing that mattered in his life. It was to show off in front of Su Mingyuan and slap him in the face. Su Mingyuan was only the most important villain in the middle stage of urban supremacy emperor. Xiao Ran would encounter other villains, fortuitous encounters, and beauties along the way. Of course, Su Shuilin and Sha Xueqi knew the location of his fortuitous encounter. I've already sent someone to Tianqing mountain range, Su Shuilin replied. I've also instructed my trusted subordinates over at Heaven's End Canyon, Sha Xueqi said. I've also sent people to the Snow Ridge secret pool, Su Shuilin replied. I haven't completely taken control of the Sha family yet. However, you have to leave the ones from the Dragon Transformation mountain range to me, Sha Shueqi said. Following that, the two of them exchanged a few words, and the spots where Xiao Ran would have fortuitous encounters in the future were completely allocated. When the assignment ended, on the other end of the phone, the two of them were like sisters sharing secrets. They laughed out loud. They were still so tacit. But they quickly fell silent again. After a while, Sha Shueqi suddenly said, Su Shuilin, we must end this as soon as possible before those women come out. Yes, I know. Those women who will only appear at the end of the plot. Since they will only appear at the end of the plot, why don't they not appear? Su Shuilin's voice was as cold as Sha Shueqi's in an iceberg state. As expected of the former sisters. Xiaoling of the Xiao family, Yu Lianxin of the Fairy Doctor Valley, Li Shuya of Korea, and the Kagura of Japan. Sha Shueqi chuckled. They probably don't know what's going on yet. They think they're the only ones reborn. In order not to change the plot and also to kill Xiao Ran, they are probably hiding in their own territory and preparing to wait until they have enough power to kill Xiao Ran before they can follow the development of the plot. That's why the two of his sisters have to work hard to get everything to an end before they go on stage. The dust will settle down, so that they won't have to work so hard to kill Xiao Ran and suffer an extra hardship, right, Shueqi? At this point, a smile appeared on Su Shuilin's face. They knew each other so well that they could easily guess each other's thoughts. You're right. It's best to have fewer competitors. Sha Shueqi's voice gradually softened. What about Lu Mengning? Su Shuilin asked. According to the plot, she's the one Su Mingyuan wants and likes. Hey, that woman must be waiting for Su Mingyuan to come and pursue her. Sha Shueqi sneered. Lu Mengning. It was not a threat at all. If she thought that she could take advantage of the plot to sit on the fishing platform, then she would be gravely mistaken. By the way, there is another person. Murong Hongshe, what are you going to do? Su Shuilin asked. Didn't you only mention her in the end so that I could rope her in? How could Sha Shueqi not know Su Shuilin's thoughts? If you have Ruro to help you, then I'll find Murong Hongshe to be my helper. Is that all right? No problem. Shuiqi, you are indeed worthy of being a good sister. Sha Shueqi chuckled. It would be great if that was what you were thinking. I am hanging up. The moment they put down the phone, the smiles on their faces disappeared. Shueqi, one family can't accommodate two powerful people. You know what I'm thinking, but I know you won't give in to me, right? Because, who asked me to know you so well? Su Shuilin muttered as she watched the call hang up. It's good that we're sisters. In the office, Sha Shueqi smiled coldly. After receiving Sha Shueqi's promise, Xiao Ran walked out of the Xuanmei building in an extremely happy mood. Before, he had never known about love. He didn't know what it was like to fall in love with someone. Now, he seemed to know. At this moment, he looked up at the scenery around him. He had never felt that the sky was so blue, the wind was so refreshing, and the trees were so green. At that moment, he suddenly saw Su Mingyuan's Rolls-Royce still standing at the entrance of the building. Why is this guy still here? Xiao Ran was puzzled, but he did not think too much. However, since they had met, he could find Ruro to ask her how the work was going. Some things might not be easy to say on the phone, so it was better to have an interview. Moreover, he hadn't seen Ruro for a day or two, so he still missed her. At this thought, he walked to the Rolls-Royce's car door and tapped on the window. Dong, dong, dong. Chapter 31, How Can I Doubt Ruro? In the Rolls-Royce's back seat. Brother Mingyuan, it's too intense. I spare me. Xiao Rurio's face turned red as she mumbled. Su Mingyuan had fulfilled his promise. She was really suffocating from the kiss. You were the one who took the initiative. How can you say that you can't? Su Mingyuan would not let go. It was difficult for him to say so much while kissing. Of course, it's fine if you want me to let you go, unless Ruro calls me master. Su Mingyuan revealed his final fangs. He wanted to hear Ruro call him that as he pressed her under his body and kissed her while making her call him master. Especially when he thought of her identity as Xiao Ran's sister. This feeling was really wonderful. As for being punished for infringing on the female lead by deducting his villain value. System, you saw it with your own eyes. It was Ruro who took the initiative. I was in a passive position. Under the situation where Su Mingyuan was even more unwilling to retreat, Xiaoruro could not endure it anymore. In the end, her face was still flushed red, and her wet eyes closed shyly as she called out. Master, master. Su Mingyuan was instantly elated. He felt satisfied from the bottom of his heart. He felt great. It was only then that he let go of her. He even felt that his originally depressed and despairing mood had suddenly recovered. However, when he saw Xiaorurio's charming face flushed red from the kiss, he knew that he was not satisfied. Just 2 kisses, how could she do that? Please read this chapter at turbulent. The current Ruro made people want to bully her even more. Does brother Mingyuan still want to kiss me? Sensing his gaze, Xiaoruro shyly and bravely raised her little face. It's not impossible, as long as. Just say what Su Mingyuan asked anxiously. As long as Xiaorurio's 2 fingers shyly pointed at each other, but her eyes were fixed on him. A trace of excitement flashed through her eyes. As long as big brother Mingyuan calls me once to master. Me calling you master. Su Mingyuan's burning desire instantly cooled down. Ruro, you are really naive. You want me, Su Mingyuan, to call you master just to get your kiss. Sorry, Su Mingyuan, cannot do such a thing. Even at this moment, Ruro looked so charming and alluring, and every single pore on her body oozed with infinite charm. But, Su Mingyuan, won't submit to you just for the sake of your beauty. HMPH. If you don't kiss me, won't young Master Su find another woman to kiss? Su Mingyuan took out his phone and opened the mysterious software that he had downloaded last night. Later, he would go and chat with little sister. Xiaoruro was at a loss when she saw Su Mingyuan sitting on the side in anger. She still remembered the first time he kissed her in his office and pressed her down. Please read this chapter at turbulent. She liked being bullied by him, but she also wanted to bully him occasionally. She wanted to see how embarrassed and angry he was when she teased him. What she wanted to see was not Su Mingyuan's angry expression. In fact, if it was someone else who had a closer relationship with Su Mingyuan, perhaps he would be hot-blooded and agree to it. But even if Xiaoruro and him could already be said to have been painted like glue, once she thought of her identity. When she thought of how she wanted him to call Xiao Ran's sister his master. That was right, Su Mingyuan had no choice but to be a villain who had been slapped in the face by Xiao Ran. He would even be very happy every time he was successfully slapped in the face by Xiao Ran, because he had earned a lot of villains. However, this didn't mean that he would have to take the initiative to endure this humiliation at a time when he didn't need to play a part in the drama. Rano E. Sha Shueqi was right. Her identity was always the last and most difficult hurdle between Xiaoruro and Su Mingyuan. Unfortunately, the current Xiaoruro had yet to understand this question. At that moment, dong, dong, dong. Someone knocked on the car window. Xiaoruro rolled down the window and looked at the person outside in surprise. Brother, why are you here? I saw Su Mingyuan's car parked here, so I came to see you. Right, Ruro, your face, why are you so red? Xiao Ran looked at his sister's flushed face doubtfully. There was still a trace of aftertaste on her face, and the water in her eyes was sparkling and moist. It was difficult not to arouse any bad thoughts. Nothing, brother, it's just that the weather is too hot. The air conditioning in the car isn't high enough. Xiaoruro nervously pinched the corner of her clothes and her brain almost blacklashed on the spot. She did not expect Xiao Ran to appear at this moment. It's really just it's too hot. Xiao Ran looked at her suspiciously, and speared into the car. Yes, why would I lie to you? Xiaoruro forced a smile on her face. In the back row of the Rolls-Royce, Su Mingyuan was sitting far away from Xiaoruro because of what had just happened. He was feeling bored. His appearance in Xiao Ran's eyes instantly dispelled the doubts in his heart. If Su Mingyuan had really done something bad to Ruro, how could he sit so far away and still have a bad face? Really, what am I thinking? Xiao Ran angrily slapped himself in the heart. How could I think like that? Ruro is willing to hide at the side of a scoundrel like Su Mingyuan for me, yet I still suspect her. Su Mingyuan was impotent. He can't do anything. What the hell is going on? Xiao Ran completely believed Xiaorurio's words. As expected, the weather was too hot, causing Rurio's face to turn slightly red. He looked up and saw that the sun was very bright today. Brother, is there anything else you need me for? Xiao Ran looked at Su Mingyuan's stinky face in the car. While he was in a good mood, he was afraid that Su Mingyuan would vent his anger on his sister later because he had been talking to Ruro for too long. Last night, Ruro called him again, saying that she and Su Mingyuan had made an agreement. In front of outsiders, she wanted to give Su Mingyuan face and let people know that he wasn't as good as him. In her daily life, Su Mingyuan would not molest her and torture her. She just needed to be a secretary. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ran really believed in this agreement. He believed that if she stayed at Su Mingyuan's villa, he would not be harmed. So he smiled and shook his head. It's fine. I just came to see if you're okay and if you've been abused, he said. Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Ruro, I'll leave first. Goodbye, brother. Xiao Ruro waved her hand and watched his back disappear into the distance, letting out a sigh of relief. Brother Mingyuan, where are we going next? She asked. Su Mingyuan reached out and pressed a button on the seat. The opaque black soundproof window between the front and back rows dropped down. He had already picked a tall and innocent-looking little sister from the app and made an appointment to meet her. They had lunch, tea, and some exercise. Thus, he instructed the driver, first send Ruro back to the villa to rest, and then you can send me to another place later. Don, you need me to follow you, brother Mingyuan. Xiao Ruro tilted her head. No, just stay at home. Xiao Rurio's cute act did not change Su Mingyuan's mind. He put away his phone and thought to himself. HMPH. Ruro, you must let me call you master to let me eat, right? No need. Not only do I not need to call someone else master, I can also make them call me master while being willingly eaten by me. Just regret it. Chapter 32, I can't let those bad women succeed. It was time for lunch when Sha Xueqi returned home. However, her meal was not prepared at home. Her stepmother was already waiting at the door. When she saw her, her eyes narrowed. I heard that you insulted your third uncle in front of everyone at the company today. Sha Xueqi's expression did not change at all, and she replied with a cold hem. I heard you even scolded the Su family's brat for being a good-for-nothing in front of everyone and told him to leave your company. Yeah, Sha Xueqi took off her coat and prepared to go into her room to change into a cooler outfit. Sha Rongs was drinking soup when she passed by the kitchen. When he saw her, he called out cautiously, Sis, you're back. Sha Xueqi ignored him and walked straight to her room. Sha Rongs lowered his head. A trace of resentment flashed across his timid eyes. Mother Sha was furious when she saw this. She grabbed Sha Xueqi's arm and sneered. Xueqi, my good daughter, your wings are really long now. You didn't even call me mom when you came in, and didn't even bother to greet your brother. You even humiliated your third uncle at the company and insulted your fiancé as a piece of shit. Oh, so. Sha Xueqi turned around and gave her a cold look. Mom, brother, I greeted both of you. Can you let go now? Her cold attitude infuriated Mother Sha. She had greeted them, but Mother Sha could not feel the slightest respect in her voice. She was clearly looking down on her stepmother. Sha Xueqi, don't act so aloof and arrogant. Do you think your current wealth, your good fortune, and everything you have comes from your efforts? No, it comes from our Sha family. Without the Sha family, you are nothing. Who do you think you are? Relying on the power of the Sha family, you can vigorously develop your company, and have the confidence to challenge those high-ranking officials. So now you think that you're powerful. How could you not respect your elders, not place the family in the eyes, and unwilling to even contribute to the family? Let me tell you, the marriage between you and Su Mingyuan is the most important thing for the Su and Sha families. Your father was discussing a major project with the Su family. If something happened to Su Mingyuan because of you today, they wouldn't discuss it. Mother Sha's tone was already threatening. So, should I accept this marriage that I don't want? Sha Xueqi sneered in disdain. Sha Xueqi, let me figure it out for you. Mother Sha's voice became sharp. Our Sha family has raised you and given you glory and wealth that ordinary people would never be able to enjoy for the rest of their lives. Why shouldn't you think about the family? Why shouldn't you accept the family's arrangements made for you? Okay. For the sake of the family, accept the arrangement that you guys gave me, right? Sha Xueqi seemed to be angered as well. She shouted in anger, I'm going to curry favor with that good-for-nothing Su Mingyuan right now. Accept the arrangements you gave me. She walked into the room and closed the door, quickly changing into a cool outfit. By the time she walked out, her face had already returned to its former aloofness. Mom, I've decided to listen to you and go date Su Mingyuan. But. She walked in front of Mother Sha and slowly revealed a cold smile. I don't know if you've ever thought about it, but one day, I'll be in complete control of Su Mingyuan and make him listen to me and manipulate the entire Su family. What do you think I would do to this family that gave birth to me and raised me? How would I treat you? My dear stepmother. Please read this chapter @wondernovels.com. Mother Shaw froze. Sha Xueqi walked over indifferently from Mother Shaw's side, not giving her a straight look from start to finish. However, in this scorching summer weather, Mother Shaw felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her body suddenly turned cold. Only when Sha Xueqi disappeared did she curse angrily and release all sorts of abuse. This damned cheap maid, a son of a bitch. Sha Xueqi sat in the car with a faint smile outside the door. She was very happy. Now, she had a reason to date Su Mingyuan and even do some intimate things. She wasn't willing. It was her dear stepmother who forced her to do this. Ruro, although I know that as Xiao Ran's younger sister, you are a very important part in helping us kill Xiao Ran. It's only right to give you some sweetness. But I don't want my future husband to be taken advantage of before he marries me. I must also have the sweetness you have tasted. Brother Mingyuan, do you really not need me to go with you? In front of the villa's main door, Xiao Ruro was holding onto the door handle, reluctant to part. However, Su Mingyuan only wanted to hurry to the location he had agreed to with the young miss and induce in a deeper level of pleasure. You weren't willing to give it to me just now, but now you are reluctant to part with me, right? Haha, it's too late. I do have important matters to attend to. Ruro, just stay at home and rest. With that said, Su Mingyuan closed the car door and urged the driver to leave quickly. The Rolls-Royce disappeared like the hurricane, leaving Xiao Ruro alone in her original spot, deep in thought. Something important. At this time, was there anything important that Brother Mingyuan had to do? In the diary there was no such thing. Besides, apart from acting as a villain under the threat of the world will, was there anything more important than this? Xiao Ruro took out her phone and dialed Su Shuilan's number. Hello, Sister Lan. Before she could say anything, Su Shuilan interrupted her. Ruro, I understand. You don't have to worry. Leave this matter to me. Do. After the call was hung up, Xiao Ruro stood blankly in the same place. I haven't said anything yet, but Sister Lan already knows everything. On Su Shuilan's side, she had just hung up on Xiao Ruro when Sha Xueqi called. Tell me where Su Mingyuan is. Xueqi, how could I know where Mingyuan is now? Stop talking nonsense. Su Shuilan, with your desire to manipulate, you must have already installed a monitoring device in Su Mingyuan's car, and even his driver must be yours, right? You are telling me now that you don't know where he is. Xueqi, you really know me so well. Su Shuilan clicked on the mobile phone map and sent Sha Xueqi a location. Mingyuan is going to go here for a date with a strange girl. I think it's not good. Those girls are all bad women who are jealous of my Mingyuan's money and body. You can't let them succeed. Please read this chapter @wondernovels.com. Leave it to me, I'll give you a surprise. Sha Xueqi hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Su Shuilan was silent for a while, narrowed her eyes, and muttered to herself. Yes, they are all bad women. I can't let these bad women succeed. Chapter 33. Aren't you disappointed that the person you were expecting isn't here? Hey, hypocrite. Sha Xueqi put down the phone and sent the driver a location while sneering. You don't want Su Mingyuan to be taken advantage of by an unknown woman, and you don't want to be the one to ruin his good mood. You've taken all the benefits, right? Not only that, I also know that you want to be a Oriole. You're just waiting for me to ruin Su Mingyuan's good mood and make a scene with him so that you can take the opportunity to come out and earn his goodwill, right? At that time, I'll become a bad woman who ruined Su Mingyuan's plans. You're the good sister who supported him and protected him. Huh, Su Shuilan, do you think I don't know what you're planning? After being schemed against by Su Shuilan like this, Sha Xueqi did not look angry at all. Hee, Su Shuilan, don't forget, when I hung up, I said that I would give you a surprise. A smile suddenly appeared on her ice-cold face. It appeared like a blossoming cold and beautiful snow lotus flower at the summit of the snow mountain. Beautiful, yet cold. Su Mingyuan happily sat in his Rolls-Royce and even started humming. When your mood is low and you are in deep depression, you must not fall into this kind of mood and not be able to walk out. Go find something that would make you happy. Despair and grief alone could not change the current situation. Perhaps if you are optimistic, you can find a solution to the problem. This was what Su Mingyuan had done. That was right. Sha Xueqi had indeed dealt a great blow to him this morning. She had even made him feel despair and wanted to give up. But despair was temporary, optimism was eternal. Su Mingyuan was never someone who was easily defeated by despair. Maintaining enthusiasm and optimism forever was the secret to his success in saving 100,000 counter-attacks last week. Now, after a warm kiss with Ruro and the thought of a date later, his mood had long since risen from his initial pessimism. Furthermore, when he thought of the plot of his upcoming appearance, he was in an even better mood. Because the conflict between him and Xiao Ran happened in a high-end bar. Most importantly, no other female leads appeared in this conflict. A few days later, Xiao Ran brought them to a bar in the highest end of the capital to entertain his mercenaries and assassins from abroad. Then, he happened to run into Su Mingyuan, who came to drink and play with women. Diaresis. After some face-smacking, Xiao Ran's actions were reported to the owner of the bar, Murong Hongshe, the underground queen of Mingjing City. He successfully attracted her attention. But that was already after the end of the plot related to Su Mingyuan. So, although Sha Xueqi had caused the main line to change, Su Mingyuan had yet to figure out how to fix it. However, on the bright side, at least the next time he appears, the female leads won't be able to make trouble for him. He, as well as the Xiao Ran whom he was still familiar with, would definitely be able to cooperate well and perform without any flaws. Although Su Mingyuan hadn't received a good system evaluation the previous 2 times, it was clear that this 3rd time, he wouldn't have any problems. Moreover, he could relax during the few days that he didn't need to perform. Taking advantage of his status as a wealthy young man and enjoying a short and pleasant vacation with the beautiful girl was not a bad idea. In terms of looks, temperament, and charm, those girls were definitely inferior to the female lead in Rurio's novel. But he could only see it, he couldn't eat it. Soon, the Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of a luxurious and low-key restaurant in Mingjing. "Sir, may I ask who you are? I have an appointment, number 33. Okay, please come with me." Su Mingyuan followed the waiter's instructions and walked towards the predetermined position. The restaurant was reserved for the lady who was chatting on the software. It could be seen that she had chosen a very careful place. The restaurant had elegant decorations everywhere. Every decoration made people feel a unique sense of art. It was elegant and not crowded. In a corner of the restaurant, there was a pianist slowly playing a soothing and melodious tune. Beside the restaurant was a small lake with beautiful scenery. The guests by the window could enjoy the beautiful scenery by the lake while listening to the melodious music. As expected, the girl on the mysterious software didn't disappoint him. She was rather tactful. When communicating with girls like this, the process would obviously make people feel even happier. Number 33 was by the window. The girl on the app didn't use the privilege of being a woman. She arrived early on purpose and sat quietly on her seat, waiting for him. She left him a good side face covered with a layer of golden halo by the sun. When you're rich enough to make countless women flock to you, you don't have to worry about girls being late for dates. Because they would always be the ones waiting for you first. Su Mingyuan wasn't in a hurry to walk over. Instead, he stood aside and quietly enjoyed the beautiful scenery. Please read this chapter at turbulent.com. This girl's face was very pure and beautiful. It made people think of their first love at first glance, but her figure didn't look like a young girl at all. She seemed to know her own characteristics, so the pure white dress and white shoes made her look even more pure and beautiful. But at the same time, she deliberately used a white belt around her waist, perfectly highlighting her full and alluring chest. In addition, her dress was also very particular. The long and thin sling made her smooth and thin shoulder perfectly exposed. The collarbone that was faintly exposed had a trace of seductive charm, and the short hem of the dress could just reveal her slender calf that was wrapped in white silk. She was pure, beautiful, and charming. Very good. It seemed like she understood very well. Su Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction and walked over. When he would be in bed with this beautiful girl, he would definitely enjoy a lot of happiness. Su Mingyuan thought with anticipation. He felt that he was simply lucky. Although he only saw the side of her face, her appearance, temperament, and outfit. It made him feel that the girl in front of him was not weaker than any other female lead. He even felt as if he had seen her before. Only, does this girl have poor photography skills? If not, why does she look a million times better than the photos in the software? I don't know why, but at this moment, I suddenly have a bad premonition in my heart. Su Mingyuan sat opposite the girl. As soon as he sat down, the girl turned to look at him with a cold, contemptuous smile on her face. Please read this chapter at turbulent.com. At this moment, what pure temperament, what seductive figure, in front of this icy smile, he was suddenly suppressed under the iceberg and no longer existed. The girl regained her original temperament. Su Mingyuan finally saw the girl's face at this moment, and his face changed greatly, etching with fear second by second. When Xia Xueqi saw his face change in an instant, the faint smile on her cold pretty face rose slightly by a few margins. Aren't you disappointed that the person you were expecting isn't here? Su Mingyuan. Chapter 34. Xia Xueqi, you also have days like this. Xia Xueqi. How could it be her? Su Mingyuan could never have imagined that the person sitting in front of him wasn't the one the girl he had an appointment with from the app, but Xia Xueqi herself. No wonder she was acting so weird just now. To be honest, she's far more attractive in person than in her photos. It was all Xia Xueqi's fault. Somehow, she managed to combine her icy personality and her majestic appearance, resulting in her becoming strangely attractive. She even dresses like she was so pure, and always mindful of only showing the good side of her face. He didn't even recognize her at the beginning. Though, no matter how beautiful Xia Xueqi was or how she dresses, Su Mingyuan will never be interested. Merely the sight of her reminds him of this morning's tragic encounter in the Xuanmei building, the despair he felt. And the cause? It was this woman in front of him, coldly staring with a smile. Why are you here? Xia Xueqi lightly stroked her hair back as she turned to look at the lake outside. Because I drove away the woman who was originally here, she said nonchalantly. It's a shame you missed it. Perhaps she would have left you a note. Damn it. This damned wicked woman. Not only had she disrupted the main storyline, to the point that she almost drove me to despair, but when I finally managed to find a little sister to have fun with through an app to try to cheer me up, she just had to ruin this too. Looking at Xia Xueqi's calm indifference, Su Mingyuan couldn't help but feel angry. He slammed the table and yelled, Xia Xueqi. What the hell are you doing? Call me Xueqi. Also Mingyuan, please refrain from slapping tables and making a scene in front of a noble lady like myself. Else you might be mistaken to be an uncultured slob. Xia Xueqi held her head up proudly as she said this to him. Call her Xueqi. Su Mingyuan was dumbstruck and momentarily forgot to retort. Call her Xueqi. Also, what did she called me? Mingyuan. Did she call me Mingyuan? Wasn't she clearly disgusted with me and our arranged marriage? How is any of this possible? Has she gone crazy? Mental illness? Is it possible her brain got bonked? Wait, don't tell me. Could it be that the setting and the characters have collapsed again? No way. There's no way, right? Impossible. Ah. Damn it, Overlord. Can you hurry up and fix this damned broken reality already? Do you know just how many butts I had to wipe last week? How come it's even fucking worse now? Su Mingyuan was absolutely flabbergasted by Xia Xueqi's uncharacteristic remarks. What's more is that it truly made him panic. Xia Xueqi, what are you getting at? I don't remember our relationship being close enough to call each other so intimately. Xia Xueqi didn't reply at first. She merely looked at his face. She took an elegant sip of coffee, before replying. You're right. In fact, not only do we not get along, I hate you to death. Mingyuan, do you know the feeling of coming home to your entire household, father, mother, my brothers, and even the servants trying to force you to do something without rhyme or reason? She must have felt aggrieved as she said this. She maintained her steady coldness and calm elegance all throughout. From her facial expression to the tone of her voice, you wouldn't know there was something amiss. On the other hand, Su Mingyuan could sense something beneath this huge icy glacier, seething beneath the calm waves. A deep-sea monster lurked below, ready to turn the world upside down. Family. Loved ones. Lovely words. I am a daughter. I am also a sister. The same blood runs deep in our veins, so it is only natural to think we should love and care about one another deeply. I am their daughter. I am their sister. We're family, so we should love and care for one another, and yet, because I scorned you this morning because I scolded Xia Chengchen and declined our betrothal. Their faces, which should have been full of love and acceptance, were instead full of malign despotism. Their eyes, which should have been filled with warmth, were instead filled with frigid, piercing light. Do you know what that feels like, Mingyuan? I'm sure that if I defied them and didn't marry you, they'd treat me as if I was an outsider, nay, an enemy. To them, I'm a marionette that only moves when they want me to move. I am merely a tool to further the Shah family's cause. If I don't follow their instructions, only punishment awaits me. They'll take away my identity, status, my connections, and even the company I've worked so hard to create. After all these years, everything gone. My family sure is wonderful. Shah Xueqi placed her coffee cup on the table. Under the warm sunlight, the gorgeous face that has enraptured so many men displayed a terrible ruthless coldness. Do you understand now, Mingyuan? Do you understand why I came to this date? Why I asked you to call me that way? The corners of her mouth slowly lifted into a smile, as she gazed at Su Mingyuan. This smile was so beautiful, and yet so frightening. Su Mingyuan's back felt a sharp chill, and his heart trembled involuntarily. He wanted nothing more than to laugh up to the sky. Surely, you've gotten your just desserts for ruining that important day, right? So you haven't gone insane, rather, your brain's damaged. You're using this date to have your family loosen their grip on you. Ha 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 ha. You bitch. You have days like this too. Days like this too. Want to date me? Dream on. Even if you try to put on such a pure and demure persona, even if you change into something more revealing and sexy, or even if you offer your body to me, Su Mingyuan will never let you get what you want today. Since the novel's plot has changed, I no longer need to comply with my character setting to complete this farce. Su Mingyuan, am here today to defy you. Shah Xueqi, get ready for the slap of your life. Since you dare to give me a hard time this morning, you won't mind if I return it in kind, right? Su Mingyuan abruptly got up, picked up his phone, and turned to leave immediately. Su Mingyuan, what are you doing? Shah Xueqi realized what intended, so she quickly tried to stop him. Hee, so fast. You were calling me Mingyuan, just now, but now you've revealed your true impertinent self. Su Mingyuan turned to look at her and sneered. What? Shah Xueqi, the fact that your family has forced you to be here to try to reconcile with me, what does that have to do with me? Do you believe that I, Su Mingyuan, am a fool? Didn't you just blow me off just this morning? Am I to just pretend that never happened and play along with you here? Who do you think you are to want to be able to scold, humiliate, and cause suffering to whoever you want, but would plead for leniency when it is your turn? Shah Xueqi, you really do think of yourself as a proud daughter of heaven? Should I, this waste, just allow you to scold and humiliate me? You know you're a bitch, right? In any case, I'm sorry, oh proud daughter of heaven. This lowly one will have to decline this date. As you put it, how can this waste be worthy of dating such a great and noble person as you, right? Seeing that Shah Xueqi's eyes seemed to have grown even colder, and traces of anger could already be seen on her face, Su Mingyuan reveled in joy. She had attempted to destroy him this morning. Looking at her now, about to lose her cool, he only felt pleasure. The depression he felt for the past 2 days because of his 2 failed performances, he was almost able to vent it all out. Today is a good day. No, a great day. Shah Xueqi, let me give you a piece of advice, one shouldn't humiliate others. Everyone deserves some dignity, so what if you're the proud daughter of heaven? Now, this waste, having been asked for a date, would only like to say, I refuse. Having said that, I can finally watch as this so-called proud daughter of heaven is cast out by her own Shah family. I wonder how you'll look lonely and miserable, ha 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 ha. Exhilarating, so exhilarating. Seeing Shah Xueqi's face turn ugly, Su Mingyuan could only feel exhilarated. He laughed uproariously, and flicked his hand to signal his departure. Shah Xueqi, do you think I won't leave if you continue to hold my hand? Ridiculous. Watch how I throw you away too. Harder, harder, harder. What's going on? Why can't I break free? Chapter 35, it seems I made things worse. Just a moment ago, Su Mingyuan's smile was so carefree, but now his face has morphed into shock and bewilderment. He never imagined that he, Su Mingyuan, a man of dignity, would be unable to free himself from a woman's grip. Shah Xueqi is surprisingly stronger than me. He took a peek. Shah Xueqi's face was as frigid as ever. He found himself just barely able to keep smiling. Will you let me go? What do you think? Shah Xueqi asked back with a cold smile. This divine skill is worthy of being the protagonist, Xiao Ran's exclusive skill. She had only practiced it for a few days, but she's already exceeded the bounds of regular humans even when it's only at the early stages. Moreover, she was certain that Su Mingyuan, no matter the level of his current cultivation, would never show strength beyond that of normal people to her, the protagonist, lest he endangers his role as the villain. Because according to the novel, he shouldn't know any martial arts. If he wanted to use his skills, he'd have to don a full-body disguise, like he did in his previous life. So, as long as she takes action, Su Mingyuan will be helpless to flee no matter how desperately he may struggle. Though, Sha Xueqi never suspected that Su Mingyuan still had no cultivation even after all this time. After all, it's only the second day of his second week after transmigrating. He didn't even think about practicing cultivation in the beginning. He also thought that he could get by with just his godly acting skills, which he further honed during his performances in the first week. He had probably earned thousands of villain and strengthening points already, at least that was what she had expected. Why would he even bother practicing cultivation when he could simply enhance his realm by purchasing stuff from the system store? He could have simply spent 5,000 strengthening points to purchase 10 years of true qi, which was possible even at this early stage of the novel. From the beginning, he was never a match for Xiao Ran anyway, so did he decide to just casually go about things? She never expected that his two previous performances, which were both defeats, had only earned him 400 strengthening points in total, and that purchasing even the 500-point Radiant Jade 1 year of true qi permanent was out of the question. If he really wanted to, he could have broken free from Sha Xueqi's grasp by buying the Radiant Jade 10 years of true qi 1-day duration buff, which only costs 100 points and was extremely cheap. But of course, he wouldn't do that. Mingyuan, here in this restaurant, you and I have the same status. Although, even though both our bodyguards are absent, I have one thing that's above you. Sha Xueqi smiled and said in an undeniable tone, I'm stronger than you. If I don't let you go, you won't be going anywhere. Shame. Utter humiliation. I was thinking that I could finally raise my head and take revenge against this wicked woman, but who would have thought that he, Su Mingyuan, had lost to a woman in strength and is being taken advantage of? Since he had no choice but to shamefully concede. And there was no way to escape, why not just enjoy himself? Don't just look on the bad side. Now that he thought of it, how many people in the world could compare with Sha Xueqi's status, looks or temperament? How many men have dreamed of dating her? Su Mingyuan does indeed have remarkable adaptability to any situation. He will never succumb to defeat. Okay, I'm not leaving anymore. Can you let go now? Only when he said this did Sha Xueqi let go of his hand and sat back down. Su Mingyuan massaged his wrist that Sha Xueqi had gripped. He was going to sit opposite her when she stopped him. That's not where you should sit, she said as she drew back her arms and raised her chin slightly towards the vacant seat beside her. This is where you should. Su Mingyuan could only relent and sit right next to her, keeping a few inches away. Displeased at the gap between them, Sha Xueqi frowned and ordered, come closer. Su Mingyuan moved his butt a little closer, but there was still a little gap between them. Closer. This time, there was a hint of impatience in her voice. You asked for this. Su Mingyuan decided to do what she asked and stuck so close to her that their legs met and shoulders touched. Su Mingyuan could simply reach out his hand and grasp her thighs, while she could just as easily touch his face with her hands. Ow. The two were as close as they've ever been. When their bodies touched, Su Mingyuan noticed that Sha Xueqi was so uncomfortable that she bit her lips slightly. A faint blush also appeared on her ice-cold face. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Seeing this scene, he almost laughed out loud. She only liked to talk big, but as soon as I leaned over, this is what happened. In the end, he really did laugh out loud. When Sha Xueqi took out her phone, he sneered. Sha Xueqi, it seems that your Sha family really put a lot of pressure on you this time, enough that you devised this scenario so you could take pictures to prove our closeness to appease them. Why aren't you taking pictures already? Sha Xueqi had indeed taken out her phone to take pictures, though it wasn't to appease her family, but to. She glanced out the window towards the quiet lake and the willows on its bank, guessing that Su Xuelin should be hiding behind one of them, ready to surprise her. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. But really, even if she's not there, isn't it a good time to take pictures? She turned her head towards Su Mingyuan, and smiled lightly. Correction, Mingyuan. You should be calling me Xueqi now. Also, you're right. I am being forced to do this by my family. Guys like you, with empty bellies and empty heads, shouldn't mistake my actions as me liking you, but. She tidied a loose strand of hair while she was brushing her hair with her fingers. She looked at Su Mingyuan with a strange expression. I almost mistook you for the wrong person because of your uncharacteristic behavior. From what I know of you, if I told you I wanted to date because my family was pressuring me, you would have never decided to leave. Instead, an evil seducer like you should have immediately become ecstatic, even laughing maniacally at my plight. You'd even start to take advantage of me by threatening to tattle on me to my family if I didn't agree to your every whim. From what I know about you, this should have been your response, right? Mingyuan. That's right. Suddenly, the smile on Su Mingyuan's face froze, and he felt his whole body had fallen into ice. This bitch is too smart and cunning. Just from the few willful decisions I made had triggered her to suspect that I wasn't the same villain as Su Mingyuan, from the novel. The feeling of being seen through really was nerve-wracking. At that moment, Su Mingyuan had realized that he should have been much more careful from the start. Please read this Even if the plot has shifted, in front of the female protagonist, he should have maintained his usual guise. This incident might even cause a bigger deviation, resulting in him needing to put in more energy to fix it. And with Sha Xueqi looking at him suspiciously, he suddenly got a premonition from his heart. Forget about pretending everything will be alright, it seems I made things worse. Chapter 36, It was just a slip of my hand. He should be fine. Wasn't it just a slight change in his personality? That won't affect anything, right? The way I mocked Sha Xueqi just now didn't lose the villain essence, right? It definitely wouldn't cause any damage to the plot, right? Right. Su Mingyuan kept comforting himself to stop the panic from spreading in his heart. Sha Xueqi saw his flustered expression and found it interesting. She couldn't help secretly taking a picture of it with her phone. Mingyuan, perhaps I didn't have much contact with you in the past, but today, I realize that you're a little different from what I've known. Looking at the cold sweat on Su Mingyuan's forehead, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. I'll secretly tell you a secret. Mingyuan, just now, your evaluation in my heart rose from a good-for-nothing to a slightly higher level. Su Mingyuan never thought that Sha Xueqi would say such words when he heard her playful tone. What happened to Sha Xueqi? Could she be? However, I still have to remind you that you mustn't be as sentimental as I said just now. It's just a step up. That doesn't mean that I think too highly of you, understand? Su Mingyuan let out a long sigh of relief when he heard Sha Xueqi's cold tone. He was glad that the familiar feeling had returned. This hateful and evil woman is truly terrifying. There is always an illusion that she has completely grasped his emotions. She is the one who had been forced by the Sha family to do something she was unwilling to do. Dating me should have been something that made her extremely disgusted and uncomfortable, but why does it seem like the situation is completely under her control? And I being at a complete disadvantage. At that moment, Sha Xueqi pulled his hand and placed it on her waist. The two of them moved from shoulder to embrace each other. When he placed his hand on her slender waist, Su Mingyuan felt that her body was trembling with nervousness. This instantly cleared Su Mingyuan of his earlier panic. Yes, no matter how he looked at it, Sha Xueqi was the one who was forced to do what she was unwilling to do. The reason why she constantly used words and actions to shock me, upset my mind, and made me panic was to create a situation that was completely under her control. This way, it would make her feel better, compelling her to look less embarrassed. It was as if I was under her control, and I was the one who was forced to do things that I was unwilling to do. However, this is not the truth. At this moment, Sha Xueqi's small reaction jolted Su Mingyuan awake and he came to a sudden realization. He woke up completely and grasped the essence of the matter. No matter how much disadvantage Sha Xueqi had, her aura was overwhelming. The truth was that she was doing something that made her feel very uncomfortable, but she had no choice but to do it. She didn't really have the upper hand. She had always been suppressed by him. Please read this Mingyuan, it's best if you don't move your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Sha Xueqi spoke of threats that were useless to Su Mingyuan. Looking at her nervous reaction, and being hugged by a person like me who she hated so much, her heart must be drowned in disgust, right? Ha 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 ha, what are you pretending for? Just now, she looked like she was completely suppressing my arrogance. Now, do you know how uncomfortable it is? Alright, Xueqi, don't worry. Of course I won't move. Su Mingyuan agreed well. This was the first time Xueqi had called him such an intimate name. However, he tightened his grip and pulled Xueqi into his embrace. R Alpha O Epsilon S. System, this was when Xueqi took the initiative to hold my hand and let me hold her. I only used a little more force. This cannot be taken away from me. The system didn't send out a notification. As expected, it didn't buckle. At this moment, her aura appeared refreshing and charming. Xueqi's plumpness, which was about to burst open, hit Su Mingyuan's chest, giving him an incomparably beautiful feeling. When the beauty's delicate body entered his embrace, Su Mingyuan instantly smelled a faint fragrance from her body. Xueqi's body was so soft and tender, as if he wouldn't get tired of exploring and playing with it carefully. This fragrance was also so alluring, intoxicating, and could not help but confuse people. Please read thechapter8wondernovels.com. At this moment, Su Mingyuan finally understood what it meant to be a hero and getting charmed by the beauty. If it weren't for all sorts of reasons, he would have wished he could bring this bad woman who had repeatedly attacked him to get justice and make her cry and beg for mercy. Xueqi lifted her head from his embrace. Her hair was a bit messy and her face was dyed in an intoxicating blush. She looked incredibly alluring. She glared at him hatefully, but this gaze matched her current expression. In his eyes, it was filled with a charm. Ha ha ha, Xueqi, I just slipped. You won't blame me, right? He smiled perfunctorily, but his heart was filled with extreme satisfaction. Especially when he thought of how uncomfortable and sullen Xueqi was. He was so happy that he almost flew into the air. Xueqi bit her lips in annoyance, but Su Mingyuan felt a seductive charm when she did this. Her temperament was cold, but her body was as charming as a ripe peach. At this moment, Su Mingyuan hugged this alluring body and looked at the embarrassed expression on her face after the iceberg around her was broken. He then imagined how unwilling and aggrieved she was in her heart, and Su Mingyuan felt extremely excited. Mingyuan, looks like your memory isn't good. Xueqi pinched Su Mingyuan's waist with one of her hands and slowly twisted it. Have you forgotten the fact that I'm stronger than you? Please read thechapter8wondernovels.com. In any case, Su Mingyuan took advantage of the situation. I really slipped just now. Xueqi, don't be like this. I was wrong. Xueqi loosened her grip and snorted coldly, this shouldn't happen again. However, no matter how cold her expression was, as long as the blush on her face hadn't faded, she would appear exceptionally charming in Su Mingyuan's eyes. Even this cold snort was the same. Do you understand the consequences if you dare to move your salted pig hand again? I understand. Su Mingyuan. Xueqi didn't leave Su Mingyuan's arms, perhaps because she felt that the scene in front of her was just right to take pictures for evidence. She raised her mobile phone and took several pictures. This made Su Mingyuan feel the beauty of her body again. When she put down her phone, Su Mingyuan suddenly spoke. Chapter 37. Xueqi, the person who took your first kiss was me. Do you think this will work? As long as I tell the Xia family that your date with me is fake and you forced me to take these photos, do you think your situation in the Xia family will improve? To be able to say these words means that your brain is not rusted yet. Mingyuan, your evaluation in my heart has gotten little higher. But, you're still very stupid. Xueqi sneered. With your rotten reputation in the rich and powerful families, as long as I guide them a little, they will probably think that this is a trick you used to force me to continue dating you. Besides, I have these photos in my hands. Do you think they will believe these photos or believe your nonsense? Xueqi opened the photo album and saw Su Mingyuan hugging her tightly with a mischievous smile in the photo. She leaned against him with her hair in disarray and her face flushed red. No matter who saw it, they wouldn't think that these two were pretending to be on a date. Su Mingyuan had nothing to say. He was even thinking that although Xueqi felt very uncomfortable and aggrieved earlier, her actions just now were within his expectations. She had used him to take this flawless photo. No, I can't think like that. This was because he had overestimated Xueqi and made her too terrifying. It had to be known that Xueqi might have been very intelligent, but she couldn't scheme against people like this. It could be said to be a clever scheme. Su Mingyuan felt that he was thinking too much. Xueqi flipped through the photo, and pulled herself up from his embrace without hesitation. The photo just now was okay. Next, let's change places and go to the other side. The scenery there is even better. We can even take pictures of the lake behind there. At this moment, the blush on her face had already faded, and her cold temperament had returned to her. Su Mingyuan faced her cold and sharp eyes, and once again felt the suppression from the Ice Queen's aura. Hi, I really want to make Xia Shuiqi show her shy, angry and charming appearance again. He listened to Xia Shuiqi's orders and sat opposite. Xia Shuiqi followed him. This time, their positions were like he was leaning against the window and Xia Shuiqi was closer to the corridor. Under Xia Shuiqi's instructions, Su Mingyuan leaned against her body. The two of them were shoulder to shoulder, their faces facing each other as if they wanted to kiss in the next second. Of course, it was impossible for them to be really close. There was still a 3-finger gap between their lips, and before he could make their move, Xia Shuiqi warned him repeatedly and called him by his name. Su Mingyuan, if you dare to act rashly again this time, don't blame me for being rude. Su Mingyuan repeatedly promised that he wouldn't have any ill intentions when facing Xia Shui's ice-cold face. In fact, he couldn't move. After all, he couldn't take the initiative. After the two of them posed, Xia Shuiqi raised her phone and prepared to record her current appearance. It was at this time that a waitress suddenly passed by the aisle. She seemed to have not noticed the scene here and was in a hurry with her plate. Xia Shuiqi was sitting by the corridor, NES. The servant's elbow accidentally touched Xia Shuiqi's shoulder. And then, Xia Shuiqi leaned forward. The two faces which were facing each other with a distance of 3 fingers separating them fell apart. It no longer existed. Xia Shuiqi took the initiative to kiss Su Mingyuan's lips with the help of a passing attendant. At the same time, her fingers pressed the shutter button. Kacha kacha. The phone camera faithfully recorded this scene and took several photos. At the same time, Su Mingyuan's eyes widened in shock. Then, he felt an unexpected ecstasy. Ha ha ha, Xia Shuiqi, this is not my bad idea. You kissed me on your own accord. Then you're welcome. He held Xia Shuiqi's lips greedily and the kissing skills he had trained from Ruro came in handy. Xia Shuiqi's lips were icy and cold but there was a sweet taste that he had never tasted before. It was as if he had suddenly eaten a piece of ice cream in the hot summer. No, it was 10 million times more comfortable than that. This damned woman is actually so sweet to eat. Originally, Xia Shuiqi was caught off guard by this strange kiss and she was at a loss. Su Mingyuan's eagerness and greed made her lose her armor in an instant, unable to retaliate. That ice-cold and dignified face was once again dyed in an intoxicating blush. The Ice Queen's temperament had been forcefully broken. At this moment, she looked so charming and alluring, like Su Daji, a peerless beauty that captivated the world. At this moment, such a peerless beauty was being enjoyed by Su Mingyuan. He had thought it would be great if he could see Xia Shuiqi's charming appearance gain. He didn't expect to see this appearance again in a few minutes. Sure. Wonderful. Wonderful. Awesome. Su Mingyuan was feeling really good when he saw the panic in Xia Shuiqi's eyes and the blush on her face. He took Xia Shuiqi's first kiss. The dissatisfaction he had hidden from Xia Shuiqi dissipated at this moment. There was no need to describe it. At this moment, it was clear who was above and who was below. Everyone knew who was the one who was suffering and being humiliated. Ha, 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 ha. Despair. Xia Shuiqi. You used force to threaten me and forced me to take a photo with you, but I didn't expect that you would end up losing something precious. Your first kiss was taken away by me, Su Mingyuan. It was taken away by this man you hate. At this moment, how could Su Mingyuan have any hatred or dissatisfaction towards her? It was too late for him to enjoy himself. Phew. Xia Shuiqi pushed him away, panting. She covered her lips and glared at him angrily. Her chest kept rising and falling, so angry that it seemed like they were about to burst the fabric on her chest. Su Mingyuan quickly stood up and jumped over her body, landing on the corridor. Shuiqi, don't be angry. With this photo, no one will believe me anymore, right? Su Mingyuan blinked at her and the corners of his mouth curled up proudly. And then, he quickly escaped. Nonsense. Didn't you see that Xia Shuiqi was getting angry right now? Now, why shouldn't he take advantage of the situation and run away innocently? What if she came up and punched me? Su Mingyuan happily walked out of the restaurant. He looked at the beautiful sky above him and sighed at the wonderful encounter with Xia Shuiqi today. He didn't expect that in the end, he would still be able to take advantage of her and pretend to be a stressed party. Ha 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 ha. Not long after he left, Sha Xueqi coldly took out a bank card from her purse in the dining room. You did very well. Take it. This is the reward you deserve. The password is 146. The waitress who had just accidentally bumped into her shoulder happily picked up the bank card and put it away. She then said with loyalty, "Don't worry, President Sha. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut today. I won't say it even if I die." The waitress left. As soon as she left, Sha Xueqi picked up her phone and repeatedly looked at the photos she had just taken. As she recalled the scene from before, she gently stroked her lips that Su Mingyuan had kissed before the ice melted. She was smiling like a flower. Chapter 38, I found the breakthrough. When Su Mingyuan walked out of the restaurant, he could still taste Sha Xueqi's lips. It was a little different than Rurio's, but just as alluring. He suddenly realized that he unknowingly accomplished what he had failed to do last week. Please read this chapter at turbulent.com. He was able to take away the first kiss of the female protagonist as the villain. Moreover, from two female leads. If it wasn't for the fact that the narrative of this world had broken even more than it was last week, and the fact that the heroines' personalities have changed, he would have never had the opportunity to taste their two sweet lips. For him, Rurio's current personality had shifted into something strange, innocent no more. Who'd willingly sacrifice herself for her brother? Although she still seemed innocent, Su Mingyuan knew that underneath that facade was a deeply hidden secret. And what about Sha Xueqi? Apart from her still liking Xiao Ran, her original personality totally disappeared, only to be replaced by the opposite traits amped to the extreme. Even her family's oppression of her had intensified significantly this week compared to the last. Please read this chapter at turbulent.com. However, having been forced to fire Xiao Ran just this afternoon, she had lost her only helper. And in order to alleviate some of the pressure the Sha family was exerting on her, she had no choice but to adopt the strategy of staging a date with him. Wait a minute. At that very moment, Su Mingyuan had a flash of inspiration. He'd found a breakthrough. If Sha Xueqi felt so oppressed that she had to find her trash fiancé, to have a pretend date, couldn't this be the opportunity to reunite her with Xiao Ran? With Sha Xueqi being oppressed by her own Sha family, to the point she felt suffocated, the other three of the four major families would definitely not deign to interfere as they are all too happy just watching the Shah's infight. Not to mention, none of the other minor families in the noble circle would dare to provoke the Shahs, the top hegemon. Therefore, right now, Sha Xueqi was utterly helpless and alone. She needed help badly. If Xiao Ran learned about her predicament and displayed his true strength to her, Sha Xueqi would definitely not refuse to take him back. The two would be reconnected, and the plot will likely get back on track right after. He no longer had to worry about Sha Xueqi's plotlines collapsing any further. In fact, even his villain plotline might return to normal, finally giving him more chances to earn villain points. All this hinged on Xiao Ran finding out about all of this. Their reunion will get everything back on track. Because I know him well. He is the protagonist that likes Sha Xueqi, even if she's been disgraced. If she learned of her current predicament, he'd definitely come running to help. And Sha Xueqi would definitely accept him back in order to overturn her Sha family's oppression and restraint on her. With the two reunited, it is very likely that their relationship will follow the original timeline, developing deeper feelings with each other, and finally falling in love. But little did Su Mingyuan know that Sha Xueqi had already seen through this breakthrough. He had. Obliviously, he balled his fist in elated celebration. Su Mingyuan was not at all bothered by the notion of Sha Xueqi eventually falling in love with Xiao Yan, according to the original plot. In fact, he had already wholeheartedly accepted this result since last week. All the heroines belonged to Xiao Ran. He, the villain, only deserved to be punched in the face. This was the truth of this world. That's why he never regarded Sha Xueqi as his woman, even after kissing her. He was unqualified and unworthy. Moreover, he was destined to be just a stepping stone, eventually returning to his hometown. So for him, all the female protagonists were already in Xiao Ran's harem. But now that he'd already taken Sha Xueqi's first kiss, through his own efforts, he had secretly read Xiao Ran. This made him feel strangely excited. In addition, he didn't expect Rurio's kiss would cheer him up when he was in a pit of despair. On the other hand, Sha Xueqi's kiss made him extremely joyous. It made him realize a way to return the world to how it should be. Great. In the future, please kiss me if I get depressed again. I'll cheer right up. I finally found a way to solve this problem. I only need to find a way to get a message to Xiao Ran. And that way would be, of course, through Ruro. She's Xiao Ran's secret agent. As long as I mention it to her, from her concern about her brother, she would definitely contact Xiao Ran in secret. It's done. Everything is going back to normal. I knew I should have never despaired. As long as I stay optimistic and always think positive, there's no obstacle I can't overcome in this world. Su Mingyuan walked leisurely on the street, looking for his car to go home. Though, he realized that after arguing with Xia Xueqi for all that time, he hadn't had lunch yet. When he finally found his Rolls-Royce, he suddenly noticed the car parked next to him. After a closer inspection, wasn't this Sister Su Shuilan's car? Is she here for me? He went over to take a look, but Su Shuilan wasn't in her car. He went inside his own car only to find a gentle and dignified beauty sitting inside, waiting for him. Sis, why are you here? He asked doubtfully as he took his seat. Before he could even sit properly, Su Shuilan had already got him in an embrace. Mingyuan, I just found out about what had happened this morning. Xia Xueqi, that bitch, scorned you in front of so many people and smeared your reputation. It's all my fault, after saying I would protect you, but ended up letting you get hurt. She hugged him tightly as her voice was full of self-blame. Her breasts, which were not in any way inferior to those of Xia Xueqi's, were pressed keenly on his chest. Strangely enough, Su Mingyuan didn't feel anything special from them. Instead, he felt a bit uncomfortable. It was only then that he remembered, there was originally another heroine with a bad personality. His sister, Su Shuilan. His older sister, who was so disappointed in him last week that by the end of the novel, would have watched him die with cold eyes, now seemed to care about him very deeply. It was very disconcerting. However, if someone treated him well, he would naturally not be ungrateful. See sis. It's alright. No one can know what the future may bring, right? Anyways, I only got scolded, so it's nothing big. Su Mingyuan consoled Su Shuilan by patting her back. By the way, sis, how did you know I was here? Who in this Ming city doesn't know this unique Rolls-Royce of yours? Every time you park your car, there's inevitably someone who'll snap a photo and post it online. Finding you is too easy, isn't it? Su Shuilan sniffled as she said this. Oh, so that's how it was. Su Mingyuan felt that what she said was very reasonable and didn't think much more about it. Unbeknownst to him, Su Shuilan's normally gentle and dignified face flashed a trace of hostility when she discovered a scent on his body. There's a woman's smell on Mingyuan's body. Su Shuilan squinted. This familiar scent, Xia Xueqi, it's her. My good sister, I thought you were a conservative woman like me, but I didn't expect you to be so. At that moment, murder flashed in her eyes. What did that woman do to my Mingyuan? Chapter 39, Give you a pleasant surprise. Su Shuilan must be fuming right now, right? Still at the restaurant, Xia Xueqi gazed at the lake with one leg gracefully crossed over the other. Even if she didn't peek at our kissing scene just now, she must have been livid when she smelled the scent I left on Mingyuan. Hee hee. Su Shuilan, if you want to use me, Xia Xueqi, as a stepping stone to deepen your relationship with your brother, I'm afraid you've found the wrong person. Her finger hovered on a photo album on her phone, reluctant to slide away. Even if she had already seen these photos countless times, she couldn't get enough of them. Such a joyous occasion should of course be shared with her good friend, Su Shuilan, right? However, there's no need to rush. No need to send these to her right now. I'll let her stew for a bit. After she's had her time to ruminate about her successfully breaking the relationship between Mingyuan and I'll send these photos as a fatal strike. The temperature of the coffee in her cup had just become right as the sun shone brightly outside the window, and the wind was making the willows sway. Everything had gone so smoothly and beautifully today. She had begun to anticipate what her next date with Su Mingyuan would be like. Yes, just like this. Under the pretext of being pressured by my family, I'll keep on making opportunities to go on dates with Mingyuan, again and again, as well as getting more and more intimate with him. After every date, I'll slowly discover that Su Mingyuan was different from what I imagined. I would slowly discover his good points, little by little. The hidden side under all his arrogance or domineeringness. My impression of him will gradually change. And the intimate contact with him would also gradually change from downright rejection, to reluctant dissatisfaction, to acquiescence, then to acceptance, and finally even eagerness after every date. And I'll also gradually shift my attitude towards him from arrogance and disdain to that of surprise, appreciation and recognition. Boiling a frog in warm water. This was Xia Shuiqi's strategy. Similar to Xiao Ruro, Su Shuilin had immediately acted so friendly towards Su Mingyuan that it was really too shocking of a contrast compared to their original personalities. Although it might spice things up a bit, it had undoubtedly sown a seed of fear and doubt in his heart instead. She herself liked to deter people with her icy personality, but her plan would have her spend time with Mingyuan to slowly show him a gradual shift of her attitude toward him, from the initial disgust, to slowly realizing his good points, and finally falling in love with him. This was her ultimate strategy. This natural method would not let Mingyuan have any doubts to her authenticity, while increasing his favorability of her in the most reliable way, inevitably conquering him in the end. Not to mention, she didn't believe the stark contrast between her contempt of him at first to her unwitting falling in love with him in the end, would not be able to tempt Su Mingyuan. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Su Shuilin secretly hid the killing intent in her eyes as she continued to hug Mingyuan tightly before saying, "Mingyuan, that hag, Xia Shuiqi, really did such an awful thing to you, so I will definitely avenge you and settle accounts with her. Sis, there's no need. Talking about revenge, I've already evened the score between us just now." Shaking his head as he said this, Su Mingyuan also got out of her embrace. Su Shuilin's inexplicable kindness to him right now made him realize how different she was compared to last week. But with them being siblings and hugging so tightly, he couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Because he regarded Su Shuilin as his sister, and not merely Xiao Ran's woman. Besides, how could he allow two heroines to fight each other like this, which may cause even the plotline to collapse even more? "Are you sure, Mingyuan?" Su Shuilin asked softly, though she hid one of her hands she was balling into a fist behind her. "Damn Xia Shuiqi. What the hell did you and Mingyuan do there?" "Yes, I'm sure. Sis, you're already so busy taking care of the family's business every day, so stop minding these trivial things, because they aren't worth it." Trivial. Not worth it. Su Shuilin failed to stop herself from frenziedly holding Su Mingyuan's face as she declared, "Mingyuan, you are my dearest, most beloved brother. How could it ever be a trivial matter when you are wrong? Things like power, wealth, and the family businesses are all things we strive to develop and expand, but isn't it all to let our family live a better and happier life? How could I choose the method over the objective? How could I ignore you being bullied while tending the family business?" Having a closer look at Su Shuilin's face, Su Mingyuan truly felt at a loss for the first time. Su Shuilin, why would she treat me so nicely and be this concerned? However, isn't it only natural for a sister to care for and be nice to her brother? Su Mingyuan's heart was a little shaken. He should have treated Su Shuilin as Xiao Ran's woman from the very beginning, indifferently exploiting her concern for him to achieve his plans to fix the plotline. But at this very moment, he came face to face with Su Shuilin's sincere concern. His heart began to shake. He wasn't a good person, but he never felt like a particularly bad one either. Whoever treats him well, he'll treat them well in return. He knew of this simple principle and adhered to it. He couldn't excuse Su Shuilin as just Xiao Ran's woman anymore. "Sister." "Yes." Su Mingyuan looked into her eyes and embarrassedly muttered, "Thank you for the concern." Hearing him talk to her sincerely, and seeing his awkward display of gratitude, Su Shuilin felt on top of the clouds. All her anger dissipated. Just as planned. Great success. Her brows relaxed and she smiled as she rubbed Su Mingyuan's hair. "Silly boy. You're my favorite little brother, so who else would I care for if not you?" Her mood was very good right now as it was the first time Su Mingyuan had sincerely called her sister. The first time is always special. This meant that the originally cold relationship between her and Mingyuan had taken a solid step towards the right direction. Even if it's still only the feelings of a little brother for an older sister. But, will it always stay that way? Ring. Right then, her phone suddenly rang. Su Shuilin casually picked up her phone to look, but upon seeing its contents, her expression immediately changed. The photos on display immediately kicked her out of Cloud 9. "Sis, what's wrong?" Su Mingyuan asked suspiciously. Su Shuilin looked thoroughly rattled as she tried to forcefully smile as she replied to Su Mingyuan, "No, nothing. It's just a small matter with one of the projects of the company. I'll deal with it when I get back. #pleasereadthishapter8wondernovels.com Inside the restaurant, Sha Xueqi put down the coffee cup in her hand and picked up her phone. Calculating the time, now should be good, right? She clicked on the chat app that was already set to send over photos of her blushing as she was being hugged by Mingyuan. Su Shuilin, my friend, it's time to wake up from your dream. DRRT, DRRT, DRRT. And at that very same moment, her phone suddenly vibrated as someone had just sent 3 messages in a row. Xiao Ran, Xueqi, I've already found someone to investigate Sha Chengquan's schedule and places he's frequented. Xiao Ran, and if everything goes well, in 3 days, no in 2 days. Xiao Ran, I can give you a surprise. Sha Xueqi, then I will look forward to it. She replied to Xiao Ran's message with a bit of disgust. She closed the chat box with Xiao Ran without batting an eyelid, before she clicked on Su Shuilin's name to send her the photos. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Fortunately, she was fairly meticulous, otherwise her surprise for her good friend, Su Shuilin, would have turned into a shocked Xiao Ran. It would have been a bit troublesome for her to explain. Chapter 40, Su Shuilin, can you do it? The first moment Su Shuilin saw a picture sent by Sha Xueqi, it was as if she had finally seen the sun in the middle of the winter. She was about to go out to bask in the sun, but as soon as she went out, she was thrown cold water on her head. A chill instantly went from her head to foot. In the photo, Su Mingyuan had a mischievous smile on his face, and Sha Xueqi was in his arms, appearing shy. Anyone would think that this was a fight between a shy couple. However, Su Shuilin could only see Sha Xueqi's naked provocation. This picture was accompanied by a message from Sha Xueqi. Sister Lan, today is my first date with my fiancé. I hugged him just like that. Do you think it would be a little? Not too reserved. Shy.jpg, leaderboard_ATF data PW Mobi equals, leaderboard_ATF, greater than. Wasn't that Ruro? Although she has changed a bit compared to the previous week, there is a deviation from the original novel. But she would rather sacrifice her beauty to become my secretary. Wasn't it just to become an undercover agent for Xiao Ran? Of course, I won't be fooled by her. Seeing Su Mingyuan nodding in understanding, Su Shuilin heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mingyuan had listened to me. This way, no matter how good Sha Xueqi was to Mingyuan and tried to improve his impression of him, these actions would be treated by Mingyuan as if she had ulterior motives. She successfully planted a seed of suspicion in his heart. Hey, little Lang wants to snatch Mingyuan away from me. Do you know that I am his sister? As long as the relationship between his brother and sister goes further, do you think he would be more willing to listen to my words or your words? After all, I am his family. I can't harm him. He must be biased towards me mentally. My good sister, with me by Mingyuan's side, you won't have a chance. Thinking of this, Su Shuilin smiled. Inside the restaurant, Sha Xueqi estimated the time and clicked on Su Shuilin's avatar. With a teasing smile, she sent out the next photo. Ding dong, Su Shuilin's phone rang again. It was undoubtedly a message from Sha Xueqi. Right, Sister Lan, speaking of restraint. In fact, I couldn't help but give my first kiss to my fiancé. Look, kiss photo. JPG. At that time, I was really ashamed to death. But, I feel very happy and sweet. Sister Lan, as my good sister. I shared this joy with you, hoping to get your blessing. Shyness. JPG. Looking forward. JPG. In an instant, the smile on Su Shuilin's face turned into an endless anger. Sha Xueqi took out the dagger and gave her a fatal blow. The magnified picture and provocative words were like knives stabbing into Su Shuilin's heart. She nearly blew her lungs out. However, she still remembered to be dignified and elegant in front of her younger brother. A woman always wanted to maintain her perfect image in front of the man she liked. Even though she was furious, she still resisted the urge to kill. She turned around and smiled apologetically at Su Mingyuan. Mingyuan, there's something urgent at work for me to handle. I'll get out of the car first. Okay, sis, take care. Su Mingyuan said goodbye to Su Shuilin. When he saw her walk out of the Rolls-Royce and get into her car, he instructed the driver in the front row, go home. When the engine started, the Rolls-Royce seemed to be riding on the wind. It roared and disappeared from sight. However, Su Shuilin didn't leave. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. She wanted to find someone who provoked her and angered her. When she saw Su Mingyuan leave her sight, she immediately opened the car door and angrily walked into the restaurant. However, Xia Xueqi had disappeared from the dining room. On her seat, there was a cup of cold coffee and a note that had been specially left for her. Su Shuilin, do you like the surprise I gave you? However, I'm sorry to tell you that in the future, you might have to get used to facing such a pleasant surprise. Because no matter how you secretly schemed against me, no matter how much you and Mingyuan improved your relationship, please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. You are just her sister. And I am her fiancé. I can kiss him openly. Su Shuilin, can you do it? At this moment, Su Shuilin quickly grabbed the note and threw it angrily into the trash basket. As for her expression, it was ashen. Kissing who said I can't do it. Sister kissing her younger brother and expressing her concern to him, this is also it's very normal, isn't it? By the time Su Mingyuan returned to his villa, it was already 1 p.m. He felt very hungry after not having lunch. His stomach was already protesting against him. He just grabbed some cold food from the fridge. Su Mingyuan thought to himself as he walked through the entrance and into the dining room. In the restaurant, the huge table was already filled with food. Xiao Ruro was sitting at the dining table, her hand supporting her chin as she looked out of the window in boredom. Her calves were suspended in the air, swaying gently. The moment she saw Su Mingyuan walk in from outside, her eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Mingyuan, have you had lunch? You said you had something urgent to take care of. I didn't dare to disturb you, and I didn't know if you would come back for lunch, but I thought in case you didn't eat, I couldn't let you come home hungry too. Cuckoo. Su Mingyuan's stomach just made a sound at this moment. Ah, brother Mingyuan, you really haven't had time to eat, so my preparations will come in handy. Ruro jumped out of the chair cheerfully, picked up a plate of dishes and walked into the kitchen. By the way, the dishes are a little cold. I'll take them in the microwave to heat them up. Brother Mingyuan, sit on the chair and wait for me for a while. Seeing this scene, Su Mingyuan only felt that his heart was suddenly touched by something. He watched Ruro, like a virtuous little wife, walking into the kitchen with cold food to warm it up, and a series of complex emotions arose in his heart. But at this moment, Su Shuilin's advice to him in the car suddenly echoed in his ears. Mingyuan, some beautiful women would suddenly show you love, it's not that she fell in love with you or her heart moved by you. The more beautiful women are, the better they are at disguising and the more scheming they are. You must not be deceived by them. At this moment, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart was full of fear. Fortunately, my sister's words woke me up, otherwise I would have been deceived by Rurio's disguise. I didn't expect you, Ruro. Last week, you were so pure and kind, and this week you learned to act in front of me, right? Chapter 41. Ruro, you act so well. Su Mingyuan patted his chest in fear as he looked at Xiao Ruro who had brought out food from the kitchen, and his expression changed. He thought that he was already an expert in acting. He did not expect that Rurio's motive for this week would be no weaker than his. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. If he had not known that she was Xiao Ran's undercover agent, and if his sister had not reminded him, he would have been moved and lost in the warm atmosphere that Ruro had created. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Su Shuilin would never have thought that the words she used to provoke Xia Xueqi and Su Mingyuan's feelings did not work on Xia Xueqi. Instead, they worked on Ruro. At this moment, Su Mingyuan was sitting in a chair eating a hot meal. He saw Ruro holding her hands and smiling as she watched him eat. But, his heart did not move at all. Ruro, I have to admit that you acted very well. You acted very well. I couldn't even see any flaws or signs of excessive force. Your concern for me seems to be so sincere, and you even deliberately reflected it by waiting for me to return home to make me a meal. You tried to move me. If I didn't know the truth, I would have thought you really liked me. But you didn't expect that, did you? I've already seen you tell Xiao Ran through the surveillance. You can't fool me. It was really difficult for you. In order to win my trust, you actually pretended to be so concerned about me and even gave me a kiss. Apart from accepting it, how else could I choose? Actually, Ruro, you can do it more openly. For example, if you let me touch other parts of your body and help you check your development, I promise I won't refuse. Not only will I not refuse, I will also give you more information that is beneficial to Xiao Ran and help your brother Xiao Ran take off quickly. It just so happened that Ruro was watching him eat. He could take the opportunity to tell her about Xia Xueqi and let her tell Xiao Ran in private to bring the plot back on track. He did not expect her to speak before he spoke first. Brother Mingyuan, do you think these dishes are they delicious? Yeah, it's not bad. It's quite delicious. Su Mingyuan nodded. That's great. Ruro revealed a happy expression and shook her head. I was afraid that you'll get used to the delicacies cooked by the chef and won't be able to eat my dishes. #pleasereadthishapter8wondernovels.com. These are all you did it. Su Mingyuan was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and realized that the dishes that he had eaten were all simple ordinary stir-fried dishes. So these were all made by Ruro herself. She really put in a lot of effort. Did she have to move him here? He raised his head and met Rurio's happy smile. He immediately revealed a big smile at her. Ruro, even if I'm not moved by your false concern, I'm moved by your perfect acting skills. You acted really well. Thank you. Ruro, these dishes have allowed me to taste something new that I wouldn't normally be able to eat. They have a family flavor. He gave a thumbs up. Xiao Ruro happily replied, if Brother Mingyuan likes it, I can cook it for you every day. That won't do. According to the plot, you'll have to realize your dream step by step with the help of Xiao Ran and Lu Mengning and become China's most famous celebrity idol. How can you stay by my side and cook for me? I wonder if you'd still be willing to give me benefits at that time. Thank you for your kindness, Ruro. Oh right, Ruro, do you know? Xia Xueqi, that arrogant woman who humiliated me and your brother this morning, is in a very bad situation. In order to pass on the information to Xiao Ran as soon as possible, Su Mingyuan started talking about business. As a member of the Xia family, she refused to listen to the family's arrangements and marry me. She even humiliated me and her third uncle in front of so many people. However, as soon as she returned home, she was forced by the Xia family and she had no choice but to lower her head and meet me. He patted his thigh and laughed. Ha 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 ha. This woman seemed to think that she was amazing. In the end, under the pressure of the Xia family, wasn't she terrified? In the morning, she still pointed at me and scolded me, but she came here to date me at noon. Don't you think this is funny? Ah, something like this actually happened. Ruro widened her eyes in surprise. But then, her expression became a little disappointed. So what Brother Mingyuan is saying is that he's going on a date with her. Su Mingyuan was at a loss when he heard her words. What is going on with this little girl? I'm talking about business. Shouldn't you have heard from my words that Xia Xueqi was in an extremely difficult situation? Why are you worrying about my date with her? He had no choice but to give her a more obvious reminder. Xia Xueqi, that bad woman. She's been betrayed by everyone and she's only one step away from falling into the cliff. Right now, she must be in despair, as if she had fallen into boundless darkness, unable to see the slightest light. If someone suddenly appeared at this moment to help her, she would definitely be greatly grateful to him, and even become a ray of light for her. But just by thinking about it, I know that's impossible. Who would have the guts to have nothing to do and get involved in the Xia family's personal matters? I've already made it so obvious. Ruro, you should understand what I mean, right? Su Mingyuan had a smug look on his face. He turned his head to look at Xiao Ruro, but he found that she seemed to have not heard her at all. She simply replied in a perfunctory manner, looking as disappointed as ever. Su Mingyuan frowned. This should not be the case. I told you such important information about your brother, Xiao Ran, but you should give me some reaction. No, no. He suddenly reacted. At this moment, Ruro was still performing her flawless performance. Yes, she must have extracted the key information from his words, but in order to act, she still had to pretend to care about him, like him, and even feel disappointed when she heard that he was dating another woman. It must be like this. As soon as he thought of this, Su Mingyuan prepared to quickly finish this lunch, leaving a private space for Xiao Ruro to report. As an experienced person, he knew that he had to perform this perfectly. Every minute and every second was a huge test for the performer's mental and physical strength. So it was better to end this meal as soon as possible, and let Ruro suffer a little less. Well, I'm done eating, I am going upstairs to rest, you can go to rest too. He put down the dishes and left the restaurant. Then he ran 1 step and 2 steps immediately and rushed into the monitoring room on the 2nd floor. Ruro, the performance is over, hurry up and report to your brother. He turned on the surveillance screen with anticipation. Chapter 42, Come and See Me. Xiao Ruro was a little depressed as she cleaned up the dishes and returned to her room after washing the dishes. A trace of worry hung on her pitiful little face. Although she had already predicted that the other sisters would definitely not be able to resist going on a date with brother Mingyuan, why was she still so disappointed when she heard the news? Despite the fact that she was living in brother Mingyuan's house, why did she feel that the distance between him and herself was not getting closer? However, she was only worried for a while before she patted her little face and quickly pulled herself together. Please read this chapter at turbulent.com. What is she thinking so much about? In this life, being able to accompany brother Mingyuan is already enough, right? She recalled a diary written by Su Mingyuan. 9th October, a cloudy day. Due to the fear of the overlord, I had to risk my life to save someone in order to get the plot back on track. This person should have been saved by the male protagonist Xiao Ran, but I did not expect this guy to come to Shanghai to participate in some sort of entertainment party. He did not even have time to rush back. He had to leave this mess to me again. Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran, do you know how much I have done behind your back to make you invincible? It felt like even if I were to raise a son, I might not have been so attentive. However, I do not regret today's adventure. Because whom I saved was a pure and kind-hearted beautiful girl. When she was rescued by me and thanked me softly, that gentle voice immediately made me feel that all my efforts were worth it. Even though this stupid Xiao Ran was always sick at the plot nodes where he needed to appear, which made my head hurt. However, if I work hard, I can make Xiao Ruro, such a pure and adorable girl, happy. I could hear her say thank you to me. I think the injuries I suffered to save her were not for nothing. After saving her, she pulled me along and said a lot of things. The way she looked at me was just like when I saved the other female protagonists. She was filled with gratitude and perhaps even a lot of good feelings. Even though I knew that when I said, actually, I'm Boss Xiao Ran's subordinate. He sent me to save you, the good impression and gratitude in her clear eyes would quickly shift to Xiao Ran under the interference of the overlord. But as long as there was a moment when she looked at him with such eyes, I am satisfied. Although I was a little tired today, after saving Xiao Ruro and hearing her thanks to me, my mood was very cheerful. I could sleep well tonight. It was hard to describe Xiao Ruro's mood when she saw this diary. Especially when she recalled that she had been saved more than once by the youth in a white trench coat and a pure white mask who called himself a white knight. She had a good impression and gratitude towards him time and time again, but in the end, because he said, I am Boss Xiao Ran's subordinate who sent me to save you, all of these feelings drifted towards Xiao Ran. Her heart was filled with endless pity for Su Mingyuan. Brother Mingyuan was really too bitter. He had risked his life to save me, and he had even been injured. However, he was satisfied when he heard my thanks. He could sleep well. Therefore, in this life, she had to be by his side. Not only did she have to thank him, she also had to do more for him, even if she had to sacrifice her body. No, it was better to say that she hoped to compose music with brother Mingyuan. As for whether she had a status or not, she didn't care too much. So, even if she knew that big brother Mingyuan and sister Shui Qi had gone out on a date, as long as he had her in his heart, she could always be by his side. There was no need to feel too sad, was there? After convincing herself like this, Xiao Ruro quickly pulled herself together. However, Sister Shuiqi must have taken advantage of him secretly on a date. If that is the case, I wouldn't be left behind. In the monitoring room, as soon as Su Mingyuan left the restaurant, he couldn't wait to come here and open the surveillance screen. But to his surprise, after he left, Xiao Ruro did not immediately report to Xiao Ran. Instead, she silently cleaned up the dishes and after washing the dishes, she returned to her room with a worried expression. Then, she collapsed on the bed and hugged the pillow. It was unknown what she was thinking. This made him very anxious. Ruro, I've already left. You don't need to act anymore. It's time to pass on information to your brother. Why are you so dumbfounded? Quickly take out your phone and make a phone call, send a message, and do something. Ruro, move quickly, move quickly. Su Mingyuan rubbed his hands in anxiety. As if Xiao Ruro understood his thoughts. She finally moved. However, she did not pick up her phone to send a message or make a call to Xiao Ran. Instead, she walked out of the room and walked towards the second floor with an expectant smile on her face. She had come to find Su Mingyuan. Ruro, coming to look for me. Su Mingyuan looked at the camera and roared in his heart as she walked up the stairs. Even if you came to see me for something, is this what you should do now? Do you know how much trust Xiao Ran placed on you as an undercover agent and how much expectation you carried? But instead of going to Xiao Ran to inform him, you came to me instead. What are you doing? He immediately left the surveillance room and rushed into his study on the second floor. Then, he pretended to read a book. When Xiao Ruro arrived at the study, she immediately smiled when she saw this scene. Brother Mingyuan, what are you doing? Can't you see it? I'm reading a book. Su Mingyuan did not even look up. That was right, he was reading a book, and he was currently enjoying it. Xiao Ruro covered her mouth and smiled gently. But Brother Mingyuan, you are holding it backwards. Did the book fall down? Su Mingyuan put down the book with a guilty conscience and looked at Xiao Ruro, who was covering her mouth and laughing. He felt embarrassed. This feeling was like a student who had been caught by a teacher, leaving him feeling guilty. Wait, why should I feel guilty? He suddenly reacted. Now, I'm the boss, not a secretary. I am the owner of the villa, and Ruro is an undercover agent. She should be the one feeling guilty. Su Mingyuan suddenly felt a sense of confidence. He held the book in his hand and coldly snorted, speaking to Ruro confidently. I just like reading backwards. Is there a problem? No, no problem. Looking at Su Mingyuan, who pretended to be majestic, Xiaoruro only felt that she wanted to laugh even more. Brother Mingyuan is so cute when he is like this. Don't laugh. Su Mingyuan raised his face. Brother Mingyuan, I didn't want to laugh. I actually wanted to say that rather than reading an upside-down book, Brother Mingyuan, it's better. Xiaoruro put away the smile on her face, lowered her head slightly, and moved her 2 fingers to and fro in a panic. Why don't you come and see me? She mustered up the courage to raise her head, glanced at him with a mix of shyness, resentment and happiness, then immediately lowered her head again, her face already blushing. It appeared as warm as a sunset. Chapter 43, I have a task for you in. Xiao Rurio's gaze caused Su Mingyuan's breathing to stop for a moment. This charming and lovely appearance really compelled people to make a move and take a bit out of it. Ruro, come here. Xiao Ruro walked up to Su Mingyuan. Only when they were close would he be able to feel this alluring beauty. When the pure and enchanting Xiao Ruro boldly extended an invitation to him with her 2 small hands behind her back, her shy and timid little face was boiling red, as if a hint of blossom suddenly appeared on the lotus flower. This combination of pureness and infatuation was truly infuriating. It was hard not to do something. Xiao Ruro, you're so beautiful, of course I'd like to see you. But what? Xiao Ruro bit her lower lip lightly, unconsciously lifting up a trace of charm. Su Mingyuan looked at Xiao Rurio's simple casual clothes and the corners of his mouth curled up. However, I feel that your beauty should not be covered by these ordinary clothes. If your celestial-like body can be completely displayed in front of me, I believe that I will be deeply obsessed with it, as if I have seen the most beautiful artwork in the world. Brother Mingyuan's words meant, does he want me to strip naked for him? Heavens! Realizing this, Xiao Ruro suddenly felt her heartbeat getting wild, and her heart almost jumping out of her chest. Her brain seemed to be boiling, and her head began to heat up. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. That pretty face became even hotter, even her ears turned a shade redder. This was really too embarrassing. Those little hands gripped the corner of her clothes tightly, not daring to look into his eyes. Under her long eyelashes, her clear and beautiful eyes were so moist that they were about to drip water. She bit her lips and spat out incomparably shy words. Brother Mingyuan, you rascal, wait, I haven't prepared. The sudden appearance of the young girl's spring invitation almost made Su Mingyuan unable to control himself. He was about to raise his gun and fight. Omicron bees. Scary. How terrifying. He was almost on the verge of being deducted villain value. Phew. Fortunately, I held back. Ruro is indeed worthy of being urban novel's female protagonist. Even though I've always boasted that my Dao heart is firm, I almost failed. However, I also seemed to have found out her bottom line. At the point of being naked, was she a little reluctant? It seemed that Ruro, this undercover agent, isn't well prepared in her thoughts. She had already kissed him. Since she had chosen to be an undercover agent and a female one at that, she should have figured out some things long ago, right? Su Mingyuan knew that if he had been a little more forceful, Xiao Ruro might not have rejected him again. She would choose to be obedient. However, he was not a bad person after all. If someone were to automatically deliver the sugar-coated cannonballs to his door, he would keep it. If Ruro was a little shy and unwilling, then forget it. Ah, I'm really kind. He smacked his lips, although he felt somewhat regretful that he could not see Rurio's delicate body. At this moment, another thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. Ruro, since you're unwilling, I'll wait for the day when you're ready. By the way, I suddenly feel that a set of clothes suits you. Can you show it to me later? Okay. Ruro was still in a state of extreme shyness. However, when she heard Su Mingyuan's words, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. I was just getting nervous and embarrassed. If I were a little bolder, would I have been able to get brother Mingyuan and I to strip naked together? What if we were to be honest? However, it doesn't seem like I have a chance to do it again. Su Mingyuan recalled the scene in his mind. Then, he took out his phone and found a picture of a white suspenders dress. He instructed the servants to buy the dress for him as soon as possible. Yes, the dress that Su Mingyuan wanted to buy was the same one that Xia Xueqi wore when she was dating him at noon. At that time, even though she had only pretended to be pure, she had stunned Su Mingyuan. If the originally pure and beautiful Ruro were to change into this pure and lustful outfit, how attractive would it look? Su Mingyuan really wanted Ruro to put on this dress before he hugged her and kissed her. This made him feel like he had bullied Ruro and pressed Xia Xueqi under him. However, he had not forgotten his business. The important information had not been passed to Xiao Ran by Ruro. Since Ruro had not moved for a long time, he would use the form of an order to compel her to tell him this information. As long as he could think of a reasonable excuse in advance, Ruro would not doubt it. For example, he was displeased with Xia Xueqi and Xiao Ran. Since that was the case, he thought that it would be better for them to form an alliance and then he could watch how they were easily wiped out in front of the Xia family's powerful forces. Although this reason was a little far-fetched, he was a villain who had no brains. Then, as a reward for the order, didn't he just let Ruro take the initiative to kiss him and press her under him? Very good. Very good. He couldn't help praising his cleverness. The servants at home moved quickly. In less than an hour, the fresh and pure-looking white suspenders dress had been delivered to the villa. He immediately asked Xiao Ruro to change. The moment Ruro changed her clothes and walked out of the room, Su Mingyuan finally knew how Zhang Lingyushu came about. She was too beautiful. It was as if all the spiritual essence of heaven and earth had given birth to such a beautiful person. The so-called pureness was naturally carved, like the clear water that came from the hibiscus. Su Mingyuan felt that he would never be able to find such a pure and charming girl in this world. Brother Mingyuan, look good, yes. Seeing that he had not returned to his senses for a long time, Ruro pinched the corner of her clothes and shyly asked. You are too beautiful. You know, Ruro, I can't help but want to kiss you now, Su Mingyuan praised sincerely. Hearing his praise, Ruro immediately lowered her head shyly and stared at the tip of her toes. A sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Actually, it's fine, she said in a low voice. Unfortunately, her words were too quiet. Su Mingyuan didn't hear them. He came over and took her little hand, and suddenly said, Ruro, I have a mission for you. What's the mission? Ruro raised her head, and there was a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. I'm looking forward to it. What task will brother Mingyuan give me? Or are you using the word mission to take advantage of me? No hurry, let's not rush to tell you about the specific content of the mission. Because I think now. Su Mingyuan stroked Xiao Rurio's pretty face, the corners of his mouth were upturned, and he leaned slightly to her lips. You should come up and kiss me. Chapter 44. How about you call him while I kiss your lips? Bonus chapter. It was really an intense and beautiful kiss. Looking at Rurio's bashful face and feeling the tenderness and youthful vigor of her body, Su Mingyuan felt extremely happy at this moment. Especially when he thought about how Xia Xueqi was wearing the same outfit at noon and how he had taken her first kiss. An illusion appeared in his mind. It seemed that the one who was tenderly kissed in his arms at the moment was not only Ruro but also Xia Xueqi. Two beautiful faces appeared in his mind at the same time. At this moment, he seemed to feel double the happiness and unparalleled excitement. Please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. Compared to Zhou Yiming, who did not do anything to the female protagonist Chu. He had to admit it. He had gone bad. However, Su Mingyuan had a reason for this. There was nothing I could do. They were the ones who seduced me. I just committed a mistake that a man would make. How could I be blamed for this? After 2 intense and passionate kisses, Su Mingyuan looked at Rurio's blurred eyes and flushed cheeks. He really wanted her to do it again. But he was not blinded by desire. At this moment, even if the heat surged into his chest and his desire was about to drown his brain, he still did not forget the important business. Ruro, do you still remember the task I said I would give you earlier? He hugged Ruro and sat on the lounge chair in the study. No, to be exact, it was Ruro who had been hugging him. He was just passive, sitting in a chair with Ruro, who was hugging him. Yes, I remember. Ruro gasped. Then listen up now. I want you to call your brother Xiao Ran and tell him about Sha Shuiqi's difficult situation. Let him help her. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com ra nobes. For why Ruro was still immersed in the lingering passionate moment just now. Her brain could not turn around and she blurted out absent-mindedly. Why? Su Mingyuan sneered and started his performance. Because I hate these 2 people. The way your brother looks at Sha Shuiqi. Hey, he likes her, right? Unfortunately, I hate it when other men look at my woman with such eyes. I want him to be punished. Your brother seems to be quite capable. The bodyguard that I carefully selected was defeated by him in one go. However, no matter how powerful his personal strength is, what use is it? Since he likes Sha Shuiqi, I'll give him a chance to get closer to her. Now that Sha Shuiqi's relatives were separated from each other, it was time for him to return to Sha Shuiqi. But he probably doesn't know that the end will come when he returns to Sha Shuiqi's side. The Sha family's huge forces would crush the 2 of them like a flood. No matter how powerful he is, he can only stare in despair and helplessly watch Sha Shuiqi fall into my hands. And he can't do anything. I'll give him a little hope first, so that when he thinks everything's better, it'll bring him the most broken and painful despair. Ruro, the punishment I gave him, is it not good? Su Mingyuan smiled. This smile looked so evil, just like the sinister smile of a villain plotting against a good person. This. At this moment, Ruro finally regained her senses and her high IQ. She seemed to understand what Su Mingyuan was doing. Brother Mingyuan must have done the same as in his previous life. Under the oppression of the hateful overlord, he had no choice but to do such a brainless villainous act in order to get the plot back on track. Brother Mingyuan is so pitiful. At this time, of course, I should cooperate with him and do as he said to make him less oppressed. But as Xiao Ran's younger sister, doesn't it seem a little bit too fake? Before she could figure it out, Su Mingyuan had already given her an excuse. His fingers slowly stroked Rurio's delicate face as if he was comforting his cat. But you don't have to worry. Who asked Xiao Ran to have a good sister like you? I won't kill him because you're so tactful and submitting to me. At most, I'll only make him suffer a psychological blow. If he knew he was wrong after all this, he would kneel down and beg for my forgiveness. I would also kindly arrange a job for him to eat and drink, at least not to starve him for the rest of his life. Of course, Rupi, when he said this, his fingers pinched Xiao Rurio's face, his eyes flashing with a cold chill. If you don't want your brother to suffer and don't want to follow my orders to do this. Before he could finish his threatening words, Ruro immediately nodded her head and said, I'm willing. She cleared the momentum of the villain he had accumulated with great difficulty. She really didn't want to see Big Brother Mingyuan acting as a villain because of the oppression of the overlord. So, she immediately nodded in agreement when she heard Su Mingyuan's threat. Alright, call Xiao Ran now, Su Mingyuan immediately said. Xiao Ruro nodded and returned to her room to get her phone. Wait. At that moment, Su Mingyuan suddenly pulled her back. Is there anything else, Brother Mingyuan? She tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. I just remembered something when I called. Su Mingyuan suddenly revealed an evil smile. The flames that had been triggered by Ruro hadn't faded yet. Now that she was talking about making a phone call, for some reason, Su Mingyuan suddenly thought of something wrong. All sorts of plots suddenly popped up in his mind. And then, he really wanted to practice it. He was also testing Rurio's bottom line. Oh, no, it wasn't testing the bottom line. It was he who suddenly wanted to see if Ruro, as an undercover agent, had the kind of spiritual awareness, sacrifice and dedication that he admired for her brother Xiao Ran. So he said, if you call Xiao Ran later, I'll feel bored if I don't do anything. So why not? How about you call him while I kiss your lips? Brother Mingyuan. Rurio's eyes widened as she looked at him in disbelief. After saying this, Su Mingyuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed and felt that he was very shameless, so he faltered, if you don't want to, then forget it. Ruro looked at Su Mingyuan's somewhat embarrassed expression, and thought that he had just been forced to play the evil villain again by the overlord, and her heart suddenly softened. This life's elder brother Mingyuan doesn't seem to have the habit of writing a diary. He must be very depressed in his heart, but he has no way of venting, so he has just become the way he was just now, right? So sad. I feel so sorry for brother Mingyuan. Brother Mingyuan, if I am not as smart and capable as other sisters, I do not have a huge force, nor a strong background. All I can do in this life is to accompany you and bring you a little happiness when you are depressed. So if you want me to do this. Ruro took the initiative to take Su Mingyuan's hand, endured the infinite shame, shook the corner of her clothes and said in a low voice, "But you can't, brother Mingyuan." "Ruro, what did you say?" Su Mingyuan raised his head suddenly, with ecstasy on his face. He didn't expect Ruro to have such an admirable spiritual awareness. Ruro had to repeat it again with a blushing face. "Brother Mingyuan, I'm willing to listen to your orders. Just, can you not kiss, then that way I won't be able to speak." She took Su Mingyuan's hand nervously, placed it carefully on her tender flower bud, raised her head and glanced at him shyly, her voice full of trembling, "Need rub my chest, okay." Chapter 45, Xiao Ran, everything is already in my hands. No matter how prosperous the city was, there were still slums. It was as if there were still many abandoned and uninhabited brothels in an international metropolis like Ming City. Meanwhile, the Xia family's third uncle, Xia Chengchen, had just been kidnapped. His entire body was tied to a concrete pillar of an abandoned building. He had never thought that he would be angered at Xia Shuiqi's place in the morning. He complained to the family and was about to find his mistress to vent his emotions when a man suddenly appeared on the road and knocked him out. Xiao Ran had never expected that he would be able to find out the range of Xia Chengchuan's activities through the local thugs he had met 2 days ago. He confidently sent Xia Shuiqi a message that he would give her a surprise within 2 days. She just walked to Xia Chengchuan's mistress' house and prepared to step on her. Then, he ran into a real surprise. The target he wanted to kidnap Xia Chengchen. Xia Shuiqi had never thought that she would be able to get rid of the disgust she felt from pretending in front of Xiao Ran in the morning by hugging and kissing Su Mingyuan. In the end, the man who said he would give him a surprise within 2 days had given her a huge shock in less than 2 hours. This guy was so lucky that he ran into the target of the mission and tied Xia Chengchen up without any effort. She was admiring the photo, so she could only endure the discomfort and drive to the address sent by Xiao Ran. Inside the abandoned building, Xiao Ran had thought that Xia Shuiqi would smile at him after seeing him tie Xia Chengchen up. However, to his surprise, Xia Shuiqi was not as happy as he had imagined when she saw third Uncle Xia tied to a concrete pillar. Instead, she frowned. "Shuiqi, what's wrong? Could it be that you don't like this surprise?" Xiao Ran asked in confusion. He didn't understand. He had obviously kidnapped third Uncle Xia, who had been fighting with her in the morning, to avenge her. Why was she still unhappy? Xia Shuiqi crossed her arms and looked at him in disappointment. "Xiao Ran, if you want to give me a surprise, that is just kidnapping. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Because you kidnapped him. Apart from being evil, you can't cause him any damage. When he returned, he could still use the Xia family's power to target me and would become even more aggressive. Even if you kill him here, it will only worsen the situation. Let's not talk about whether or not we can find out that you're the murderer. Even if we don't find out about you, the Xia family will definitely retaliate against the people who have recently become enemies with Xia Chengchen. And among those people, you and I happen to be the one. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. And the most important thing is that Xia Shuiqi raised a finger and pointed at the shivering Xia Chengchen. You kidnapped him and tied him up here. You don't even know how to cover his ears and eyes, so we can only kill and silence him. We can't find any reason to let him go back. I see. Xiao Ran finally understood why Xia Shuiqi was not happy with his surprise. Shuiqi, you're really a smart woman. You just came here to take a look at the current situation and you've already thought of so many things. But you're worrying too much. Why don't I cover this guy's ears and eyes? Why am I confident that this is a pleasant surprise for you? He walked to Xia Chengchuan's side and kicked him disdainfully. He pointed at his old face that was filled with fear and said confidently to Xia Shuiqi, because aside from killing people to silence him, there's another reason to let him go back. That is, he has completely submitted to us. He has become our man. Sha Shuiqi's eyes were slightly surprised by Xiao Ran's words. This made Xiao Ran very proud because he had never seen Sha Shuiqi, an iceberg beauty, show such an expression towards another man. So you've already used some method to control him. Of course Xiao Ran's voice was filled with confidence. Shuiqi, this old man has completely submitted to me and is after suffering a lot. Hey, you old dog. Do you know what you should do in the future? Xiao Ran kicked Sha Chengchen. A look of terror appeared on Sha Chengchuan's face. It was as if he was recalling something that terrified him. His voice trembled as he spoke. Gee, I know. From now on, you will be my immediate superior. My master, I will never betray you. I will faithfully carry out all your orders and instructions. Remember, in the future, she will also be your master. You must also obey her orders, understand? Xiao Ran pointed at Sha Shuiqi. Ji, got it. Sha Chengchen nodded repeatedly. This terrified look was not the slightest bit majestic as when he scolded Sha Shuiqi in the morning. Sha Shuiqi's eyes lit up as she watched this scene. Xiao Ran, I'm very curious about how you made him listen to you. Xiao Ran revealed a mysterious smile at her. Shuiqi, I wonder if you've heard of her before. Life-death talismans. Life-death talismans. Sha Shuiqi raised her elbow and thought for a while before she suddenly thought of something and looked at Xiao Ran in shock. You are someone from the Xiao family. Yes, if Xiao Ran was a member of the Xiao family and he had the ability to control life and death with the life-death talisman, then it would make sense for him to control Sha Chengchen in such a short period of time. Seeing the shock in Sha Shuiqi's eyes, Xiao Ran felt a sense of satisfaction and joy from the bottom of his heart. Shuiqi, perhaps in your eyes, money and power are the greatest factors in the world. So, at first, you thought it was stupid of me to kidnap Sha Chengchen. But, at this point, Xiao Ran looked around like a wolf, as if the king was inspecting his country. His open palms suddenly clenched into fists. But when you're strong and terrifying enough, you don't have to care about money and power. You have enough power to threaten it, destroy it, or even control it. Fist is power. At this moment, Xiao Ran saw with satisfaction that the way Sha Shuiqi looked at him had completely changed, and her eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. Xiao Ran, I have to say that you have impressed me. I think you're fully qualified to be my partner and attend banquets and receptions with me in various high circles. Thinking of Sha Shuiqi's indifference to him before, and looking at the admiration in Sha Shuiqi's eyes at this time, he felt great satisfaction and joy. Sha Shuiqi showed him a smile that had never been shown in front of other men. Shuiqi, about my identity, you have to keep it a secret for me. Of course, we are partners, aren't we? Sha Shuiqi smiled lightly. Xiao Ran was almost taken aback. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. It was from Ruro. Xiao Ran looked at the people around him. One was a woman he liked and admired, and the other was a slave whose life and death were completely controlled by him. Please read this chapter at turbulent.novels.com. There was nothing to hide about this call. And it just happened to let them know that Su Mingyuan, who was always looking for trouble with him, actually already had his own undercover agent. This could just show his foresight in front of them, and let them know that he was not a waste bag like Su Mingyuan. I already have everything in my hands. So Xiao Ran answered the phone in high spirits without any hesitation. Chapter 46, Su Mingyuan. He's a joke. The call connected. Xiao Ran answered softly, hello, Ruro. Why are you calling me at this hour? On the phone, Xiao Rurio's voice was clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. Bro brother, I'm calling you because I have something important to tell you. Please read this chapter at turbulent.novels.com. Why is she stuttering, and it's even mixed with a lot of heavy breathing? It's like a terrible idea had floated in his mind, but he shook his head violently, as he vehemently refused to believe it. How could he ever doubt Ruro? She's my dearest sister. He already had a misunderstanding with Ruro this morning, so was still feeling deeply guilty until now. Ruro had gone undercover together with Su Mingyuan and had basically sacrificed herself for me. For me to even hold suspicion against her, wasn't that completely inappropriate? At that moment, Xiao Ran had vowed in his heart that he would never think of this kind of nonsense again. He should always trust his sister, because anything less would be a huge betrayal on his part. So, even though Rurio's current breathing could easily lead people to conclude they were doing lewd things, he immediately dispelled any of those bad thoughts, and asked in concern, "Ruro, has anything happened to you? Are you feeling alright?" What he didn't notice was Sha Xueqi, who was standing right next to him, had her expression turn cold when she heard Xiao Ruro over the phone. Even though Xiao Ran hadn't turned on the speaker mode during the call, she was close enough to him to be able to hear their conversation. Moreover, after cultivating the heavenly creation of pure jade divine technique, her eyes and ears had been strengthened, so it was only natural for her to be able to hear them perfectly. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Sha Xueqi could not help but clench her left hand into a fist, because just from the way Xiao Ruro was breathing, she had already guessed something. Originally, she and Su Shuilin had already agreed to let Ruro taste sweetness. But having heard it directly, she had just realized that the person she likes was the one doing intimate things to women other than her. She suddenly found herself unable to calm down. Especially when they played so hard, and right in front of her, the fiancé. But in order to not let Xiao Ran detect any abnormality, she had to hold herself back. Not only that, she had even had to help them out by filling in the potholes in their alibi, all in order for Xiao Ran to not develop any doubts. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Otherwise, Ruro, the supposed undercover agent of Xiao Ran, would lose her most important role. This really was. Sha Xueqi clenched her fist even tighter as her nails began to dig deeply into her skin once more. With Su Shuilin, she was able to calculate everything perfectly, down to how furious her best friend would be when she finally saw the photos she sent and the notes she left. Anubs. But this time, it was her turn to be in Su Shuilin's shoes. This really feels awful. Thankfully, Xiao Ran didn't grow suspicious this time. He was able to sweep it under the rug. It's just that after he had expressed his concern for her, Rurio's voice suddenly became even higher. You could hear her say oops over the phone as her gasping became even heavier instantly, before she quickly tried to control herself before saying, brother, just now I heard a very important piece of information from Su Mingyuan. I was afraid that he'd find out that I'm in contact with you, ouch. So, I came out of the mansion running to call you before I accidentally tripped over a stone twice. Hearing this explanation, Xiao Ran instantly felt relieved. Rurio's body wasn't as strong as his, and her physique wasn't anything special compared to ordinary girls, so it was actually quite normal to make such panting sounds if you had just ran. Even during the physical examination test in university, not to mention girls, even the boys would get tired and start to gasp for air during the 1,000-meter run test. They'd be even louder. He's really given Ruro a hard time, so much so that she'd tripped over a stone. He hurriedly consoled her, Ruro, you should be more careful in watching your step. Reporting to me is a small matter, but you getting injured will be very distressing for me. Okay, brother. It seemed that Ruro was distracted over something and might have almost tripped again. After that, Ruro tried her best to speak as fast as possible, telling him the information she had learned from Su Mingyuan in the shortest possible time. Although there were still some gasps in the middle, she really did breeze through it quickly. Xiao Ran listened attentively to the information she conveyed, subconsciously ignoring her misplaced gasping. Because he had convinced himself that gasping from running wasn't very important. Moreover, he thought this information was no longer useless because he had already become Shueqi's partner. But when he thought about Ruro needing to run so hard just so that she could pass on this information to him, to the point that she was so tired and out of breath, a warmth surged in his heart. Brother, I'm afraid that I've been out for far too long, that Su Mingyuan might start getting suspicious. I'll go back now, bye. After Ruro finished her report, she hung up the phone without waiting for Xiao Ran to reply. He also understood the situation. He could fully imagine Rurio's nervous appearance as she mustered up the courage to go running just to call him. With such a good little sister who truly cared about him, how could he ever doubt her? His heart felt warm and happy. Standing in stark contrast to the smiling Xiao Ran, Sha Xueqi stood behind him with an icy expression. The only thing she could take comfort in was that Xiao Ran had remained oblivious of the truth of the matter. He's even showing a laughable joyful exuberance. When I first saw your sister standing next to Su Mingyuan in the company, I wondered why anyone would tolerate their sister to stay with such trash. Sha Xueqi had begun her act again, so she started to speak to Xiao Ran. I never expected that she was your undercover agent. She folded her arms around her chest and looked at Xiao Ran with a very strange look in her eyes. And when Xiao Ran saw her strange expression, he couldn't help but be surprised. It goes without saying that he already found this iceberg beauty fascinating, but he found that when she showed shock and awe to the things he's accomplished, it was even more satisfying. He raised his head proudly and said, that Su Mingyuan thought that just because he was from a rich family that he could just ignore me. However, I've been fooling him this whole time and all his actions have been under my control. With Su Mingyuan's reputation, don't you worry about your sister getting assaulted while being there, Sha Xueqi asked. Assaulted? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ran laughed incredulously as if he had heard a big joke. He approached Sha Xueqi with a teasing smile and whispered, Xueqi, I'll tell you a secret. Su Mingyuan is actually. After having endured her disgust of him, after Sha Xueqi had heard this secret, a smile gradually blossomed on her cold beautiful face. I see, Xiao Ran. If that's really the case, then he's really a joke. Right. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ran broke into laughter. Chapter 47, the upcoming third show. Xiao Ran left with proud and unrestrained strides. Being able to perform in front of Sha Xueqi really made him happy. Sha Chengchen had also been untied, and at that moment, was obediently standing behind Sha Xueqi awaiting orders. When Xiao Ran left, only then did Sha Xueqi slowly relax her clenched left fist. The palm wound that was healed by Mingyu's true qi opened up again. This really is disgusting. She looked back at Sha Chengchen. When the middle-aged man made contact with her cold eyes, he no longer bore any resemblance to a proud elder, but instead was trembling in fear. When one could easily inflict pain or death on another person, their fear of you could easily be used to control them. The life and death mark. This was the method used by the ancient masters of the Shao family to control other family members, enabling them to treat them like dogs. Back then, Xiao Ran's parents could not bear their children's fate of being controlled like slaves, so they resolutely left the Shao family. And now, with Xiao Ran having learned and grown powerful using the Mingyu technique, he had also learned to use the mark to make other people his dogs. However, this kind of method. She could do it too. Who you're able to get a hold on certain worldly treasures, and after quickly advancing in the heavenly creation of pure jade divine technique up to a certain level, she could also place life and death marks like Xiao Ran, and even replace them with her own. Essentially, Sha Chengchen wasn't anyone's dog but hers. As for the consequences of Ruro and Mingyuan doing such things with her present. Although she felt very unhappy, it wasn't like she couldn't bear it. To Mingyuan, being the villain must have been depressing, and Ruro might have just been a way for him to vent his feelings. Xiao Ran wasn't dead yet, so her relationship with Mingyuan could only develop slowly. From her open hostility and disgust against him, to her gradually learning to appreciate and even liking him, this process was destined to be very long, so there would definitely be women that would try to steal him from her along the way. She could bear with it because she would have the last laugh in the end. She knew very well of the difference between a moment of pleasure and a lifetime of one. And after I've become Mingyuan's wife, these bitches who've stolen Mingyuan for such a moment of pleasure. Don't even think about getting close to him again. Not even once. In the mansion, in the study room, on the lounge chair. Su Mingyuan finally knew why so many people wanted to be the Wong from next door. Because this is really super cool. Rurio's hands are simply first class. When she held onto me while on the phone with Xiao Ran doing two taboo acts at the same time made it so exciting. Suffice to say, that almost made Su Mingyuan nut immediately, so he couldn't help but go on a rampage on her as he pressed her on the desk. At that moment, even if he had to pay villain points, he'd still decide to. Fortunately, before he could make up his mind, Ruro jumped out of his arms and ran away red-faced, as she was too embarrassed to face him after the phone call. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief as he took a sip of tea on his table to calm down. Su Mingyuan. Oh, Su Mingyuan. How could you fall so low? Think about the previous two failed performances. Have you figured out why you failed? Have you found a way to prevent failing again? You can't even beat Sha Xueqi in a battle of strength. If you don't have enough villain points to buy the true chi bundles from the system store, why aren't you practicing on your own? After his post-nut clarity, Su Mingyuan woke up completely. Yes, now that the key information has been successfully conveyed to Xiao Ran by Ruro, it's very likely that the twisted plot line will start going back on track. So the next thing on his agenda should be his preparation for his third performance in a few days. After his first two performances, Su Mingyuan could already sum up the biggest reason for their failures. It definitely wasn't because he had poor acting skills. The problem was the two heroines on the stage, Xiao Ruro and Xia Xueqi. However, his third show only included him and Xiao Ran having a bit of a scuffle at the Blue Rose Bar, which ends with him getting slapped in the face. As the two women weren't involved, this time he shouldn't be failing, right? No, I shouldn't be thinking like this. Su Mingyuan slapped his cheek hard, and warned himself in his heart. Su Mingyuan slapped his cheek hard as he cautioned his heart, Su Mingyuan, haven't you learned your lesson yet? After previously experiencing the two heroines ruining everything and ultimately making him fail twice, it wouldn't surprise him if something similar would happen again this time. You shouldn't be careless. That's right. I shouldn't assume that none of the two heroines wouldn't get involved in the show and that everything would be smooth sailing. This time, I must at least get an excellent score, even if I can't get a perfect one. So, let's evaluate the specifics of this upcoming performance first. I, Su Mingyuan, as a playboy disciple who likes to play with women, would go to the Blue Rose Bar a few days later and would run into Xiao Ran and his group of murderous mercenary friends just as they've returned from overseas after helping him. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. The Blue Rose Bar not only had a bar and dance floor reserved for its rich patrons on the first floor, it also had a secret floor where pleasure-seeking rich kids, high-ranking officials and the like could enter. This special bar was opened by Mirong Hongshe, the underground queen of Mingjing. Naturally, Su Mingyuan came to the secret floor to pick up beautiful women. Xiao Ran had come here not only to have his foreign friends relax in the bar, but also to visit the underground queen. After all, the security firm he was about to open was in the security business, so it was only a matter of time before he had to deal with the underground queen. But the two would run into each other on their way there. As the villain, Su Mingyuan would have naturally wanted to humiliate Xiao Ran, questioning his qualifications to be able to enter the dance party on the second floor. And right after, a recent friend of Xiao Ran, Yi Chen, a scion of one of the big four families, the Yi family, will stand up for his friend and vouch for him to enter the second floor. He slaps me in the face, then and there. Su Mingyuan would get so angry that he bumps into a waitress as he was walking away and will get alcohol spilled all over him. His immediate reaction would be to demand compensation, and after realizing that the waitress was quite the beauty, he'd demand 200,000 yuan as recompense or that she accompany him for one night. The waitress was only a poor college student at the Ming City Film Academy. Even though her family wasn't well off, and she had to work here to survive, that didn't mean she was willing to sell herself. Harassed by the aggressive and nasty young Master Su, the waitress looked so innocent and pitiful. Xiao Ran couldn't bear to see it any longer and made a move. This naturally led to him getting his face beat again. In that way, Xiao Ran would have been able to show off his arrogance in front of the other scions present, and gained the appreciation of countless others, whereas, he, Su Mingyuan, would have already become another stepping stone for him again. The ending act would be when Su Mingyuan, unwilling to accept his losing to Xiao Ran, and trying to get back even a bit of his dignity through a display of power, would threaten to send 100x special forces to beat Xiao Ran up when he got back home. But just as he was about to exit the second floor, Xiao Ran's tall mercenary friends from abroad would warn him off about doing anything stupid by staring at him murderously, which causes him to leave in fear. Even though she wasn't present at the time, when Mirong Hongshe heard of the happenings that night, she evaluated Xiao Ran highly, even though he wasn't free from blame. This incident paved the road for their future cooperation. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. The rescued waitress also angrily accused Su Mingyuan of being shameless when he tried to malign the reputation of the Xiao family's children by bringing up Xiao Rurio's scandal. Together with the other helpers of Xiao Ran, they shaped the public's opinion to complete nail Su Mingyuan to the pillar of shame of being a scumbag. After recalling all these details, Su Mingyuan now knew exactly how things were going to go. Chapter 48, I will have great success. In the previous show, the reason he got a bad score was mostly because he didn't successfully let Xiao Ran insult him, and instead Xiao Ran was insulted by Xia Xueqi. Moreover, for the next scene, Xiao Ran had to insult him in the face and he had to make sure none of it went wrong. The first hit on the face would be because Xiao Ran was an acquaintance of Yi Chen, who was from a rich family, and it was a success. For the next few days, Su Mingyuan sent someone to keep an eye on Yi Chen, to see whether he kept in contact with Xiao Ran. If there's no contact, he would create an opportunity for Xiao Ran to see eye to eye with him and become friends. For the second one, naturally, when Xiao Ran saw injustice and saved the poor waitress from him. As long as nothing went wrong with the waitress, this time's face hitting would be successful. Well, just in case, he would find someone to investigate the waitress's personality and background, to see if there's anything different from the original one. In case something goes wrong, he had to arrange a waitress in advance to let Xiao Ran's pretense to be successful. As for the third one, naturally it would be when he just finished saying harsh words, he would face murderous stares from a group of big men. At that moment he was almost scared to the point he wet himself and had to leave in dismay. This should not be a concern, there would be no problem. Thinking about it like this, it didn't seem like there would be any accident, everything would be stable. No, I shouldn't think that way. I almost forgot the ultimate factor that caused me a great deal the previous 2 times. These darn bipolar female protagonists. Although, according to the plot, Murong Hongshe would not appear in this show. But what if? What if she happened to be at the Blue Rose Bar that day, and if she, like other heroines, changes her personality and messes up my show? After the first 2 failures, Su Mingyuan didn't want to take any chances now and wasn't afraid to consider the worst possible outcome. Therefore, he also needed to ensure that on the day of the show, Murong Hongshe was not at the bar. Actually, this wasn't really that difficult, as long as Murong Hongshe was asked to go somewhere else that night. And the person to ask her out, of course Murong Hongshe wouldn't give him any face as a scoundrel, but his sister was Su Shuilin, who seemed to be the next heir of the Su family so far. Murong Hongshe would definitely give her a face and go to meet her. Just like this, all unexpected factors were ruled out. And his show was bound to be a success. Thinking of the large amount of villain coins he would get, Su Mingyuan was full of expectations. This time, Xiao Ran, you have to succeed in pretending. Maybe someone would ask, Su Mingyuan, in order to get the villain points, you are very excited to be hit by Xiao Ran constantly who is pretending. Are you a psychopath? Su Mingyuan's answer would be that although he was very optimistic and had a great attitude, it did not mean that he would be like a pervert who had a sense of comfort when he was beaten and humiliated. However, the one to be hit at face cost the image of villain portrayed by Su Mingyuan, and what was its connection with real Su Mingyuan? He was just doing a performance, only performing as a bad villain. He wouldn't get into it. Moreover, his life was not always filled with Xiao Ran pretending to insult him at any time. He just performed to get insulted by protagonist every few days. As for the rest of the time, he used the identity of Su Mingyuan to enjoy a lot of things. He had never tasted delicacies and all kinds of experiences that only the rich could enjoy in his previous life. Occasionally, he would go and find some women with the best figure to relax and entertain himself. Of course, he didn't write this down in his diary. In addition, when he was young, he saw youngsters playing Go Chinese chess board game and he wanted to learn. Unfortunately, even after he grew up, he still didn't have time to learn, so he used the enhancement points to buy master-level chess skills from the system, not only Go, but also all kinds of games like elephant chess, Chinese checkers, chess, gomoku. When he went to the park to play chess with those old men, he never lost. He also liked singing. Unfortunately, his voice was not so good, so he bought a master-level voice and master-level music creation. In his spare time, he wrote and sang songs to improve his mood. When he was a child, he wanted to be a painter, so he bought master-level painting skills. When he was in college, he liked playing games very much, but sadly he was a noob, so he bought a master-level esports knowledge and manual. There were also master-level maths knowledge, master-level gun proficiency, master-level fighting skills, master-level medical proficiency, etc. All of these happened last week. Although he had this much knowledge and skills, he couldn't show them in front of others. But since he saved the female protagonist once as a knight in white, he often wore a white windbreaker and covered the upper half of his face with a white mask similar to a masquerade mask. He went out to make trouble in his spare time and made many other nicknames. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. How to put it, there was even a hint of secret pretense. Although he had to redo this week once again, actually this was also the reason Su Mingyuan wasn't very angry and furious. It was just that he didn't expect that this week would become bigger because of the destruction of the world, and he had to spend more time and energy to get the plot back on track. Even worse. Now, His strength couldn't even compare with Sha Xueqi. Without a strong and tall physique, how could he dress up as a knight in white to have fun and relieve his loneliness that stemmed from being unable to return home for the time being? Cultivation, he needed to cultivate. So in the next few days, instead of teasing and testing Xiao Ruro, he took out a batch of good-grade jade from his collection and worked hard to cultivate. Of course, he would not touch the highest-grade jade in his collection. Those were extremely rare and precious spirit jade like the dragon essence jade he wore around his waist. After all, this would be Xiao Ran's future drop items. When he was tired of cultivating, he would hum songs, play chess on the internet, or start a game to abuse the noobs, enjoying the feeling of being praised and begged by others. Every day, Ruro looked at him with a smiling face and cooked for him. It was a really pleasant life. Of course, he did not forget his business. In these few days, 2 of his bodyguards who were beaten and sent to the hospital finally returned. He also inquired about the news that the 3rd uncle of the Shaw family returned to the Shaw family with a gloomy face a few days ago. It seemed like he had fallen on the road and suffered some minor injuries. And his fiancée, Sha Xueqi, also brought Xiao Ran to a reception. Of course, because his role was just to be her partner, Xiao Ran didn't even hold her hand the whole time. Please read this chapter @wondernovels.com. Su Mingyuan knew that it seemed that with his efforts to remedy, the plot had finally returned to its track. Not only that, but 2 days ago, Yi Chen from the Yi family was racing in Yanming Mountain with Xiao Ran, who became friends upon first meeting, and he exclaimed that Xiao Ran was the god of the race. A group of foreigners landed at Ming City Airport by plane. The waitress that he asked someone to investigate, as expected, was as poor as in the story. She went to Ming City Film Academy and had a stubborn personality. She worked in the Blue Rose Bar but did not sell herself. Looking at the collected information, Su Mingyuan smiled with satisfaction. Very good, everything is ready, now we only need to wait for the east wind to blow. As long as the unexpected factor, Murong Hongshe, was sent away, and his sister asked her out. I will have great success in this show. Chapter 49, The General is out. The afternoon of the day when the show was about to begin. Su Mingyuan called his sister Su Shuilin. Sis, can I ask you to do one thing? That can you ask Murong Hongshe out later? Have a meal with her and chat. Oh, Mingyuan, is there any intention that you want me to ask her out? Or you're interested in her and want me to help you? Su Shuilin asked. No, it's not that I'm interested in her, but there's a special reason. Anyway sis, don't ask me anymore. Just ask her out for dinner for one night, please. This is my request to you, my sister, as a brother. Will you help me this time, sis? Su Mingyuan's request even contained a hint of coquetry as a younger brother to his elder sister. At the other end of the phone, Su Shuilin was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled gently. Her enchanting voice came from the receiver like a stream of gentle breeze. Okay, since you want me to invite Murong Hongshe for dinner, then I, as a big sister, will naturally do my best to help you. Who asked you to act like a spoiled child in front of me? Su Mingyuan blushed, but soon returned to normal without feeling any shame. The little brother was coquettish to his sister. Can that be called coquettish? He won't feel ashamed. Sis, thank you, he said sincerely, and shouted happily in his heart. It's done. Su Shuilin said dotingly. Mingyuan, what is there to say thank you when we're siblings? You are my dearest and most beloved brother. How can I not help you fulfill this little request of yours? After hanging up, there was a doting smile on the corner of her mouth. But soon, a trace of hatred and cruelty appeared on her face. Last time, Xiao Ran didn't hit Mingyuan in the face because of Shuiqi's interference. The will of the world must have sensed something was wrong. So this time, in order to make Xiao Ran, the son of destiny, succeed for his pretense, it even learned to predict and signaled Mingyuan to stop all their variables. Only then, Mingyuan finally made a call. Just like in his previous life, he asked Mingyuan to act as a white knight to remedy the plot when the plot changed. However, how could I possibly let him succeed? My dearest and favorite brother is not a pedal used to humiliate Xiao Ran and to be a stepping stone for him. In my previous life, I was blinded by Xiao Ran's aura as a protagonist and the will of the world. I even ignored the affection between siblings for more than 10 or 20 years, then sat and watched Mingyuan die. In this life, how can I let him suffer any injustice? Xiao Ran wants to hit Mingyuan's face. I won't agree. Anyway, as long as it is recovered later and the plot of Mingyuan's line in the future is maintained without major changes, the will of the world would have no excuse to hurt Mingyuan. Ranub Epsilon. After all, Mingyuan has done his best, and it's me who is wrong, isn't it? The previous two small changes to the plot by Ruro and Shueqi have proved the correctness of this guess. However, she still had to do Mingyuan's request, as a sister who loved and cared for him. Invite Murong Hongshe out for dinner. Then I'll just reserve a private room in her Blue Rose Bar restaurant. After making the phone call and resolving all the variables, Su Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. His hanging heart was immediately released, and he was full of confidence. I've investigated the information in advance to make sure everything would be the same as the initial plot. Just in case, I also asked my sister to invite Murong Hongshe for dinner and take her away, getting rid of all variables. As for Xiao Ran, the previous show can be said that he was still the one I am familiar with, and he would never disappoint me. So, the show this time should never go wrong again. Washing away the shame, now is the time to enjoy. He thought with great confidence. And when he thought that he was just using a coquettish tone, his good sister, Su Shuilin, agreed to his unreasonable request without hesitation. Su Mingyuan couldn't help but be full of gratitude towards her. Please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. At first, the change in Su Shuilin's personality made him a little nervous. But now it seemed that she had become such a good sister who cared about her spoiled brother. This was a good thing for him. Later, when he needed to remedy the plot, he didn't have to work hard alone. Maybe as long as he acted spoiled like this, he could ask his good sister to help him again. The burden on his shoulder had been lightened a little. Su Mingyuan was in a very happy and relaxed mood. Towards evening, Su Mingyuan ate Ruoro's elaborate love dinner and was ready to go to the Blue Rose Bar to trigger the plot and start his acting. Not to mention, although Rurio's homemade dishes were inferior to the luxury meals made by those chefs in the mansion with various high-end precious ingredients. But these homemade dishes had the taste that more ordinary people used to eat every day. The simple care contained in these dishes was more precious than the so-called luxurious dinner. Moreover, Ruro often carefully observed his taste, improved the taste of dishes every day, and paid attention to the combination of meat and vegetables, so that nutrition wouldn't be left behind. He had to say that after getting used to eating 3 meals a day that Ruro made according to his taste, he felt that he might be reluctant to let this innocent and attractive little cutie go undercover in the future. Now, there was only one matter left. Would he take Ruro to the bar with him? Looking at Rurio's lovely and cute smile, he thought of where good and bad mixed together in the bar. That kind of place was not a place where pure and lovely Ruro should stay. And the most important thing was, now that he had decided to eliminate all interference and vowed to get at least an excellent score in this show, then of course he shouldn't bring Ruro. She was also a heroine whose personality had changed. Although last time she obediently stood behind him and acted as a background board according to his instructions, what would happen this time? Please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. In this show, he wouldn't let any variables or any deviations appear. And even without Rurio's involvement, he believed that he could also get a very high score. So, for this show, he wouldn't bring her along. Ruro, I'm going to a cocktail party later. You have to obediently stay in the mansion for today, don't go out without permission, and remember to go to bed early, Su Mingyuan said with a smile. Just when he was about to leave the mansion with 2 bodyguards, Ruro suddenly grabbed his hand. Brother Mingyuan, have a safe trip. And Ruro raised her little face, and the clear eyes staring at him seemed to have dewdrops that melted like mist. Remember to come back early, I will always wait for you with the lights on. This little girl. So into the act, you're not afraid that one day you can't get out and really be in love with me. Su Mingyuan smiled and rubbed her head. Don't worry, I won't sleep in another woman's bed tonight. After saying that, he stepped into his Rolls-Royce in high spirits, just like a heroic general who was about to go on an expedition to bring back the news of victory to his family. He set off. Chapter 50, It is my turn to perform. It is my turn to perform. It was as if no matter how bright the light was, it could not dispel all the darkness. No matter how good the security in Mingjing was, there were still gray areas and underground industries. After all, this was a novel world. Bar, casino, KTV, nightclub, underground arena. At night, it was always easy to hide in the darkness and breed evil. Murong Hongshe was the queen of the darkness who stood out from the darkness and evil and ruled the entire underground world. Blue Rose Wine Bar. Under the management of Murong Hongshue's staff, this high-end bar was no longer limited to the functions of the bar. Although its first floor was still a bar, its second floor had already been transformed into a fun club for the children of wealthy families. There was a banquet for the audience, and there were many beautiful waitresses coming and going. They had outstanding figures and beautiful looks, waiting for every gentleman's polite invitation. Next to the hall were many luxurious private rooms with excellent sound insulation. When a gentleman and a lady looked at each other, they were the love nest of their temporary singing. On the first floor of Blue Rose, it was a bar that was noisy, indulgent, and filled with hormones. The second floor was a place where noble families, wealthy officials, and other gentlemen, wearing refined masks, had friendly and in-depth conversations with beautiful ladies. They looked like they were separated by two worlds, but in fact, they were essentially the same. Following the arrival of the lantern, Xiaoran brought his good friends from abroad to Blue Rose Wine Bar. Just getting started here would cost everyone 10,000 yuan. He didn't need to pay the entrance fee if he wanted to go up to the second floor, because the qualification to enter the second floor didn't depend on how much money he paid. It was an invisible threshold. In the noisy bar on the first floor, Xiaoran arranged his foreign brothers and called the waiters and waitresses to serve them. Then, he prepared to go to the wine hall on the second floor alone. His brothers were one of the best men, the elite mercenaries who had experienced the baptism of the battlefield. Most importantly, they were simple-minded and loyal to him. The boss is treating us tonight. Everyone drink freely, don't save the boss money. He doesn't lack a small tip. Ha ha ha, the girls from China are strong, but this wine isn't strong enough. Hey, bring over the best wine you have here. Speaking of the energetic girl, I suggest you try it with a woman from Korea. Tisk tisk. Xiaoran was already used to the dirty words of these mercenaries. In the past, they had done business with their heads hanging on their waists. Their mental pressure was extremely great and they liked to use tobacco and women to vent. Therefore, there was almost no one who did not abuse people in this profession. Ra OES. As long as they were loyal to him and knew how to follow the rules. Xiaoran left them on the first floor and walked alone towards the stairs on the second floor. He felt that with his previous experience of being brought by Xia Xueqi to a high-class dinner party, it should be no problem for him to enter the second floor of the Blue Rose Bar. His main purpose in coming here tonight was to find a way to get to know Murong Hongshe and prepare for the security company he was going to set up. After all, if it involved security, they would have to deal with the underground world. Moreover, although China's aristocratic families that held great power liked internal strife, when foreign powers wanted to step into this land, they would often tacitly change their target and choose to go out together. He didn't lack money or people. However, his money and people came from overseas. If he could build a good relationship with Murong Hongshe, and make use of Xia Xueqi's connections to make friends with these rich and powerful families, and use security service to deepen his relationship with them, he could slowly develop his power in China. Everyone with money and power cared about their own safety. And he believed that no one in China could compare to his foreign brothers as bodyguards. However, if they were to convince them to use foreigners as bodyguards, these rich, high-ranking, and aristocratic children would probably feel repelled in the first place. Due to that reason, he wanted to visit Murong Hongshe and get to know her. If he could get the authentication of her, his security business would be able to open a gap between these rich people and develop rapidly. Tonight was very important to him. When he was abroad, he had faced such important occasions countless times. At that time, it was as if he had received the blessing of the goddess of fate. There might be some twists and turns in the course of things, but the final results were always good and successful for him. Tonight would undoubtedly be the same. He believed that he would not fail. After leaving the swaying dance floor, the ear-splitting music and the screams of the men and women suddenly became much smaller, as if they were gradually disappearing into the horizon. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the first step towards the second floor, as if he had taken the first small step towards success. At the same time, a domineering Rolls-Royce that was unique in the whole world stopped at the entrance of the bar with the roaring sound of engines. Under the protection of the two bodyguards, Su Mingyuan leisurely stepped into the bar. Beep. Trigger the plot and ask the host to follow the plot of the original novel and complete the performance. #please read this chapter at turbulent.com. At the end of the performance, you will receive 202,500 villains points and the same number of enhancement points based on your evaluation. Host, good luck. Su Mingyuan walked into the bar with a cold smile on his face, and made his way towards the second floor. System, there's no need for you to cheer for me this time. It's because tonight, I, Su Mingyuan, will be the villain. I want to show you how I managed to make the scene of an arrogant and despicable villain being beaten to the point where he left in a panic in front of the main character. It will be flawless and lifelike. All the risk variables have been eliminated by me. If I, Su Mingyuan, get another failing evaluation today, I will eat all the tables in this bar on the spot. Su Mingyuan put down his words and led the bodyguards behind him to the end of the stairs on the second floor. There, Xiao Ran was standing at the door awkwardly. He thought that he would not be stopped by his experience of attending a high-end dinner party, but from the results, he overestimated himself. Now he didn't have a big reputation in the upper circles of China, and the last dinner he attended with Xia Shuiqi's partner was not held here. The waiter at the door checked and found that he had indeed attended a dinner party the other day, but he didn't know whether to let him in or not. He was asking the manager above for instructions, asking him to wait beside him. So there was this scene. Please read this chapter at turbulent.com. At this time, Su Mingyuan saw Xiao Ran wandering at the door, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's my turn to perform. He instantly changed his expression, the corners of his mouth rose, his eyes were filled with extreme contempt, and he swaggered towards Xiao Ran with an arrogant gesture of disrespecting his 6 relatives. Isn't this a bereaved dog fired by my fiancé? Why, just you, a stray dog without an owner, who wants to eat swans and wants to go to a party where only the upper class can attend. As soon as Su Mingyuan opened his mouth, he was extremely mocking, appearing too villainous. Chapter 51. A perfect evaluation, isn't it about to lie firmly in the palm of my hand? The moment Xiao Ran saw Su Mingyuan's appearance, it was like the ice met the fire, and the irrepressible hostility appeared instantly. Especially when he was mocked like this in front of his face, his anger suddenly rose. He had a group of powerful younger brothers from abroad, and he commanded a huge influence. He had uncountable money, and had won the worship of countless people by being named the King of Killers. Unexpectedly, after returning to China, every time he encountered this straw bag, he would turn angry. The King of Killers was not to be humiliated. Xiao Ran looked around. If it wasn't for now that he had a more important purpose to achieve, or if there were too many people around him and the environment was not secluded enough, he would have punched Su Mingyuan in the face long ago, and by the way, let him experience the extreme agony and pain of life and death, compelling his damn stinky mouth to never open again. Now, Xiao Ran clenched his fists and loosened them, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Let's just treat him like a clown and ignore him. Su Mingyuan saw Xiao Ran walk aside with a look of disdain for him, and immediately became more excited. Hey, Xiao Ran, when we met last time, I remember that you dared to muster up the courage to bark at me a few times. Why are you so cowardly today? Oh, I see, it must be because of no owner. You poor homeless wild dog finally realizes his ugliness and lowliness, knowing that if this young master can crush you to death with a single speck of dust. Damn you, so when you see this young master, you can't help shivering until you can't speak, right? Damn Su Mingyuan, why is his mouth so stinky? Xiao Ran's fist clenched and loosened suddenly, and he held it back again. Su Mingyuan shook his head and said regretfully, "Tisk tisk, how pitiful, Xiao Ran. You've changed from a wild dog that had the courage to bark at me to a bird in a cage that is submissive. It's really boring." Xiao Ran's fist clenched again. Not only because of Su Mingyuan's ridicule, but also because of the word caged bird, it reminded him of the tragic experience of his parents. However, Su Mingyuan was still taunting him, appearing next to him at this time. By the way, let me guess what your little bird is doing here. Could it be wanting to climb on the high branch of Murong Hongshe and recognize a new master? Well, it's very possible. After all, with the power of the master, you dare to squeeze out a trace of courage to roar incompetently at me. Otherwise, you can only stand here with your head bowed, like a humble bug being trampled under my feet. However, do you think I will make you wish? Su Mingyuan walked towards the waiter who was asking the manager for instructions, and ordered coldly, "You don't need to ask the person above you for instructions. Someone like Xiao Ran is also worthy of attending the same reception as me. Your task tonight is to keep him out of the door, so that he can only watch me with envy and jealousy." Have fun, you know. The waiter wiped the sweat from his forehead and said at a loss, young Master Su, this friend. Su Mingyuan reached out and pressed lightly on his shoulder, showing him a gentle and threatening smile. Think about it clearly, whether to choose to keep this powerless and ownerless stray dog out of the door at no cost, or choose to offend me. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ran finally couldn't hold back his anger. He can tell Su Mingyuan's taunts were clowns talking bullshit, and he didn't take those taunts to heart. But at this moment, Su Mingyuan's behavior was to make his most important purpose of coming here today be ruined. At this moment, a hearty and loud voice suddenly sounded. Young Master Su, long time no see. Your mouth is still so sharp and violent. But you call my Yi Chen's friend a wild dog, isn't it too disrespectful to me, Rayobes? From the stairs on the second floor came a handsome man. He was wearing a white suit, with long flowing hair and star-shaped eyebrows. He didn't look like a girl because of his long hair, but instead appeared a little heroic. One of the four big young masters in Ming City, the second eldest of the four big families, Yi family, Yi Chen. Su Mingyuan finally frowned and turned his face. Yi Chen, are you sure you want to help this wild dog out and offend me? Yi Chen laughed out loud. Young Master Su, you are unreasonable. It was you who scolded my friend and didn't give me a face. Why did you say that I was here to offend you? Su Mingyuan sneered. Yi Chen, I don't know when you became friends with a dog. Young Master Su, you and I are both two of the four famous gangsters in Mingjing, and both are the second children of the family. If you call my friend a dog now, you are calling me a dog too. What are you, whose status is similar to mine when it comes to mocking people? Yi Chen was obviously not at a disadvantage. I'll ask you again. Su Mingyuan's expression turned a little warped. He pointed at Xiao Ran and said, are you sure you really want to offend me for Xiao Ran? Yi Chen's face instantly turned cold. Su Mingyuan, from the moment you called him a dog, didn't you offend me first? He walked up to Su Mingyuan, looked at him and said with a sneer. Young Master Su, I am also a member of the four major families. I am not afraid of you. Xiao Ran, let's go. You are my friend. My friend wants to participate in this reception. Who dares to say that he is not qualified to attend? Yi Chen took Xiao Ran and walked into the restaurant. Of course, the waiter at the door had no reason to stop Xiao Ran and let him in smoothly. Su Mingyuan had previously tried arrogantly to prevent Xiao Ran from entering, but was slapped on the spot by Yi Chen, who was also a member of the four major families. At this moment, his face was as black as iron. However, at this moment, Xiao Ran, who had just stepped into the restaurant, came out of it again, walked in front of him with a provocative smile, and said in a low voice, by the way, Su Mingyuan, I forgot to mention something just now. You said that I was a wild dog abandoned by my master, but I'm afraid you don't know. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Xueqi took me to a dinner party a few days ago, not as her bodyguard but as a partner. To be more precise, a male companion. Do you understand what does that mean? Although at that dinner party, Xueqi just brought him in and ignored him, and she didn't even hold his hand from beginning to end, but it didn't prevent him from using these words to attack and ridicule Su Mingyuan. And as soon as these words came out, it really angered Su Mingyuan like a precise blow, and completely distorted his face as black as the bottom of a pot. What was adding fuel to the fire? What was throwing charcoal in the snow? At this moment, Su Mingyuan was completely slapped in the face by Xiao Ran and his friend Yi Chen. He looked distorted, as if he was completely furious with Xiao Ran's words. But you hit the face of the villain, Su Mingyuan, a fictional villain I played as an actor. What does it have to do with me, Su Mingyuan? On the contrary, when Xiao Ran finally slapped his face successfully, he sighed with joy in his heart. Xiao Ran, I knew that you are still the one I am familiar with. Even if an actor has good acting skills, when he does not have a good opponent in this play, the whole play would only become boring, and the audience would not find it exciting. Moreover, after I eliminated all the variable interference, you really performed as a protagonist should. You did it. You didn't let me down. In the plot of this novel, there would be 3 slaps to Su Mingyuan's face in the whole game. Now that the first time had been successful, would the second time be far behind? Thinking of this, Su Mingyuan felt confident and full of self-confidence. He also thought in advance that he must get an excellent or above evaluation this time, and he could wipe out his shame. Based on this momentum now, what else was outstanding than this? A perfect evaluation, isn't it about to lie firmly in the palm of my hand? Chapter 52, I want you to accompany me for the night. What did you just say to him for his face to turn so ugly? Yi Chen asked curiously as he watched Xiao Ran walk over. Xiao Ran smiled mysteriously. This is a secret. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Of course, he understood why his words were so destructive to Su Mingyuan. This was because he understood a guy like Su Mingyuan, who couldn't admit to what he was thinking. He had a particularly strong desire to control the woman who belonged to him, demanding that the woman obey him absolutely. But his fiancée, Xia Xueqi, had attended the banquet with him. How could he not be angry after hearing about this? However, he didn't plan to let others know that Su Mingyuan was impotent. He just had to hide it in his heart. This was the secret Ruro had told him. He could not make this matter known to everyone and make Ruro suffer in Su Mingyuan's place. Alright, then if you have a chance in the future, you must tell me why. Yi Chen did not ask any further and dragged Xiao Ran into the dining hall. Anyway, seeing Su Mingyuan suffer a setback, he felt refreshed. As a person who liked luxury cars and speed racing, who didn't like Su Mingyuan's unique Rolls-Royce? When Yi Chen begged his family to get him a car, he was turned down and his eyes turned red at Su Mingyuan. Especially after he went to find Su Mingyuan to experience the joy of driving the Wind God. However, when he was rejected by Su Mingyuan with a disdainful tone, "Are you even qualified to drive my car?" he started to hold a grudge against Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan didn't find it strange as he watched Yi Chen and Xiao Ran walk into the center of the wine hall. With the main character's aura, Xiao Ran could easily gain the admiration of others by using the skills he had casually displayed. He didn't need to waste any effort to make a loyal friend. Of course, it was also very easy for him to provoke some people into hatred for no reason at all, and he would be constantly visited by trouble. Then, these people would become the villains in the novel and be slapped in the face by him all the way, becoming stepping stones at the feet of the ruler of the city. For example, Su Mingyuan was one of the biggest stepping stones in the novel. Su Mingyuan deliberately stood at the door for a while, showing how upset he was when he was slapped in the face by Xiao Ran. He then walked into the dining hall with his face broken. In terms of acting, he felt that he really had nothing to say. Oscar Best Actor. Next, it was time for the second stage of the performance, which was also the highlight of the drama. Under immense anger, he humiliated and oppressed the poor waitress, forcing her to go to bed with him, but he was stopped by Xiao Ran, who could not see it. Not only did he lose face, he also set off Xiao Ran's righteousness and prestige. Then let me look for the poor waitress. Where is she? Su Mingyuan had an ugly expression on his face, but his gaze kept shifting among the crowd. In the beautifully decorated wine hall, the piano, violin, and various orchestral instruments were in symphony as they brought out a melodious and soothing melody. Rao Yi. In the crowd, some of them were holding wine glasses while chatting, while most of them were beautiful women, college students, and families. They happened to be smiling sweetly as they leaned against the arms of a group of gentlemen. The center of the spacious wine hall was the dance floor for these men and women. They crossed their necks and danced with each other. Some of the gentlemen smiled and slowly reached their hands into their skirts. Some of them looked at each other affectionately as they reached their hands into their chests. Su Mingyuan finally found his target. The waitress who came here to work part-time, Li Shuang. After a while, he would use extremely violent words and even actions to highlight how hateful he was as a villain. Although it was an act, he had hurt her after all. Therefore, in order to make up for her injured heart, he would arrange for someone to treat her mother's serious illness in private, just as he had done the previous week. He didn't want to ask if he could be forgiven. At least, he would feel good in his heart and there wouldn't be any burden in acting. Then, the second scene of this performance should begin. It was time for his villainous face to rise. Su Mingyuan's eyes were filled with anger as he rampaged through the banquet hall, as if he was venting his anger from being slapped in the face by Xiao Ran. Please read this chapter at turbulent.com. At that moment, Li Shuang and Su Mingyuan, who were carrying a tray of wine, bumped into each other. It swayed. The glass cup left the tray, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. There was also orange juice and red wine floating in the air. Pa! The sound of the glass falling to the ground rang out. The orange juice and wine in the wine cup were also sprayed onto Su Mingyuan's body under the influence of gravity. Li Shuang stared blankly at this scene. Then, she immediately came back to her senses. She hurriedly grabbed a tissue and tried to wipe the alcohol off Su Mingyuan's body. She wanted to salvage something, so she kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't do it on purpose. I'll clean your clothes right away." "Pa." It was as loud and clear as a slap in the face. Su Mingyuan opened Li Shuang's hand grip with a slap. At this moment, the anger from Xiao Ran smacking his face seemed to have finally found a place to vent. "I couldn't take care of Xiao Ran and Yi Chen, but couldn't I take care of a little waitress like you? Woman, you dirty my clothes. Do you think you can wipe them with paper towels? Forget it." He glared at Li Shuang, his eyes as cold as ice, but the anger in his nostrils was like a burning fire. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. This made his face look sinister and terrifying. Li Shuang panicked. In fear, she was so flustered that her brain went short. She reached out to take off Su Mingyuan's clothes. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean it. I will wash your dirty clothes right now." "Pa." Another crisp slap sounded. Su Mingyuan slapped her hand and sent her arm flying. He interrupted her and sneered. "You washing my clothes? Do you want to see me naked? Also, do you know how expensive this custom-made suit of mine is, and do you think it is cleaned with a wash using a washing machine or hand?" Su Mingyuan clutched Li Shuang's arm and stared into her eyes with an appalling gaze. "I'm telling you, woman, after you splashed me with wine, my clothes are completely ruined, so you have to compensate me, you know." He smiled and said, "It's not expensive, just 400,000. For 400,000. Oh my god." Hearing this figure, Li Shuang appeared like she had suffered a bolt from the blue sky. Her expression immediately fell into panic and despair. Her thighs and calves trembled in unison, and she could not even stand up. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Although her salary here was very high, even if she took out all the family savings, she could not come up with 400,000. And that's still the life-saving money for her mother's treatment. Looking at her desperate and hollow eyes, Su Mingyuan sneered. "Chick, if you can't get 400,000, you can also change the compensation method." He suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Shuang's pretty face with his 5 fingers in the shape of claws, his fingers pinching her cheeks fiercely and forcing her to look at himself. Although not considered stunningly beautiful, this face did hold quite a bit of beauty. "Stay with me for one night, and this matter, then will be written off." Chapter 53, Xiao Ran, my chance is here. Hush. At this moment, apart from the men and women who were still dancing slowly in the center of the dance floor owned by the bar, there were also those who were still whispering to each other in the distance. With Su Mingyuan as the center, the radius of 10 meters around him became a forbidden area due to his vicious and crazy face, and everyone stopped their movements. The atmosphere immediately became dead silent. Although the men and women who came here to attend the banquet were not only talking about business, they were mainly here for the sake of a little business between men and women. But they were self-proclaimed high-class people, and they had never been so direct and rude, or even go so far as to oppress people. Instead they would behave like a gentleman and be polite and pay attention to a person, like and agree with each other, seemingly in aristocratic manner. How could Su Mingyuan force others to sleep with him because of a small mistake made by another waiter? And Li Shuang, who heard this sentence at this time, fell into extreme shock and confusion. He wants me to accompany him for one night. No, no way. She did not want to give her first night to such a rude and unfamiliar man. Although she was born poor and had a low status, she never felt that she was born inferior. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. She had seen too many women who had submitted to power and tried to curry favor with men. On the contrary, she was more unwilling to sell her body, more longing for an equal love. But now, this rich and powerful man in front of her was forcing her to spend the night with him because she had accidentally spoiled his clothes. In the past, she had accidentally bumped into a guest here, but those people all smiled politely and teased her like a gentleman before revealing the matter. At that time, she still felt that although the people of the upper class had a sense of superiority that they looked down on others, at least they had good manners. However, she didn't expect that when such a person no longer pretended to be wearing a refined mask, his face would be so terrifying. No, sir, I'm sorry. I was really careless, it was not on purpose. I know I'm wrong. Since you're so kind, forgive me. Shut up. Su Mingyuan's fingers that were pinching her cheek suddenly exerted force and clamped her chin tightly like pliers. In an instant, she was unable to speak and a trace of pain lingered on her face. Ronobes. Girl, if you make a mistake, you will be punished. If you're say sorry and beg for forgiveness, putting on a crying face, should I forgive you? He was unmoved and seemed even colder. I'm telling you, you only have two choices. Either you pay for it. Either you stay for it. Faced with Su Mingyuan's fierce gaze and ferocious expression, Li Shuang finally collapsed under the pressure, and cried in despair, #please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. Woo woo woo, I really can't afford that much money. My mother is still waiting to be treated. Someone beside him could not bear to watch any longer and could not help but stand up and say, Young Master Su, this young lady didn't mean it. She accidentally bumped into you. I think you might as well. Shut up. Su Mingyuan suddenly turned his head around and glared at him with a fierce look. He stopped the man from speaking. Su Mingyuan, do things. Do you have the right to point at me? At this moment, this dispute had gradually attracted everyone's attention. The men and women who were dancing on the dance floor stopped, and the people who were whispering to each other in twos and threes also stopped talking. Only the melodious music was still flowing slowly in the hall. However, compared to the smooth and natural music before, she could clearly hear a hint of nervousness. Faced with a pitiful crying young girl, Su Mingyuan was not moved. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. Since you can't afford it, then you'll have to choose to accompany me. Very good. He grabbed the girl's arm and rudely pulled her to the private room outside the wine hall. It just so happens that there's a venue here, which saves me from taking you to the hotel for a room. #please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. He looked like a wolf that couldn't wait to eat an innocent girl. No, wait. Mother Li Shuang cried out in despair. But she was a weak woman with no power or influence, what could she resist? Seeing this scene, anyone who still had sympathy in their hearts could not help but feel a trace of compassion. At this moment, the people in the dining hall were more or less dissatisfied with Su Mingyuan's actions, but none of them stepped forward. He had just been slapped in the face by Xiao Ran at the entrance of the wine hall. That could only be considered a small appetizer. There weren't many spectators. And now, Su Mingyuan had already attracted everyone's attention. The girl who had fallen into despair was also longing for a hero to save her. If Xiao Ran stood up in front of so many people, it would be a wave of justice and a hero. Without a doubt, he would pretend to be a big deal. He would be the hero who saved the innocent girl from evil young master hands, and he would gain a favorable impression from everyone present. He would become famous overnight. His strength and reputation would be perfectly displayed in this wave of heroes saving the beautiful. This would be the show's most popular performance. Of course, Xiao Ran would not disappoint Su Mingyuan. An excellent popcorn movie didn't just require the villains to act angrily. The main protagonist also had to make a grand appearance like a hero when the villain was the most hateful and hateful. He had to use his divine might to trample the villain to death under his feet, so that the audience would be able to get enough pleasure. At this moment, it was time for Xiao Ran to appear as a hero. Pa! A crisp and resounding slap sound. This time, it was no longer the sound of Su Mingyuan hitting Li Shuang, but the sound of Xiao Ran hitting Su Mingyuan. Stop! He strode forward in a righteous manner and sent Su Mingyuan flying to grab Li Shuang's arm. If this incident happened to someone else tonight, he would have chosen to watch coldly. However, when he saw that the person who bullied the waitress was Su Mingyuan and noticed that his actions had caused some dissatisfaction among everyone present, Xiao Ran realized that his chance had come. When everyone was unhappy with Su Mingyuan, no one chose to step forward. When Li Shuang's desperate cry attracted everyone's sympathy, and people faintly expected the appearance of a hero, he appeared. Xiao Ran walked up to Su Mingyuan and protected Li Shuang behind him, with a righteous look on his face. In terms of image and momentum, it was in sharp contrast with the arrogant Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan, you hold on to a little mistake by a young lady, and use this as an excuse to force her to sleep with you. You are really shameless. Chapter 54, It's just that I'm a little too happy. At this moment, in a private room, Su Shuilin and Murong Hongshe watched the farce outside calmly. Even though Xiao Ran had already made his move, he was about to slap Su Mingyuan in the face. They were still sitting quietly in this luxurious room, as if they were not worried about what would happen next. Hongshe, aren't you curious why I'm not going to stop Xiao Ran's people from appearing in front of you? Su Shuilin suddenly asked. Murong Hongshe wore a bright red dress and red lipstick, revealing a faint smile. Her face was very beautiful. She was the kind of peerless bewitching beauty that could seduce the soul with just a glance. That body was filled with the mature allure of a royal sister. Coupled with her charming face, which was as charming as a goddess, every frown and smile was filled with a myriad of charms. But no one dared to show a trace of obsession and greed in front of this face and figure. Murong Hongshe was beautiful and bewitching, but her actions made all the people who had heard her name not dare to covet her at the moment they saw her. Instead, they would tread on thin ice carefully, afraid to anger her. Because she had an even more vicious heart, an even more ruthless plan. Her title of Underworld Queen was not spread by virtue of her beauty. It was the numerous corpses of countless people that created her current status. There were even rumors that the color on her lips wasn't lipstick. It was blood. This was a real beauty that shouldn't be touched. Facing Su Shuilan's question, Murong Hongshe smiled and said, "Because I know you think the same as me. To make a person feel uncomfortable and painful, we don't want to push him off the track before he steps onto the road of success. But when he was about to reach the finish line or even cross the finish line, kick him back." In Xiao Ran's previous life, he had used the face of Su Mingyuan to put on quite a bit of pressure. Every time Su Mingyuan's arrogance reached its peak, it would be the moment when he would immediately show up and beat Su Mingyuan to the ground. Now, Su Shuilan and Murong Hongshe were obviously planning to do the same. At the moment when Xiao Ran was on the verge of success, it was also the best time to hit him and make his face swell. In his previous life, Xiao Ran had pretended to be in front of Su Mingyuan. In this life, they would use the same method to slap his face. Hearing Murong Hongshue's reply, Su Shuilan smiled, "Yes, that's right. Hongshe, you really are my good sister." Murong Hongshe only smiled and did not answer. In the reception hall, Xiao Ran and Su Mingyuan's position had undoubtedly become the center of attention. The stage had been set up and the spotlight had been turned towards him. They were just waiting for a perfect performance. Su Mingyuan looked at the gazes of the people around him. He looked at Xiao Ran's righteous expression and let out a silent laugh. Sure enough, after eliminating all the interference, nothing went wrong with this performance until now. Whether it was the performance of the onlookers or Xiao Ran's outstanding performance, even the waitress Li Shuang did not disappoint him at all. It seemed like Xiao Ran's second slap to his face was about to succeed. If the second time was successful, would the third time be far away? As long as I cooperate with Xiao Ran, I will not make any mistakes and finish the following plot. A perfect evaluation, wouldn't that really mean that it would be easy to get? Xiao Ran, you dare to stop me? Su Mingyuan's eyes were filled with anger. He reached out to grab Li Shuang, who was hiding behind Xiao Ran. Since this girl has spoiled my clothes and can't afford to pay for it, then it's only natural that she'll sleep with me for the night. Of course. Pa. Xiao Ran sent his arm flying again. It has to be said that this scoundrel really doesn't know how to act. It hurt me a lot. You brat, do you know who looked like an old father in the past week, cleaning your ass everywhere to help you close the loopholes in the plot? I was even slapped by you as a villain in order to set off your prestige. Su Mingyuan clutched his arm in pain as he looked at Xiao Ran with resentment. Actually, Xiao Ran's slap wasn't heavy. After all, there were so many people watching him. He didn't even use his radiant jade true chi. However, Su Mingyuan still felt a burning pain in his arm. On the field, Xiao Ran's face smacking continued. Su Mingyuan, it's just dirtying your clothes. Do you want someone else to use chastity to compensate you? Do you think your clothes are some kind of precious thing? What kind of precious thing? How many women's first nights are only worth tens of thousands of dollars, and my custom-made suit is worth at least $400,000. Her chastity is more expensive than my clothes, Su Mingyuan said disdainfully. I've already given her a face by letting her spend the night with me. You know how to change your mind here. If your clothes are dirty, you can't wash them clean before wearing them, right? I should compensate you with 400,000, right? Xiao Ran sneered. Su Mingyuan, judging from your shameless and skilled appearance, did you use this move to force many women to accompany you to bed? She's a lowly commoner. Does she know how to wash my high-end custom-made suit? His wasn't something that could be washed by hand or washing machine. Wouldn't it be completely worthless if she washed my clothes? I still have to pay, Su Mingyuan forcefully argued. At that moment, Yi Chen stood up and said with a smile, you don't have to worry about it, young Master Su. She doesn't know how to clean this high-end suit of yours. It just so happens that I have a lot of servants at home. They know how to clean it. Even if it's washed badly, I'll compensate you with one. The people present were afraid of Su Mingyuan's background. He was not afraid. He liked good cars, and he also liked racing. However, Su Mingyuan had a Rolls-Royce that was unique in the world. The wind god suppressed him. He had been assigned to one of the 4 dandy titles in Mingjing. Even so, the title of dandy was Su Mingyuan's. Not to mention that they had a grudge against each other. He had long disliked Su Mingyuan. Now that he had the chance to slap Su Mingyuan in the face, how could he let it go? At this moment, Xiao Ran's words and Yi Chen's words had completely blocked the excuse to find Li Shuang's trouble. Su Mingyuan could no longer ride a tiger. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. At this time, Xiao Ran still refused to give up, and wanted to continue to pursue him, to completely stink up his reputation. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Yi Chen, weren't you just curious about what I said earlier that made Su Mingyuan's face look so ugly, and I said I would tell you when I had the chance. Now is the chance to tell you. Everyone, he shouted loudly to attract the attention of the whole audience, and turned around to reveal a grateful Li Shuang smiling after being saved. Sorry, the reason why Su Mingyuan was so angry at you just now to target you is actually because he took out the anger I just provoked at you. As for why he would be angered by my words, well. Facing the puzzled and curious eyes of everyone present, Xiao Ran happily enjoyed the feeling of being noticed by the whole audience and opened his mouth, saying, just because I just told this narrow-minded young man Su in front of him that I, as his fiancé's male companion, attended a dinner party with her fiancé the other day. His face instantly got ugly, thinking that something happened between me and his fiancé, and as to whether something happened or not, what do you all think? Looking at Su Mingyuan's ironic face at this moment, Xiao Ran suddenly laughed freely. Then it was Yi Chen, it was the other onlookers, also at this time followed together and laughed loudly. Surrounded in the center, Su Mingyuan at this moment looked like a clown invited for people to laugh. It's really funny, at night, I didn't expect a clown who thinks he's a hero of justice to come out here and bully my brother. Outside the door suddenly came 2 women. One was with a smile on her face, gentle and dignified Su Shuilin, the Su family's first lady. One was Mirong Hongshe, who had a light smile on the corners of her mouth with her hands clasped over her chest and an expression of watching a good show. The laughter that was rising and falling in the reception hall suddenly stopped. Seeing the 2 women who appeared at the door, Su Mingyuan suddenly turned pale, his legs couldn't help but shake, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Luckily, the 2 bodyguards standing behind him hurriedly held him up. Young Master Su, are you all right? Bodyguard Zhao Shan asked with concern. No, it's fine. Su Mingyuan barely pulled out a smile, it's just that I'm a little too happy to see my sister appear here, huh? Chapter 55. No, I can turn the tables. He couldn't win anymore. Su Mingyuan never expected that after eliminating all the interference, risks and variables, a variable still appeared. It was Su Shuilin, who he thought would help him eliminate Mirong Hongshe. Not only that, but what was even scarier was that she had also brought Mirong Hongshe here. My good sister, is that how you helped me? Su Mingyuan's hands trembled as he grabbed the shoulders of the 2 bodyguards to prevent himself from falling. He muttered, I'm really stupid, really I knew my sister would not help me, but I didn't expect her to use this method. The bodyguards, Zhao Shan and Li Cheng, looked at each other in confusion. Young Master's appearance, is it because he is so happy to see the young miss help him out that he can't even stand still when she arrives? It can't be that he was disappointed by the appearance of the young miss, right? This didn't make sense. The 2 of them pondered for a while, then suddenly looked at each other and figured it out. Understood. Young Master had just been angered to the point that his entire body was trembling by that hateful fellow Xiao Ran. At this moment, he suddenly saw the young miss appear as a savior, so he was both angry and excited. His heart was suddenly struck by these 2 violent and contradictory emotions, causing young Master's emotions to go out of control for a moment until his body went soft and his face turned pale. That was it. At this moment, Su Shuilin walked towards Su Ming step by step. From the moment she and Mirong Hongshe appeared, it was so quiet that even a needle fell to the ground. One was the ruthless underground queen, and the other was the future leader of the Su family. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. None of them could afford to offend these 2 women. Some people even hid themselves behind the crowd, afraid that Su Xuelin would remember their appearance. While Su Xuelin was away, they still had the courage to follow Xiao Ran's smile and laugh. Now that Su Xuelin appeared, they couldn't even smile. They even wanted to cry. Even though Su Xuelin was gentle and dignified and always maintained an elegant and polite smile, ever since she took control of the Su family, she had done quite a lot of vicious things behind their backs. The market was already a battlefield. As she got closer, the crowd seemed to have been cut off by Moses. At this moment, they all turned into silent backgrounds, showing Su Xuelin's overwhelming presence. She didn't have a straight face, nor did she show any anger. She just maintained her usual elegant and gentle demeanor. However, it made her look even more terrifying. Su Xuelin walked towards Su Mingyuan, but Murong Hongshe stood at the door without moving. She looked at everything with a smile. However, none of the other people present dared to ignore her existence or underestimate her majesty. She must be brewing something. Xiao Ran keenly sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. A second ago, he was still mocking Su Mingyuan, making everyone laugh. In the next second, the entire venue fell silent. Even his good brother, Yi Chen, was wiping away the sweat on his forehead in panic. At this moment, Xiao Ran opened his mouth and silently closed it. Because he didn't know what to say, he could only quietly watch Su Xuelin walk to Su Mingyuan's side and help him up. Sis. At this moment, Su Mingyuan's mind was filled with shock. He looked at this peerlessly beautiful face. The concern and heartache in her eyes were not fake. He could not bear to criticize anything. However, he still could not understand why these two people would appear in this place at this time when he had clearly arranged everything. He had to ask clearly. Sister, didn't you go to dinner with Murong Hongshe? Why she will appear here? Su Xuelin lifted a strand of hair and explained, because I'm here to have dinner with her. PFF'd. Su Mingyuan almost vomited blood. He didn't expect that he would be able to calculate 99 possibilities, but the only 1% he hadn't calculated happened. There were so many places to eat in Ming City, and even under Murong Hongshe, there were many private places to eat. However, his sister Su Xuelin and Murong Hongshe chose this place to eat. It was this blue rose. What made him even more speechless was that when Su Xuelin saw his pale face, she carefully touched his face and spoke with a pitiful expression. Mingyuan, it's a good thing that I'm here for dinner so that I can show up in time when you're bullied. Seeing how angry you were, your face turned pale. Her heart ached as she hugged Su Mingyuan, who felt the same pain. She turned her head to look at Xiao Ran, and her beautiful eyes turned cold and a trace of killing intent flashed through them. Please read this chapter 800novels.com. Your name is Xiao Ran, right? Just now, you were the one who bullied my brother. If it wasn't for her appearance, Xiao Ran was going to pretend to have succeeded. No, he had obviously succeeded in his role, but his sister suddenly appeared. Wasn't it just kicking him back to the starting line? Unfortunately, he could not do anything at this moment. Because according to his personal plot, he should be happy and excited at this moment. It was the system's most basic requirement for him to act in accordance with the villain's rules. If he had even violated this rule, he wouldn't even have to talk about obtaining the villain coins. Right now, he was in a panic and his mood was in a mess. At the same time, his eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ranner, don't let down the many tangible and intangible help I gave you like an old father. Give me some help, give me some strength. However, Xiao Ran was destined to disappoint his old father. How scary was a person who always smiled and never got angry. When Xiao Ran faced Su Xuelin's murderous eyes. As the king of assassins, who had seen countless cruel scenes, he actually felt a trace of fear in front of Su Xuelin's overwhelming presence. This woman, she is extremely dangerous. Xiao Ran, let me ask you one more thing. Did you just bully my brother? Su Xuelin's words were filled with killing intent. Xiao Ran was ashamed of the trace of cowardice he had just felt. It was just a woman. Wasn't her gaze a little fierce? As the king of assassin, he actually felt a little timid because of such eyes. He was going to find his way back. Besides, he was now on the true side, and he is on the side of justice. Obviously it was Su Mingyuan who bullied an innocent waitress unreasonably. I couldn't see it and said a few words to him. How could I bully him? Xiao Ran looked at Su Xuelin without fear. You didn't just say a few words to him, you beat him, you mocked him with very vulgar and shameless jokes. And you say you didn't bully him. He took the waitress's mistakes unreasonably and bullied others. That's our business. If he made a mistake, I will come forward to teach him a lesson and punish him. And if you bully him, that's another matter, just don't blame me for standing up for him. Su Shuilin sneered. If you are really a good person who sees injustice and acts bravely, then you should stop after you see Mingyuan's behavior, and I wouldn't bother to pursue anything. But you should never think that you are on the side of justice, and use his fiancé to mock and insult him. Do you know that you hit my Su family and Sha family in the face at the same time? Do you really think that you have a reason to insult others? Then you bully others by pointing a little girl's mistakes. What is the difference in essence? What do you have? Are you qualified to laugh at him? You. Xiao Ran angrily wanted to refute something, but even though he was extremely upset, he couldn't find any reason to refute for a while. And the most disgusting thing about you, Xiao Ran. Su Shuilin looked at Xiao Ran with a look of disgust, as if seeing a disgusting cockroach. Sha Xueqi, as your partner, takes you to the dinner party and brings you to meet the upper-class circles. She doesn't ask you to repay her favors, but at least you don't speak ill of her, right? But what were you doing just now? In order to laugh at Mingyuan, you joked about Sha Xueqi and Mingyuan in front of so many people, and you laughed and said, as for what happened, what do you think? These suggestive words, what do you mean by them? You didn't even hold Sha Xueqi's hand at that dinner party. What are you implying with ulterior motives here? You want to use this hint to cause everyone's conjecture, destroy the marriage of our Su Sha family, and trample us underfoot, making your name. Do you want to secretly confirm the ambiguous relationship between you and Sha Xueqi, so as to force her to fall into your arms and hold the beauty back? You really have a sinister intention and a vicious mind. If Sha Xueqi knew that her partner was you, I don't know how angry she would be on such an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Xiao Ran was suddenly speechless, and the audience was even more silent. Under Su Shuilin's series of verbal attacks, the eyes of everyone present at Xiao Ran gradually changed. Su Mingyuan completely panicked, and Xiao Ran was even more upset. Originally, by slapping Su Mingyuan in the face, Xiao Ran gained the invisible favor of the rich and wealthy families present. But after Su Shuilin's remarks, all his efforts were in vain. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the main purpose of his trip was to make friends with Murong Hongshe, but now his embarrassed appearance had completely fallen into her eyes. The initial impression was a negative score. How would they make friends? And the most terrifying thing was that if these words spread like this, wouldn't Xiao Ran's reputation plummet in the upper circles, turning bad from now on? Moreover, for Xueqi, he was afraid she would feel bad because of these words. He was remorseful now, very remorseful. Why couldn't he keep his mouth shut? No, it was better to say, if this woman hadn't appeared, who would have thought of this, who would have thought that Xiao Ran was an ungrateful person? Damn Su Shuilin. She looked so beautiful, but her heart was so vicious. But it was not that he didn't have a chance to come back. Yes, if he was ungrateful and sinister, how could he run to save a bullied waitress? Yes, all this didn't make sense. Su Shuilin was just arguing. Thinking of this, Xiao Ran immediately froze his neck and became stubborn. You are just sophistry. I just didn't think as much as you thought. I just said those words out of my mind and accidentally. I can apologize for these rude and inappropriate remarks. But I never thought of being an ungrateful person. My heart is good, otherwise why would I choose to stand out when I see a bullied waitress instead of being silent like everyone else? That's why I just said that as soon as I entered the door, I saw a clown who thought he was a righteous hero bullying my brother. Su Shuilin smiled lightly. At this moment, the killing intent in her eyes subsided, and her smile looked like a spring breeze. But the words that came out of her mouth next were the fatal sword that pierced Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, you said that you have a good heart, but maybe everyone present didn't know one thing. When Mingyuan and the waitress hadn't clashed and bumped into each other, you were standing behind. You could have reminded her to be careful not to bump into people, but you didn't. Of course, it's not your fault. After all, no one can predict what will happen in the future. Just can you explain why when Mingyuan grabbed her hand and made her lose money, you and He Chen just stood and watched and didn't do anything? Why did the two of you appear as heroes at this time until things got bigger and attracted the attention of the audience? You obviously have the ability to prevent things from getting worse, but you chose to wait for a purpose. And your purpose? Xiao Ran, you don't want to be a righteous hero who is righteous and brave. You just want to show it in front of everyone. You want them to think that you are kind, righteous and brave, so as to gain their favor. Am I right? Su Shuilan's remarks completely hit Xiao Ran's mind. Xiao Ran only felt that he had nothing to hide under these eyes, and everything was seen through. He was so embarrassed that he blushed and said, "Su Shuilan, you're just messing around. Making things up. You just arrived at the scene, how could you know what happened just now?" Until then, he still refused to admit defeat. He didn't want to be slapped in the face by a woman. "No, I can still make a comeback, I haven't lost yet, this woman is just bullshitting." But things didn't go in the direction he wanted to turn around. "Yes, Xiao Ran, I didn't really see what I said just now. However, Murong Hongshe, who was eating in the same box as me, happened to witness the cause and the process of the whole thing. These are all things she said." Su Shuilan slowly smiled at Xiao Ran. But until this moment, Murong Hongshe, who had been watching the show with her arms crossed at the door, finally said her first words from the moment she came here. "Yes, what Shuilan said is true, I can testify for her." At this moment, Murong Hongshui's testimony completely confirmed all Su Shuilan's claims. The audience was in an uproar, and the eyes of everyone looking at Xiao Ran changed completely. Even Li Shuang, the waitress who was full of gratitude for Xiao Ran's rescue, took a half step back unconsciously, not daring to look at him. At this moment, Xiao Ran's face was ashen, his fists clenched hard. Just now he laughed at Su Mingyuan with the audience, treating him as a clown. And now, the person who was treated like a clown by the audience was himself. Chapter 56, I want you to give yourself a slap in the face. However, Su Shuilan did not intend to let Xiao Ran off just like that. "Xiao Ran, did I let you go? What are you waiting for?" Xiao Ran looked at her unkindly and roared. He felt too uncomfortable from being humiliated, and he couldn't help but reveal his emotions. He couldn't help it. The moment he pretended to be in front of everyone, the next second, he was slapped in the face and turned into a clown in everyone's eyes. To him, this huge difference was too difficult to accept. The first volume, 056, I want you to slap yourself. It was over, everything was over. The instant Murong Hongshui's voice fell, Xiao Ran's mind instantly resounded with this desperate cry. These words were a fatal blow. At the same time, the bodyguards, Zhao Shan and Li Cheng, saw their young master's body suddenly tremble and stagger again. They almost fell along from shock and hurriedly helped him up. "Young master, what's wrong?" Li Cheng hurriedly asked with concern. Su Mingyuan revealed an incomparably bitter smile. I was just too happy. I didn't expect my sister to stand up for me, so. In short, she's too good to me. Was it like this? When the young master's happy, would he show such an expression? Li Cheng scratched his head. Perhaps it was because he was too excited, just like when he saw the young miss appear. Su Mingyuan looked at the completely suppressed scene and his expression became ugly. It could even be said that he was completely turned into a clown by his sister Su Shuilan and Murong Hongshe. He sighed in his heart. Myself, I know you did your best. I did my best. But in this battle the one to blame was me. If I had really calculated everything and asked my sister to invite Murong Hongshe to a place I had decided to eat, they would not have appeared, and the current situation would not have happened. OES. I could also happily reap a large amount of villainous points and draw a perfect end to this performance. But don't worry. Next time, this sort of thing wouldn't happen. People will grow. Next time, I will think more comprehensively. I will never allow any risks or variables to appear and disturb our performance. Moreover, when Su Mingyuan thought about the next scene where he and Xiao Ran would appear, and another one-man scene where there were only two people, his mood instantly became excited. If he didn't do it well this time, wouldn't there be a next time? Moreover, who said that this performance was completely ruined by him alone? Although the second slap in the face in this performance did not succeed, it was Su Shuilan's big sister who gave him a vicious blow, causing Xiao Ran's face to swell. But wasn't there a third time? Although he didn't even need to think about perfect and excellent evaluations, he could still strive for good and ordinary evaluations. After all, he had already been slapped in the face by Xiao Ran at the entrance of the second floor. If Xiao Ran's mercenary brothers were to stand up and threaten him when he left, forcing Su Mingyuan to leave with his tail between his legs and forming a wave of invisible force, this good evaluation might also be able to. No, I can't have high expectations. Without hope, there is no disappointment. For this performance, it would be great to have an ordinary evaluation. Su Mingyuan really wanted to end everything in front of him right now, and quickly enter the scene of Su Mingyuan being terrified after the two of them left with ruthless words. However, this was what he thought. Xiao Ran and Yi Chen also felt that continuing to stay here was humiliating themselves and they wanted to leave first. However, Su Shuilin did not care if he could endure it or not. I just said that if Mingyuan did something wrong, I will naturally go home and punish him. But it's one thing for another. You just used the advantage of justice to humiliate him and beat him. Do you think you'll just let it go? At this moment, Yi Chen stepped out to smooth things over and said, Sister Lan, Xiao Ran is my friend. Look, you've already scolded him so miserably just now, so you can be considered to have taken out your anger. How about? Yi Chen, did I ask you to speak? Su Shuilin glared at him coldly. Your older brother, Yi Tian, is barely qualified to plead with me here. You just bullied my younger brother, Mingyuan, with Xiao Ran. I didn't come looking for revenge because of your older brother's face, so you took the initiative to come looking for a fight, right? Yi Chen immediately retreated resentfully. Su Shuilin looked at the embarrassed Xiao Ran and said with a cold smile, you just used your right hand to hit my Mingyuan's face, right? How about this? As long as you use your right hand and slap yourself twice, I won't pursue your actions tonight. Otherwise, I'll let you know why our Su clan is one of the 4 great clans. Su Shuilin, you. Xiao Ran clenched his fist so hard that it couldn't help but flare up. Who kind of thing is your Su family, the 4 great families? I even swore to destroy the ancient martial Xiao clan. How could I endure such grievances here? Wasn't it just some power? I don't know how many people like you I killed abroad. Fortunately, Yi Chen noticed that his expression wasn't quite right. He quickly pressed him down and comforted him by his ear. Xiao Ran, endure for a moment and calm down. Take a step back and see the boundless sky. Your foundation has yet to be completed and your power has yet to rise. You must endure, endure. Xiao Ran's tightly clenched fist gradually loosened. If he dared to make a move here, then he was a complete idiot because this was equivalent to completely cutting off the entrance to the upper circle, so he had to endure silently. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. What about leaving? Xiao Ran, don't think about leaving. Su Shuilin's greatest strength is to keep her promise. If you endure and slap yourself twice, she will definitely keep her promise and not cause trouble for you. But if you ignore her and leave. At this moment, Yi Chen was afraid that Xiao Ran would completely offend Su Shuilin, so he hurriedly continued to persuade him. Believe me, you will definitely regret it. She isn't Su Mingyuan. Right now, she is currently in control of most of the Su clan's power. Being targeted by her, it will be really difficult for you to develop. Han Xin is able to endure the humiliation under his crotch. You have to endure it when you need to. Endure, endure, endure. Xiao Ran kept saying to himself in his heart. Since he was able to endure for so many years for the sake of avenging his parents, until now, he still had not recovered his true name and revealed his origins, so what if he endured Su Shuilin's humiliation here? His expression changed indeterminately. He finally made up his mind. Alright, slap my face, right. I will do it. Su Shuilin, you better keep your promise. Resisting the humiliation and anger, he slowly raised his right hand to his face, and then snap, snap. Second time. 2 extremely clear and loud slaps resounded throughout the audience. He hit hard and seriously, and his right cheek was slightly swollen. But when he slapped himself, he vowed ruthlessly in his heart. Su Mingyuan, Su Shuilin, remember it for me. When my foundation is solid and the power is formed, I will definitely avenge today's slap. I will make you regret it sooner or later, let's see. Seeing Xiao Ran humiliating himself and slapping himself twice in the face of the public, Su Shuilin nodded slightly, and this was considered letting him go. She turned around and walked to Su Mingyuan's side, her face immediately changed to a warm and concerned expression. Mingyuan, don't be sad. She pulled up Su Mingyuan's arm that had just been slapped by Xiao Ran in distress, hugged him lovingly, and stroked his hair. I have already helped you get revenge on the person who bullied you. You should be happy now. Feeling the sincere concern from his sister, Su Mingyuan had no choice but to smile. Seeing that you avenged me, sister, I am really happy. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Just sister, can you stop bullying Xiao Ran like this in the future? Although I don't look distressed. But the more you hit him in the face so hard. It was hard for me to let him pretend to get the result obtained once. Chapter 57, Son, I'll create an opportunity for you. Su Mingyuan and Su Shuilin shared a deep bond as siblings. On the other side, Yi Chen and Xiao Ran could not stay any longer and chose to leave. This was especially the case for Xiao Ran, who was directly accused by Su Shuilin in front of everyone as someone with ulterior motives and ungrateful. If he were to stay here and endure the rolling eyes of so many people, was he mentally ill? The two hurried towards the second-floor exit. Su Mingyuan, who was held in Su Shuilin's arms, immediately became anxious when he saw this scene. Don't leave so fast, wait for me. Xiao Ranner, you still have a chance to show off. Don't be in a hurry to leave. He immediately pushed Su Shuilin's embrace away and said, Sister, you continue to eat and chat with Murong Hongshe. I'll be leaving first. He couldn't let go of this last chance to raise his evaluation. Unexpectedly, Su Shuilin followed him as he prepared to leave. I just talked to Hongshe. Mingyuan, if you want to leave, I can accompany you. Ah, this. Su Mingyuan opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. What else could he say? Originally, he had wanted to split apart his elder sister and create a space for Xiao Ran to act cool, but when his elder sister followed him, wouldn't he? No, probably not. Even if it was her sister, when she suddenly saw so many burly men standing up in the bar and looking at her with hostile expressions, her heart would probably tremble, right? In that case, she still wouldn't interrupt. When Su Mingyuan didn't feel fortunate enough to pat his chest and let go of his worries. He heard Murong Hongshe say, since Shuilin is preparing to leave, I, the host, will send you to the door. No s. How could I have forgotten about her? That's right, even though Xiao Ran had all of his mercenaries and brothers at this moment, with a large number of people, he should be able to recover some strength. But you want him to have more people than the underground queen Murong Hongshe. Murong Hongshui's smile looked so beautiful and charming. However, Su Mingyuan felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. At this moment, only one big word appeared in his mind. Fuck. He could only hope that his son, Xiao Ran, would be able to unleash a bit of power. Just now, he had been forced by his sister to slap himself. He had truly lost his dignity as the main character. In any case, it was better for him to shout that he was 30 years old. Right now, you still have one more chance. Your subordinates are all heroes who have been through hundreds of battles. Don't let me down. Do you want some help? My requirements are not high. Even if you can, pretend, at least don't get slapped in the face, alright? Isn't it very simple? Following Xiao Ran and Yi Chen's footsteps, Su Mingyuan also left the second floor and went down the stairs. Su Shuilin held his hand and inserted her 5 fingers into the gap between his fingers with incomparable naturalness. Then, she closed her fingers tightly around his palm. Murong Hongshui's expression didn't change at all. She only had a faint smile on her face, but no one dared to ignore her existence. Some of the frightened birds that were completely terrified by her reputation were even thinking about the sinister scheme hidden beneath this smile. The group of people arrived at the first floor of the bar, and the noisy music and dancing crowd immediately entered their eyes. Xiao Ran was prepared to call his brothers to leave and play in a different place. He had already lost face here tonight, so he did not want to stay for a moment. Su Mingyuan was not far from him to begin with. He had been paying attention to his movements from the corner of his eye. Seeing Xiao Ran walk over, he immediately knew that an opportunity had come. He hurriedly shook off Su Shuilin's hand and rushed to Xiao Ran's side, loudly saying, Xiao Ran, although my sister will keep her promise and let you go, don't think that I'll just let you go. Who do you think you are, a wild dog from abroad? I, Su Mingyuan, can cripple you with a single move. You actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than 10 burly men suddenly appeared in front of Su Mingyuan, who was speaking ruthlessly. As soon as they heard Su Mingyuan's words humiliating Xiao Ran, they immediately put down what they were doing and wanted to fight back. A second ago, they were still drinking, punching each other, teasing the little sister. They all looked like ruffians. Please read this chapter #8wondernovels.com. In the next second, their expressions turned solemn as they appeared in front of Su Mingyuan. Their tall and sturdy bodies formed a human wall and surrounded Su Mingyuan inside. Their eyes filled with killing intent pierced straight through Su Mingyuan's chest like knives. Little boy, you dare to insult our boss. At this moment, killing intent erupted from their bodies as the halo of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared behind them. They seemed to be devil themselves. Su Mingyuan's eyes trembled as his face paled slightly. He looked as if he was frightened, but the corner of his eye was quietly glancing at Xiao Ran. Son, I've already created this opportunity for you. As for whether you can grasp it or not, it's up to you. As expected, Xiao Ran did not disappoint him. Su Mingyuan, before you say anything vicious, wipe your eyes. I, Xiao Ran, am not a wild dog that came from abroad, and you, Su Mingyuan, do not have your sister's protection. Without the identity of the Su family's young master, you are nothing. Xiao Ran did not have the impulse to let his subordinates teach Su Mingyuan a lesson. He was not that stupid. However, seeing Su Mingyuan's frightened expression, the humiliation and anger he had suffered tonight immediately dissipated. On Su Mingyuan's behavior, he had regained the familiar feeling of being pretentious. You just said you could move your hand and cripple me. Young Master Su, there are times when you have to use vicious words to see the situation. Otherwise, you will only appear to be lacking in brains. As he walked in front of Su Mingyuan, the terrifying might of the King of Assassins instantly spread out, enveloping Su Mingyuan's head like a mountain. His eyes were ice-cold and merciless. It was as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were surging out of his back. He looked at Su Mingyuan's trembling eyes and said word by word, Su Mingyuan. A person could not be easily humiliated. Even though I, Xiao Ran, am a commoner, my anger can still compel me to do anything. You have to be careful not to really make me angry, understand? Even though he had only spoken ruthlessly, he had finally found a way to vent the humiliation. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. However, some people were not prepared to let him continue to have a good time. A foreigner. Are you threatening to teach my guests at my place? It seems that my name is not loud enough for you to stop causing trouble in my place. Murong Hongshe covered her mouth and laughed, but her eyes suddenly turned cold and cruel. Shaking. The deafening music, the shining splendor of lights, and the clamorous crowd suddenly became silent at this moment. It was like the whole world had hit the pause button. Xiao Ran looked at the scene in front of him with sheer astonishment, and looked at everyone in the bar, the bartender, the waiter, the little girl who accompanied customer to drink, and even the men and women who wriggled their waists and butts in the middle of the dance floor. The moment Murong Hongshui's voice fell, they stopped what they were doing, and stared at him with deadly cold eyes. This kind of scene was too weird, this kind of eyes were too piercing. Even his mercenary brothers who had experienced countless battlefields could no longer maintain their cold-blooded stance, and their hearts are starting to feel dizzy. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Swish swish. A dozen ghostly figures suddenly appeared behind the mercenaries who had just mocked Su Mingyuan arrogantly. These strong men, who had a lot of blood on their hands, fell like a landslide in an instant. A wine waiter respectfully raised a tray and came to Murong Hongshui's side. Murong Hongshe picked up the wine glass with an elegant expression, shook the scarlet liquid in the glass, looked at Xiao Ran who had a stunned and dazed look, and slowly revealed a charming but fatally dangerous smile. Xiao Ran, just now you slapped yourself and asked Shuilin to let you go. So now, what do you think you should do to get me to let you out of this bar? Chapter 58. System, you wouldn't want to mess with me, right? At this moment, Xiao Ran's mood was extremely chaotic and shocking. He never would have thought that when he came here today to make friends with Murong Hongshe. But now, not only did he fail to make friends, he seemed to have provoked her instead. He hadn't expected that his brothers, who were all outstanding elite mercenaries, would actually suffer a calamity in this bar. When he thought of the dozen or so ghost-like figures that had appeared just now, his breathing became somewhat hurried. Murong Hongshui's subordinates alone had such skills. Then Murong Hongshui's surname. He suddenly understood. Murong Hongshe was a member of the Murong family. He originally thought that he had taken Murong Hongshui's power seriously, but now it seemed that he had underestimated her strength. He couldn't figure it out. When he was abroad, no matter how difficult situations he encountered, they would be solved without any hitch. But why did he feel as if he couldn't do anything when he returned home? It wasn't that he couldn't use it. In fact, he had encountered other things these days, and the results were the same as before. Although there had been some twists and turns at the beginning, in the end, it ended happily with him showing off and slapping everyone's face. The moment they met the people of the four big families, especially Su Mingyuan, who was a useless piece of trash. The feeling that something was off disappeared. If he kept acting like he couldn't succeed, someone would always turn around and hit him in the face. It was very annoying. Xiao Ran's expression was abnormally ugly. Even if he had 40 years of true energy, even if no one present was a match for him. However, if he was able to take revenge on the Xiao family by relying on his own martial strength, he would have long since gone to the MT. Liang. Why did he have to run a huge force outside the country? Why did he have to continue to develop his own power after returning home? Wasn't it just for the sake of uprooting the Xiao family and exterminating all of them? Not to mention the old monsters of the Xiao family with deep powers hidden in the shadows. Even if his current strength was already at the peak in China, in the Xiao family, perhaps he could enter the top 10 and top 5. Therefore, for the sake of revenge, he could not be impulsive. He had to endure it. He had to think of a way to let Murong Hongshe let go of his subordinates, and he had to think of a way to restore his reputation. He was now in the abyss with Hidden Dragon all around, so he had to endure what ordinary people could not. If he completely offended Murong Hongshe here, there would be no room for recovery. Then, he, the young dragon, who was still accumulating strength, would not be able to develop his power and soar into the sky. He would only be able to swim in shallow waters and be played by shrimps. When Su Mingyuan saw Xiao Ran's tightly clenched fist loosen slightly, the expression of his struggling eyes that were indeterminate slowly stabilized into a face of compromise. She knew it. This child was going to disappoint her in the end. Alas, this is also good. If Xiao Ran chose to erupt in silence and become enemies with Murong Hongshe, who knew how hard it would be to recover this ruined plot, Ran obes. In fact, I hadn't expected much from you to begin with. From the moment my sister appeared, I knew that this time was almost over. My thoughts had already flown to the next time I met you. This time, I have summed up my experience and lessons. Next time, I will definitely be able to eliminate all the risk variables and let you play it cool. Don't cry, child. I will give you opportunity next time. Xiao Ran did not cry right now. He had endured many setbacks and did not need anyone to comfort him. It was just that the feeling of sullenness in his heart was certain to be there. He could only answer Murong Hongshui's question, Miss Murong, I'm sorry. It's my brothers who offended you by not paying attention to the rules. I don't know what to do to satisfy you and let them go once. Very simple. Murong Hongshe put down her wine cup. A cruel coldness flashed through her eyes as she said indifferently, if each of them leaves a small thumb, I'll spare their lives. That's right, this matter will be handled by you. Should I do it? Xiao Ran finally loosened, fists were clenched hard again. Not only did I have to cut off a thumb from my brothers, but I also had to personally carry out this matter. Murong Hongshe, you are truly cruel. How vicious. Boss, we've done something wrong. Our fists aren't strong enough, so we admit defeat. Don't hesitate to attack, my brothers won't blame you. Yi Chen had also been quietly urging him to endure. Fortunately, these brothers of his were loyal and devoted. They wouldn't be caught in such a vicious trap. Even so, Xiao Ran almost couldn't hold back his anger when he saw the gazes of everyone watching the show. All right, I'll do it. Gritting his teeth, he took the knife and tray from a waiter and walked towards the mercenaries who had been laid on the ground. HMPH. A series of muffled grunts could be heard. These mercenaries were also hard-headed, resisting the pain and not letting out miserable cries. Xiao Ran pointed at the dozen or so bloody little fingers on the tray, gritted his teeth and said, Miss Murong, are you satisfied with this result? Will you allow me and my brothers to walk out of this bar? Only then did Murong Hongshe smile. Someone, throw these disgusting things to the dogs. She first instructed her subordinates to take the tray with more than 10 little fingers and let him throw the things inside to feed the dog. She then looked at Xiao Ran and nodded indifferently. She'd promised, you guys can scram now. It was truly extreme mockery. However, Xiao Ran didn't say anything. He just brought Yi Chen and his mercenary brothers, who had their little fingers cut off, and left dejectedly. Please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. Su Mingyuan watched this scene silently, not feeling the slightest heartache or surprise in his heart. Because failure was the mother of success, this failure would only help him achieve greater success in his next performance. What's more, wasn't he the one who made Xiao Ran act arrogant and hit his face once? Perhaps the final evaluation would not be very low. When he walked out of the bar, the system's beep sounded. The performance was over and the settlement was in progress. The settlement was in progress. He couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He didn't even need to think about the evaluation of excellence and perfection. He wouldn't be able to touch the edge even if it was good. Would it be okay if it was just average? When he sat in his Rolls-Royce, perhaps because there were too many factors involved in this performance, the system had not yet completed the evaluation. Su Mingyuan couldn't help being a little nervous. It's taken so long to evaluate, wouldn't it end up with a failing evaluation? He remembered that he put down his rhetoric in front of the system before entering the door of the bar, and if he failed, he would eat all the tables in the bar on the spot. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. He felt a little flustered. Hey, system, what are you doing? Why haven't the results come out yet? Wouldn't you really give me a bad rating just to make me eat the table? System. Chapter 59. Sister, if you are still waiting for me at home. Just when Su Mingyuan nervously clenched his fist and felt uneasy. The system finally made a noise. Your final rating for this performance is, pass. You've got 400 villain points and equal number of strengthening points. Host, cheer up. I'm sure you'll keep up the good work and get a better rating on your next performance. Phew. Su Mingyuan let out a long sigh of relief. I'm fine. I don't need to eat a table. And 400 points was equal to the sum of his previous 2 performances. Yes, what was he nervous about just now? Even if the second and third plot were ruined by Sister and Murong Hongshe, he at least still let Xiao Ran pretend for a while. Even if the system didn't give him a perfect evaluation, no matter how you think about it, it couldn't be a failure. But he was expecting a perfect evaluation. He didn't expect to only pass. The system had just calculated it for so long, perhaps because the performance's evaluation was not much different from the average or even a tiny bit. Just a little bit, his performance evaluation may rise to the perfect. If I had known, I would have brought Ruro. Now it seemed that even Su Shuilin, this very good sister, could not be trusted, and might screw up his performance. Although Ruro was an undercover agent, except for conveying information to Xiao Ran, she had always been very obedient in front of him. And as long as she appeared, her identity as an undercover agent would greet Xiao Ran with an invisible face slap. Thinking of this, Su Mingyuan decided that in order to improve the final evaluation of the next performance, he must bring Ruro. These heroines with different characters, except Ruro, couldn't be trusted. But in the next performance, he would not make this mistake, and calculate all the possible causes of the variables, arranging them away so as to not bother him. Then he would bring Ruro and get the perfect evaluation. Ah, suddenly I miss Rurio's food. Let's go back and ask her to make some supper for me. As for how to remedy the situation, well, get some sleep and think about it tomorrow. Su Mingyuan was about to ask the driver to start the car, but Su Shuilin had already sat in, closed the door, pressed the button to raise the opaque soundproof windows that cut off the front and rear rows, and locked his 2 bodyguards outside to prevent them from getting in the car. Now, they were in the same closed soundproof space. Sister, aren't you going home in your car? Su Mingyuan asked curiously. Going home. Mingyuan, speaking of it, how long has it been since you moved to your villa to live? I'm afraid of getting scolded by my dad when I go home. Su Mingyuan touched his head and said with a foolish laugh. They miss you too. I think you should go back and see them. Su Shuilin pinched his cheek with affection swirling behind those beautiful eyes. If Mingyuan always stayed in his villa, how could she get close to him? If Mingyuan didn't come home often, she would find an excuse to move to Mingyuan's villa. She couldn't always let Ruro have all the advantage, while his sister could only watch like an audience. Thinking of the scene of Mingyuan and Ruro kissing in the car, Su Shuilin felt that the air in the car turning slightly hot. No, it was her heart that was already slightly restless. Today, she came out, hit Xiao Ran's face to help Mingyuan vent his anger, which must have made Mingyuan's favor for her rise again. Now, shouldn't her sister take advantage of her status and take good care of her brother? Sha Xueqi left a note before mocking her as Mingyuan's sister. Besides hugging, nothing could happen between them. Can't do it. I'll do it for you. Su Mingyuan was still answering Su Shuilin's conversation at this time. Sister, when I am free, I will go back to see my parents. Su Shuilin had already opened her arms and hugged him tightly. The plumpness that was about to break her clothes pressed against his chest, making him feel incomparably elastic and soft flesh along with the warm heat oozing out of them. While her sister's fairy-like beautiful face was facing his cheek, and the seductive lips like rose petals spit out a charming fragrance. It left him at a loss for a moment. Sister. Mingyuan, I was still a step too late today, will you blame me? Su Shuilin stared into his eyes and asked with remorse. No, sister, in fact you come early and late made no difference, the most important thing is that you shouldn't have come. But facing his sister's concern and self-blaming look, Su Mingyuan couldn't really blame her. I can only say that I don't blame you this time. Next time, you have to listen to my brother and stop appearing on the plot. Su Mingyuan's mood didn't get too bad because this performance was destroyed by Su Shuilin. When he wasn't very good at acting last week, he still stumbled and accumulated enough villain points. He then interacted with Xiao Ran in a lot of drama, and this week the target also needed less than half of the villain points. He had taken the time to figure it out, and estimated that if he could get around 300 villain points at the end of each performance, he would be able to save almost the remaining 50,000 when his character died. As long as he doesn't have the mentality that he must get a perfect evaluation every time and must save enough villain points to go home within half a year, he doesn't need to panic at all. Let's just take it slow and enjoy 2 more years of acting life. And although he only scored 200 points in the first 2 performances, even if he was disrupted by his sister Su Shuilin this time, he still scored 400 points. What did this mean? It meant that as long as he learned from this experience, and dealt with all the risks and variables before the show. Even if he didn't do his best acting, playing casually, he could also easily get a good evaluation. A mere 300 villain points. The final assessment of jumping back and forth between pass and fail. They won't appear again. From the next show, I will get a good rating and above every time, and I will get a 1000 villain points or more, right? The previous failure and the resulting psychological gap were mainly because he was too confident, too careless, and pushed himself too hard. So Su Mingyuan smiled and said to Su Shuilin, Sister, how could I blame you? I was so happy when you vented your anger for me and slapped Xiao Ran in the face. Son, you do not fight for yourself, so do not blame me for being hit hard on the face by my sister. Anyway, it is not me who hit you. Hee. Su Mingyuan's mentality was always adjusted very quickly, and he could always find fun quickly. And Su Shuilin was relieved when she saw Su Mingyuan's expression that did not seem to be a fake and sincere smile. It was not that she didn't want to appear early, but before Xiao Ran slapped Su Mingyuan in the face, she stopped him one step at a time. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. But this part of the plot did not have her and Murong Hongshe appearance. She didn't dare to rush in and ruin the plot about Xiao Ran and Mingyuan. And as long as the incident of Mingyuan being slapped in the face by Xiao Ran happened according to the plot of the novel, then she would add an additional plot to vent Mingyuan's anger and make Xiao Ran be slapped in the face, and the will of the world could not blame on Mingyuan. After all, he had dutifully played his villain role, and he was indeed slapped in the face by Xiao Ran. As for why he turned around after this had nothing to do with Mingyuan. But she couldn't tell Mingyuan for such a reason, telling him that she didn't mean to let him be frustrated before appearing, and she couldn't let the will of the world involve her behavior on Mingyuan's head. That was why she felt so guilty and hugged him so affectionately. Not only to let him feel her warmth, but also to understand his condition. Then, Mingyuan, don't blame your sister. Feeling the unnatural reaction of Mingyuan in her arms, her slender fingers gently caressed his cheek, and exhaled beside his lips and said, I suddenly remembered that our sister and brother used to sleep together in the same bed when we were young, but when we grew up, we became a little more divided. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Can you come home and sleep with me tonight, Mingyuan? We can lie on the same bed as siblings and relive our childhood together. We need to have a heart-to-heart talk. Su Mingyuan already felt that something was wrong at this time. In his heart, he already regarded Su Shuilin as his sister, and he didn't have the slightest fantasy about the hug she held. But she held her so tightly and so forcefully, her eyes, tone and even her movements revealed a hint of ambiguity that shouldn't exist between siblings. She even exhaled softly like a lover from her lips. Moreover, she wanted to go home and lie on the same bed with him. Sister, are you a little too excited? Although we are siblings, it's normal to be close in childhood. But we're so old, can we still sleep on the same bed? Mingyuan, it's precisely because they're siblings that they sleep in the same bed with a clear conscience and don't feel anything. Or, are you treating you and me? Su Shuilan's eyes slightly raised, revealing a charming and imperceptible expectation. No. Su Mingyuan hurriedly shook his head, suddenly thought of something, and said, "It's just I just told Ruro before I went out that I wouldn't spend the night elsewhere. Sister, she must have the lights on now. Still waiting for me, so, please read this chapter at turbulent.com." Su Shuilan chuckled lightly, restraining the expectations in her eyes, and still looked at him tenderly, but said in a tone of indifference, "There's no reason, since Mingyuan, you can't bear to make her wait, then make a call now and tell her not to wait." Chapter 60, Mingyuan, you like her. Su Mingyuan hesitated when he heard Su Shuilan's suggestion. "Mingyuan, today you asked me to invite Murong Hongshe out for dinner. I didn't hesitate to agree without asking for any reason. Now I just want to have a good talk with you now, but you are so unwilling." Su Shuilan's voice carried a hint of resentment. As long as it was a request from her younger brother, she could willingly pay for him regardless of the reason. But right now, all she wanted to do was lie in bed with her younger brother, but his younger brother was reluctant. Looking at her resentful eyes, what could Su Mingyuan do? Then he could only fight. Su Mingyuan took out his phone from his pocket. "Sis, don't hug me when you're on the phone. It's a little crowded." "What's the matter? When I was young, didn't you still let me hug you often? Besides, all you need to do when making a call is to move your mouth. A hug won't disturb you." Su Shuilan stubbornly pouted her lips. She didn't look like a gentle and dignified young miss. Su Mingyuan couldn't find any reason to refute and could only pick up the phone. He had not expected that when he interacted with Ruro earlier, she would call Xiao Ran while giving him a call. In the end, it turned out to be him giving Ruro a phone call while his sister Su Shuilan hugged him intimately. It felt a little weird. However, if he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be a problem. They hugged each other, it's nothing, isn't it? Ruro wouldn't want to be crooked, right? No, if it was an undercover agent sent by Xiao Ran, she would not have cared about this matter. Unless she really got involved in the show too deeply and fell in love with him. But after thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible. After all, Rurio's acting skills weren't inferior to his acting skills. How could she be affected? Therefore, Su Mingyuan didn't have to worry as he dialed the number. The phone rang once and Ruro, who was waiting in the villa, immediately answered the call. "Brother Mingyuan, are you coming back soon? If you're hungry, I'll make you a supper right away." Rurio's voice was light and lively. He seemed to be able to see her smiling face when she received the phone call. Ruro, I'm going home tonight, so I won't be coming back to sleep. Don't wait for me, let's get some rest." Back home. On the other end of the phone, the smile on Rurio's face disappeared. Didn't she want to say that this was Brother Mingyuan's home? However, she suddenly realized that the villa was just a place for Brother Mingyuan. His home was the one with his sister Lan and his parents. Not here. Her mood immediately sank. However, at this moment, perhaps because of the silence, she heard the sound of breathing on the other end of the phone. There seemed to be another breathing sound. Onyo beta s. It was Su Shuilan blowing at Su Mingyuan. Then, their breathing suddenly disappeared. It was Su Mingyuan who pulled the phone away as if he was trying to hide something. However, his slightly flustered and deliberately lowered voice came from the receiver. "Sis, hiss. Your hand, wait, what are you doing? I'm calling Ruro. Can you not touch? Mingyuan, you were beaten up by Xiao Ran today. I'm concerned about you. What's wrong with you? Sis, I was beaten on my left arm. Why are you touching my clothes? Wait, don't." Rurio's little face instantly turned deathly pale. At this moment, she hoped that the words she had just heard from her phone were all hallucinations. She even complained about why she had to hold her breath and why her hearing was so sharp that she could hear every word clearly. Previously, she and Brother Mingyuan had used this method to call Xiao Ran, causing him to unknowingly suffer an invisible humiliation. But now when the roles changed, the person who answered the call became her. On the other side, Su Mingyuan couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly said, "Ruro, I am calling to tell you about this. I'll be back tomorrow. You rest early. Good night." He quickly hung up. Ruro put down the phone and looked at the lonely moon outside the window, feeling disappointed. To rest early, good night. Brother Mingyuan, thank you for calling me and asking me to stop waiting. You told me to rest early. But you're like this, Woo woo woo, how can you let Ruro have a good night? Ruro felt very sad. But after a while, she still pulled herself together. After washing up, she quietly laid down in bed. She knew that she couldn't be too demanding. In this life, it was enough for her to be able to stay by brother Mingyuan's side. No matter how other sisters fought for the position in the main palace, she only hoped that brother Mingyuan would left a small position for her in his heart. So, she obediently lay on the bed and prepared to sleep. She had to listen to brother Mingyuan and have a good rest. Otherwise, what if my brother Mingyuan came back early tomorrow morning and I didn't get up? What if he couldn't get my breakfast? Ruro obediently covered herself with the blanket and closed her eyes. The bright moon illuminated the window in front of her. Will she be able to fulfill her dream in the future? In the car, Su Mingyuan finally let out a sigh of relief after hanging up. He really didn't expect that once Ruro picked up the phone, Su Shuilin, who was holding him, would start attacking him. Although she had a clear conscience and didn't do it on purpose, for some unknown reason, he felt a sense of guilt. Mingyuan, you were so nervous just now. What, you like her? Seeing Su Mingyuan's reaction, Su Shuilin hooked her finger in his palm and asked with a smile, but a hint of nervousness flashed through her eyes. Please read this chapter @wondernovels.com. Su Mingyuan thought for a moment and shook his head. If I want to say that I don't have the kind of love that a man has for a peerless beauty, I definitely do. But the good feelings and likes between men and women. He thought back to his interaction with Ruro before, the kiss, the teasing, the accelerated heartbeat, his face flushed red. Then, he said firmly, of course not. It would be strange. A peerless beauty was wandering around in front of you day by day. She was so gentle and considerate towards you, and she even took the initiative to come up and have so many intimate contacts with you, even kissing. You say you don't have the slightest affection for her. Unless Su Mingyuan was not a man, but a eunuch. Not to mention Ruro could add color to his performance and help him improve his performance evaluation, how could he not like Ruro? But he only had a good impression of Ruro, because he knew Rurio's true identity, Xiao Ran's undercover agent. As long as he still treated Ruro like this in his heart, then these heartbeats and good feelings would never be transformed into liking, let alone falling in love with her. That was why Su Mingyuan shook his head firmly and said that he didn't like Ruro at all now. And he had heard of things like brother control, combined with his sister Su Shuilin's performance just now. Please read this chapter @wondernovels.com. She was not defensive about her younger brother, and even took the initiative to be very close. When she sees her younger brother in contact with other women, she will be jealous. Isn't this a proper sister? How could he be stupid enough to touch her brow? At this time, Su Mingyuan only thought that Su Shuilin was a more possessive sister, but he never imagined that she had a completely different feeling for him other than the love between siblings. When Su Shuilin heard these words, she immediately felt relieved. She could allow Ruro to taste some sweetness, but she didn't want Ruro to walk into Mingyuan's heart before her. Mingyuan, let's go home. Tonight, let's go to bed and have a long talk. We must clear up the previous misunderstanding. Okay, let's talk about it. On the same bed, she added silently in her heart. Chapter 61. I, Sha Xueqi, am confident in winning the first place in his heart. The incident that happened at Blue Rose Bar tonight was quickly spread in Ming City's upper circles. Sha Xueqi was not too surprised when she found out about the whole story, except she had a slight frown. The only thing that surprised her was that she had thought that Murong Hongshe would be the one to stand up for Su Mingyuan. However, she did not expect Su Shuilin to appear there. No, it was better to say that Su Shuilin had deliberately appeared there. She had chosen to appear at that moment just to gain Su Mingyuan's favor. Su Shuilin, you keep saying that I'm your good sister, yet you're actually running away on a set that doesn't belong to you in order to create a good impression on Mingyuan. It seemed like you were exasperated last time, and couldn't hold yourself back this time. Sha Xueqi sneered. But what is the use of this? No matter how much she likes him, she is only Mingyuan's sister. Besides, Xiao Ran told everyone that I had brought him to the banquet a few days ago, making the matter of the engagement between Mingyuan and me once again become the focus of attention. Don't I have an excuse to go on a date with Mingyuan? It can't be helped. Actually, I don't want to go either, but the family gives me too much pressure. As Su Mingyuan's fiancé, I have no choice but to find him for a date to show the public the marriage between the Su family and the Sha family. I don't want to either, but the corners of Sha Xueqi's mouth twitched. At that moment, Xiao Ran suddenly called. A trace of disgust flashed through Sha Shuiqi's eyes the moment she saw the name. Do. The call was answered. Shuiqi, you should have heard about tonight's incident. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that at the time, Xiao Ran said apologetically. Right now, he was extremely regretful, regretting why he had been so complacent that he had said such things. Not only did he give Su Shuilin a chance to give him a hard time, but he also made his own reputation stink. What if Shuiqi hated her? At the thought of this, he felt uncomfortable. He could tolerate the ridicule, slander of the entire world. He felt that as long as he continued to endure, he could restore his bad reputation. However, he couldn't bear the fact that the girl he liked had the same expression on her face as those people, and showed a trace of disgust towards him, even for a moment. Anos. So after leaving the bar for a bit of rest, he immediately called Sha Shuiqi to apologize. Even so, he felt a sense of fear in his heart. He was afraid that Sha Shuiqi's voice, which he had heard on the phone, would sound cold and disgusted. I know. However, what made him happy was that Sha Shuiqi's voice was not cold at this moment. Instead, it was comforting him. Xiao Ran, I know who you are. I believe that you've only spoken straightforwardly for a moment and don't have so many dirty thoughts. I believe in your character, so I won't blame you. Shuiqi. At this moment, Xiao Ran felt extremely moved. He knew that Shuiqi would not underestimate him like everyone else. At this point in time, when Su Shuilin had criticized him, Shuiqi was the only one who wouldn't be disturbed by the rumors. She still believed in his character and his heart. He knew. But, Xiao Ran. Suddenly, Sha Shuiqi's voice was hesitant as if she was finding it difficult to say something. Xiao Ran hurriedly asked, just what, Shuiqi? But don't make such a mistake again in the future. Xiao Ran, do you know that your words from tonight reached my parents' mouths and the Sha family? Sha Shuiqi's voice sounded tired and heartbreaking. Just hearing these words along with Sha Shuiqi's sad tone, Xiao Ran could imagine how much trouble he had caused Sha Shuiqi with his complacent manner. Although I have Sha Chengchen to help me, but… Sha Shuiqi paused for a moment and said with great difficulty, but I'm afraid I have no choice but to go meet Su Mingyuan. Xiao Ran immediately fell silent. If he had known that his words would cause such consequences, he would never have said those words again even if he had been given 100 chances to do it again. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world, and time could not be reversed. The only emotions he was filled with right now was regret, extreme regret. Right now, he wished he could immediately teleport back and mercilessly shave his mouth. What the hell was he doing at that time? Shuiqi, I really didn't expect this to happen. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran's current mood was filled with extreme regret and pain. He didn't know what to say anymore and his words became incoherent. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Xiao Ran, you don't take it to heart. Even if it was a date, I would try my best to keep a distance from Su Mingyuan and not let him take advantage of me. Sha Shuiqi was still consoling him at this point. It made Xiao Ran feel extremely moved and even more uncomfortable. Don't worry too much. I'll protect myself. If you hear any bad news about me, please believe me. Shuiqi, there's no need to say anything. When everyone thinks that I'm a villain with ulterior motives and ungrateful, only you trust me so much. How could I, Xiao Ran, not believe you? Xiao Ran's heart was filled with guilt towards Sha Shuiqi. How could he suspect her? The only thing that could make him feel a little less pained was the news that Su Mingyuan was impotent from Ruro. Su Mingyuan was impotent, so even if Shuiqi was forced by the Sha family to go out with him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Shuiqi also said that she would protect him. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. But, damn the Sha family. After hanging up, Xiao Ran punched the table heavily. If he didn't help Shuiqi topple them, they would definitely continue to force Shuiqi to date Su Mingyuan. Fortunately, my second group of subordinates are about to arrive, and my good brother, Viper, ranked 73rd on the assassin list, is also in this group. As soon as they come, I will be able to exert more strength to help Shuiqi. At this moment, Xiao Ran made such a decision without hesitation in his heart. But soon, he had a headache again. If he wanted to open up a security company, he must find a way to turn his reputation around, at least it couldn't be too bad. Moreover, he also had to find a way to get Murong Hongshui's approval. This was so difficult. At the same time, the corner of Sha Shuiqi's mouth, who hung up the phone, was slightly upturned, sketching a contemptuous smile. The stupid Xiao Ran was completely played by her. Whatever she uttered, he really believed it like a fool. And in this way, even if she and Mingyuan were accidentally caught and revealed to Xiao Ran would probably not believe it. Because now, he believed in her like this, he couldn't think that I would be with Mingyuan behind his back. Great success of the plan. Hey, Su Shuilin, what if you helped Mingyuan get ahead of him tonight? Now I took advantage of the momentum tonight, so that Xiao Ran trusts me wholeheartedly, and I can date Mingyuan as his fiancé. And you're just his sister, what can you do? Thinking of this, the corner of Xia Shuiqi's mouth rose again by a few tenths of a centimeter, and then she clicked on the phone address book. She was not going to call Su Shuilin immediately to share this joy. Because of such a happy and beautiful mood, of course, it was most wonderful to share with her after taking a few more photos on the date with Mingyuan and sending them to her. So she was going to call Su Mingyuan. The rhetoric in front of Xiao Ran, and the show in front of the good sister Su Shuilin, one of the prerequisites for these to be established was the date with Mingyuan. Please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. This couldn't be missed. So she had to call Su Mingyuan first and ask him to agree to a date with her. Of course, Mingyuan might be a little reluctant, because in his heart, she was still the iceberg beauty who was cold and arrogant and hated him very much. But she had already figured out an excuse to force him out. But after a few more dates, Mingyuan would find that her attitude towards him has gradually changed. He would find that his disgust for her gradually decreasing, and he would even begin to appreciate her, becoming less and less resistant to intimate actions between them, and even occasionally blush because of some of her actions. At that time, there was no need for her to make excuses. Mingyuan might take the initiative to find her on a date. Her big chess moves, which were steadily developing and slowly turning aggressive, would definitely be a little difficult at the beginning, not progressing as quickly as others, and she was mentally prepared for this. And she also believed that she would be the first to win the final victory, occupying the most important position in Mingyuan's heart. Not to mention, isn't there another Su Shuilin who has the worst script as a sister who is at the bottom? Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and then she dialed the phone. Beep beep beep. The phone couldn't go through. Chapter 62. My good sister, did you call me? When Su Mingyuan and Su Shuilin returned home, they found that father and mother Su were already resting. The two of them quietly entered the house. Before Su Mingyuan could enter his room, Su Shuilin grabbed him and took him to her room. Hiss. Sis, why are you so strong? Su Mingyuan could not understand. Xia Shuiqi was like this and so was his sister. Su Mingyuan was a man who had practiced the heavenly creation of pure jade divine skill for a few days, but his strength couldn't compare to these two women. Last week, as a villain, he had almost no physical contact with these female leads. When he disguised himself as a white-clothed knight, he had come out as a hero to save the beautiful. He had no chance to feel how strong they were. After 2 weeks of contact, he realized that these women were really strong. Of course, this was also because he hadn't used his true chi to boost his strength and didn't deliberately break free. After all, he was just a dude. His physical fitness must be low. How could he have such a powerful strength? How could he have such a top-notch skill that only the main character could have? Su Shuilin's strength was indeed very strong, but it wasn't much stronger than normal people. He didn't think too much about doubting it, and he didn't want to use the true chi to avoid being unable to explain it clearly. So, he let Su Shuilin pull her away. Mingyuan, sit on the bed for a while. I'll take a shower. Or let's go together. Su Shuilin smiled at him. This is impossible, sister, impossible. Su Mingyuan quickly waved his hand and refused. We are siblings, not lovers. We should avoid arousing suspicion when we need to. Su Shuilin frowned. What happened to the siblings? Some of the siblings were even more intimate than a couple, so what was there to avoid? It is just bathing together. It isn't like we hadn't washed together when we were kids. However, Su Mingyuan turned around and did not go to the bathroom to wash with her. He felt that she was like the sisters in the anime. They didn't pay much attention to the difference between men and women. But, he was still a normal person. Moreover, Su Shuilin's love and care for him made him treat her like an older sister. In real life, a normal person would never do such a thing with his sister. Su Shuilin sighed in disappointment and walked into the bathroom. Su Mingyuan let out a long sigh of relief and took a glass of ice water from the refrigerator to suppress his chaotic emotions. Sister, don't seduce me like this. I'm your brother, not your husband. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. However, when Su Shuilin finished taking a shower and walked out in her translucent silk pajamas, the faintly discernible charm between her walking reminded her of an infinite temptation. Su Mingyuan was really shocked. He quickly turned around and didn't dare to look at her. "Sis, can you put on your clothes? You're too." He wanted to say that he felt ashamed, but he swallowed his words and could only drink a few mouthfuls of ice water. "I can't stay in my sister's room for even a moment." If he continued to stay, he would probably make a big mistake. Her sister was not Ruro, and he couldn't make a move without any psychological burden. Su Shuilin looked at his bashful face and found it very interesting. She smiled and said, "Mingyuan, go take a cold shower in the bathroom to calm the fire. I won't tease you like this. Anubs. You also know that you are playing with fire." Su Mingyuan rushed into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and started to cool down. By the time he came out of the shower, the lights in the bedroom had already dimmed. Su Shuilin patted the empty space beside her and gestured for him to lie down. Su Mingyuan hesitated and did not want to walk over. Su Shuilin wasn't reserved in front of his younger brother, unlike Ruro, who would run away shyly if she was teased by him. He was really afraid that the moment he lay down on the bed, his sister, who had no guard against men and women, would unconsciously touch and tease him, causing him to become a beast. Even though her sister had purposely dimmed the lights and changed into alluring in translucent pajamas, but when Su Shuilin saw his hesitation, she immediately realized that he was planning to leave, but how could she let him go? "Mingyuan, don't leave. I have to talk to you tonight." Su Shuilin got out of bed and walked to Su Mingyuan. She pushed him onto the bed. She took the opportunity to lie down next to him, gently hugging him, clasping her 10 fingers tightly around him, their skin touching each other. Those limpid eyes stared at him with deep affection. Their breaths were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeat through their thin pajamas. Su Mingyuan was stunned. The heart-to-heart talk was she talking about this? "Sis, I'm a man. If you continue like this, I can't take it anymore. We are siblings, not husband and wife." After some hesitation, Su Mingyuan told her the truth and reminded Su Shuilin to pay attention to the relationship between the siblings. Hearing this, Su Shuilin's eyes darkened as she silently released her embrace. However, she still held onto his 10 fingers tightly. "Mingyuan, that's right. If everything didn't start over, we would just be siblings. But in my previous life, why did you pretend to be a handsome white-robed knight and lure me away? Do you know how much shock, pain, and despair I felt when I found out the truth from your diary and your true identity?" If Su Mingyuan hadn't left behind the diary that he had made up a lot of information about his personality, if he hadn't disguised himself as a white-robed knight to save Su Shuilin, stealing her heart, it would have made this brother-sister relationship deteriorate. If he hadn't done it all over again, if Su Shuilin hadn't been reborn, please read this chapter 8wondernovels.com. But there was no but. Now, it was impossible for Su Shuilin to separate this relationship into two and even abandon the part that belonged to love. She now regarded Su Mingyuan as her closest brother and her favorite. "Mingyuan, do you remember when we played house when we were kids? When you were a knight and I was a princess, did you say you wanted to be a knight of honor who would always protect me?" "Ah, remember, I remember. But later on, I understood that it was meaningless to be a princess who would only stay in the castle and be guarded by others. Mingyuan, the knight has protected the princess, so the princess should stand up and protect her knight." Su Shuilin's eyes, which were staring at him with deep affection, shone with a hazy and beautiful glow under the moonlight. "Mingyuan, it's my fault that I treated you coldly before, but I won't do that in the future. From now on, you are the little brother that I, Su Shuilin, will spend my entire life protecting. I will never let you suffer again." At this moment, Su Shuilin once again said the same thing that she said the last time she met Su Mingyuan. But that sincerity, that pair of shining eyes under the moonlight, made Su Mingyuan's heart completely moved at that moment. "Mingyuan, are you willing to believe me?" Yes. "Then, listen to the sound of my heart beating. Listen to my sincerity and love for you." Su Shuilin suddenly reached out and pressed Su Mingyuan's head against her chest. A full and plump feeling assaulted his face. At this moment, a second ago, Su Mingyuan was so touched that he was completely stunned by the situation. "Sis, so this is what you're talking about?" At this moment, Su Mingyuan's heart thumped and blood began to flow all over his body. He had thought that after Su Shuilan's careless words, he wouldn't be able to recover tonight. But, sis, your heart is beating so fast that my little heart can't stop beating. Why are you seducing me again? Su Shuilan's sincere words made him acknowledge Su Shuilan's identity in his heart. It was to the extent that doing anything too intimate with Su Shuilan right now would only make him feel that something was wrong. He felt a faint sense of guilt. Please read this chapter at turbulent.com. Brother and sister could be intimate, but they couldn't be as intimate as lovers. At this moment, Su Mingyuan wished that Ruro was by his side. Because being intimate with Ruro would not make him feel guilty. I really want to kiss Rurio's little mouth, I really want to touch Rurio's. Ding ling ling ding ling ling. At that moment, the phone rang. Su Mingyuan quickly broke free and picked up his phone. There were 3 words written on it. Sha Shueqi. Sha Shueqi, this call is at a great time. A trace of joy flashed across Su Mingyuan's face. Ever since his last date with Sha Shueqi had taken advantage of her and snatched her first kiss, the anger that had been caused by her changing the plot had long since dissipated. He was ecstatic to see this life-saving call. Hearing the phone ring, Su Shuilan's brows furrowed. She was slightly annoyed at being interrupted. However, when she saw the name Sha Shueqi on the screen, her eyebrows rose slightly and a smile appeared on her face. Hey, my good sister, your phone call is really timely. Before Su Mingyuan could answer the button, she had already snatched the phone and smiled. Mingyuan, let me answer this call. Shueqi and I have a good relationship. I can help you explain what happened tonight. Chapter 63, Ruro, is really awesome. The moment the call was answered, Sha Shueqi was ready to speak out in one breath. Su Mingyuan, the Sha family is forcing me again. Shueqi, good evening. However, before she could say anything, her urgent voice was mercilessly crushed by a gentle voice. On the other end of the phone, Su Shuilan's gentle and playful voice sounded. Just by hearing this voice, she could imagine her sitting by the bed and holding the phone gracefully. Calm and unhurried as if victory was on her hand. A chill ran down Sha Shueqi's body. Su Shuilan, why is Su Mingyuan's phone with you? Why can't it be with me? Shueqi. Su Shuilan chuckled. Even though Sha Shueqi's voice was still cold and did not seem to change at all, Su Shuilan, who was familiar with her, could still hear a hint of anger hidden within. Sha Shueqi was anxious. She winked at Su Mingyuan and made a gesture, indicating that she had some secrets to talk to Sha Shueqi alone. She got up and walked into the bathroom. There were some things that were hard to say in front of Mingyuan. She closed the bathroom door and imagined Sha Shueqi's angry face on the other side of the phone. The smile on her face deepened as she explained. Mingyuan was bullied tonight, so I brought him home to comfort him. I was lying on the bed and hugging Mingyuan to comfort him when you called. As Mingyuan's sister, isn't it reasonable for me to answer a call for him? Her voice was neither too fast nor too slow. When she spoke of lying on the bed and hugging Mingyuan to comfort him, she deliberately slowed down and raised her voice slightly, causing people to dive into endless imagination. On the other end of the phone, Sha Shueqi heard this and her ice-white face finally couldn't help but flush with anger. Lying on the bed. To console him. Didn't this mean that Mingyuan and Su Shuilan were lying on the same bed right now and that she was holding him up and down, so who knew if he was going to be taken advantage of? A ring above nu o beta s. Su Shuilan, don't forget that you are his sister. Yes, I'm Mingyuan's sister. Su Shuilan smiled and nodded her head. So, no matter what we do, whether it's hugging each other, lying on a bed, or even more intimate things, it's all because we have a good relationship. Am I right, Shueqi? Furious. Shueqi, calm down. Sha Shueqi clenched the phone in her hand and the bright jade qi in her body gathered in her hand under the force of her chaotic emotions. She almost crushed the hard phone. Su Shuilan held her breath and focused. When she heard the rapid and heavy breathing on the other end of the phone, she knew that Sha Shueqi was completely infuriated by her. She couldn't help but smile. Shueqi, is there anything else? If there is nothing else, I would continue to look for Mingyuan. I would lie on the bed and carry him to chat and admire the moon. Also, did you know that Mingyuan's forearm and thigh muscles are very strong, as well as his 8 abdominal muscles? They felt very good. Forget it. I'm not here to tell you what I'm doing. I still have to stay in bed with Mingyuan and watch the moon. Although it's a long night, it's still rare. That's right, this night was still very long. They were in the same room and sleeping together. Who knew what would happen? On the other end of the phone, there was still silence. However, Su Shuilin could completely imagine how crazy Sha Shuiqi's normally cold and indifferent face was. I want you to leave a note for me. I can't do anything. Shuiqi, can you lie in bed with Mingyuan and console him through the long night? Since you really have nothing to say, I'll hang up first. Oh right, before I hang up, there's something I have to criticize you about, Shuiqi. Although nothing has happened between you and Xiao Ran, as Mingyuan's fiancé, it's fine if you bring a man to the banquet. You even made him talk nonsense in front of others. You really should be careful. Otherwise, what would Mingyuan think of you? Su Shuilin's actions were like beating a dog in the water. One stick after another, she didn't forget to add. By the way, Shuiqi, don't worry. I definitely won't mention these two words in front of Mingyuan. I definitely won't. In the end, Su Shuilin's playful tone completely shattered Sha Shuiqi's defenses. Bang! She crushed the phone in her hand. She didn't need to hang up, but her phone had already been cut off. She looked at the phone fragments on the ground and was silent for a long time. The anger in her eyes slowly turned into extreme calmness and coldness. Su Shuilin, you have indeed successfully angered me. But it's useless. As long as you are Mingyuan's sister, even if you and he have done 1,000 intimate things, you will always be able to stop in front of that final challenge. As for me, I will laugh till the end. Sha Shuiqi calmed down completely. Yes, what else could Su Shuilin do besides infuriate her? Could she do the last step? As a sister, could she gain Mingyuan's love? Actually, I don't need to be so angry. Sha Shuiqi said to herself in her heart. Since she could allow Ruro to taste the benefits, she could also tolerate Su Shuilin lying on the same bed as Mingyuan looking at the moon. Because Su Shuilin couldn't make it to the end, she didn't need to be anxious or angry. Because her strategy was the most important and correct, she was the woman who had obtained Mingyuan's true love. Instead of being angry because of Su Shuilin's words, it was better to first think about how to do it when they were dating Mingyuan, so that his impression of her would change. That's right, I'm actually not in a rush now. I'm not angry at all. Sha Shuiqi looked at the phone fragments scattered under her feet and suddenly stepped on them, crushing them into pieces. The next day, when Su Mingyuan finally held on to his will and endured the night, he got up and went back to his villa after a series of curses from his father and comfort from his mother. He could not stay with this family for a moment. Although he treated Su Shuilin more and more like her sister, he could feel her love and sincerity for him. But can she stop doing things to him as if she doesn't care about the difference between men and women? The older sister was too scary, but the soft and cute Ruro can warm people's hearts. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Ruro sitting at the dining table with a steaming breakfast on the table, her eyes staring at the sky outside the window, as if she was missing someone. #pleaser@thechapter8wondernovels.com. The moment she heard the movement, Ruro turned her head and showed a big happy smile to him the moment she saw him. Brother Mingyuan, you're back, have you eaten breakfast? If you didn't, the breakfast I made for you is just enough to fill your stomach. Woohoo, Ruro, my Ruro, you are so gentle, I really. Su Mingyuan was moved to Ruro and opened his hands to give her a big hug. But at this moment, he suddenly recalled that rule in his mind. When his open arms were about to close and hug Ruro, they stopped stiffly in midair. So Ruro took the initiative to step forward, leaned into his arms, and hugged him. Then he stretched out his hands and gently placed his hands, which were frozen in midair, on her back and waist, wrapping them around her. In this way, he also reached out and hugged Ruro. Geez, Brother Mingyuan clearly wants to hug Ruro, but he has to wait for Ruro to come and hug you. Oh, Brother Mingyuan said that he likes being passive. It doesn't seem to be false. Ruro stuck her head out in his arms and said with a smile, her smiling eyes curved into two lovely crescent moons. #pleaser@thechapter8wondernovels.com. At this moment, staring at this lovely face, Su Mingyuan's heart suddenly received an inexplicable shock. At this moment, even if he knew that Ruro was acting, he had to admit it. Ruro is awesome. Chapter 64, Su Mingyuan is once again full of confidence. When Sha Shuiqi called, Su Mingyuan was resting on Rurio's lap, enjoying her massage and relaxing with his eyes closed. After receiving Sha Shuiqi's call last night, Su Shuilin spoke to him again. But at that time, he couldn't listen at all. After all that had happened yesterday, he just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. However, Su Shuilin, this restless older sister, kept coming up to hug him, causing him not to fall asleep all night. Fortunately, she didn't go any further. Otherwise, Su Mingyuan might have jumped out of the window and escaped. Sister, it's not like you're my wife. Being so intimate with me will only scare me, okay? It wasn't that he didn't know that Su Shuilin wasn't related to him. However, when you acknowledge a person in your heart and sincerely treat her as your sister, it's very difficult for you to treat her as a woman who can sleep with you. Su Shuilin never would have thought that she would be able to completely eliminate the grudge between the siblings through a heart-to-heart talk in bed. Su Mingyuan gradually recognized her as his sister and a family. However, it imperceptibly pushed herself further and further away from the path of love. Unless, at least for now, Su Mingyuan did not have any feelings for her. Su Shuilin's overly intimate actions only made him feel nervous. On the contrary, he felt comfortable accepting Rurio's advantages. He even wanted to do more. For example, right now, wasn't he enjoying the services of this beautiful girl, Ruro? Ding ling ling ding ling ling. The phone rang and Sha Xueqi called. Su Mingyuan took it. Hello, my fiancé. Why are you looking for me? His tone was very relaxed. After the previous date, his resentment towards Sha Xueqi had completely disappeared. Who told him to take away her first kiss? Yee. At that time, when he saw the expression of astonishment and embarrassment on this cold beauty's face the moment her lips were kissed by his lips, he felt extremely happy. Sha Xueqi paused and said, the incident at the Blue Rose Bar last night put even more pressure on my Sha family, so I had no choice. You want to see me? Su Mingyuan didn't wait for her to finish her sentence. Sha Xueqi was silent for a while and gave a cold hem. Her voice seemed to be trying to restrain herself. Hi, Xiao Ran, look at what you've done. Su Mingyuan sighed in his heart. I remember that last week, you didn't seem to be as arrogant as you are now. You actually said something like that, but now, the woman you like has been forced to come and date me. Are you satisfied? After that, I will have to trouble myself to help you clean up the aftermath of the plot. So, it's not impossible to charge some interest, right? After Su Mingyuan made his decision, his tone became frivolous. Xueqi, aren't you afraid of another accident like that? I again. Su Mingyuan, you also know that last time, it was just an accident. Do you think I will let you succeed? Shuike, have you forgotten? You said you would call me Mingyuan. You. Sha Xueqi's voice rose and fell. After a while, she spoke in a calm tone. Mingyuan, I'm not worried about what you're doing to me while you're on a date. The heavens won't take care of you every time, and accidents won't happen every time. I'm just afraid that you're afraid that I'll refuse. Just like last time, in order to make you feel uncomfortable in the Sha family, I wouldn't agree to your invitation. Before Sha Xueqi could finish her sentence again, Su Mingyuan snatched it away. This made her feel choked. She had clearly grasped Mingyuan from start to finish, and she had firmly calculated his mind and actions. But now, it made her feel like she was being held back. Xueqi, I agree to the invitation, but I have a request. Su Mingyuan's tone became serious. He was about to negotiate. Sha Xueqi was prepared to convince Su Mingyuan to go out with her, but she had no choice but to ask, what request? The coldness in her tone had already softened under Su Mingyuan's repeated interruptions. This made Su Mingyuan feel very happy because it felt like Sha Xueqi was begging him to do something. In 3 days, you can't appear at Hongyun building. How about this? You went to Blue Rose Bar to have dinner with Murong Hongshe that night. You can eat whatever you want and talk about it. Anyway, you should stay there for at least 5 hours. Isn't that a simple request? Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. He stated his conditions. This was the reason why he agreed to date Sha Xueqi without hesitation. This stupid son of Xiao Ran didn't live up to his expectations and forced his old father to sacrifice a lot of rest time in order to wipe his butt. He had to charge some interest and eat some benefits. He had no reason to blame him, right? Of course, the most important thing was that after yesterday's lesson, he already knew how to correct his mistakes and perfect his previous plan. 3 days later, at the Fortune Building, it was the time and place for the next performance. What if Sha Xueqi suddenly appeared this time to stir up trouble if he didn't make the preparations in advance? Previously, he had told Xiao Ran in his heart that he wanted to completely eliminate all the variables during the next performance and pretend to be a big boy. Then he must do it. This time, he directly arranged for Murong Hongshe to eat with Sha Xueqi, a possible variable, and another change. Moreover, he set a place for her to not go to fortune building that night. Afterwards, he would ask his sister, Su Shuilin, to join them for dinner that night. Fortune building. The three of you will listen to my arrangements and have a good meal in Blue Rose Bar while the sisters chat with each other. I'll take Ruro to fortune building, and she will just listen to my instructions. All the risk variables were eliminated. At that time, the fortune building would be a diagonal play between him and Xiao Ran. Su Mingyuan didn't believe that Xiao Ran couldn't pretend to be so big. This time, it was impossible for anything to go wrong. Fail. Pass. This time, even if he only showed 50% of his acting skills, he would definitely casually get a good or even excellent evaluation, right? Su Mingyuan's heart was once again full of confidence. To his surprise, Sha Xueqi also agreed to his conditions. The two agreed to meet at the lakeside restaurant where they last met at noon tomorrow. Please read this chapter at wondernovels.com. Then, Su Mingyuan got up from Rurio's lap pillow. Seeing Rurio's depressed mood, he scratched her little face. Ruro, what's the matter? Not happy to hear that I'm going on a date with Sha Xueqi. No. Ruro raised her little face, looked at him, forced a smile and said. If brother Mingyuan, you think you can be happy dating sister Sha, then why would I feel uncomfortable? Actually, I would also be very happy. But her pitiful little face and her eyes were filled with reluctance and loss. Chapter 65, The White-Robed Knight, Su Mingyuan, came out again today. Ruro, your little face is crumpled up into a ball. If you shed a few more tears, you'll probably become a little cat-faced. Do you still think you're not uncomfortable? Su Mingyuan pinched Rurio's cheek in amusement before gently scraping her nose. All right, there's nothing between Sha Xueqi and I. She hates me so much. This date is just a formal one. Don't be sad. But Sister Xueqi clearly doesn't hate you at all. If she said that nothing would happen, then something would definitely happen. Ruro looked at Su Mingyuan, who was in the dark. In the end, she did not say anything. She just sniffed and stopped her uncontrollable emotions. Email protected. I got it. Alright, little blossom cat. Looking at you, those who don't know think you're the newly wedded wife that I've just married, afraid that I'll go out and have sex. Ruro suddenly had 1,000 words in her heart that she wanted to pour out. However, when she thought of the last time when she gathered up the courage to confess in front of her brother Mingyuan, she was laughed at. Her timidity and shyness gradually gained the upper hand. She didn't want to experience such a scene again. Even so, Su Mingyuan's heart trembled slightly when he saw her pitiful expression. This adorable little girl, I really want to bully her. Therefore, he lowered his head and whispered into Rurio's ear. Ruro, if you're afraid that I'm going out to cheat, why don't you take me first? What do you think? He asked. Email protected. On Rurio's face, 2 brilliant red clouds could be seen. Could it be that they were going to do it with brother Mingyuan, something like that? So nervous. Yes, if I wanted to take the initiative, I'm not ready. Ha, if you haven't made up your mind yet, I can give you a taste of my lips to relieve your thirst. Su Mingyuan caressed Rurio's burning red cheeks and his tone was full of teasing. Brother Mingyuan, you're bullying me again. Ruro raised her head, her eyes filled with water and mist. Her little mouth pouted gently as she looked at him with grievance. And then, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. She tiptoed and spoke. Although I can't take the initiative like that, but at least at this moment, I would still dare to take over brother Mingyuan's kiss. Su Mingyuan's eyes suddenly widened and his expression slowly relaxed. He reached out to wrap his arms around Rurio's slender waist and closed his eyes to enjoy the juicy lips. In the study room, Su Mingyuan touched his lips with reluctance. There seemed to be a lingering fragrance on his lips. Ruro, aren't you afraid that you'll fall in love with me if you really get deep into the show? He mumbled to himself. But if Ruro fell in love with him, it seemed not bad either. In any case, as long as the main storyline involving him could go smoothly, how would the future relationship between Xiao Ran and Ruro develop? What does it have to do with him? Besides, Xiao Ran, my son, that is your sister. Although it wasn't a kiss, you can't have that kind of beastly thoughts. Su Shuilin and I aren't kissing either. Don't I treat her like my sister and have no other thoughts? It had to be said that because of the poor information, Ruro, Su Shuilin, Sha Shueqi and even Murong Hongshui's hard work made Su Mingyuan's performance not get a high evaluation. They thought they were helping Su Mingyuan vent his anger, but they were actually angering him. However, their actions did have an impact on Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan had originally only treated these female leads as Xiao Ran's women, but now this thought slowly changed. Su Mingyuan took out a bottle of red wine that had been aged for 30 years from the cupboard next to him. As he slowly refined it, he picked up the phone and started to assign tasks to his subordinates. As the eldest young master of the Su family, he naturally had subordinates he could command, and the person he trusted the most was called Su Li. In the last week, he had instructed Su Li to do many secret things. Not only did Su Li complete it well, but he didn't betray him until he died according to the plot. So in the end, before the end of his life, he secretly arranged a good place for Su Li, as a compensation for this subordinate who was loyal to him. This week, there were also some hidden matters that needed to be handled by Su Li. He had already used his previous week's performance to win Su Mingyuan's trust. Actually, Su Mingyuan didn't want him to do much. The main thing was that when he acted as a villain, he would sometimes have to hurt innocent people. Out of peace of mind, he would secretly send Su Li to compensate them. This time, it was the same. The waitress by the name of Li Shuang was frightened by him. It just so happened that her mother was seriously ill and needed money, so he planned to have Su Li arrange someone to cure her. There was also the female employee who had peed in fright at Sha Shuiqi's Xuanmei company when she was leading the way. Su Mingyuan also asked Su Li to find an excuse, such as winning a prize, to secretly give her a sum of money. He had done the same thing last week. There was nothing he could do. As the eldest young master of the Su family, he had nothing else besides a lot of money. However, he had to keep these matters a secret and never reveal them. Otherwise, his plot would collapse. How would he act in the future? Su Li had done a good job in the past week, so it was obvious that this week would not disappoint him. After giving Su Li a call, Su Mingyuan slowly drank the wine in his cup and prepared to get down to business. First of all, he had a total of 800 villain points on him. He could finally buy a 500-point Radiant Jade 1 year of True Chi permanent from the system store to strengthen himself. From now on, he was no longer a weakling. Although he wasn't that strong, at least he had the strength of a retired special